Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Buckmore Park 24 hours. Qualifying has just ended, but before we head down to the grid and have a chat with some of the drivers, I'm going to have a chat with a rather important man, Mr. Philip Ling, the Managing Director from Buckmore Park. Philip, how are you doing?
Yeah, very well, thank you. Yeah, really excited to kick this off for another year, absolutely.
5th year of the Buckmore Park 24 hours, and it's going very strong, getting bigger and bigger, I feel, with every passing year.
Yeah, look, absolutely. It's just going from strength to strength. And I think, a lot of that comes down to the team here at Buckmore, the amount of effort they put into every single one of these that they do, the parity of the karts, the circuit itself. And really, it's just gaining a bit of prestige, This year, we sold out the quickest we ever have. We've got more teams this year than before, up to 30. Sold out in 1 minute and 27 seconds with a reserve list that we could have filled a whole nother event. So, yeah, absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, you mentioned that I had a few friends who had, I think, about 3 or 4 people getting ready to sign up, and they still managed to miss it. So huge. And you talked about the prestige. We've got 2 YouTuber teams racing. So we've got the return of the Sidemen, or Senior Frogs, as they call themselves, for this particular event. And we've also got Team Quadrant as well, racing for the first time, I guess, as Quadrant, even though we've had a few members racing in the past.
Yeah, indeed. So over the last few years, the YouTubers they're always looking for new and exciting things. The guys from Senior Frogs, Josh especially, or the Burnt Chip, should I say, I think really got a bug for it as well. Brought a few of the Sidemen down as well. They then decided, actually, this would make some really good content. But I think it's kind of evolved from there as well. And, this will be their, I think, 3rd year of doing it. That they've missed out. So they've been so close to a trophy each year, and I think they've actually put a lot of effort in this year. Having Quadrant come in now as another team, I think has really sparked some rivalry as well. So I think you're going to get some great content, especially over the next 24 hours from both of them.
I'm really excited to see them going up against each other. And you mentioned as well, Senior Frogs very close to getting that trophy. We'll see whether 4th time's the charm for them. Also got brand new karts, a new fleet coming into Buckmore Park specifically for this event.
Yeah, absolutely. So we do change our karts over quite regularly. In fact, this is one of the quickest that we have changed them over. Just 2 years on our old fleet that we had them. We really do it on kind of engine hours, but without going into it too much, it was touch and go for us, to be honest, whether these karts were going to be here in time. They were meant to arrive basically a week ago, but they came here on Tuesday. The team have done a fantastic job turning these around and getting them ready. And in fact, the final test and run-in was actually just done yesterday. So they are, as I say, brand new, out of the packet, but I can see from the time so far performing really, really well.
You mentioned the timings. The karts look really close parity-wise, and we've seen in qualifying really fine margins separating the entire field.
Yeah, absolutely. 30 karts on the grid, and we've got the top 25 after that 10-minute qualifying session. They're split by just 0.7 of a second. That's obviously great for us to see that as well, but really shows the calibre of the drivers that we've got going now. Also, again, that comes back to kind of the teams that are getting involved in this race at the same time. So.
Wonderful. Thank you again, Philip, for having a chat with us. But I think with that, we are going to be heading down to the grid because Chaz is going to be having a chat with a few of our drivers.
Thank you very much, Yusuf. Welcome to the, half pit lane, half start finish straight here. I'm Chaz Draycott, delighted to be here at Buckmore Park again. It's 5 years since I did the 2019 Buckmore Park 24 hours. I know you didn't ask, but it's great to be back here and down here on the start finish straight. We've got all the karts starting to line up down here at the moment. All the teams are going to make their way down here shortly. Qualifying is just finished, and I can tell you that it's the DAB Motorsport team in kart number 5 that have taken pole position by just 0.06 of a second from the Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing team, and it is only about 20 thousandths of a second between the top 3. It is remarkably close here today, and to be fair, the topic on everybody's tongue has been the fact that the times are so close throughout the entire field. The whole race is going to be so hotly contested, and it's a good thing too because it is mighty freezing down here on the grid. It's not particularly too windy, it's not too wet at the moment either. The surface itself has dried out over the course of the morning. As you can see, there's still a few damp patches here, but it's not really going to affect the karts that much, to be honest with you. They're still going to be moving around quite a lot around the circuit. There's certain areas of it, different level puddles of where the tarmac will dry out quicker than other places, but it's going to be a great race. It always is, isn't it, here at Buckmore Park? It's fantastic fun. And of course, we have the new liveries on the karts for this year as well. This beautiful new design. Not as striking with the yellow like it used to be, however, it's really well put together. It's really clean, the design this year, and when you stand up on the balcony, as many of us do here at Buckmore Park, you can see this fantastic marking down the side here, the big Buckmore branding alongside, dark blue on the left hand side, white on the right, and these Sodi RT10s are looking as good as they have ever looked. And this entire new fleet was wrapped very recently in these liveries, and all of the people here at Buckmore are very impressed, and of course very proud of their karts, and we're going to be keeping our eyes on them all for 24 hours here on Alpha Live. I'm so excited to get this underway today, but the teams are making their way down now through the pit lane to come and get all of their pictures taken with the karts themselves, and we're going to just enjoy ourselves and have a few interviews with some of the drivers and teams here. But like I say, it's that number 5 machine of DAB Motorsport that has taken pole position, and track position is important around here at Buckmore. There's going to be a lot of places on the circuit that are hard to overtake into, especially the first couple of corners as well. It's so high speed in this first sector before the 2 hairpins that the drivers really have to be absolutely on it. We'll see if we can get some interviews in just a minute's time, but we'll give the drivers and everybody just a chance to come down here now and obviously adjust and get ahead of themselves, really, with the mental game. You have to think about that, because there's a lot of strategy and a lot of thinking goes into an event like this. It's not just flat out pace over a short run. There's so many different elements to it. You have to think about penalties, you have to think about pit stops as well. There's specific service times, I should say, for each of the karts and the teams as well that they have to adhere to, and a lot of them, as you will see over the course of the event, have got their own radios in, they've got earpieces and all sorts. They will be communicating. I mean, come back from 5 years ago when I was last here, this event, I mean, they take it seriously, they took it seriously back then, but even now, even more so as well. There's a lot of karting regulars here from Buckmore Park as well, people that know this place inside and out, and we've got a lot of great personalities to speak to over the course of the stream. And there's going to be a bunch of us commentating up here as well. You've got myself, Chaz Draycott, you've got Yusuf bin Suhail as well. I told him I was going to get his name wrong today, and I've already done it there. We've got what's his name? Kieran McGinley. He's here as well. I'm joking, Kieran. Love you, really. And we also have Reeve Taylor with us on the commentary duties as well. We're going to be sharing the duties over the course of the day. You'll hear us throughout every individual part. We're going to have 3 parts to our stream here on Alpha Live as well. And we're going to be trying to entertain you all as best we can throughout each individual section. So we've got drivers now making their way down for their pitches. Like I say, it's suddenly a very busy grid. It's like any sort of grid walk that you'll get in a huge motorsport event, whether it be GT racing or whether it be touring cars, you name it. It's looking mighty fine. But that's the thing, the atmosphere and the buzz here at Buckmore Park is always excellent around this event. There's so much brilliant, positive build-up. Everybody is really excited and really looking forward to it. So what I think we should do, I can't see anybody from the DAB Motorsport team at the moment. I think they're just making their way down now, actually. We'll head this way down the grid. We'll go back a little bit and head further down, see who we can have a chat with and who we can catch up with along the way. Just looking at the rest of the times, by the way, it's the Team Rango number 12 machine that was 3rd. Nameless Motorsport, one of the favourites for the event in kart number 11. They're going to be starting 4th on the grid. But as we've seen in the past, the first hour can be one of the real key moments of the race, because that's when you get a little bit more contact here and there, and obviously the field is at its most bunched up, so people can gain time and lose time more significantly in that opening hour. The vibe is very much alive down here with music already playing on the grid. The guys have brought their own speaker down here just to keep us all entertained. You've got the Sussex Police Kart Club there as well in number 16. They're all lining their helmets up in front of the karts as well, which is really cool to see. They certainly know what they're doing. It's definitely one for the gram, isn't it? But there are so many people down here on the grid. Some of the teams have got up to about 7 or 8 drivers in certain cases. You know, there's so many of them that have come together to do this. Some of them only have 2 drivers listed on some of our initial entry lists. I think they may go up to 4 drivers before the end of the event. And one thing to think about as well before the race will be completed, at the 6-hour mark, if there's any teams between the 2 classes, whether it be the pro class or the rookie class, you'll be able to tell them apart by the blue number boards for the pros and the black for the rookie class. You can see it just around the number on the nose of the kart here. If they get reassessed at the 6-hour point, I should say, based on their pace and their position, they can be reassigned into a different class, and we'll obviously do our best to update that over the course of the stream as well when that happens. But as you see, all the karts just being filled up at the moment. I can just see Clinton Bell making his way over there. I was going to run over and try and grab him for an interview, but he's run off. He doesn't like speaking to me, Clinton, because we have too much of a laugh. Not sure. But he's going to be our race director today, is Clinton. He always runs a tight ship with all this lot. We'll see if we can have a chat with some of the guys from Quadrant in a minute, who are obviously here filming for the weekend and enjoying themselves as well. It's great to have them as part of the grid. They're going to be racing in the number 30 kart for the weekend.
It's not happening, G.
Wonder if we can speak to Steve. Steve, let's try and grab him. Mr. Brown. Hello, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Cold?
Yeah, it's lovely to be here at the good old Buckmore 24 for a nice cold, and it will be raining very soon as well.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. It's the main topic is that it's going to rain a lot. It wouldn't be a Buckmore 24 without rain, would it?
No, I can't wait for the 3 a.m. stint where I'm freezing cold and raining and soaked and wondering why I'm here. But no, it's going to be great. I'm looking forward to the rain because I'd say I'm probably stronger in the rain than the dry. So, can't wait for that.
I was going to say you sound enthralled by rain, but still, you've had a fantastic year already so far, haven't you? So this should be a breeze.
I don't know. There's lots of really, really good drivers here. This is very different than what I've been racing this year. But it's always good to be back here. There's really talented drivers all the way up this grid. So, just going to have some fun with it, really.
Yeah. And that's it, it's a fun event above all else, isn't it? There are people taking it seriously, but as I said to you before when we met up there, results may be secondary for some teams because they're just here to have a good time, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, we want to have fun. I'm sure that as soon as the race starts, that will completely change and everyone will be all out for the win. But, we're here with Quadrant. We're here to create some content. We're here to beat the Sidemen team, Senior Frogs.
Yeah.
We're going to try and sneak a win against them, even if we're 29th and they're 30th.
Yeah.
That'll do.
A little bit of inter-team rivalry, so to speak. Yeah. Well, enjoy it, Steve. It's great to speak to you, mate. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, guys.
Steve Brown, everybody, as you've all seen, racing in at the Nürburgring a lot recently with Jimmy Broadbent in the BMW M4 GT4. But like I say, this you would think would be a breeze for him, but still, it's a very, very tough event, a very serious event indeed. Just looking at how very tightly knit all these teams are, you can see that some of them are even going to the point of having matching overalls as well. There's the Formula Non team there in the number 17 machine. Smiles galore, everybody really getting amongst it though. It's fantastic fun already. There is such a vibe down here, and obviously we do hope that comes across on the stream as well. We'll be trying to reflect that vibe over the course of the stream, away from the guys at TRX Motorsport there in the number 6. And as you can see, the difference in squad sizes as well. Usually there's about 4, 5 or 6 drivers, tends to be the sort of average number that we've got. They'll be splitting the stints up over the course of it, and they'll be obviously thinking about who's going to be in the car and when. We'll grab a chat with you, Sunshine. What's your name, sub?
Joe Kennedy.
Nice to meet you, Joe. Are you enjoying your day so far? Are you excited for this?
It's been stressful, I'm not going to lie. It's a close grid, It's like there's only, I think it works out to about 1.1 seconds between 1st and 27th. It is madness. We've had a couple of kart issues. Usually we'd be way further that way.
Getting the excuses in already.
Oh yeah, driver excuses. You've got to. It's a 24-hour race.
It's not even started yet.
That's why I've got to get them in quick. Yeah, come see me at hour 16. I'll dish out a few more. Yeah.
Right, I'll start writing them in my little notepad. Yeah. Be good.
Use them for yourself.
Well, I'll try. Are you enjoying yourselves then as well, boys? Is it going well as as well as it could do, I suppose?
I'm all right. Yeah, I'm good. Obviously, we should be up there, but just kind of waiting on seeing what's going on during the race. It's a 24-hour race, of course. So just seeing how it plays out in the end. We've got a few service stops, so maybe that might change something. We've got a good fleet though, so we're ready.
You've got to take it easy in the first hour, I suppose, haven't you? And then just see where you're at from there and just get into a bit of a rhythm. That's the important thing, isn't it?
Yeah. No, it's going to be a long race. We've just got to hope it rains because that could mix it up.
You've not got to hope much. It's going to rain.
Oh, no, I know. That's what I'm hoping for.
I was going to say, are any of you more confident in the rain than in the dry? Because it can change how you attack the kart, can't it?
It's definitely a mixed bag. Like we have drivers that drive well in the dry, and then some drivers that are more experienced in the wet. And we've managed to move our team around for the stints where the wet drivers are further on throughout, and then if we need to spread them out, we need to, and we can deal with it that way. It's all about dealing with the cards you get and then just playing well.
It's about being versatile, isn't it, over this? And like you say, it's a 24-hour race. You've got time to do that, haven't you?
Yeah, it's like I said, it's a long race, so just seeing obviously the weather. Seeing how much it rains as well. We had the pre-practice and we were quite quick, so hoping that kind of reflects onto the race when it rains. But yeah, it should be fun. I'd like to say thank you to my family, my friends.
Not won it yet.
For getting me here today. Hi, Mum. I'm on TV, so happy days.
Well, bless you all. Have a fantastic race. Enjoy it, yeah? Lovely stuff from the TRX Motorsport team. We'll make our way further down the grid and see who else we can have a chat with. We'll see if the Senior Frogs team are about for a chat. I mean, are they about for a chat? Of course they are. Of course they're going to be about. Let's just barge our way in. Come on, we'll make our way into their content. Harry,
hello, how's it
how
going,
are you
mate?
doing? You
Not
enjoying
bad.
yourself so far?
So far, we haven't done much, but yeah, it's going all right. It's going all right.
Sounds like me, really, to be honest. I've not done a lot. I'm just enjoying myself.
Yeah.
But how's the team feeling? It's a good vibe down here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all right while it's dry. We're all kind of, I don't want to swear, but we're all kind of bricking it for the wet. So we're sending out Chris first. He's our dry weather specialist. He should do all right, hopefully. And then the rain's going to come and all hell will break loose. So, yeah.
What sort of prep can you do for an event like this? Because obviously it's a very specific kart, specific circuit. What sort of planning and preparation can you possibly do?
We've done a few laps around here. We've done bits and bobs here and there. Not as much as previous years, but I feel we did like 1,000. We done like, how many laps is the whole thing? Like 1,000, right?
I thought it was about 4 in it. It's a long lap.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, we've done enough laps around here. We kind of know it. So I think it's just a case of hope for the best. We'll see.
And hope for as little rain as possible when it does come.
It's raining all night. At least we know it's coming. Like previous years, it's been like, oh, it might rain, it might not. This year, we know it's raining. Like it's going to be long.
It wouldn't be a 24-hour race without it. You seem to have a big smirk on your face knowing that it's going to rain.
Oh no, I'm just laughing at it. You wouldn't know what's to come. It's not a smirk as in confidence, it's more anxious nerves.
Or out of fear.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, still, it's great to have you guys on the grid again. And of course, we hope you enjoy it. But I'm just going to be trying not to make as many puns as possible up there in the commentary box.
Nice.
Are we going to have like a microphone sort of jousting match or something here? It's not often that we have two microphones.
Our recording system doesn't work currently. We're still ironing out the creases, so we've got to use that for our film at the moment.
It's audio, mate. It's a minefield. Audio's a minefield.
Yeah, we tried at the last year it kept failing, so we had to use the boards a lot. So hopefully
Yeah,
this
that
year
makes it
holds
more
up.
entertaining.
Yeah.
Well, it gives the plan away to the other teams.
Exactly. Our top-notch plan, our top-secret tactics. Yeah. So,
Enjoy, boys.
Have a good
It's
one.
great to see you. Nice one. Cracking stuff from the guys at Senior Frogs. They're getting their own content recorded as well, like they say, getting right amongst it. I want to have a word with this gentleman. You've possibly got the loudest vehicle here this morning, that Cobra.
Oh, it was loud, wasn't it?
It's
Yeah.
absolutely mental.
130 decibels in the cockpit. That's loud.
It was loud as hell. So they did some demo laps this morning around the circuit. There was a Lamborghini out there as well, the Cobra, the R8, and it just blew them out of the water. Any of you that know what a Lamborghini Gallardo and R8 is, it was unbelievable. But how long have you had it? Because it's
5 years.
Yeah.
But I got that livery on it yesterday, so great timing for a 24-hour race. Yeah, absolutely. Brilliant.
yeah, it's the loudest car I've ever heard. It's
Thank you so
fantastic.
much.
Enjoy the event, mate.
Cheers.
Have a good one. Yeah, like I say, they did some demo laps in some supercars earlier, and they brought this Cobra out, a hardtop AC Cobra, gorgeous thing. It's the loudest car I've ever heard. Unbelievable thing. Who else can we have a chat with? We'll have a ganders. This gentleman here in the hood doesn't look like he wants to have a chat with anybody. Do you want to? Are you a driver for the event?
No, I'm not.
Are you enjoying yourself, though?
Yeah.
That's the key thing. Smash him. Right then, let's see who else we can have a chat with. We'll barge in with the number 3 team. We'll see if we can have a look at Toby and the Bandits. Right, which one's Toby?
That'd be me.
Oh, I was hoping it'd be the guy in the red suit that stands out. How are you, Toby? Enjoying yourself?
Bad, yeah, not bad. Having a great time, mate. Yeah, looking forward to it.
How do you feel qualifying went?
It went all right. It was tight. I mean, that was tight with everyone. So, yeah, we were hoping for a bit better, but it is what it is. We'll make it work. It's 24 hours between now and the end of the race, so a lot could happen.
Everyone's got too much of a calm mindset about this being a long race. Everyone.
Is this your success ballast?
So, yes, yeah.
Did you take them off as the race goes on?
Nah, they're staying. They're staying.
So you guys are the Bandits, are you?
Yeah.
Where have you earned that reputation?
I have no idea. No, I literally have no idea.
Was it his plan?
Yeah. Just put a target on our back. That was it, I think.
Well, are you all excited for it though? Looking forward to how it's going to go? Is there any specific plans or strategies?
It's the rain right now. Yeah, right now. Yeah.
Flipping I mean, you and me both, mate, after lockdown flipping out. Last time I was just saying to everybody at home, not that they asked, but I last did this in 2019 and they've added an extra large jacket for me this year, not a medium. That says it all, doesn't it? But still, I'm looking forward to seeing how the midfield gets on, because the first hour, it's the most packed hour, isn't it? I mean, it's not quite a turning point of the race, but it's the most important bit, isn't it?
It's going to be the most exciting.
The what, sorry?
The front end's boring. Like Formula 1 is boring, and the midfield's always the best bit.
Absolutely. Well, Formula 1 in general is boring, isn't it? Let's face it. Christ alive. But still, you're hoping for rain then,
Yes.
but Not enough of it, not much of it, or just a little bit? Are there any of you that are sort of specifically good in the rain, have you found out?
This guy. Weigh about 100 kilos, of course.
Well, they say that about GT cars. The bigger they are, the better they are in the rain. They spread the weight better. I'm going to make sure I'm at arm's distance for that. I'm joking. But still, best of luck for the event, gents. Really hope you enjoy yourselves. Nice one. Oh, Chris Bridle. Chris Bridle.
Hello, how are you? I knew I was going to catch you, yeah.
So, Chris is an absolute superstar. Absolute superstar. I'm not going to blow too much smoke up his backside, though. I'm really not. But still, great to see you back here.
Yeah.
You must be enjoying yourself, because this is like your stomping ground, isn't it? You've done a few laps here.
I've done a few laps here, yeah, I love it. Did the 24 hour maybe 2-3 years ago with Jimmy Broadbent and his team, and then got some mates together for this one, and we're gonna have a bit of a crack at it. We're a bit further down the field than I thought we'd be, but I can't believe how close it is. We were just saying, I think it's the closest corporate race up to be 20th and only a couple of tenths off is madness. So yeah, really looking forward to it. So it should be really good fun.
I was going to say there's 20 thousandths of a second between the top 3 at the moment, and I think 6 thousandths between the top 2. And around here, even on a karting circuit where it's a minute a lap, that's quite a long lap for a karting circuit, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's quite a long lap here, probably one of the longer ones in the country. But it's really technical as well, so it's not like it's an easy lap and everyone's close. It is a really technical lap. So yeah, we'll see how we all get on, but it's going to be close at the start, and I think it's a long distance, isn't it? It's about being there at the end, so that's the main thing.
Cracking. Well, enjoy it, Chris. Cheers, mate. Sorry, I just thought I'd absolutely snipe him there. We've got engines starting on the grid right now, but I'm going to quickly try and get our way down to pole position and see if we can speak to Dab Motorsport before we go anywhere. You can all complain to my barber about how bad my fade is if you want. I was going to go and get it cut yesterday. What we'll do is see if... Where are Dab Motorsport? Because there's no one here. As you can see, the elusive Dab Motorsport. Hello, Sunshine. Don't you apologise to me. I was going to interview you. Where are these lot?
Sorry?
Where are these lot?
These?
Yeah, where have they gone? There's no one here.
No. Gone for a cup of tea.
Well, you've inherited pole position.
Yeah, well, no, I'm with them.
No, so I mean, you've inherited it now.
I could get in and drive, couldn't I?
Yeah, just get in it now. Hop in, Sunshine.
I'll be last for the first lap finish, is there?
Are you racing for Dab Motorsport? You do exist. You must be happy to be on pole here, because that's mighty close, isn't it?
It wasn't me.
Don't tell them that.
I know. I'll take the plaudits all the time, but no, our other driver smashed it. He got a really good tow, really quick driver. We'll just see how we are in the 24 hours now and see how it goes. But yeah,
a controlled start. Take it easy in the first hour.
Yeah, we're hoping it's kind of like the start last year, where it was 4 carts broke away, massive gap. Avoid black flags, and that's about it, to be honest. So yeah, and we just stick with them. So yeah.
Well, best of luck, mate. Everyone's going to get going now. Enjoy it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Dab Motorsport, everybody. Right, they're all going to get started in just a moment's time. So what I'm going to do is hand back to Yusuf in just a sec in the commentary box. But before that, we'll have some more beautiful shots of the grid, because just look how busy it is down here. It's just absolutely awesome. There's so many people involved in this. So many people having just the time of their lives. It's British weather. Let's interview this driver. Oh no, said driver's going to run away now. You've scored yourself an interview now.
Thank you very much.
What team are you racing with?
I'm in a team NFS Bureau 11. We're from Ukraine, and I want to say thank you very much to all the Ukrainian soldiers, the heroes that helped me to be here now, to relax, and my school Brazil a lot.
Nicely said. You excited for the race? Looking forward to it?
Yeah, I mean, the car is pretty nice. We have a bit of problem with the seat insert, but otherwise everything is good.
Cracking stuff. Enjoy it. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Lovely stuff. Lovely stuff. Right, a lot of people are being ushered off the grid at the moment. I'm getting text messages saying, yeah, my fade is rubbish, to be fair. So we're going to hold station here and just get off the grid in a minute, I reckon, because it's getting pretty busy down here now, and obviously the carts are all firing up and getting ready to go. Do you reckon it's time to hand back to Yusuf? We'll get him started. Let's go and speak to him, shall we, and see what he's got to say. I'll run up there in a second. I'll go and join him.
Thank you very much for that, Chaz. I'm joined up here by the quadrant member himself, Arava Amin, or more commonly known as Arava. How's it going?
Yeah, all good. Really good to be here. My first Buckmore 24. It's going to be an experience, to say the least.
It's only your first one?
Yeah, first one. Not first time here, but first 24-hour race of any kind. So that's going to be something. But yeah, we've obviously quadrant. We've been here plenty of times at Buckmore. Done quite a few videos here, so it's nice to be back. But the full circuit for 24 hours, a little bit of a different kettle of fish, but you know, it's going to be a lot of fun.
Now, I don't know if they went over it during the pit walk, but why are you guys at the back of the grid? What happened?
Look, we're just sandbagging, all right? Just a bit of sandbagging. You know how the YouTube game goes. It's going to be a little last to question mark challenge in the video, really. So, yeah, just sandbagging, easing it in as well, because quite a few of us, me included, haven't done a 24-hour race before, so just want to get our feet into it at the start of the race. Obviously, we know some rain's on the way, so we've saved a few of our quicker drivers for later on. But, yeah, honestly, just for the content, just thought we'd start at the back just to give ourselves a challenge.
So you just want the sidemen to think that, they've got something and then pull the rug out from under them.
Exactly. Send your frogs. They're there probably laughing a bit, thinking, okay, you know what, we're quite a few positions ahead. But yeah, little do they know, it was the plan from the start. From the get-go, we were never aiming to go any higher than where we are, P30.
Is the new video just going to be how many laps does it take us to get past in your frogs at the start of the race?
Yeah, potentially, that could be great. That'd be great.
Well, thank you very much, Arav. However, we've got a race starting, so we're going to hand back over to Chaz and get this race underway.
God, has he finally shut up? Here we go, everybody. So, we are ready to start the Buckmore Park 24 hours. I am outrageously unfit, flipping heck. All I was doing was walking around a grid for a bit then, Yusuf, and I'm absolutely out of breath now. But I suppose it's the stairs. I'm going to blame the stairs.
You want to do one of the running starts?
No, I can't run that far. Are you joking? Still, what a great grid. What a fantastic bunch of people, though, yet again, for this event. It's such a highlight of the year here at Buckmore Park, and there's just so many wonderful people on the grid that are just they just embody the event, don't they? They're just so excited for it to get underway now.
I do at one point, hopefully we can have a little wander down pit lane, because I know Quadrant have been talking about their massive, 20 bunk bed RV that they've brought into the paddock.
Right show-offs, aren't they?
I know.
No. To be fair, actually, Steve Brown offered me a room earlier for £100. And I'm actually...
Bargain.
I know, I'm going to take him up on that, to be honest with you. I'm absolutely shattered already. But still, as you can see, all the drivers and the team's ready to go. Clinton Bell with a massive smile on his face over there, as he often does have. Unless you've been naughty and gone outside the track limits and upset his paint.
I think he still smiles while he gives you a black flag.
Oh, he loves it. Oh, he loves a black flag, does Clinton Bell. He does not take any guilt in handing him out, I tell you that. You can see him walking down the middle of the grid there. He's going to take great pleasure in waving the flag as well to get the race underway. Very neatly organised grid as well. The guys here at Buckmore Park have done a fantastic job there. And you can hear them now over the announcements. They're getting all of the drivers prepared. Is this like a penalty shootout there where that driver's foot shouldn't be over the white line or what?
I think we should have that, like start line technology. Yeah, your body moves like a game of slaps. If your hand flinches, that's it. Start from the back of the grid.
We need VAR here on this grid. Still, let's get 24 hours of racing underway, shall we? This is a fantastic example of a Le Mans start as well.
Oh, he's definitely over the line.
Yeah, come on, sunshine. That's not even subtle. But the drivers will sprint over to their karts. The other drivers and their team members are over there basically just holding the cart still. These things don't have clutch pedals, so they will just roll on their own if you let them once they are started. So the drivers are just holding them still for them. As soon as said driver is in, they will let them go. I'm not sure if there's any rules to stop them sort of helping them get in or pushing them, is there?
So I was in driver's briefing and Clinton did say nobody is allowed to push the cart. And I think someone asked, can I kick the cart? And it was like, no. But it does look like we are pretty much ready to get underway. And knowing Clinton, he's going to do one of those kind of stutter, drop the flag starts as well.
I hope he does. That would be so good. He would he'd mug at least 10 of them off, I'm telling you now. I'll have to wait and see. It's just, what a great shot that is, though. Look at all the people in the background ready to film it as well. All here to witness the start of this 24-hour race. Apparently the DAB Motorsport car has just triggered the timing line, actually, and has just started the race. Apparently it's done a 13-hour, 13-minute lap. That's definitely going to get...
we can see it whizzing around on
that's going to get beaten over the course of the day, isn't it? Oh, no, last lap was 6.5 seconds. Flipping heck, I hope they're not that quick
over
there.
That's a lap record, isn't it?
I was going to say, that's by some margin. Here we go, then.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
No one trips, or someone trips, depending on how you look at it.
This is Laura's perfect moment to fall over with that camera now. Here we go.
On your marks.
And off they go. Look at that sprint into the karts and straight in, and DAB Motorsport get a really good getaway there. There was a few of the karts you could see actually ran really wide to the outside. The number 12 machine of Team Rango with Red Mist had a really good initial getaway, but now they've dropped down to 4th place. Look at the field sweeping nearly 4 wide through the first couple of corners there. Very busy start into turn 2, but what a great start by our pole sitters there, Yusuf. They've absolutely streaked away in the opening stages while everyone else jostles for position. 3rd place battle's probably the hottest right now.
Yeah, the damn motorsport driver just jumped straight in, foot right onto the gas pedal, and he was out of there. Everyone now squabbling for second place, which is allowing the leader to pull away. But car 11 is starting to reel in our race leader, and we'll see whether they work together or whether they try to pull through us. We've got a bit of a battle heading down into paddock.
Yeah, that's the Nameless Motorsport entry number 11, and like I said earlier in the grid walk, it is one of the teams that is tipped to be the favourite for this event as well. They've done a purple sector 2 on this lap, of course, as they will do, but they have gone a good couple of tenths faster than everybody else, and into the lead of the race already go Nameless Motorsport. Lovely shot there as they go across the start-finish line. But as I was saying to the teams before, Yusuf, this is the most important hour of the race, really, because it's where the field is at the most bunched up, and it's where you can gain places in the quickest fashion if you have pace over everyone else.
Absolutely. We very often in racing say you cannot win the race in the first corner, but you can lose it. Well, in endurance racing, if you can get a good start, pull away from all of the fighting, you can pull out a massive, massive lead. We're talking about 30 seconds to about a minute. And now with Nameless at the front, in front of XLRK Brewery, we'll see whether they can work together and pull clear, because they are already about a second clear of everyone else.
Yeah, fantastic initial start. That is really, really solid stuff by Nameless. And the Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing team were second on the grid and now remain there as well. Where have Dab Motorsport gone? Because that number 5 has disappeared down our timing for some reason. It is showing them in last place. It's showing them in last place. I'm not sure if that's because it triggered the timing line before the race went, but they are clearly there in second position, right behind them. So we'll have to hope that updates in time, but I'm sure it will. Guys behind the scenes know what they're doing. But a tidy start, actually. We didn't see any spinners, any major contact or anything in the opening moments, so the wonderful people here at Buckmore Park can be confident in knowing that their karts and their new liveries will be safe for the first couple of moments anyway.
For now,
yeah,
anyway.
Touch wood. The knock on the table.
A relatively clean start. We haven't seen any yellow flags, anything like that. Another thing that was mentioned in the driver's briefing was slowing down under yellows.
Yeah.
The way that the race officials view whether you're speeding under yellows is they look at essentially your average lap time in a sector, and then they compare your sector time under yellow flags to that average. If you're going faster, that's a penalty.
Right, I see. So, they as I said before, there's so many elements to a race like this. That is a phrase that you are all going to get sick of me saying over the next 24 hours, but there are loads and loads of angles you can look at a race like this from, and one of the things to think about is penalties in the long run as well. Teams will get penalised if they overdo it on track limits, for example, and obviously if there's contact with other karts and so on. Each incident will get reviewed as it goes on, but you really have to be careful about the tiny details of like individual sectors. Like, we can literally go into those details. People often think wrongly that karting doesn't go into as much detail as larger motorsport like your GT racing or your touring cars, like I mentioned before. That's very much not the case. If anything, you can be more intricate with this sort of racing.
Absolutely. And I was just going to say, Dab Motorsport are back up onto our timing screen, so we can see them in second. As I just want to keep an eye out for Quadrant, because let's not forget, they started at the back of the grid.
Yep.
They, what did Arif say? They were sandbagging in qualifying, right? Last to question mark challenge, so we'll see what that question mark is at the moment. I believe it's currently 29th, so
it's going well.
Well, they get you one place, so not too shabby.
Yeah, 4 minutes in, one place gained. Standard here at the office, that. To be fair, I usually lose a place or two when I'm sim racing, but there we go. Great. There's a gap there in the middle of the pack, actually. I think that's from, it looks like it's about 7th place down to 8th, and that's actually Ditch Finders, who are the leaders at the moment in what's known as the rookie class. We have the 2 different colour differentiators on the left-hand side of your screen. They are the blue number plates for the pro class, and then I believe it's called the rookie class anyway, is the black number plates. And, interestingly enough, at the 6-hour mark, all of the performances of each team that are in either of those classes will be reassessed, and we may see some sort of reassignment of those teams, mightn't we?
Yeah, again, something else that was mentioned in the briefing by Clinton Bell, that if any drivers or any of those rookie teams are looking too quick, we might get to about 6,000, they'll get bumped up to the higher category. You also talked about penalties as well. So the way that the penalties works for this Buckmore 24 hours is if drivers get 3 penalties, whether that is for track limits or whether that is for contact, those 2 are kept separate. Once they hit the magic number 3, they'll be given a penalty. But we also have the magic number of 3 hours. Once you get to 3 hours in the race, your slate is wiped clean and you can start afresh.
It's good to know for the teams that as well. And the thing is, if you're strategic enough about it, you can play to that, can't you? You can
Yes.
get right up to the limit in that time period.
So you say
and then-
that. Someone in the driver's briefing did say, so can I use up all of those penalties in the final 10 minutes? And, well, the answer...
save them up.
Yeah, and the answer was yes. And then Clinton said, watch out for that team because they're going to be killing you all at every 3-hour interval.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, as soon as you know what the time is going to be, it's like the last day of school, isn't it? You've got the last 5 hours. Last
You
5
can't
minutes.
get given a detention if there's, no other day.
Exactly. There's only 5 minutes at the end of each hour. It's just going to go a little bit bonkers, and then it'll all chill out again after that. It's probably going to be the same up here in the commentary box as well, to be fair. Like I say, we've got Kieran and Reeve joining us later on over the course of the day. And we've got the wonderful James Fitzhugh on directing duties as well today, who is very neatly placed to my left so we can make intense eye contact for 24 hours. It's going to be fantastic. We've got fastest lap of the race from the 4th place team at the moment. The only way is Brentwood. I can guarantee you that it's definitely not. But it's 49.062 at the minute. Nobody breaking into the 48s, but we all know that that's going to tumble very quickly, don't we?
Absolutely, as the track continues to dry. Don't forget it was wet earlier on today, so while some of that moisture in the tarmac has been dispersed, we do still need to wait for a bit more rubber to be laid down. The track will get quick, and sometimes, actually quite often, we see the track getting quicker once we get into the evening hours and the temperatures drop down a little bit. It is, though, the first time someone other than the top two have set a fast lap of the race, with Nameless and Dab Motorsport now 2 seconds clear of the rest of our pro teams, if you would like to say. 2 seconds now between the top two and the rest, and those top two look to be working together. Dab Motorsport not looking to do anything crazy. They know it's a long race. Just work with Nameless and try to pull away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, that's the thing. In a long race like this, you have to sometimes think about the bigger picture. I mean, you've seen it a lot, Yusuf, in karting. There's often the signal of just tapping the helmet to say to people, look, don't try and overtake me. Let's work together to catch the kart in front. Slipstream is important in karting. They're very small little machines. You can bump draft each other in the odd bit. There's not too many huge straights here at Buckmore to do that, but you may as well just take the advantage while you've got it and push to try and work together. And that's the thing. You will see some of the teams here. Some of them, I think, as well, the teams, a lot of them, they know each other by now. We've got a lot of repeat returnees here at the event, so they'll know who they want to work with in the long run, and they'll catch up to them. Obviously, they've got the number plates on the back of the kart as well. They'll know who their sort of friends are, and maybe even rivals within the paddock. So they'll try and work together as it goes on. Another fastest lap there, actually, by Rango with Red Mist now. So 6th place has the fastest lap of the race, and there's only 3.5 seconds between the top 6. It's not spread out as much as I thought it was going to in the first couple of minutes here, because we knew that there are some rapid teams with unbelievably rapid drivers that they're just that extra 0.5% above some of the quickest guys in the field, and they send them out early to get that initial stint done, but they've not managed to get away with it yet. So we've got a few groups forming.
Well, as you said, this opening stint is probably one of the most, if not the most important part of the race, so you want to send out your best drivers, and that's why we saw it so closely in qualifying, those 7 tenths separating the entire field, and that's likely to be
ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah, we're probably going to be seeing the same drivers that were out in qualifying in the race, or at least drivers from the upper end of every team, which is what keeps it close. But soon we're going to be getting to that point where we start to see karts being lapped, so we can already see Belly Boys racing down in 30th place, 40 seconds off the leaders, which means Nameless are going to be catching up to them in a few minutes' time and starting to put some laps. And that's really when we'll see our field starting to disperse, and we'll start to see those gaps coming through. And then it comes down to, well, it's not just about how quick you are, it's not about how consistent you are, but how well can you navigate through the lapped karts.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing to remember as well with karting is that, one, these machines are wider at the back than they're at the front. And they don't have mirrors. A lot of the time, if you've ever been rental karting, for example, or corporate karting as they call it, you'll know that you can't look behind you. You've just got to assume sometimes that someone's going to send it and go down the inside. This is a lot wider than a lot of circuits that people may have been to this place. It's a fantastic professional facility as Buckmore Park, but even then, you could get an absolute send or a dive bomb down the inside when you are least expecting it, and you have to be careful. And obviously ready for it almost all the time, but when you're just focusing on your own lines and your own race, it's so hard to get your head around that, isn't it?
And one of the great things about Buckmore, or the terrible things about Buckmore, depending on how you look at it, is when you go for an overtake, it's actually quite easy for the driver on the outside to hold on to the position, hang it around the outside, or go for a switchback. And while I say it's a horrible thing, as a driver, sometimes I think that when I'm trying to go for an overtake. But as a spectator, it means you get to see some really, really good racing. And we're now seeing Accelerate Kent Brewery starting to close in onto Dab Motorsport. So that gap is now well under 2 seconds, 1.5 seconds. And I think Accelerate Kent are dragging this whole cart of pro karts all the way down to 7th with Burrow 11 and dragging them up towards our leading duo.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's involuntarily working together at certain points, isn't it? When you don't want a certain team to go with you, if you see them as a threat, or you think, oh, they're going to be quicker than us, sometimes you can just unknowingly drag them towards your competitors that you're trying to chase down. But a fantastic opening stint already here. As you see, the circuit is full of karts and is very, very busy. And we will get to a point of the race, won't we, Yusuf, where we've got this sort of mid-snake in the middle of the pack at the moment, where it's a bit closer together. But at some point, there will just be every single car in the field evenly spaced out, and you won't be able to look anywhere without seeing at least 4 or 5 karts in your view.
Yeah, and for us, there's so many different battles we can keep our eyes on, but it's really entertaining as well, just as a team, because you're trying to work out all of the drivers you battle with, and as the gaps start to expand, you get 6-7 hours into the race, and you start to think, okay, who are we actually battling with? And okay, this car is a minute up the road, so over this stint of 60 laps, if we can gain 0.2 every lap, we can gain, I don't know, my maths is terrible right now, but we can gain about 15 seconds.
You're a teacher.
I know. So quick maths was never my speciality.
You've got no excuse, son.
I picked some terrible numbers.
Then again, you're a good driver, and there's a reason I'm a commentator, and it's that I'm not a good driver. So you've got that on me, at least.
Well, are you saying I'm not a good commentator, Shaz?
Of course you are.
Okay, thank you.
Of course you are, darling. We've got Rango with Red Mist. It's already started. Rango with Red Mist 5th at the moment, still with that fastest lap. And the thing is, I think as the race goes on, that's just going to be down to pure bragging rights in the end, isn't it? Like the guys were saying, they've all got such a level mindset about it, about how they're going to approach the race. I was hoping that some of them were going to be saying, yeah, we're just going to send it in the first hour, wait till the end and then send it again. But they were like, no, we're going to be really controlled and really calm, cool, collected, and we're not going to overdo it. It's a long race, it's fine. I was like, someone just say they're going to send it.
Yeah.
But, everyone's playing it safe in this opening stint, which is what you'd expect them to do. I think because the event's been run that many times now, this is the fourth. Is it because of 20? Yes, this is the 5th.
It's been running since 2019, but we missed that year in 21 or 2020.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, because me and Anthony Jordan were here filming, driving, and he made an idiot of me, and I'm glad that never went on air. I had like half a lap head start, and he still beat me. It was awful. But
I need to message Anthony and get that footage.
Please don't. He would have way too much pleasure in showing you. But the thing is, because the event has been run a number of times now, the teams know how it works. They know how some of the returnees will approach the race. They know certain drivers' names, who to keep an eye on. It's something where everyone's getting wise to it now. There's still new teams as well to the grid, which is great to see. So, they may not have the experience, and that might throw a bit of a sort of a wild card element into this, won't it?
I'm just keeping an eye on this battle for first place, because Accelerate Kent are definitely closing in. That gap is now 1.5 seconds, and I'm starting to think if Nameless and Dab Motorsport have maybe got a bit complacent and just they've got into their rhythm and they're thinking, right, let's just keep putting in these laps, and Accelerate have been pushing themselves. They found that extra 2/10 lap and starting to reel in those leading two, as there is our number 11 kart of Nameless. What do we call them? Nameless Racing? No, Nameless Motorsport. It says there as well.
Well, fantastic opening stint. Like I say, there's a great battle going on there just towards Garda as they were going up towards the hairpin there. I was just trying to keep my eye on who that was. It's mighty close together. It's the Spicy Boys in kart 19 with a big bunch of them behind. And there's just this humongous train of karts together. Is that what they call a collective of karts? Is it called a train?
Train? I think we tend to say a train of karts.
Yeah.
Gaggle of karts.
A gaggle. I like that. I prefer a gaggle. But yeah, it's so close together throughout all of that midfield at the moment. And it's not even like it's a cork in the bottle scenario, is it? Because sometimes, as we've mentioned, you will happily sit behind the kart in front and just sort of follow the pace of what they're doing. I mean, I'm not sure about you, but often I've not got any real world racing experience, but whenever I've been sim racing, for example, which is where I started my career, I always find it so much easier to follow somebody than be the one just chasing pure numbers and have no target in front of me, no physical target.
Yeah, it's one of those kind of psychological aspects, and you see it in all forms of racing, whether it's sim racing, car racing, karting. If you've got someone in front of you that you can chase down, there's a bit of an incident, and I think the number 10 was trying to allow the 18 back through.
That almost looked to me like he was holding his hand up to say, what are you doing? Oh? No, he's put his hand up a bit.
Yellow flag, potentially,
Yeah.
heading down into Syme Sweet, and that yellow flag is going to allow third place to really close in onto the top two, because the top two want to make sure they don't, go too fast under the yellows, but everyone behind is just going to go that little bit quicker to close in.
Yeah, they've got a visual reference, like I say, of what pace everyone's doing in front. They might try and sort of eke it out a little bit more. There's, by the look of it, there's one of the staff carts was behind the barrier there, waiting to sort of poke out onto the circuit. So I'm not quite sure where the stranded cart is, if there is one down there.
You know what? It's a little bit like when you're on the motorway in an average speed zone, and you see someone in front of you on the average speed, and you slowly creep up to them.
Yeah. I was doing that this morning on the way down there, to be honest with you.
And there is the Accelerate kart closing in. I believe it's Rory O'Regan, who is the driver for the Nameless Motorsport kart at the front of the field. So we have found a name for him.
Fantastic. Well, we've got the top three separated by less than a second at the moment, all completely nose to tail on screen here. And actually, to be fair, I mean, look at all this lot right together. This is first down to sixth place, and they are breaking away from the field in such a beautiful formation at the moment. It's snake of karts, and it's still the number 11 in the lead. You can see a little glance over the shoulder there from the driver of the number 5 machine, the DAB Motorsport kart. Just checking, because, again, they don't have mirrors on these things, so you do have to physically sort of move your whole body to have a look behind you. It will often be a quick glance, usually mid-corner as well, because that's the perfect opportunity to do it. There's a move down the inside there, actually, by the EKS All-Stars machine, and through he goes. And you could see the hand signal there. He was pointing forward to say, right, stick with these guys. Like, don't return the favour, but that's a cheeky way of sort of saying, don't try a cutback on me.
You're not good enough, stick behind me.
Now I've overtaken you, just follow me. I'll show you.
I believe that's Luke Battersby for the EKS All-Stars, who is now up into 5th position. So Rango with Red Mist will drop down, and they're actually starting to fall back a bit. But this is now the perfect opportunity for DAB Motorsport to go for an overtake, because before it was the top two big gap, they needed to work together. But now that the whole field's caught up, there's nothing to stop DAB Motorsport going for that overtake. You may as well just go for it and see if you can try to break away from the rest of the group.
Yeah, that's the thing. You need to just, at the end of the day, if you're at the front of the group, you don't really need to worry about what's going on behind you. You've just got to push and focus forward. If one of those drivers wants to try and break through and then try and make an overtake and sort of slow the whole group down, so be it. It's a 24-hour race. You're only, not even 20 minutes in now, 18 minutes in. You've just got to take it as it comes with moves like that early on. It's only really in the later stages of the race when you know where people are in terms of their servicing and where
EKS
they are.
All-Stars going for a move up the inside, I think.
Yeah, into Garda. Big send on the only way is Brentwood. I'm sorry if I offended anybody from Brentwood earlier by saying it's definitely not the way, but I stand by my point. 4th place at the moment in kart 13. It's unlucky for some, I suppose. But the number 10 machine, out of all of these so far, in just the last couple of laps, has proven itself to be the car, like you say, Luke Battersby behind the wheel, wanting to be the one to push forward. There is the move for the lead, actually. Comes at turn 2. And DAB Motorsport, well, sending it down the inside. A little bit of contact on the way through, but that is more than likely. You can see the number 4 there, actually, as well, from the Accelerate Kent Brewery racing machine. They just moved slightly to the side to ensure that he definitely saw the hand signal on the right to say, look, just focus on what they're doing. Don't go for a move. Just keep your eye on it and sit behind me. And this is so close. But returning the favour now, the Nameless crew just sending it back down the inside. That causes a little bit of a check-up now, and DAB Motorsport backed into the Accelerate Brewery team. Then the only way is Brentford going down the inside. Side by side across the start-finish they go once again. You can see the EKS guys as well, barging this way and that way. Well, moving in a straight line is definitely not kosher. But the number 12 machine now, Rango with Red Mist going back through, still side by side for 3rd place. There's that momentum around the outside you mentioned. This is going really well for the number 12 machine now. 2 places gained out of all the argy-bargy that's going on, but now on the outside line through the hairpin. They're all really keeping an eye on each other, but still side by side as they head back down the hill once more. They're not giving this up. But the EKS machine really pushing through there. Definitely the feistiest of the bunch at this moment. Fantastic racing. This is what you're on about, wasn't it, Yusuf?
Yeah.
They can remain side by side for so long and just carry such great momentum. But look, it's not broken the pack up at all, really.
Exactly, and that's the thing that the drivers at the back of the pack have to realise. We can only battle when the top guys are battling.
Yeah.
If they stop battling, we have to stop battling.
You have to reflect the behaviour of those in front, don't you?
And it was absolutely incredible because when they came over the line last time around, your top 6 was separated by half a second. You'd think that this was a 15-minute sprint race.
You would. You absolutely would, yeah. That timer at the top of your screen is definitely not incorrect, everybody. There is still 23 hours and 39 minutes of this race left, but they're treating it like there's 23 thousandths of the race left. I tell you what.
Maybe they think it's 23 hours have passed.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. They're thinking, oh, last half hour, let's send it. It might feel like it, though, if they've had a long enough morning of practice and qualifying. I mean, you've been out there. But this is just great racing from the top 6 already, you know, fantastic. So don't forget, this is just in the pro class as well. We have 2 classes over the course of this event. We've got the Ditch Finders currently leading the way at the moment. They've just done their best lap of the race as well, a 49.424 in the number 25 kart, currently in 8th position. They've got 1 kart between themselves and the Sporting Club as well, who are currently rounding out the top 10. That's the difference. You see the left-hand side, the blue karts in the pro class, and then the black number boards are the rookie class, and still more chopping and changing here, Yusuf, between these teams at the front.
Rory O'Regan a little bit late covering off the number 5, and that's now allowing Tom Langford to get involved, but he can't quite pull his way up the inside going into the S's as now they head down into the Syme sweep. They all take relatively similar lines, but I'm noticing a few of them go a little bit deeper into the right hand and take a slightly tighter line through the left, so not really sure if that's working out for them, but clearly they're still doing it, so yeah, it's working out for them.
I suppose it's one of those things, you know, you don't really get a live delta from the machine or anything, do you? You know, we've not got the most high-tech steering wheels in the world here, so they just have to, you just got to try it. At the end of the day, when you're out there, you've just got to give it a send and do what you can at every single opportunity. You know, sometimes taking a later apex might work better. Oh, there's a kart stop there. I thought that was the number 10 for a second there. They've got the green suit. It's the number 19 machine. It's just got back up to pace after a little bit of a spin further down the order.
But Nameless continuing to lead. A 10th clear.
Sorry, mate, I was just going to confirm that was the Spicy Boys. They've lost about 8 positions due to that, so I'm not sure if that was contact with somebody else or a spin on their own. It's easy to overdo it down the hill, isn't it?
It is very easy, especially earlier on when it was damp, but it's one of those very tricky corners because it's completely flat. As there goes EKS, I think, going for a move up the inside. They've made it work a little bit wide, and contact with, which car? That was Rango with the red mist.
Yeah, Rango pushed really wide there. That's the thing, though, I suppose. You can have the confidence to send it down the inside, but if the other kart doesn't know you're coming and they still want to try and turn in, the resulting effect is that you're both going to run wide if they sort of turn into that rear quarter. And now we've got 2 trios, essentially, so you've got to hope that EKS are going to push hard enough now to bridge that gap again. The number 4 machine, Accelerate Kent Brewery. Oh, hello, that's the number 28 machine around. That's slick and tired, and they will be tired of that one, to be fair. But they get back underway again. It's pleasing me at the moment, though, that kart 28 is in 28th place. Not because it's a bad result for them, but just because it matches up. I'm going to be keeping my eye on that over the whole day. James, stop laughing at me.
Let's keep an eye on the lap times because EKS All-Stars have really closed into the top 3. I think this might potentially be a new fast lap of the race, and right now for EKS, they are slowly going through, but it's a little bit, maybe for our medieval fans, a bit like a crossbow, right? You go for one overtake, you fire that one ball, now you've got about 10 minutes to reload before you can go for another overtake.
Yusuf, what? Oh, medieval fans. Just in case you are watching this in 1662 and you've got it on +1, that's for you, that one. Alpha Live +1. We're going to have to set up a second YouTube channel for it. Still, what brilliant racing. I mean, there's no other way to assess it. There's just brilliant racing at the front of the field. There's number 2 machine sending it down the inside of the 18. Nice space left on the inside there. That's TRX Motorsport Elite making a move on, did I say the 18? Yes, that's the TRX Motorsport Academy teams. That's actually lapped traffic at this point there. Just very fortunate that we caught the 2 teams that are sort of sister teams to one another going past. They've actually got Elite Discos behind them. Another move there, actually. That was the 14 machine going down the inside. Look at how closely all these guys are fighting now down the hill. EKS up into 3rd place right now. It's hard to pick out who's who in all of this lot because they're so close together. This is where they are going to start getting lost through traffic, isn't it?
Yeah. But wait until our leading sextet catch up to that big blob of karts that you mentioned that's currently making their way through Ghana. So they're about half a lap ahead of this group currently, as we are watching the number 16 make its way through the opening couple of corners. Elite Discos, which is running P4 in the rookie class.
one of the best things about the timing screen that we get here from the beautiful people at Alpha Live is the fact that we have this tiny little blue line that moves across the name of the teams. I'm not sure if you can all see that at home if you're watching the live timing. It shows you a rough estimate of whereabouts around the lap they are, so you get an idea of which teams are close together and which are not. And I can say that the Burrow 11 NFS team that we spoke to earlier on are very much on their own at the moment in a bit of no man's land in 7th position. They've got about 6 seconds to the actually 7 seconds to the kart in front, and then 10 seconds to the kart behind as well. But to be fair, Yusuf, when you're on a stint, that can do you a lot of good because you've got nobody to worry about sending it down the inside of. All you've got to think about is maybe a bit of lap traffic here and there, but you can just run your own race then and not be in a really intense battle and have to dive out of the way. The
lead us.
They're having a bit of a wiggle and ooh, side by side.
Oh, Langford's gone a little bit wide for Accelerate Ken Brewery, and they're 3 abreast.
Yeah, there was a big hit there down the inside. I think EKS it was sending it into the left-hander, and there was a massive bit of contact. They all rattle off each other. 3 wide again into turn 1. Yeah, the EKS machine's gone through to the front, but the tiny tap there with the DAB Motorsport crew has put them back in front. Now into turn 2, the 21 machine saying, I'm not having any part of this, thank you.
Smart decision.
They nearly ended up on the A2 then for a minute. Flipping out, they had to pay to get back in. But wow, I tell you what, great avoidance of all of this lot. And still, they end up really close together out of all of that. It's just fantastic persistence from all of these teams.
These 6 have been separated by no more than 2 seconds throughout the entire race. And yes, we've seen some cards dropping a little bit down the order and then moving back up through the field as well. But all of this battling, it might allow Burrow 11 NFS to close in as well. And I think that is the number 8 car. So Burrow have really closed in. So these 6 battling, our sextet is going to turn into a septet very soon. And after that, I have no idea what you call a group.
Octet.
Yeah,
just sounds stupid, so we're not going to call it that.
What about 9? Is that a nonnet?
Reeves shaking his head in disgust. I don't.
We'll let chat figure it out, and we'll keep our eyes on this battle. But
no, stuff chat. I want to figure it out. I'm trying to think now. What would it be? Oh, I'm not. Yeah, Reeves googling it. We've got Reeve Taylor here in the commentary box as well. Bless him. He's having a look for us.
A bit wide there for the number 5. That's going to allow EKS to go up the inside.
Oh, yeah, look, there's a race going on. 5 and 10 side by side through Garda once again. DAB Motorsport have the inside line for the left-hander after that. And EKS are now under pressure again. And that's the thing with karting. He didn't know the Nameless team was on his right-hand side there as they came out of the corner. And that has compromised them. You can see him put his hand up in the air as if to say, what is he doing? But you can't expect him to see him there, Sunshine. He's not got mirrors. You haven't either. But wow, they just are using every inch of this circuit to try and get one over on each other. And still, they're all glued together, just over a second, technically, separating all of these lot.
It's one of the greatest mysteries of racing is that racing drivers will pay to go to a race, but then get upset when people try to race with them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's you know what? That's one of the best points I've ever heard. That is the paradox of racing. It's like, I want to do well, but you're not allowed to go past me. Well, what do you expect me to do? Because I want to do well as well.
Yeah.
Everyone's trying to be in the same space, and then they get annoyed when other people are trying to take said space. So, it is what it is. But that's the that's caught me off guard, that Yusuf. I'm so sorry. Fantastic point. But you were right, though. The Burrow 11 NFS team have really been gaining ground, actually. The gap was about 8 seconds earlier on. It's now 6.4. So they've, over the last lap, they've lost a little bit, actually, to be fair. But, again, they have traffic of their own to deal with, don't they, in this long run?
And the ditch finders have been getting reeled in, as we can see Quadrant, who are clapping. So I'm guessing one of their... Oh, there's a Quadrant cart. And they can see themselves on the TV screen as well. So oh no, they're back down to 30th.
Oh dear. Well, they're still celebrating 30th, so hats off to them. They're embodying.
They're sandbagging, right?
Of course.
Yeah. Do you know how late can they wait before starting? Because otherwise it's too easy.
Well, yeah. They're going to wait till the 6-hour mark has passed, and then they can really show the pace and remain in the rookie.
Because otherwise they go up. Yeah, smart. They know what they're doing.
Long-term strats. That's what that is. I can confirm, by the way, from our correspondent Reeve, that he has let us know that it's called an octet and a nonad. Can I say that on stream?
Nonad. Nonad?
Sorry, James. This is getting demonetised now. I do apologise, but it's called a nonad. No, it's not. I swear, Reeve's winding us up. We've had a track limit warning. Naughty, MPMC, the first team to get that. Someone note that down and remind them of it for the next 23.5 hours. They are the first
2.5 hours. Because it gets reset every 3 hours, doesn't it, Chaz?
Oh, yeah, but they were still the first.
Oh, yeah, true. Yeah.
They were still the first ones to disregard the white lines. Driver ready to go there. And this is the thing as well that we're going to see over the course of the race. For anyone that doesn't know what that is, that's a seat insert for if you're below 5 foot.
But he was wearing motorbike gloves, which I don't think I can approve of.
Oh, no. I mean, he jumped on top of it like it was a motorbike, to be fair, when he got in. Number 28 heading out of the pits. That seems like an early stop. But
it is.
Is it potentially strategic to get out of a bit of traffic? Because you're only going to find traffic another sort of 100 metres later, aren't you? So that's the slick and tired team, so clearly he was tired.
Very tired. It was actually a relatively slick pit stop by the looks of it, so we got both in.
We're good at this.
Oh dear. But, no, I was going to... No, you've got me off guard. I was going to say, the carts can go about 2 hours before they run out of fuel. Maybe a little bit longer, but it's up in the air. You don't want to risk it because you can't clearly see where the fuel level is. So
yeah,
when everyone comes into the pits at 2 hours, there's a massive queue and you can lose a huge amount of time. So one of the things you can do as a team is you can desync from everyone else. So you can pit a little bit earlier. Personally, I'd say you want to pit about 20 minutes before 2 hours, because then if you go just over 2 hours with every stint, you can still do the minimum number of pit stops. Whereas if you pit this early, I think over the course of the race, you'll probably have to do one more pit stop than everyone else.
Yeah, absolutely. You need to be just... It's so difficult because there's so many teams out there, so many drivers contributing to said team as well. So many of them want to get across their own ideas of what they do with the strategy itself, you know, and how they portray it, and obviously try and keep it secret from other teams. You want to be that team that comes up with the bright idea that no one else is doing.
Yes.
But with so many people involved in every team and so many of them in the race, it's
Who
very
have
unlikely.
done so many of the races as well over the years.
It's going to be so difficult for you to stand out, isn't it?
Absolutely. Now, I do have a question. As the number 2 and number 9 are looking very feisty heading down into Ghana, they've got a huge train behind them. This is the battle for P12, TRX Motorsport Elite, clambering their way up the order, battling with Loughborough Legends and Neil. And my question, actually, as they get a contact warning as well as they come over the line, but the Loughborough Legends up to the front of this group. Neil, do we reckon...
Was it Neil?
Was it Neil? Number 1. Number 2, is Neil just not from Loughborough, or is he just not a legend?
Well, if he made contact first and he was the first person to get the warning, then he's a legend now, Neil.
Yes.
Well done. Oh, Nameless Motorsport now as well, getting a contact warning. You need to be careful of it, though, and that's the thing. It's all individually judged, because we know that there will be contact in this sort of race. Like we said before, you know, the karts themselves, you can't see who's behind you. If someone's going to send a move down the inside, there will be contact. That's just how it is. But it's the nature in which the contact comes about. The BN Racing team are now getting a contact warning as well. Kart number 26. They're currently running in 15th place outright. They are right with the Science Sealed Delivered team, which is one of the most fantastic puns on the entire grid. And in comes the Quadrant Machine, kart number 30. I think, was it Mia behind? Sorry, was it Rhea Bush behind the wheel in the first
But they're not
stint?
filling up. So they're just getting a driver change done,
Just a
which
driver
is
change out of the way. Yeah. But again, you've got to be strategic with it, who goes in the kart and when. And I mean, you said that the fuel tanks on these will last about 2 hours. I don't think my hands or my wrists could last 2 hours. I mean, I've done a significant amount of karting less than you, Yusuf. But I swear to God, I could not do 2 hours straight. I don't think I'd see an entire fuel tank's worth.
And Buckmore's quite a physical circuit
as
well.
Yeah.
So
very
it's,
high-speed circuit.
It comes down just to how you use the steering wheel. A lot of drivers sometimes they
I tend to
grip
turn
the
it left and right.
Yeah, I go up and down. Yeah.
See, there's your mistake, mate. What you've got to do is push it really hard and it goes quicker.
Oh, it's like, you know how Mercedes had that weird... You know how they changed the toe on their steering wheels?
It was on the Sodi RT10 first before the Mercedes F1 Cup.
Okay.
Reeve agrees because he was the one that designed it.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're getting off topic here. Dad Motorsport leading. Look at that. Last time they crossed the line, less than 1/10 of a second.
That's brilliant. We've got a few more karts coming into the pits. I don't think we'll see any of our top 6, 7.
Is that the quadrant kart again?
They're back. I think they forgot to come in the pits and fill up, and they went straight to the driver change and missed the fuel Bowser.
Oh, no.
That's embarrassing.
Oh, dear me. Rhea is out of the kart and giving a quick debrief. We'll see who gets in next. They've got a great list of drivers to choose from, actually, as well. They've got 8 drivers sharing the kart over the course of the race. Like I said earlier, some of the teams have more drivers than others. The most drivers in one team is actually BN Racing, who have 9 drivers over the course of this. So half of them aren't even going to get a chance to drive, to be honest with you. They're not really going to have very long stints over the course of the run. But still, look at this lot here. This is the group at the front of the field. 3 wide through the left-hander. They're really close together. You can see them all just eyeing each other up, saying, "Go on, I dare you." And the quadrant kart comes out right in front of them. There's 2 of the rookie class karts there, but it is the EKS All-Stars team leading the way. That's not your team by any chance, is it?
It is my team as well.
Thrown his arms up in the air.
He got a contact warning for it as well.
And you're not even in the kart yet.
I'm not yet. Oh, you don't want to see what happens when I get in the kart.
Well, we'll see you above everybody else because you're about 9'6". But we've got EKS All-Stars leading the way. Nameless in second, Dab Motorsport in third. I'm really sorry, everybody, if you think I'm not a serious commentator at this point, but I love my job. Rango Red Mist in fourth with Accelerate Brewery, and then the only way is Brentford behind them. Borough NFS are still 6 seconds off the back of these, so in the long run, they've not actually gained anything, have they, in the traffic?
No, that gap's come down by maybe a tiny bit, but it is, as you said, remained relatively constant as the quadrant car gets well out of the way of our leading 6. So the question becomes, do we see our leading pro drivers start to battle, or do they try to pull away? We've essentially changed the cast at the front of the field. So it's a case of, okay, let's work together. Let's see what happens for 5 minutes, and then we'll start battling. Not the case for Rango with Red Mist. Red Mist kicks in, up the inside of Dab Motorsport, who then say, absolutely not, Sonny Jim. We're going back up the inside of you into hairpin 2. They retake the position, although Dab Motorsport do get a contact warning in the process.
I did wonder at first whether Dab Motorsport was just a fun name, but actually one of the drivers is Sean Dabbin. So I'm wondering whether it's down to just his name, and whether he wants to be really selfish, or whether they were going to dab every time they overtook somebody. But
if we see them in the pit lane and we get the camera on them and they don't dab, I think they get a black flag. I think that's fair.
Not going to disagree. I was trying to think of a different sort of penalty, but there's not really a lot that we can get Clinton to do. Just get Clinton to go down there and hit him with a flag or something. EKS All-Stars leading the way still with a marginal gap. It is so tiny, because this is the thing though, this could get frustrating for these teams at the front, because they're doing all of this hard work, they're swapping positions a lot, but they're not gaining a massive amount or breaking away. But I suppose, I mean, if you know karting as well as these teams do, I suppose you know that's just part of the game.
Yeah. You know what
I contradicted myself really well there, didn't I?
You know what could be big brain? If you sit behind a kart and you do a bit of lifting coasting.
Yeah.
You could go a little bit longer on that first stint, overcut everyone, do one less pit stop, and you're laughing.
Yeah. I'm going to say this out loud on the stream, that I've just had the first thought cross my mind of the day of something that I could definitely say that would not be broadcastable as a joke.
For God's sake.
So I'm going to write it down on my phone, and I'm going to let everybody know later on.
Okay, perfect.
So, yeah, but we'll talk about longer stints later on when it gets into the night. Black flag for Loughborough. Neil, what have you done? Loughborough Legends and Neil. But it will be Neil. Everyone knows a Neil, and it's always Neil. So
if anyone is here next year and you're wondering why you're seeing Loughborough Legends and not Neil,
yeah,
that's going to be the team name. It won't be Loughborough
Legends sans Neil.
Yeah. Or just Loughborough Legends, but not Neil.
Yeah. Previously of Neil.
Oh, the Slideman.
Oh,
the Slideman is fine. They caught us out.
No, they caught you out.
Yeah.
Don't drag me into this.
I made a slip up, a slide up.
I'll give you that one. That was a good recovery, Yusuf. Nicely done. But yes, the slide men getting a black flag as well. Interesting to see them come in the first hour. I wasn't really expecting that, to be fair. I'm not sure whether that's a bit naive of me or not, but yeah, less than an hour in. I can't believe we're nearly 40 minutes in. Where's that gone? But black flag's already being handed out here. I suppose it's easy to overly push, isn't it, in the first hour? Because like we've been building it up to, you know, it's one of the liveliest hours of the race when the field is close together. You're doing as many overtaking manoeuvres as you can, and it's very easy to just overdo it, get a bit overzealous, isn't it?
No, I think they had only had one contact warning, both Loughborough Legends, and I don't think Slideman had any, so I think that is a case of a takeout. So I think they've hit someone, caused them to go wide and lose a couple of positions, so I think that's where that black flag has come from, and it's why it's so important just to be very cautious and not risk anything, because you could gain 1/10, 2/10 a lap if you're pushing really hard. You get a black flag, all of that hard work's down the drain. So it's about balancing how hard you want to push against the risk that comes with it.
Yeah, definitely. You have to balance it. And it's hard when you're behind the wheel to think about doing that, because you just want to go as fast as you can all the time. But you do have to sort of come out of it. Oh, hello, sunshine.
That's a battle for the rookie class.
Yeah, I was going to say, the Sporting Club and Ditch Finders side by side for just a moment.
and there was a big bit of contact actually between the two of them. Although no, that's the 23 MPMC kart that's in there, isn't it? Actually, I thought for a moment it was the 25. I do apologise, but it's the that's the 20 and the 23, not the 22 and 25. I was a few digits off. It's fine, but still, these guys really close together. EKS have been demoted from the first couple of spots now, down to third. That was the number 7 machine, the slide men, coming into the pit lane to serve that black flag penalty. Do they just come in and they just get a telling off, don't they, basically?
They do get held for 20 seconds in the pit lane, so they lose a lot of time with a black flag, but as you mentioned, DAP Motorsports have retaken the lead. We'll try to keep an eye out as well for the Sporting Club and Ditch Finders, who are separated by only a couple of hundredths, really, if even that. As we start a new lap, having a look at the number 1 car, Team ARD, who I think are trying to fight their way back up the order, currently down in P15, but we're back to half a second separating our top 5.
Amazing battle, absolutely amazing battle, and there goes another fastest lap actually. Oh no, it just came up purple on its own for some reason, and then it's just reverted. The 48.897 by Team Rango with Red Mist was set earlier on, but for some reason it just lit up purple on the timing and then it's gone back black. My apologies. But that top 6 actually is just remarkably close. And this is the thing, it's not changed at all. It's just the order has been shuffled around a lot. I think they've done, to be fair to them, a great job to not really break up that fight in this stage. You know, it shows you how well they're playing the game, and you know, they're just keeping their head in the situation, aren't they? As we look now at the rookie class lead, the Sporting Club and Ditch Finders. Ditch Finders were the early leaders in the class, but again, this just looks like they're happy to sit there at the moment. They know that maybe they've got the initial pace on us at this point. We may have a faster driver lined up for later on. You never know if another team's got that sort of ace in their back pocket or anything, do you?
Yeah, and well, again, they're in a similar situation as our overall race leaders. Do they work together, or do they just try to take the lead and pull away? Just looking at lap times, their last laps identical, 49.6 is fastest laps, only a 10.5 separating them, as we get a very nice scenic shot of one of the drivers. That is right outside race control, I believe.
Absolutely is. Fantastic shots from everyone around here at Alpha Live. They do a wonderful job of these broadcasts. Worked with them a few times recently. Love you too, James. And they have been fantastic. They're always just good fun to work with. That's the thing, you know. And I'm not saying that just because they're paying me, but it's just a really, really good laugh. And we're having a lot of fun. That's what these events are all about. You know, the teams were embodying that earlier on, weren't they, Yusuf? And you know, we'll do our jobs up here at the same time, informing everybody and entertaining. But we're going to have fun as well.
You know, you say the teams are having lots of fun. I agree with that. As now we do have a new fast lap from Team Rango with Red Mist.
They heard me.
But I will say, I think, you know, your top 5, top 6 teams, they probably aren't. They're all just really sweaty. Yeah, serious. Like, what is fun?
Yeah, what is fun? We're here to get a result and nothing else. But no, you know, I mentioned it earlier on the grid. You will see teams and certain drivers, especially those right at the top end of the order, they'll have radio receivers on the helmets. They'll be talking to the teams. When we, you know, go out on, there's a balcony just outside the room that we're producing the broadcast from today, and when you look out on the balcony, and even when we go out there, you'll see the teams with their headsets on. They're constantly talking to each other. Even earlier when I was in the pit lane, I thought there was drivers around just trying to talk to me, or you know, talking to people around them, but then you realise they're stood on their own and it just looks like they're stood talking to themselves because there's somebody up on the balcony giving instructions, or they're talking about what they're going to do in the strategy and what they're going to do over the course of the race. It's just great to see it. But again, it just shows you how important this event is. They take it that seriously, you know, and the teams really don't muck about here. And it's what makes it such a professional event, isn't it? I mean, these squads right now that we have battling for these top 6 positions are some of the finest kart races that you'll see in the country that really know how to wrangle these things. They'll have thousands of laps around here at Buckmore because it is a circuit that you really have to master. And it's what keeps them so close together, 1.6 seconds after 45 minutes of racing.
And I think as well with Buckmore Park, because it is, you know, one of the biggest circuits in the country, no matter what kind of series you race in, you tend to go to Buckmore Park, whether it's the likes of the BUKC Club 100 that I think a lot of our drivers have competed in, or even some of the rental karting championships. You tend to go to Buckmore, and everyone knows this circuit like the back of their hands. Might not be in these particular karts, and let's not forget this is a brand new fleet of karts, but it might be in 4 strokes, it might be in 2 strokes, but they know this layout. They know how the track evolves in the dry and the wet conditions, and they are all incredibly, incredibly good at it. Our top 6 separated by 1.5 seconds. as we get closer and closer to that 1 hour mark. And you spoke as well about drivers having their headsets. I always find it quite...
That guy's really bored. Sorry. That was a massive
which one?
yawn. The guy in the red then.
Okay.
Looked really intense for a second, then when he turned sideways, he was yawning his bag off.
Let's be honest.
Clearly not got a lot
We're going
to
to see
talk about.
lots of yawns from you, I think, in a bit. You're currently on how many hours of sleep, was it?
Officially 8.
8, okay, yep. I can go with that. 8.
Officially 8.
Yeah.
8 hours of sleep. And
So-
not a 4-hour drive down here this morning.
No. So with drivers having their radios, it's quite interesting as well to see how some drivers prefer to get their information. Some drivers like loads of information to be given with them.
Yeah.
Other drivers are a little bit like Kimi Räikkönen and saying, shut up, I know what I am doing. And they just want to
I'd
crack
just
on
turn
with
it
it.
off and wind them up.
Yeah.
Just not communicate back. Oh, well, I suppose
I
if you
sing
leave
to
it
my
on.
drivers sometimes.
Okay, so if you join us again at about 3 a.m. Wait, when are you back
12
on
hours?
later?
I think it's about midnight, isn't it?
Okay, you'll have the midnight hour with Yusuf where he's
Yeah.
going to start serenading you all.
Oh, no, I do it to my drivers. Because they can't do anything. Viewers can. I might get some viewers coming
Actually,
through that
yeah.
door and, you know.
Yeah, we'll get James waving in the corner saying, nope, stop it, the numbers are dropping. The numbers are dropping, boys. Still. Again, it's all part of the fun, everybody. We hope you're enjoying the show so far here on Alpha Live for the Buckmore Park 24 hours here in 2024. Chaz Draycott and Yusuf bin Suhail alongside each other in the commentary box. We'll have Kieran McGinley and Reeve Taylor joining us later on. We're going to be sharing the stints as the day goes on, and we are only just over, well, say only just, it's 45 minutes in, but that has gone by in a flash. We do say that this is the liveliest hour of the race, but, as we say that, there was no karts in shot for a second there, typically. That's just, yeah.
We're getting the commentator curses out of the way as early as possible, right?
We do. Well, the drivers, as you heard, were getting the excuses out of the way before the race had even started earlier on. So
They're taking a leaf out of my book. So I always say the best drivers aren't the quickest ones. It's the ones that have the best excuses.
Yeah, I'm not even good at getting the excuses out of the way before I get in the vehicle. Never mind that. But still, you can see just how, this is one of the best things about it as well, is how close you can get to the circuit here at Buckmore as well. And that's another bonus and benefit of kart racing, isn't it? You know, the circuits are smaller versions of like real world racing circuits in the way they've got curbs, they've got runoff, grass, barriers. They look fantastic. Buckmore in particular is a beautiful circuit, but you can get so close to it as well. And for spectators, it's brilliant, especially with the balcony and the buildings they've got here as well. And it's actually a karting circuit with quite a lot of undulation. You know, there's a hill here, as you see there. It's a large hill on this circuit. Mainly, karting circuits are very flat, aren't they? And just a series of hairpins.
And you get loads of trees as well at turn 1. And yeah, trees are cool, but the weird thing with trees, as I say trees for about the 4th time.
The weird thing with trees,
The
go
weird
on.
thing with trees is they block sunlight.
Do they?
So it makes
Wow.
it really awkward to dry up a circuit.
Yeah,
So,
but again, it's another element to what makes this circuit such a challenge. You know, you could be going around a lap, especially at that top end of the circuit, like I mentioned before. It takes a little bit longer to dry out, especially on a wider line as well, because turn 1, it's such a wide corner, but people will often try and take the same line all the time. Bit of contact there between the 16 and 28. That was a really cheeky little move around the outside there by the 16, the Elite Discos racing machine. That was putting a lap on slick and tired by the look of it. They were in the pits earlier on and had a bit of a spin. We've just had biscuits delivered in front of us. Thank you very much. We're not going to make you listen to them. We're going
I want the bourbons. You can have the custard creams.
Deal.
Okay.
All day. Deal. All day. I'm more than happy with that. It's not even an hour in. I've been presented with biscuits. I love it here. So Nameless have held on to this lead for a bit now. Do you think that potentially with all the battling that was going on earlier, they've realised they needed to settle down slightly?
I don't know. Maybe some of the drivers have thought, right, okay, we're not losing any time relative to the 4 or 5 around us, but we are losing time relative to others.
Yeah.
And now I think we're seeing the only way is Brentwood starting to drop back, right? They were nearly, well, they are a second back from Rango with Red Mist. So I think now that these 5 are starting to work together a bit more and not fighting with each other, we're starting to see some of the other teams, in this case, the only way is Brentwood, just dropping back by that tiny bit. Not a huge amount, but 1/2 a lap is enough. And now you can see that visible gap between Kart 12 and Kart 13 making their way down into the S's.
Yeah, and the Accelerate by Kent Brewery Racing team has actually just overtaken Dab Motorsport on that lap. While I was saying that they were chilling out a little bit. And,
yeah, they're going to start battling
down.
more, aren't they?
Yeah, they're going to start. Again, it's commentators' curses, mate.
Yeah.
But we've got to use the reverse psychology and say, oh, these lot are really tame now. They're not doing anything.
Terrible race.
Yeah.
Nothing will happen at all.
Oh, I don't know. I'm just leaving that there. Sorry, I was trying to wind you up. But no, the top 5 as it is now, although Rango with Red Mist, they have dropped a little bit away. They were, what, 0.5 of a second, half a second as it's known, off the back of those top 4.
Yep.
Not sure if a bit of fatigue comes in after a stint, because, I mean, an hour is still quite a long stint in a kart, really, isn't it, to be honest? You know it better than I do, but I'm quite confident in saying an hour is a long time in these karts.
Weirdly, I've never done a stint over about 40 minutes in a Sodi. And the reason why I bring up Sodis is Sodis are quite unique in the fact that they have the Formula 1 style steering wheel. So I've done long stints. I've done, pretty much 4.5 hours straight in a kart with a circular steering wheel.
Wow.
But I don't know how the physical aspect changes when you have this steering wheel, because you have to hold it in a different place. The way you apply your force, the way you grip it is completely different. Ask me in about 5 hours and I'll let you know.
I was going to say, that's one of the best things about having Yusuf on the team for this weekend, everybody, is that he's actually going to be racing out there in this event. And also in one of the top teams here as well, the EKS All-Stars in kart number 10. So you'll be able to see him poking above all the barriers later on in the race and enjoying himself out there. But also, while we do get to speak to a bunch of drivers from the field, as I'm sure they'll come up into the commentary box over the course of the day, we have Yusuf on hand to give us the most deep and meaningful insights of how the race is going for his team. We also get it from a team's perspective as well, which would be great to see. But also we'll get the intricacies of how these karts behave. As I've made it very abundantly clear by now, I am no racing driver at all. There's a reason I'm a commentator, and I have not a lot of experience. I've driven around Buckmore before, like I say. I love it around here. It's really good fun to lap this place, actually. But you have to be so hot on it in karts, don't you? That's the thing. A lot of people think that it's a very simple form of driving because it's just... it points exactly where it is. There was a kart off there, wasn't there?
I think it was the number 18 that had spun, which is TRX Motorsport Academy. And I guess we know why they're the Academy team and not the Pro team.
No, the thought crossed my mind of saying it, but you actually said it. Fair play. Fair play. But yes.
I'll only say that because I know Miss Amanda Tricker relatively well, so I think I can get away with that.
That's fair. Yeah, and again, another benefit of having Yusuf up here. He's very well acquainted with a lot of these drivers, and they've all seen each other around the circuits of the years and in different karting clubs from all over, and here at Buckmore Park especially. So we get a bit more insight into maybe the sort of mental attitude of certain drivers, how they may behave on circuit, what they're known for, what they're less known for or infamous for, let's say. But that's one of the best things about it. There's so many great characters in each team in this event as well. And that's what makes the racing so interesting, isn't it? You've not just got one driver that's going to be at a consistent pace all the way through the race. There's sometimes only 3 or 4 drivers. Sometimes there's teams with 9 drivers, and the pace differential between each of those drivers can throw up so many variables. And that's the word, isn't it? That's the key word, variables in an endurance race.
And I remember some of the first 24 hours I did with my university team, we had such a huge discrepancy, and when you send out one of your quicker drivers, you just want to essentially say, right, no, we're not going to send out our slow driver. Our quicker driver's just going to stay out and keep going. But obviously you can't do that, and you have to work with what you are given. As for a second, I thought that was an overtake, but Tom Langford is looking quite racy, I think, behind the 11 of Rory O'Regan. I don't know if he's going to go for a move, but I think he's got a little bit more pace. The issue is if he does go for a move, the Nameless car is 100% going to battle him as, oh dear, Nameless Motorsport. Black flag racing under yellows. I think that was the last lap round when we saw that number 18 kart spun at hairpin 1.
Yeah, and as Yusuf rightly pointed out earlier on, they're going to be assessing the sector times over the course of the run as well. So they look at the average. So there as well, the Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing team as well, the top 2 teams both getting, well, we may as well just wait a second, just see if the graphic refreshes with another one, to be honest with you, if they're all going to get it. But that's the thing. You said it earlier, Yusuf, that if a team is following another one in front and they're on the run, with their own pace, they're just going to base their pace off the team they're following.
Yeah.
So if you think, oh, well, they're going that quickly, I'm going to do that as well, you can be just guilty by association in that regard, can't you?
Well, this is a huge weight off the shoulder for DAM Motorsport, EKS All-Stars, and Rango with Red Mist, because now they know we don't have to care about the top 2. They've got to come into the pits to serve that black flag. We just now work together, and this is really important now for these 3. They cannot battle. Yeah. If they battle, they're going to start losing time, and that means Nameless and Accelerate Ken are going to start closing up, and they might be gaining those 3-4 tenths every single lap as DAB Motorsport. They have it as well. So I guess we've gone from a sextet down to a duo.
Yeah, it's just eradicated the top 5, basically. But they can't blame anybody but themselves. I'm going to say that out loud. So Nameless in, Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing in. Dab
another one as well.
Hey, you leave that bias at the front door. But Yusuf's team now, EKS All-Stars, also getting a penalty. So this is, well, it just goes to show, doesn't it? They've all obviously followed each other at a certain pace on a certain part of the circuit.
You know what is quite interesting? It's the team with red mist in their name that hasn't got the black flag.
Give it 5 seconds.
Oh, dear.
We may see a graphic. Oh, that was that was passive-aggressive. I'm a fan of that, number 20. Who was that there? The number 20 team. Signed, sealed and delivered. There was a very great delivery of the hand signal. So we'll go on.
There it is.
I told you, there it is. The penalty for all teams in the top 5 for racing under yellow flags. Guilty by association.
So the only way is Brentwood is now your class leaders. Or your race.
The only... Oh, listen.
Right, hold the fire.
He's going to be going through a lot of emotions right now and just thinking, why did I do that? Just why didn't I slow down? Oh, dear Lord. Oh, dear.
I wish you could all see us, because all I had to do was nod at the screen then, and Yusuf's just put his head in his hands. The only way is Brentwood now getting a penalty as well, so the only way is to drive too quickly through
yellow flag. The funny thing is? The driver for the number 10 car, Luke Battersby, who is the captain, he arranged like this whole group call yesterday, and he said, right, everyone... As we've got Thomas Layton, the team captain from Zesty Drink Racing, right behind us, and they've just got a black.
Delighted.
Takeout as well.
Takeout. Which one? We're going to have to ask him which of his drivers he reckons it is. Oh well, you know who it is. I'm going to act like I got a word of that. I've got a headset on, and I just looked at him, and I couldn't understand a word. But still, this is throwing it up in the air.
Yeah.
This is absolutely throwing it up in the air because now
Borough 11 NFS are leading.
Hey, and I tell you what, that's just through pure consistency because they sat there behind that sextet early on.
Oh, look, and they've rejoined with the 11 car. So.
And I tell you what, that shows you just how well the wonderful people here at Buckmore Park are applying those penalties.
Yeah.
And how tightly knit that is. They've absolutely nailed it there, and that group is still really close together. So it is going to be... Well, is the only way is
the Brentwood car?
No, they've not. No, they've not been in yet. I just wondered if the timing was sort of taking a sec to update, and there it is. It says they're in the pits now with that blue designator on the left-hand side.
So Borough 11 NFS are now leading by about 20 seconds.
Yeah.
We'll see exactly what the order is once they come around. So
still getting a wave at least.
Yeah. At least they've got a little bit of
charisma
left.
Charisma.
But yeah, as I was saying, Luke Battersby, the captain for EKS All-Stars, set up a whole group chat yesterday, call, and said, right, everyone's going to get black flags at the start, so whatever you do, when the yellow flags come out, just slow down, because everyone else will get the black flags. And what's he gone and done? He's got a black flag.
I like that. See, that's what powerful leadership takes you, sir.
Yes.
What you've got to do is run headfirst into battle, and if you've got to take the fall. Take the full feet.
Embodying the do as I say, not as I do.
Yes, absolutely. Do as I say, not as I do. Fantastic stuff. So Borough 11 NFS lead the way now, and the gap is around 19 seconds to Nameless Motorsport. Then it's the Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing team. I will say that right at one point over the broadcast, I promise. Dab Motorsport running in 4th place ahead of EKS All-Stars, and then it's Team Rango with Red Mist. I say that like you can't all read the timing tower. The only way is Brentwood in 7th place. Sporting Club's still leading in the rookie class as well, and they've very handily got the TRX Motorsport Elite team, and now Toby and the Bandits, between themselves and the early leaders, Ditchfinders, as, oh no.
We're back to square one.
I swear this is a wind-up.
If everyone gets a black flag, no one's got a black flag, technically.
No.
As I get a bit of a voice crack as well.
That's
how excited I am.
That actually really hurt my ears.
Did it?
Yusuf.
I'll try it again later.
No.
Imagine that at 2 a.m. in the morning, though.
Our producer just leapt out of his chair. No, not at 2 in the morning. Please. Please. Yeah, we've got some fantastic stints of commentary for you today. I'm doing 2 till 7, and then I believe, is it Kieran taking over from 7? Kieran's taking over your spot from 5 because you've actually got to go and do some racing.
Yes.
And then Reeves in after. Yeah, I'm saying this as if you lot can all see me, and I'm nodding at them and all sorts.
I mean, we do have a camera.
We do have a camera in the commentary box. James, can we say hello to everybody in the commentary box? Are we all going to dab? No, we're not going to dab. Hello,
No.
everyone.
We've got a guest in the background as well.
What we did there was do that really annoying thing where instead of looking at the camera like professionals would, we just looked up at the screen.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, oh, look, I'm on the big screen at the thing. At least they didn't do a kiss cam. That would have been really awkward. Anyway.
Dear.
Borough NFS have burrowed their way into the pit lane. No. Please never say that again, Chaz. But it'll be interesting to see what the gap is now they come back out of the pits again. Because they got a black flag for a different reason. Do you know if there's different time penalties based on what they get the black flag for?
No, it's always 20 seconds stop-go.
I'm going to remind you of that now that Borough are in front of everyone.
What's that?
They're in front of everybody. They've had a penalty as well, and they've still come out in front.
Have they?
You know what I was saying before about...
Oh, no. So it's a black flag for safety. So I think they haven't had their helmet fastened or there's something...
Yeah. So they can just sort it and send them back out instead of a specific time hold. So they've still got the lead. It's just that they've had that lead eaten into by, something like, well, they don't have straps. They don't have seatbelts or anything. It will just be a helmet strap. But that takes a lot of keen eyes to notice in a race.
Well, I wonder what it was. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe there was a loose strap. Maybe there was an issue with the cart. Maybe they had a GoPro that wasn't fastened with a cable. So if there are any members from Borough 11 NFS in the chat, do let us know what you did.
Yes.
That caused that black flag. But we are now in a situation where Borough 11 are leading by just over 2 seconds, which means that we're going to have our group, our sextet or quintet now, catching back up and fighting for the lead once more.
Absolutely. And it's going to... I'm not going to repeat what it was called earlier on, what it was going to be called. Was it called an octet and then a nonet?
A nonad.
A nonad.
Yeah, nonad.
I'm refusing to believe that. It's just fantastic. But yes, it is going to get mighty busy at the front of the field here, and there is another black flag for safety, which is the TRX Motorsport Academy team. At the number 18 machine running in 27th place. We just saw the number 27 kart making its way back out. That was Bandito Delito, another brilliant team name
That is
to add to the list. I really enjoyed that. But look, you could just an example there. I was going on about a point earlier, wasn't I, that everybody expects these karts to be stuck like scale-electric machines to these circuits, and just wherever the front is pointing is where the kart is going. When you're on the power in some of these tighter corners, they are very oversteery. You have to control the way that the kart floats around the corner. You know, you may not be pointing in the exact direction that you're travelling, but if you manage that the right way, it's the quicker way to race the things, isn't it? But you saw it there with the number 8 as they went round turn 1. You've got to flick it in, and they were turning left most of the way around the first 2 corners, which is just great. And when it rains later on, we're going to see a lot more of that. It's going to be brilliant.
The rain is going to be absolutely fantastic. And when you go through some of the higher speed corners as well, you get that little bit of understeer with the front just dragging and bumping around. So you might actually see it if you keep an eye through. I think hairpin 1 tends to happen a lot. You might see the rear end of the kart judder. And the reason why it does that is because karts have a solid rear axle. So for that kart to go around a corner, the rear needs to lift. If it doesn't lift, the back end judders around, because that's the only way it can turn. And you can see that a little bit with those karts. If it judders, that means you're losing speed. So you ideally want to try to get around the corner with as little juddering as possible.
And that's the thing, because, you know, karts are so flat to the circuit, but the tyres are so small, you have to have as much of a contact patch as possible, you know, just get as much grip out of those tyres as you can. And I must admit as well, a little nerdy thing that I picked up on over the course of the day is that all the tyres have coloured tyre writing on them, which really pleases me, because I love a bit of tyre writing on a racing machine. I don't know what it is about it. It just looks that little bit more exciting. But another point to raise as well is how brilliant the karts look as well. They look so tidy, so clean, don't they, out there on circuit. The design, like I said before, complete, you know, full constructive criticism. It's not as flash or as bright as it was previously, but it doesn't have to be flash and bright. They just look really clean. I love the design, and especially when you're out there on the balcony and some of our higher placed cameras, you can see the big Buckmore branding down the left. It looks great. I really love that bit.
The thing that I really like about these karts compared to the previous karts is the previous Sodies at Buckmore Park, the seat was a little bit off-centre.
Yes.
So it's quite weird holding the steering wheel, and when you held it straight, it was pointing from a different direction from where you were going. So that was quite bizarre to me when I was driving it.
Or did they have RT9s?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't even know if the RT9 exists. I'm going to pretend like I know about cars.
Yeah, this might have been the RT9.
Yeah. We don't really do shout-outs, to be honest, but I want to shout out my stepdad, Lawrence, who's just texted me saying, yes, NONAD does exist.
Oh,
He's just confirmed it. Thank you, Lawrence. Much appreciated. I'm also borrowing his car for the weekend, so cheers, Lawrence. I've not written it off yet. We've got borrowing
FS. Being the key term.
I'm not going to repeat myself. Borough NFS leading the way. We've got Nameless still in second place. That gap is coming down now, though, just under 1.3 seconds. We've passed an hour of the race already, Yusuf. Time certainly flies when you're having fun. The weather isn't changing by the look of it. It's not starting raining
don't
yet.
commentate curse this yet.
I'm trying. I'm trying. It will rain and they will enjoy it. It's going to be brilliant when it rains, though, because it's really going to throw the cat amongst the pigeons, especially as it's going to rain at night as well. Not only is racing in the dark difficult, yeah, sure, the circuit's floodlit, you know, it's going to look beautiful, but just the added sort of stress of not being able to see as well in wet conditions is just going to be nuts.
So I got one of the most picturesque shots on my GoPro that I've ever had when I was racing here earlier this year, as that is a bit feisty from some of our cars, but they all sort themselves out. So coming out of the double right-hander of turn 1, there were loads of leaves on the tarmac because it was November, so autumn, all of that. And when the karts would go through that, we'd get the leaves flying everywhere, and it was a beautiful shot and feeling just to drive through those leaves. As Senior Frogs, so the sidemen, not to be confused with the slidemen, have picked up a contact warning. I don't know if that's their first one. I think it might be.
Yeah, I don't think they've had much more before that. The thing is, we're going to have to start keeping tally at some point, just so we know. Well, I suppose we've just got to keep our eye on every third-hour mark and just know when it's coming up and just think, ooh, is that a little bit close to the line there, Sunshine, before they push too hard. But
speaking of pushing, the number 8, Borough 11 NFS, has been caught by Nameless, who is being pushed along by the DAB Motorsport number 5 kart, followed by 4 more karts right behind him. So it is time for the battle for the lead to resume once more. Now, if you're Borough, you want to defend this because you know that this group of karts behind is quicker. So if they get through, they are going to gap you. You want to keep them behind for as long as possible.
The only real caveat to that is that, do they know they're there? That's one of the problems. You've just got to push. I suppose they'll know they're there now, considering that there was just a massive amount of contact up the hill. That's certainly a way to make them alert. And, a little move of the hand there by the driver of the Borough 11 NFS machine. There's, more contact down the inside. I don't think they were quite expecting this many of them to come barging through. That's the EKS All-Stars machine down the inside, and they've been absolutely freight-trained there. But that's one of the things, isn't it, here around this circuit, Yusuf? Once you're put offline slightly here at Buckmore Park, you've got to wait for a certain section of the circuit before you can cut back again and take advantage or just try and recuperate a position.
Yeah, there's a few corners, namely those 2 hairpins, where if someone goes up your inside, a whole train can follow through as the EKS All-Stars to get their curb warning. That is their first, as there is EKS All-Stars trying to get through on the number 5, and DAB Motorsport going defensive heading through Ghana.
TRX Academy in there as well, and the number 18 machine. They don't want to give that one up and get lapped as a little bit close there with the Rango with Red Mist machine as they head up the hill. Got to be really careful not to sort of turn the other car across the front of you, because when these things spin, when they rotate, because of being such a tiny wheelbase and so close to the ground, they just turn completely on their own axis, don't they?
Yep. And I saw a little hand signal as well. So the number 5 was defending, had a look over his shoulder, and the number 10 pointed forward, said, look, I don't want to battle with you. I know that we want to catch up to the number 11 Nameless kart, or Nameless Motorsport kart. So don't worry about me. I'm just going to sit behind. You do your thing.
Yeah, there's a couple of karts just going a lap down at the moment, but that is absolutely fine. It's part of the game. At the end of the day, if you're in the rookie class, you've just got to think about the other teams around you in your class. You don't need to worry so much about being overtaken by any of the pro teams, let's say. I'm sorry, is my laptop in the way?
No, BN Racing, I was just keeping an eye on them. They have caught up to Sporting Club. They've actually got through on Ditch Finder, so we now have just a couple of seconds separating our top 3 in the club, not in the clubman, in the rookie category, as we see the number 11 Nameless kart going up the inside of the 7 to put a lap on the slideman. And the number 8 has now been overtaken by Tom Langford from Accelerate Kent Brewery. And there is the number 7 now with DAB Motorsport right behind them. Oh, sorry, with Nameless right behind them. And a contact warning for the slideman as well. So the number 11 getting held up here by the number 7. That has allowed the number 5 of DAB Motorsport to close in. But how quickly can DAB Motorsport get through? They're trying to pull up alongside, heading up the hill into Cafe. And they are on the inside. So they will get through. And they'll be right on the back of the number 11 Nameless kart.
Yeah, this is the thing. They just got a bit of contact into turn 1 there, turning in. That was, I believe it's actually Chris Bridle that's driving that thing for the slide men. Just trying to turn in and say, there you go, have one of them. He's actually been lapped by these guys now, and it's not often that you see Chris getting overtaken around Buckmore Park, I can tell you that for free. as there is that Arab getting ready to get in. It is for Quadrant. He's got the old F1 Manager game branded on the lid. Needed to update that before he came here. But these teams all getting involved in the spirit of the race. There's so many fantastic shots coming from down in the pit lane as well. Everyone really enjoying themselves down there, ready to take over from other drivers. And that's the thing, isn't it? It's such a team effort, this. You know, there's, again, I'm going to use the phrase. I told you I'm going to say it. There's a lot of elements to this.
Yes.
And you all have to manage that so consistently with your team members as well.
Sure. All the elements. You've got fire, earth, wind, and water, right?
There's going to be a lot of water.
There will be in a bit. I hope there's a lot of water. But Quadrant will make their pit stop. They're currently down in P30. They did have to make that extra stop because they did a very early pit stop. Now they've only done an hour before making their next pit stop. So they're not doing the full 2-hour stints. I think they're looking to do... Hey!
Hey up, Ben.
I don't think Ben can count. He said P1.
Technically said P2 because he held 2 number 1.
True.
He still can't
Either
count.
way, I was wrong.
Either way, Ben, you're wrong. We love you, Ben. I'm just going to go and get ready for an interview, Yusuf.
Okay,
I'll leave
lovely.
you all in the very capable hands of Yusuf for just a moment. I'll be back with you in a sec.
So, at the front of the field, it is still Nameless Motorsport, that 1/10 ahead of Dab Motorsport, as we see the number 4 of Tom Langford for Accelerate Kent Brewery, sending it up the inside of one of the back markers. And look how close it is between our top 3. The 11 pushing the 5 along, Dab Motorsport through and up to the front of the field. And then just behind is Luke Battersby for EKS All-Stars. And not too far back is Tom Langford for Accelerate Kent Brewery, as there is our Quadrant driver who has just finished their stint. They're looking a little bit sweaty as well. And he's actually split his seat insert. It was probably already split, let's be honest, but it's funnier to think that he split it himself. So I just wanted to keep an eye on where our leading 4 are, because I think we've got to the point where they've got bored of working together, and now they just want to absolutely go ham with one another. As there they are, heading into hairpin 1, your top at 6, now with Burrow 11 NFS part of this train of karting. You can see the slightly different lines that they're taking through hairpin 2, some of them going a little bit tighter into the corner, and others trying to take that slightly wider line, trying to prioritize their exit speed. But it is Dab Motorsport at the front of this train of karts as they head through Paddock Corner and then into Garnet, which is just out of our shot, and then they'll head up the hill into Cafe, and there is not much separating the top 2 as we have a track limit warning for TRX Motorsport Academy. I believe that is their second, unless it was the other TRX team that picked up that penalty. Through the opening double right-hander go our karts, and the number 12 Rango with Red Mist, just that 6/10 away now from our quintet, as I believe Ches Draycott is ready with an interview.
I'm absolutely hoping so. Anyway, we're hoping this mic is unmuted. I'm hoping that James is going to give me the nod that he can hear me, and they absolutely can. I'm here with Tom from Zesty Drink Racing. Tom, a very busy first hour in the race here. We've got the big screen on up here in the production room, so to speak. How are you enjoying the event so far?
I'm absolutely loving it. Same as last year. You know, it's one of those events where you turn up and the whole vibe of the event is just something that can't be beaten with any other event. And, you know, for us, it's more so a social. Yeah, we're coming here to race, but we're having a social at the same time. We're spending time together as friends, and that's the beauty of these kind of events. So, yeah, I'm absolutely loving it so far.
And it's great because there's not just your team in the event, you know, it's not just like 5 or 6 of you, for example, you know, there's so many people involved in every single team. I mean, we were mentioning before there's teams with 9 drivers involved, you know, so many people were on the grid earlier when I was walking around. It's hard to know who to speak to and when, but it's a great feeling that everyone's here for the same reason, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I love being able to talk to the other teams as well. There's a lot of people around that we've raced with in other series, like Club 100, and it's brilliant to speak to these people, and yeah, we share the same hobby, so yeah. Exactly. Yeah. It's
I was going to say, is it a case of you learn a lot from the other teams as well? Is there anything that I mean, every day's a school day in motorsport in any form, but do you feel like every time you come here you get a little bit more intel, a little bit more knowledge about the event?
Yeah, absolutely. There's always going to be drivers that are quicker than me, and
me.
Well, I can't comment on that, but there's definitely a lot of drivers who are quicker than me here today. But it is really nice to be able to speak to those drivers and get tips off those. One of my favourite things, especially in Club 100, is if I come off track and there's someone who's lapped me, is approaching that person and getting them to point out where I was going wrong. I think that's the beauty of the sport, especially as it's a hobby for us.
And especially with everybody being in the same machinery as well, the Sodi RT10, you know, it's a kart and a circuit, especially that a lot of people here have got a lot of laps around, so everyone's sort of perfected it that little bit. It's just finding that extra 1 or 2%, isn't it, to just make such a difference around somewhere like this.
Yeah, 100%. And for myself and the majority of my team, we don't actually drive these karts all that often. In fact, I personally have only ever driven these karts twice. Once was last year, and once was this morning. So I'm used to the track. I drive Club 100 karts here whenever Club 100 come, but I very rarely drive these karts, and that's where that comes in.
I suppose it's a lot of fun to still learn it on the fly, I guess. But are there any sort of particular strategy elements of this that you're trying to look at for the day that you can give us away or give away to us, and hopefully not the teams watching?
Well, I'll keep the majority of it to myself, but of course the weather's playing a massive part at the moment. It's constantly changing, and it has been changing every time we've looked at the weather forecast. And we're trying to play to the strengths of our drivers. You know, we've got a couple of drivers who are a lot quicker in the dry compared to the wet. So we're trying to use this short dry spell now to really take advantage of that, but also later on in the race when it rains, we're going to try and play our cards to put the drivers in who can drive in the wet and put those out in the wettest conditions.
Well, thank you very much for joining me, Tom. It's fantastic to hear from you, and we hope the rest of the event goes well.
No, thank you very much, and it's been a pleasure to talk to you.
Did I breathe in enough? Did he say Club 100 enough? Good. Let's go back to Yusuf.
It's almost as if we're sponsored.
I found it very interesting to hear from Thomas about how to get quick, and I can confirm Thomas does get lapped a lot. Weirdly, though, he's never asked me for any tips. I don't know what that's all about, Thomas. Right, I see. However, it's getting very close at the front of the field. Dav Motorsport half a second ahead of Nameless, but our top 5 separated by just under 2 seconds. So, yeah, our 5 karts, they are not going anywhere. They're sticking to each other, well, pretty much like glue, aren't they, Chaz?
They absolutely are, yeah. It's really, really close at the moment. Rango with Red Mist, despite having the fastest lap, haven't really gained back up on them again, but I think the traffic hasn't been that kind to them, because one of the interesting things is that we've got that sort of lead quintet now, then we've got the Rango team. The only way is Brentwood, a little bit of no man's land, but then there's another clump of drivers and teams as well. I mean, look at that on your screen right there. There's a few drivers sort of saying, what are you doing? Shaking their head there from the number
a gaggle
19.
of karts, right?
A gaggle, yep. As the Spicy Boys driver there, just shaking his head a little bit, maybe not too pleased with some contact or a kart not getting out of the way. But again, they can't have eyes in the back of their heads. What I was trying to explain is that we've got actually 3 clumps of karts. I'm going to call it a clump. I quite like it because of how it appears on our timing screen anyway. But if they all come to lap each other at the same time, we're going to have 15, 16 karts on circuit all in the same space, and they're all going to be having a go at each other. It's just going to be a fantastic culmination of them all together, I think.
I want to give a quick shout out to BN Racing because they've been clambering up the order. They're now 8th overall, leading in the rookie class, so they've got past the Sporting Club, and they've actually pulled now about 1.5 seconds clear, so they're doing an absolutely fantastic job. That is the 26 car. I'll tell you where they are on circuit, but I don't really know.
They're about 2/3 of the way around the lap, actually, just coming towards the final sector.
In fact, we might be seeing them in a second getting lapped.
Say they're about round here somewhere. But the numbers and the boards fly by so quickly. A contact warning for Dab Motorsport there, the current race leaders. So clearly, maybe overdoing it a little bit in traffic. Easy to do, like I've said. When you're just trying to navigate your way through some of the slower karts on the circuit, you can get a little bit overzealous and just overestimate the pace difference, I think. That's one of the key things, because as I've just mentioned to Tom there in the interview, let's not forget they're in the same machinery.
Yes.
You know, they're all in the same karts. You know, just because they're in the pro class or the rookie class doesn't mean necessarily they've got a turned down version of the car or different tyres or anything like that. It's just down to the pace of the drivers.
So one of the weird things when you're lapping someone as, oh no, Borough 11 NFS, I thought that was a penalty, is just a contact warning. But when you are lapping karts, you've got no idea where you're quicker than them.
Yeah.
It could be a case that they're exactly on your pace through turn 1, or maybe a tenth or two slower, and then it could be a case in another corner they brake 5 meters earlier than you. So you could be behind them thinking, oh, I'm too far back to go for a move, but they brake really early, and then you have to go for a send. Contact might happen. And another time you might think, oh, I can go for this move. As 24 and 20, a little bit nip and tuck. This is the battle for 4th place in the rookie class.
That was 1322 Northeast, just having a bit of a send down the inside there on the number 20 machine. Signed, sealed and delivered. It was definitely signed, sealed and delivered by the other team on that occasion. That was mighty, mighty aggressive down the inside. Teams 15 and 19, Fat and Furious and the Spicy Boys. I wonder if those things go hand in hand right together on the circuit at the moment. And then they've got MPMC in there as well. But look at this. Look how closely they can all follow each other. 8 of them in one big train through Garda. I love that shot as they go up through the hairpin. It's a very difficult corner, actually. I think from the outside, when you look at the TV cameras here and you see the karts head round there, you get no idea of how difficult that corner actually is, because you're hitting the brakes-ish a little bit, maybe just sending it in, but you're going uphill to begin with, so the grip comes to you as the kart compresses that little bit. Then you're turning it in. It may oversteer slightly, and then it floats over a crest, so then it oversteers more, and then it suddenly compresses again on the exit. You've got so many different moving parts to that one corner.
And don't forget, it's an adverse camber corner as well, which in the wet means you don't necessarily want to take the outside line, because that's where all the water's flowing
You end up in the ticket office.
Yeah. So it's a really, really challenging corner. I absolutely love it. In the dry, you can get right up onto the curb. On the apex, take a really late apex and then carry the speed through that little dip, that compression that you mentioned, and then up into Cafe Corner. Once you come out of Ghana, it is completely flat all the way until, well, as you see, our karts making their way into turn 1, and then even then sometimes you can get away with a little lift into the opening corner.
And it's worth noting now as well, those of you that have stuck with us from the start, thank you for watching, everybody, by the way. We hope you're enjoying the show. Just keep an eye on the racing lines that these drivers are taking at this moment. They are taking what you would all consider the conventional racing line, you know, tight to the apex, let it run wide on the exit. When it rains, it's going to be a complete different kettle of fish. Round turn 1, you're pretty much all the way around the outside. Down here as well, they're going to be nowhere near that curb on the inside. They're going to swoop around the outside either way and use the wet racing line. It's usually a lot wider and smoother, isn't it? Not to tighten it up. You're going to correct me now, aren't you?
So, weirdly, yes, you would be right normally.
He gave me the look of, Chaz, come on, stop digging yourself in
No.
the hole.
To be fair, you're correct, right? Because you go on the paint, you go on the curbs, bit less grip.
Yes.
Weirdly, in karting, you get some curbs which actually give you a bit of grip. And the reason for it is, if you can get your front tyre hooked on that curb,
on the inside of it,
it actually pulls you in. And sometimes, because of how the curb is, it's being quite bumpy. You actually can find a fair bit of grip on it, especially if it's not a freshly painted curb. So that's one of the corners where you kind of hit it straight on, so you're not doing too much turning at the curb itself. So because you get to open up the steering a little bit more, you can get away with taking it. And let's not forget as well, there are patches of new tarmac that have been placed down at Buckmore Park, which give you loads of grip. Down there into the Sime Suite, I believe it's called. I think, something like that.
We'll call it that from now.
Yeah, down into the Sime Suite, you have loads of grip. So you just full send it into the corner, and it just sticks because of that new tarmac that hasn't had loads of rubber put down on it yet.
Yeah, and there's a change in the tarmac as well up here at this part of the circuit, actually. There's a few patches here and there, just where in time it's just been updated. You know, it's a very, very abrasive part of the circuit. It's really been put through its paces by the karts over the years. So you do have the odd little bump here and there where the surface changes.
So you can see it there, that dark patch, that is the new bit of tarmac. That is beautiful.
Absolutely glorious. In the right conditions, anyway.
In the right conditions.
That's the thing. But sometimes you have to... I mean, when you know a circuit well enough, like I said earlier, so many of the teams here will have done so many laps around this place, there will be the odd little bump or a bit of seam in the concrete itself, or the tarmac, as we should rightly call it, where you'll just know that if you just touch that little bit of the track or this tiny little bump here and there, you almost develop muscle memory, don't you, of how to sort of slightly correct the steering a little bit, where to maybe take the pressure off, and just... having those key details can save you the thousandths of a second that we saw separating qualifying.
Yeah. Speaking of those little details you put into the steering wheel, I was at home the other day and I thought, let me just, you know how some drivers say that they visualize themselves driving? So I got an old steering wheel as, I can't tell which team that is, getting ready
Sporting
for.
Club.
Now, that, wearing a wetsuit, that is some jinxing going on there. We need to get him off the premises immediately.
I mean, he's just had somebody else put his gloves on for him. I wish I had friends that were that kind to me. So you look disgusted by that.
I am very disgusted by that.
I was really impressed by it.
I don't think I've had gloves put on my hand since I was about 6 years old doing owner karting.
I'm glad you finished that sentence. Nameless leading the way by 0.3 of a second from Dab Motorsport and Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing at the minute. They are our current podium positions. BN Racing leading the rookie class ahead of the Sporting Club. They've got about 1.6 seconds over them, and then Ditchfinders are right behind in the clump in there as well. That was the number 30 Quadrant machine just on your screen a second ago. They've just done their best lap of the race, actually, 50.993 at this present moment, so they're improving the pace. They've actually done a better best lap than the teams ahead of them as well, which are all in the 51s and the 52s, so they are on the move at least for this moment in time.
So we'll see whether they can start to rein in slick and tired. Who we did say were feeling a bit tired earlier. They have made their pit stop and had a driver change completed. But we're getting to a very feisty part of the race, Chaz, because we are now over 1.5 hours into the race. This is the point where, 1.5 hours. I'd work out what fraction that is of the whole race, but I think that's too early. So this is the point where
I reiterate, this man is a teacher.
just trying to rub that one in. So this is going to be the point now where I think our top teams, if any of them, try to desync.
Yes.
Pitting that 15, 20 minutes earlier, we're getting to that stage. So I'm interested to see if any of them are going to go for it, because we may even be in the situation where some of them are going to be like, you know what, we can go over 2 hours, we can do 2 hours 10, and then we're going to see the brilliant scene of a kart stopped on circuit because it's run out of petrol.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's a lot more risk taking it one way to elongating the stint than just cutting it fine. Like you said before, very rightly, you can't see the fuel level. You can't feel the fuel level in these things. You've got nobody on the radio telling you what it's going to be because they don't know either. No. If you've got literally the fuel tank between your legs, you won't know how much fuel is left.
And it's covered as well. It's between your legs and it's covered. You get some karts where it's uncovered, and then you can kind of see the fuel line,
but it moves
but
around
it's really
still.
difficult.
Spit of rain.
We've just had word from our director. That's why we stopped so suddenly.
Yes.
There is apparently a spit of rain outside. So just one spit. I don't know where on the circuit it was, but it's not made a huge difference at the moment. But it's, you know, one drop has fallen.
Yeah.
So naturally everybody on the A2 has just crawled to 30 mile an hour, and all the karts are going to do the same in a few minutes.
That, or there's someone standing next to a camera just spitting occasionally in front of the camera to give a few droplets.
I'd rather they didn't.
Yeah.
I'd rather they didn't. I'm sure James would rather they didn't. Not all over.
You'll have to give it a little clean later.
He was here for 48 hours yesterday setting up, was James, bless him.
48 hours yesterday?
48 hours in a day.
This is where my teaching thing is going to come in. I think there's only 24 hours in a day, Chaz.
Is there?
Yeah.
Well, what you're supposed to do is work as if there isn't.
Ah, I see.
Oh, there you go. Look at that. British
That looks
weather.
terrible.
That's British
Can we add some contrast to the screen so it looks, nicer?
Not grey.
Yeah.
We need paint for that, let alone contrast. But that is British summertime, everybody. It's absolutely glorious. To be fair, it's a good thing most of the circuit is painted blue, isn't it? Or at least the barriers are blue, because that's about the only blue we're going to see. There's a kart off down there.
Yep.
I'm pointing at the screen as if you can all see me pointing. There's a kart off down there.
There was something really funny that happened in driver's briefing today.
Oh, no.
So,
it was Clinton doing the briefing.
Clinton was doing the briefing, right? And we were going over flags, and he asked, is anyone here colourblind? And someone responded with yes. And then there was about 5 minutes where we were going over the colours of flags trying to work out if this guy could see the difference between them.
Light grey flag means slow down. Dark grey flag means the race has
Exactly. It essentially came down to, I think Clinton said, well, you can't see the colours, so you just have to look at the lights, how quickly they're flashing, which is a cool fact.
They flash at different speeds.
They flash at different speeds. So green is a very steady blink.
I didn't know
Yellow
that.
is much faster. I know, it was quite cool.
That's really cool. That's really cool. I apologise for that joke, by the way, to the aforementioned colourblind driver. That was a bit insensitive of me. But either way, it's part of the game, I'm afraid. We've got still this lead battle going on. Oh, track limit warning coming in. The slide men, ironically, getting a track limit warning there. They're down in 21st position at the moment. Kart number 7 having a track limits warning. So track limits are when they extend the edge of the circuit outside the white lines, all four wheels, really trying to gain an advantage from it.
So I've just been given confirmation that the flags, or the digi flags, when they flash at different speeds, that is only if there is a colourblind driver. Otherwise, they will be on steady, which is a really cool touch, I think.
That is that is all-inclusive accommodating for drivers, and I love that. I love that. Phil looks very proud of himself, and I really like that. He's got a great big smile on his face. That's what we want. That's why we're here, everybody, to put smiles on faces here at Buckmore Park for the 2024 24 hours. And we have somehow already gone nearly 90 minutes into this race.
Yeah.
Time does fly on you. I'm going to say it
really
a lot.
does.
Again, I'm going to say it a lot, like the word elements. But
Which means that we have to say it at night, otherwise everyone will think we're not having fun.
I'll tell you at 2 a.m.
Yeah.
when I start another 5-hour stint whether I'm having fun or not.
You mean at 6 a.m. then, at the end of your stint?
Yes. Well, I think it was Kieran earlier has offered to join me for an extra hour towards the end of my stints, just so he gets to see me in an absolute state. Because, like I said, officially I'm on 8 hours sleep today.
Yep.
Like a good boy.
Make sure you subscribe to Alpha Live because we will be posting shorts of Chaz Draycott sleeping on the comms.
I will not be sleeping at all. I've said that now. Now I've done myself
Oh,
at all.
dear.
So, we now are 90 minutes in, technically halfway through that first penalty time stint for drivers to think about how quickly they rack up the penalties. That was the number 8 machine coming out.
And that's definitely a new driver in the kart. So that is number 8 desyncing from everyone else. So Burrow 11 NFS dropping down to P15 as a result. And we'll wait and see if any of our other top 4 want to pit, because the top 4 have pulled away from 5th place. Rango with Red Mist have dropped about 4 seconds back from our leading quartet of karts.
Yeah, it's confusing us slightly that the Burrow 11 NFS team is number 8 instead of being number 11, which doesn't make it roll
or
off
in
the tongue.
P11.
Yeah, or P8.
Or
It's
P8,
it doesn't roll off the tongue very well at the moment. BN Racing have the lead in the rookie class now over Ditch Finders. So Ditch Finders have sort of rattled around the top positions in that class since the very beginning, haven't they? But unfortunately, they've just lost that lead a few moments ago. Ever since, more drivers down there in the pit lane. Oh, he's got something on his jacket. I hope he cleans that off.
I think as well for Ditch Finders,
I'm sorry.
They've started to catch up to BN Racing. So I think they were about 1.5 seconds behind. That gap has dropped back down to about a second there or thereabouts. So we'll see if they can actually close in onto BN Racing and we can get a battle for the rookie class lead.
They've got also Toby and the Bandits in kart number 3, not too far back as well. Toby and his favourite band of bandits on his way. Then there's quite a gap back of about 10 seconds actually to Team ARD, with 1322 Racing Northeast, Spicy Boys, Formula Non, which is the team we've not actually mentioned on the broadcast yet. I did interview some of them earlier on, I think I tried to anyway. And then Fat and Furious. Spicy Boys have just got ahead of the 1322 Racing Northeast squad. I'm still amazed by the fact that we have that sort of extra 1% of pace at the front of the pack here, Yusuf, and we've still got 4 of them separated by less than a second leading this race after 90 minutes.
Yeah, it's just crazy how consistent they are. If you put them all on different parts of the track, they'd probably separate by a tiny bit, but once you have drivers who are this quick and this consistent, close to each other, they just all bunch together and then they stick together for, well, however long you'd like, until someone makes a really bad mistake or until all 6 of them get black flags.
Again.
Yeah.
But you're absolutely right, though. There may be certain parts of the circuit where teams have a little tiny advantage over others, where certain drivers maybe have just figured out a corner that tiny bit better. You know, they've learned the intricacies of a certain curb, where to hook the wheel, you know, a little bump here and there. But when you put them all together and they're all reacting to each other's driving and following in one train, that's what keeps them all so close together. And I mentioned earlier Slipstream, rightly so, saying that it's not a massive factor around here. You know, there's not as many long straights, but there are still higher speed sections of the circuit where you will feel a tiny gain from it, isn't there? So it's worth making use of it.
And you've got that really long flat out section, can't really call it a straight, coming out of Ghana all the way towards turn 1.
Yeah.
You can get a slipstream. Sure, it's not going to be 3-4 tenths a lap, but you might get towards about a tenth a lap, and we're talking about drivers who are putting in lap times that are within a tenth every single lap. That 1/10 does make a difference, and you can be the driver getting slipstream, or you can be the driver getting pushed along and just gain that little bit of extra time. And again, those top 4 separated by just under a second, still working together. We've had a change up at the front. Dav Motorsport past Nameless, so he is the number 5 car who leads from the number 11 now.
Yeah, Dab Motorsport actually not long ago setting their new fastest lap of the race, lap 103. They are the only team since lap 100 to set their best lap of the race, actually. We're on lap 113 now here at Buckmore Park. The quadrant team still in 30th position at the moment, but lapping pretty consistently. Their best is a 50.9. They're just in the 52s and sort of high 51s at the moment. The Senior Frogs team, they're a little bit in no man's land of their own, actually. 13 seconds off the back of the car in front, and then they've got 5 seconds behind two, ironically, the slide men actually chasing them down. But again, there's a few teams here that have fallen into a bit of a no man's land, but again, that doesn't have to be necessarily a bad thing, because you just get on with your own stint, get on with your own race, and just crack on. Because you've got no distractions, or hopefully not anyway. I mean, there's traffic everywhere at this moment. It's hard to know whether we're often looking at a battle for the lead or whether we're looking at a battle for 23rd position. This is the car in second place, kart number 11. A lovely little cutback, actually, down the hill. That's all about knowing the intricacies of the circuit, as Dab Motorsport tried to open up a bit of a gap there using the traffic.
And for anyone joining us, all of the blue plate karts with the white numbers, as those are spots of rain. And I'm pretty sure they haven't poured some water onto their helmets, so we are definitely getting spots of rain out on circuit. Now, this will not be enough to make the circuit wet. It'll not be enough to make the lap times get any slower, but it'll be enough just to give the drivers a bit of concern, because once you start to see those few droplets, you do get nervous as a driver, and as a result, you just keep pushing, or you should try to keep pushing, but eventually you'll get to that point where the grip will just stop, you'll have a slide, and then you get really nervous. And the really important thing to do when you are in these changeable conditions is you've got to keep the heat in your tyres. It's not like F1, but if your heat drops out of these karting tyres when the rain comes down, you're nowhere. If you keep the heat in your tyres, you can go about 2-3 seconds a lap quicker, even though you're in the exact same conditions as someone else, even if that driver is of equal talent to you. If you keep the heat in your tyres, you'll go faster. If you catch up to a back marker under a yellow flag and you've got to go slowly behind them for a couple of corners, you lose all of the heat and then you're screwed.
Yeah, absolutely. For lack of a better phrase.
Yes.
I'd like to reiterate, I pointed out earlier that there was a driver getting there. That's weird timing. James, no, you did not. This is why me and James need to work together more often. I was reiterating the point earlier that there was somebody putting their gloves on for them, and I said I wish I had friends that kind to me. I've actually just received a message saying you do have friends that kind to you. We're watching the stream.
Oh, so, okay.
Sorry, Jess and Coral.
You're in a bit of trouble now, aren't you?
I'm in a lot of trouble now, yeah. Luckily, I've got a full day before I've got to drive home, so they won't kill me. Not yet, anyway. Probably there'll be a sort of...
You missed a
what's
trick.
the reverse of a guard
you could have said,
honor?
I got a message from James and Coral. Who are they?
James?
Yes, exactly. No, James is right there.
Oh, James is here.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm so confused. What's my name?
No idea. Chris, right?
Yes. Yeah. Chris McCarthy. Right, let's do this. We love Chris as well. We're not going to get Chris cancelled. He's got a better career than me. Dav Motorsport leading the way with still no gap whatsoever.
No.
Dab Motorsport, you see. Why do we look at the screen when, like...
Huh?
Why do we look at the screen rather than looking at the camera?
I think it's just human nature.
Is it?
Yeah, because, you know, we're very conceited as commentators. We want to see what we look like as well. Yes, that's a
it's
very...
funny, isn't it? Look at him.
Very hard-working co-commentator preparing
you're
for...
on the stream, Reeve.
Yeah.
He's doing work. That's boring.
Work.
Flipping heck. Who invited you?
Are you paid or something to do work?
Oh, driver's running.
Oh.
I can't remember the last time I ran. Sorry, I will take this seriously at some point.
I'm pretty sure it was coming up from the pit lane.
I told you I ran. I just walked very fast.
Okay.
Oh, Tyler. Oh, okay. Reeves actually, he's doing good work.
Map.
Yeah, he's got a track
map.
That's
is it called the Sime Sweep then?
Yeah.
Yes,
oh,
I remembered
got it right. I'm very proud of you. I'm very proud of you. Imagine coming to a circuit and knowing the corner names.
Well,
imagine having a good time.
To be fair, some tracks don't have any corner names, karting circuits at least. And they have like really boring ones like turn 1 and,
and turn 2.
And turn 2. Last corner.
Yeah, oh God, don't. Yeah, it's a fine art is naming corners and having your voice break mid-sentence, actually.
Yeah,
we've both had
I've had that a lot.
Yeah.
You should hear some of my voice breaks from about 5 years ago. They were absolutely awful.
I could provide you with some more as the stream goes on, everybody. But yeah, there is a fine art to naming corners. Often it's, you know, motorsport figures, or it's you know, legends of the sport and certain manufacturers, for example. Other times they'll have a really strange name. Like, I'm probably going to leave this one until after dark, but there is a fantastic story behind why the corner at Alton Park is called Knickerbrook.
I was going to bring this one up. Yeah,
you looked at me like you knew what I was going to say already. There's a fantastic story behind Knickerbrook at Alton Park. We're not going to broadcast
I think that's a 1 a.m. story, to be honest.
Oh, it is, yeah. It is, absolutely. There's a fantastic gaggle of karts there. Is that our lead group still? Or is that a bit further down? I think that is actually 11th down. Is it the number 1 machine of Team Ard in there? Well, they're in the middle of it. Or are they?
Well, this is going to be spicy, isn't it? And the top 4 have kind of broken up into 2 separate groups. So you've got Dab Motorsport Nameless, that half a second almost ahead of Accelerate Kent Brewery and EKS All-Stars, as there goes to number 5, up the inside of the 17 through hairpin 2.
It's great stuff at the moment. Really feisty stuff. And this is the thing, even the drivers that are a lap down as well, they have to just try and stand their ground, because half the time you might not know who's trying to come past as well. That's the thing, until they've got in front of you, you're not going to know what number board it is on the car. As the number 11 machine runs wide through the right-hander.
That's really costly.
Nearly 3 wide there as well. There's your team down the inside, EKS All-Stars, getting past Accelerate Kent Brewery. I need to remember that every single time. But yeah, very, very entertaining stuff from all of these drivers so far. And, you know, there have been a few contact warnings here and there, a few track limits warnings, but it's been pretty clean relatively. From what we've seen on screen anyway, the racing's been really clean.
I think Dab Motorsport might be able to check out now. Look at the gap that they have. They're making their way up the inside of the track limit warning for Nameless Motorsport, but Dab Motorsport are clear. They've pulled, and you have Nameless and EKS All-Stars stuck behind a couple of the back markers now, and I think Dab Motorsport, they can just get their head down and pull away.
Yeah, and that's what they needed. You know, that's what one of the teams needed. We were saying this earlier on, weren't we, that even though they were at the front of the pack and they were thinking, right, we need to just push like mad and go as quickly as we can, they just couldn't break away. They didn't have that chance. They had to use the lapped traffic for it, and that's
endurance racing.
That's how it's worked out, basically.
When you've got karts that are so close together, that one opportunity that's taken pretty much 2 hours to come around is so critical. And when that opportunity comes, you have to jump on it. You cannot let it slide by.
No, absolutely. You have to just take each moment as it comes. You know, when we were talking to the teams at the beginning of the race, there were so many of them that were just saying, look, it's a 24-hour race. We've just got to take each stint as it is. You know, you've got to just manage what you get given. Play the cards that you dealt. That's the phrase that he said, and that's what a lot of these teams are doing. I'm going to just nip off again, and I'm going to have another interview lined up for you in a moment, everybody, so I'll see you in a sec.
Well, while Chance gets himself a driver, or potentially a team manager, Dab Motorsport have now extended their lead to over a second from Nameless, who are closely pursued by EKS All-Stars and Accelerate Kent Brewery. But just as that gap has extended, it could also diminish very quickly if Dab Motorsport catch another group of back markers at just the wrong time. Don't forget, we're getting closer and closer to that pit window as well, as I think Chaz is ready with our interviewee.
Beautiful stuff. I'm here with Cal from Senor Frogs. Cal, how's the race going for you guys at the moment? It seemed like everyone was having a good vibe down on the grid, but it's got serious now, hasn't it?
Yeah, do you know what? I don't know what it is, and we just get unlucky with the start of these races, man. Chris had an absolute shocker off the bat. Let's be honest, I don't know what happened down in S3, but it was a disaster. So yeah, that was fine, but since then, since like the first 5 laps, we managed to mentally block those out, and he's been putting in some really good numbers and really just keeping us in it with this sort of like 5 rookie teams just above us, and he's been keeping pace with them. So yeah, really good result from him. And it looks like, actually, is he coming in? Or is he apologizing? Okay, good, because I was going to say we don't have a driver ready, so that would have been a disaster.
I was going to say, there's a few moments in an endurance race like that where you really have to sort of panic and think, what's going to be the plan here? Obviously, you guys in the rookie class, nothing wrong with that, but obviously you have to think about what karts are around you, who's in the other class. Is there anything on the circuit you can really do to sort of prepare who to let through and who not? Because as I've been drilling at home, you can't see behind you in these things.
Yeah, do you know what? Sometimes someone will ask on the radio, like, is it worth fighting this person to stop them going ahead? But really, in a 24-hour race, most of it just isn't worth it. So a lot of the time it's just, you know, let them through for the most part. But yeah, honestly, Chris has done really well.
Well, you've got the rain to come yet as well. Are there any drivers in the team that are excited for that or more scared?
Nah, we've been putting in the wet practice. That's what really taught us a lesson last year. We weren't expecting it. So this year, a few of the boys have done some extra laps in the wet. Thank you to the British weather for that, because they allowed us to prepare for today. And it is starting to spit it down a little bit. Yeah. And we do have one driver suited and booted, because we are coming up close to that 2-hour mark, which that's going to be the next concern for us, really, is just making sure we don't get stuck in the traffic, because around the 2-hour mark's when everyone's going to come in and make the first driver change. So we're just making a decision: do we want to go early, or do we want to see if we can push them out to maybe like 2 hours 10? I don't know.
I was going to say, because there's specific service times for set parts of the race, but do you try and plan the stops and other elements of the race around? I've said the word elements again. Do you try and plan that around those service stops, or is it just, again, playing the cards that you dealt, like I've just said before?
Yeah, honestly, just seeing how it goes, seeing how the driver's getting on as well, that can also be a big factor. And to be honest with you, the weather makes the biggest difference for us. It's going to start raining. We might be able to push the kart to maybe like 2.5 hours, and maybe even close to 3, but it just depends how down bad are we, how much do we need. But to be fair, look, one of our biggest competitors were Quadrant, and I think they can look in there 9 laps behind. I think they can just head home at this point. So,
well, they were saying actually at the start of the race that the team they were looking to fight with was you guys, so there's a bit of a rivalry going on, but it's all for entertainment, isn't it?
Yeah. No, look, hey, more people here the merrier. But yeah, I mean, 9 laps behind, it's a bit of a ladder to climb, but it's not to say it's not possible. When the rain starts coming down, I mean, I remember we had a particular driver last year who I think spun a record 13 times. So really,
name drop him.
I can't. He's just fresh out of hospital. It would only put him back in there. So yeah, he is not with us today. I mean, he's alive, but
Christ alive,
he's just not here today. He's sorting himself out.
I was going to say put the shovel down at some point, Sunshine, but Cal, thank you very much for joining us, mate. It's been very entertaining. Best of luck for the rest of the race. Any final words before you go?
No. Ethan, if you're watching, I hope you're feeling better.
He did name drop him in the end. Thanks very much, Cal. Great entertainment as always. We'll head back to Yusuf.
Well, I think Cal for Senior Frogs really hopping with enthusiasm. Please forgive me for the puns. But having a look, we have started to see a little bit of a spread in the field. Dan Motorsport, a second ahead of Nameless, who have really dropped EKS All-Stars and Accelerate Kent Brewery. So now none of our top 4 are particularly close to one another. We've got at least a second gap between all of those leading 4 karts.
What he said, I've still got tears. That was absolutely fantastic. Bless him.
Brilliant.
Cal.
Poor Ethan.
I know, poor Ethan. We do hope you're all right, Ethan, and we hope if you are watching, you're enjoying the show.
And not back in the hospital now.
No. There's the Senior Frogs kart just a moment ago. There's the number 13 machine. The only way is Brentwood heading out of the pit lane now. And look at that. A clear part of the circuit. Would you believe it? Would you believe it?
That has to be a still shot.
Yeah, it's just B-roll that. James has got lazy. It's B-roll. No, he didn't hear me say that. Good. So
I think he's just ignoring you at this point.
That's one of the best things about being able to see your own producer during the stream. Actually, is you can see a live reaction from them if you say anything silly or anything directed towards them as well. It's great fun. Great fun. There is the number 29 kart flinging it around turn 1. That is, of course, the Senior Frogs machine. 16th place for them at the moment, 22 seconds off the MPMC kart ahead, so still a bit of a mountain to climb of their own to catch up to their closest rival anyway. Looking at the kart behind them as well, the Slidemen are actually still catching 1.9 seconds behind them at the moment in kart 7. They're in different classes, so it doesn't make too much of a difference if there is an overtake there. However, not only do we have to think about rookie class karts going up to pro at certain points of the race, but we could also see pro class karts get put into the rookie class, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
The classification goes both ways, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not 100% sure. I know definitely the rookie karts can go up into the pro class. I don't know if pro karts can go into the rookie karts. But I definitely want to watch this battle between Senior Frogs and the Slidemen. Will we see an overtake, a slide up the inside, or will they go side by side? I don't know. It might even be an overtake done through the pit stop phase of this race. Nameless Oak still about 1 second behind Dab Motorsport, just hovering around that 1 second mark. But I think now that they've pulled outside of this train, this slipstream train, EKS All-Stars, Accelerate Kent Brewery, I don't think they quite have the pace to match our leading two. So the gap is now about 3 and a bit seconds, 3.5 seconds between second and third place. As there we can see the 11 kart, the Nameless kart, trying to make its way through the field, having just passed the 14, which is Zesty Drink Racing.
Yeah, Zesty Drink Racing, who we spoke to a little bit earlier on. Currently running in 20th place at this moment in time. But again, we've got a bit more of a steady spread of the karts at this moment. I think this is getting to the point of the race where they're going to start to get into a rhythm now, aren't they? At the end of the day, endurance racing is like that. They're not going to be constantly doing that first hour on repeat again and again and again. You know, they're just going to be going for it as they can. You've just got to manage your own race at this point. You know who you're racing by now. You know, it's established, isn't it? I think that's the word for it.
And once it is established and you know the drivers you're battling with, you as a driver and as a team have a better idea of how the race is going to unfold. You know who you need to battle with, you know who you need to defend against. You had that conversation, and I think it was very well put that in an endurance race, pretty much most of the time you don't battle, because you're only going to cost yourself time. Even if you stop that one kart from getting through, you're losing a huge bunch of time to, well, all of your other rivals out on circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you've got to think bigger picture. For every kart that you have a battle with, if you lose a second a lap for a couple of laps, you can often see a gap of a few seconds come the end of the race, you know, and then all you'll do is think back to, I wish I hadn't have battled with that kart in the early stages. I'm delighted to tell everybody there may be another opportunity for an interview in just a second, so I'm going to hop off in just a moment, and we'll see what we can find out. But we're just going to get past, let's just say, the 2 hours. Can you believe 2 hours already nearly done? That's absolutely
flown by, hasn't it?
I like the in-sync, absolutely. But yes, I'll hop off quickly, see whether we can have an interview, and I'll be right back.
Was that a Senior Frogs reference? Hop off.
Funnily enough, it wasn't. But
no.
Yeah, it
Those
is now.
are the best ones, isn't it? So, with that being said, there we can see a few of our karts making their way up to Cafe Curb. In the dry, completely flat. In the wet, a little bit of a lift and a little bit sideways as well. As there we can see the 14 and the 3. And that is the 14 of Zesty Drink Racing, trying to get through on Toby and the Bandits, or potentially Toby and the Bandits just getting through on Zesty Drink Racing. It is currently Zesty Drink who are ahead of the Bandit squad, whether it's Toby or one of the Bandits in the car. As there goes the number 12 up the inside, heading in to the S's, which is Rango with Red Mist. They are currently 3 seconds behind Accelerate Kent Brewery, but I think they are starting to close in because that gap was not so big. EKS All-Stars also being reeled in by Accelerate Kent Brewery as well. So we might start to see a battle for third. Similarly, Nameless only half a second behind Dab Motorsport. So a couple of battles at the front starting to simmer. Expect the top two, though, to be working together, because if they battle too hard, you can be absolutely certain that the number 10 and number 4 will be closing in. So expect them to work together, which might provide a really good opportunity for Nameless to take the lead. But with that being said, Chaz is ready with another interviewee.
Absolutely. I'm joined by Matt, team principal of Quadrant. Bit of a retaliation interview. He was told to come down here after he knew that Senior Frogs were talking about him. How's the race going other than being 10 laps down, Matt?
Yeah, it's a bit eventful. We having to be really strategic with this. So we've got a whole mixture of different people who've got no experience doing karting before, and then obviously people who are still current racing drivers at the moment. And so that's where we're really playing into our strategy. So yeah, Senior Frogs, they're right in saying we're currently like, I think 10 laps down now. But that strategy is putting the ones who are rookies out at front first, losing as limited a time as possible. But then in about 20 minutes or so, we're going to have torrential thunderstorms coming down. It's going to be really heavy, and that's when we get our pros in. Now, Senior Frogs, they said previously they've done some wet weather training. You can't really train for an outdoor circuit like this, and they haven't done that much, to be honest. And so we've got guys who are competent in doing that. You've got Steve, who's obviously been racing here for years. You've got Max Future. I mean, at the moment, you can see on the screen at the moment, this is Gareth. He's driving his heart out at the moment. So the previous two guys we had out only could do 30-minute stints. That's the reason why we're kind of so far behind at the moment. But it's all part of the strategy. We don't want to just like pick and choose certain drivers. We want as a big collective together.
And that's what it's about, you know. It's a great team effort, isn't it, this event, you know. And there's so many people here enjoying themselves, but when you come together as a squad like this, it's a very rewarding process, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, like, we've got all the team here together, and like we just want everyone to have their own chance at sort of doing something good. Now, the main reason why we're here, Lando gave us a challenge of just beating Senior Frogs. We're not going for podiums here. We're not trying to get any silverware or anything like that. Our own objective is just to beat Senior Frogs. At the moment, doesn't look likely, but you know, we could come from the back and something could amazingly happen. I mean, like, there's so many things could go wrong. You could have them spinning in the wet. You could find out that actually one of their drivers is underweight. There's a load of things that could happen.
That sounds like a bit of planned sabotage, if anything, but I'm not going to dig too hard into that. Okay. But either way, you know, you've got a great list of drivers, like you say, and rightly so. You know, Steve, I mean, he was here 5 years ago when I did the 2019 Buckmore Park 24 hours, and I mean, there's so many drivers that have so many laps around this place. I suppose that's one of the benefits of it being a karting event, is that it's easier to do more laps here than, you know, go to the Nürburgring, for example.
Exactly that, and that's why, like, you know, Quadrant, they've done so much work with Buckmore recently. I mean, as you can see, we're in the background here. Like, we just love everything that Buckmore are doing, making it so open and accessible. So unlike Senior Frogs, where it's just like 5 members, we've got a mixture of good drivers and maybe ones who need a bit more experience. But that's why we always come to Buckmore for these opportunities.
So what you're saying is they only care about themselves?
Senior Frogs, absolutely. Why else? If they didn't, they wouldn't be filming a YouTube video. That's a joke. That is a joke. I'm joking.
We're both going to get in trouble here. Yeah. We are both going to get in trouble. But still, it's great to have the team down here, and obviously we thank you for the support of the event as well, mate. It's really, really good to see it, and we hope the race continues to improve for you, and maybe the wet weather will bring some luck.
Yeah, please, let's hope it rains. We need it. All the help we can get.
Matt from Quadrant, everybody, thank you very much, mate.
Oh, that was a very, very fun interview. But I'm not going to lie, I think all I heard there was just excuses. So we'll see how the race goes. But then again, he's not called GT. He is called Super GT for a reason. So who knows what Quadrant have in store come the latter portions of this race.
You never know. You never know with Steve. Like I say, he's been doing this for a long time now, and I mean, he's having a fantastic year already, racing in the BMW M4 GT4. At the Nürburgring very often. There's Harry Graham. I've got a good glimpse of Harry in qualifying earlier on, actually. He was pretty pleased with his performance when he came into the pits by the look of it. He was one of the drivers that sort of got out and he was, you know, really pumped up and really on the ball. So it's great to see that the drivers are really embodying that. You know, they're all enjoying themselves, and that's why we're here. You know, it's going to be something that we continue to highlight all the way through. This is a fantastically entertaining event for everyone involved. I mean, out on the balcony and out down at the cafe corner on the inside, you know, there's a great terrace where you can see everything, and there's so many people still down there, even though the weather it's not warm. It's far from warm, but it's just a great atmosphere, absolutely great atmosphere, and we're trying to enjoy ourselves as best we can up here in the commentary box, and I think we're doing quite a good job. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it, and it's not too cold inside the commentary box.
Oh no, I'm sweating. Like, it's warm in here.
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
it's warm. So, you know, sympathy for those that are outside, but anyway, still, every time I look at the top, there's no gap. I keep looking down the timing.
Between the top two, it did go up to just over a second, but Nameless have reeled them in. EKS All-Stars, Accelerate Kim Brewery have dropped down the order, so that's just been getting bigger and bigger. The gap, it was about 4 seconds about 5 minutes ago. It's now 6 seconds, but I think we're just going to see those top two working together, just pulling away from everyone else.
A lot of drivers and teams out here with overalls on, with a lot of sort of waterproofs ready for the challenge of the rain. They definitely know that it's going to be coming down soon. I can't see too much rain out the window. It looks like it is maybe spitting a tiny bit, just a tiny bit.
Now, I'm trying to think, do I put a wetsuit on for when I go out? Because I know some people in the chat have been mentioning that they can't wait to see me coming back absolutely soaked.
Oh, we'll do an interview with you when you get back.
Okay, right. If I'm dripping wet? Either way.
Even if not.
Yeah, okay, cool.
You'd just be shattered after a stint in the car.
Yeah.
Best time. You'll have the adrenaline going through you. That's what it's all about.
True. Yeah, I've got to get me straight out of the cart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I'll
make
make
you
sure,
stay with us so you
I'll
can
make
see
sure I absolutely slate everyone. Be like, slow.
You've got to set a purple lap first, Sunshine. Now, that is not slow. That's your teammate as well. Funnily enough.
I'd rather not talk about it, to be honest.
Okay.
Well,
another pit stop there in the background.
We'll have to see where they come out relative to Accelerate Kent Brewery, see what the gap is versus Down Motorsport and Nameless Motorsport, because it was about 6 seconds, and they pitted just before the 2-hour mark. So trying to keep it on the safe side. They found a window. And don't forget, we've only seen about 6, 7, 8 pit stops out of, well, 30 karts. So we've still got about at least 15 karts to make a stop. And that's going to happen over the next 5-10 minutes. So
it's going to be a busy whole time down in the pit lane.
And that's a kart that has to wait in the pit lane.
And that's the thing, you have to do it at the right moment at the right time. And the thing is, if you pick a lap to do that, there's no way of knowing, really, unless you see a board or something out in front of you. You're never going to know that a team is going to pick the same lap to come in as well. There's no really clear indicator at all. So it's just a potluck, I'm afraid, sometimes. It's interesting, this element of it, I can't say the word element, they have to wait until the car is fueled before they can then run over and get back in.
Yes.
And I'm sure over the course of the race, we'll probably see a driver or two start running over and then stand by the kart before it's filled up. Maybe get a
But they're
penalty
not
for
allowed to. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So they have to stay on that curb at the far end of the pit lane before they can even run over. The cart has to be fueled, and they have to wait for the signal from the marshal doing that.
Precisely. They cannot go too early. Now, who is that in the number 10 car? That is Archie Bullard, if I recall correctly, who's just been overtaken by the number 2, TRX Elite. So remember, TRX Elite were trying to work their way up the order, having had a pretty bad start, if I recall correctly. And they're doing a decent job of it. So they're currently up in P5, but I think they have an extra pit stop to make, although I could be wrong.
I was just thinking about this, actually, but TRX have got 3 teams out there, haven't they? Not just the 2. They've got the Elite, Pro, and Academy teams. I thought earlier it was just the Pro and the Academy team. So yeah, they've got the Elite squad out there as well, 5th place at the moment. Ditchfinders have a pretty tasty lead, actually, in their class at the minute. They're a good nearly half a lap ahead of the Spicy Boys in kart 19. I'd be interested to see whether the Ditchfinders ended up getting moved up at the 6-hour mark, because they are on the move. I hope they're not listening. I'm not trying to get them in trouble, but I
think Race Control are already well aware, even if they do hear us bringing it up on the stream.
Yeah, they don't need us to tell them, to be fair. They don't need us to be telling us again. But it's I've just, as I've just shown Yusuf, I've just had the message correcting that I am definitely in trouble for saying that I don't have kind friends that will put gloves on. That's going to be the end of that. I'm not going to elaborate on that further.
No, not yet.
Interesting that the Rango team, obviously based on driver changes, every driver, as we said before, having different pace about them and that sort of spread in performance. They haven't been able to keep the pace up to the level it was at earlier. They haven't sort of recuperated a gap and got right near to the front of the field.
And that is probably going to be because of tyre wear. Don't forget it was pretty much brand new tyres at the start. I think it was brand new tyres at the start of the day. As there goes the 11 up the inside of the 10. So that's Nameless putting a lap on EKS All-Stars, although the Nameless Motorsport car does need to make their pit stop. So it seems that a pit stop is just under a lap long currently.
Yes. Yeah, it's around the sort of 50-second mark, isn't it? At most, you know, if you have a bit of a hiccup or it takes time. There is kart number 29, the Senor Frogs machine coming in.
See, that is a slow pit stop, right? When you have your pit stop, you don't have a chat with the marshals, right? You jump out of your car and you run.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Matt Plum jumping in. That's their specialist.
Is it?
Yes.
Is it? Sorry. He's ready to go. Look, he's really focused. Yeah. He'll get the word from the marshal and he'll leg it straight over and hop in the car. Let's keep our eye on how quickly he does this, actually. Oh. You've got to be careful doing that.
It's a good thing.
You know, I did that on my desk chair the other day. I
couldn't walk
for about half an hour. That's dangerous.
You know, it's a good
You're doing that in a cart as well.
It's a good thing he had a seat insert in, because otherwise that would have hurt.
I felt that. I can only apologise to everyone else that's in the room. I've just lay everybody down in the room here with that one. I'm so sorry, everybody. I promise I'm a professional commentator. But it was still a good example, though, of what a fast stop is all about. You know, you don't take your time like one foot in, 1 foot out, you know, do the whole hokey-cokey on the way into the thing. You've just got to launch yourself into the car and get it moving. And you can often as well, sort of, if you just hold onto the steering wheel, you almost sort of slingshot yourself, don't you? Just throw yourself at the throttle and ping the cart forward. It is another part of this race where there's a fine art form to it.
Yeah, it's you know, usually when you get in a kart, you make sure you go in, you put your left foot on the brake pedal. When you're doing it at the end of a pit stop, it's you throw yourself in and get your foot onto the right pedal as quickly as possible, even if, you know, you're not fully sat down yet. As long as you get that kart going as early as possible, you're fine.
Yeah.
As here are our leaders, I believe. So that
TRX Elite is in there with EKS.
Yeah, Dam Motorsport have fallen a little bit back from Nameless. Has there been a change for the lead? Have Nameless taken... I think they have, and they're really starting to gap Dam Motorsport as well.
Yeah, there's been the big change, and to be fair, yeah, looking at the last laps, 9/10 of a second between them, and that was roughly similar to what the gap was earlier. So I think with pit stops in mind, they would have been very, very even, but change indeed on the road this time round. And of course, they've got that gaggle behind them now, where they're just about one lap down, but they're on such a similar pace to them, aren't they? They've got to be really careful of that, because, you know, you get the right driver in them, then you can catch back up, unlap yourself, and that'll send a message to the teams that you're unlapping.
Up the inside of the 29 goes the EKS All-Stars car. A little bit of contact with the Senior Frogs going into turn 1. But have a look at that gap now between second and third, over 6 seconds. We're now 2 hours and 5 minutes into the race. I did hear in driver's briefing, Clinton vaguely mentioned 2 hours and 13 minutes as how far the karts might go. He said it somewhat as a joke, but he also said maybe that's the magic number. So it does seem that some drivers are pushing towards that 2 hour 13 minute mark.
Yeah.
All of the karts were fueled up at the end of qualifying, so they had a perfectly full tank to start this race.
Just had a bit of footage there of Matt Plum going around the hairpin, and he absolutely smacked the curb, and the inside rear wheel was off the ground. It was a fantastic bit of footage. But look, he may be the specialist, but right now, the driver of the number 8 machine for Boro 11 NFS, look at that. Interesting how he leans like that, isn't it, Yusuf? Because in karting, it's all about putting the weight on the sort of active tyre, isn't it? Rather than lean into the corner, you sort of lean to the outer edge of the kart, don't you? To just press it into the surface that tiny bit more.
So the way it works is if you're in the dry, you lean in whichever way the kart wants to take you. So if you're going through a right-hand corner, you let your kart fall back to the outside. The reason for that is you're helping that rear tyre dig into the ground, so you get a little bit more grip, a little bit more traction coming out of the corner. If you're racing in the wet, you want to lean forward and to the outside because you want that front outside tyre to dig into the ground. So you get a little bit less aquaplaning, that tyre can really get onto the tarmac, and you get a little bit more grip around the corner. Then on corner exits, you go back to leaning to the outside. So wet weather can actually be more physical, even if you're carrying less speed through the corners, because you've got to shift your body weight around so much more. You can get tired a lot quicker.
A little bit of a scrap going on here, actually, between the EKS All-Stars team and Boro 11 NFS. The EKS kart ran a little bit deep into turn 2 on the exit, had to sweep back onto the racing line, and then had a bit of contact with them. Not too bad.
A bit more contact.
Oh, yeah, that was one way, then the other. Big cut back down the hill, and oh, dearie me, it's all got a little bit messy there.
There might be a penalty, or at the very least a warning to one of them.
Number 8 machine was very sideways then, but you could see he put his hand up as if to say, what are you doing? Not sure if something went wrong with the number 10 kart there, because he just slowed very strangely. Dab Motorsport just retaken the lead as well, just noticed, from Nameless.
Look at the gap between the top two.
Yeah, absolutely zero at the line. Fantastic stuff, really, really close, even after 2 hours of racing here.
Could you imagine if the race finished like that?
I mean, there have been 24-hour races that have been mere thousands before, haven't there? So there's every opportunity. And this is what we were talking about even after qualifying, before the race got underway. You know,
are Nameless in the pits? I think they might be.
I thought it told us when they were, to be fair, on the left, or is that just when they enter the pits? I think
well, it's a very big gap between them at the moment, because Nameless have not yet crossed the line.
Ah, there you go, 40 seconds as of now. So yeah, that must have been a pit stop for Nameless. So that does make sense. I think it came up as 0 because of the fact that it hadn't registered them yet, and when you go down from the lead to second, it just comes up with 0 and waits to calculate it, I guess. But we know that now, don't we?
Yeah. We won't get caught out by it.
Every day's a school day, especially with you.
Yeah. Oh,
but, Dab Motorsport will be in very, very soon. But this is another part of the strategy, isn't it? Trying to elongate that stint as much as you can. You said before, Clinton said about 2 hours 13 minutes he reckons. They're only about 2 hours and 9 in at the end of this lap. So I reckon this might be a bit of a reactive pit stop, if anything. They might see that they've had their stop, or their rival team has stopped, and they'll just think, right, now's the time to do it. We've gone 1 lap longer than them. That makes all the difference.
Yeah, and the interesting thing with pit stops and stint length is going to be from here on out, because at the start of the race, the marshals had loads of time to fill up the fuel tanks all the way to the brim. In the race, you don't really have as much time, and you get a lot of froth coming out. So it could be a case that your full tank is not completely full.
Yes, yeah.
So even if you were able to go 2 hours, 10 minutes in your first stint, you might only be able to go 2 hours, 5 minutes in your next stint. So how risky do you want to play it? Because you don't know exactly how full that tank is.
No, definitely. And like we said before, there's more risk in trying to elongate the stint as much as possible compared to just playing it safe and running it short. And just saying, look, we've done an hour and 50 minutes. Let's just get ahead of the curve a little bit. You can't possibly calculate at this stage where the pit stops will work out in the long run. Who's going to be pitting and when, and doing the maths there, because it can change so much from one team to the next. So I suppose it's just about managing each stint as it comes and seeing what you can do. That was the number 11 machine and the number 2. The leaders are now into the pits, are DAB Motorsport, so we'll keep our eye out on that gap. It was 43.396 seconds, as you saw, just before the previous circulation.
And this time it does actually tell us that they're in the pits as 2 carts very slow at the exit of paddock corner.
Yeah, that's the number 30 machine, actually. That is the quadrant cart. As I was saying to Matt before, hoping the race gets better, it now says they're 11 laps down. But, they've got a spread in the pace of their team, as you rightly said. Oh!
They ran out of fuel.
Dearie me. That is the DAB Motorsport
pits,
machine.
though.
Yeah, it said they were in the pits.
And that is the worst place to run out of fuel, because that's going through turn 1.
Yeah, and that's as far away as you can be. An absolute devastation there on the face of Sam May.
I think he's gone in too hot into the pit lane. He's been told he's got to go round again, and he's run out of fuel. They actually got their pit lap perfectly timed, but he's come in too hot, been told to go around again. I'm about 95% sure that's what's happened. He's going to have to be pushed around. That is disaster for DAB Motorsport, and a big sigh of relief for Nameless.
Yeah, absolutely. Nameless will be loving that. You never wish that on your competitors, but at the end of the day...
Some people do. They shouldn't, but they do.
If it's to your benefit, at the end of the day, this is a competition. This is competitive racing. You can see he's getting a push round here. He's going to have to do the whole lap as well.
Yep.
Or no, they won't cut through the middle of the circuit, will they? They'll do the full lap, I believe. Yeah, Kieran has just confirmed it for us. Thank you, love. That they're going to do the full lap.
This is where chat can throw in the jokes. This is the fastest that kart has gone all day long.
Yeah, but we know it hasn't. It's been rapid. It's the lightest
it's been.
Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, true.
It's the lightest it's been. We can tell them that.
Yes.
Oh, that's a spin.
Bit of contact.
Oh, the number 20 machine, and then the 12 clips them as well. That's the Team Rango with red mist. Team 20 recovering across the circuit there, and not met with great applause. That was signs sealed and delivered. Side by side there. Someone complaining on the balcony there, being pushed around. They're laughing at him.
So DAB Motorsport down to 6th place now, and now they get to make their pit stop.
Sorry, there's F's in chat. Love that.
Oh, there.
That's my favourite internet phenomena is just F's in chat. F to Marty respects. Brilliant. You do feel sorry for them, of course, but that is just devastating. I'd love to know if that was the case, if they'd gone through. That's probably the most likely case. Yeah. Unless maybe he's gone in and just pulled into the wrong bit of the pits.
Yeah.
Just gone all the way over to the left, focusing on the driver change instead of actually the pit stop itself.
As soon as you come into the pit lane, you need to pull to the right-hand side.
Yeah, there's a smaller channel, isn't there, as we've seen.
And if you miss it, well, you've got to go around again. Black flag for Stints, sealed and delivered. And there is a 21. That is a very odd place to spin.
That's Belly Boys Racing, and they don't have reverse gears, these cars.
I think the rain might be coming down because all of the lap times have really got, well, about 2 to 3 seconds slower. So is there a little bit of moisture on the circuit somewhere?
It is still drizzling a bit by the look of it, but I think it's just because it's been that consistent for now that it's just building up slowly. It's getting to that point where the tyres aren't behaving themselves right now. Racing before the green flag, signs sealed and delivered. Well, to be fair, their penalty has been signed, sealed and then delivered to them via this wonderful graphic. So they will be in the pits again soon to serve a black flag. And they actually got a black flag for a takeout as well, didn't they, at the same time? So double whammy there, unfortunately, which is a shame. Side by side here, 15 and 9. That is Legends. Oh, it's the Loughborough Legends and Neil. Wonder if it is still Neil behind the wheel at the moment. We'll have to find out, won't we?
but they were racing with Fat and Furious, which is the number 15 team. Side by side they go now with the number 24 putting them under pressure. That's the 1322 Racing Northeast team. You can see a little bit of corrective oversteer there as they went round turns 1 and 2. Just gliding the karts around now. They will want to stay away from the painted section of the circuit. Great racing though, isn't it? This is what Yusuf was on about side-by-side racing earlier on. You know, you can carry the momentum around the outside very often on this sort of circuit. That's just the art form of the kart racing itself. As there is the quadrant machine Arrow throwing it down the inside of the Senor Frogs team. That's a clip for it. Oh no, contact with the number 8 machine of Burrow 11 NFS. There was big contact as he went sideways. We've got a shot there of the sign on the start-finish straight, which is, of course, telling the teams that there is rain. And it is now going to get mighty, mighty slippery. You can see a sort of dry line still as they head up the hill, but that is very quickly going to fade. You can see karts slipping and sliding their way back down the hill again. This is the real turning point of the race now, everybody, when it starts to get really wet out there on the circuit. The drivers will be sliding around quite a lot. You can see just how much time the number 30 machine lost in that incident. It was the number 8 kart that got collected on the exit. I wasn't sure if they'd come to a stop or if they'd carried on there. Track limit warning going for TRX Motorsport Elite. And I'm told we're going to hand over to Yusuf just now, who's got an interview lined up for us.
I'm here with Josh from BN Racing. First things first, Josh, are you a little bit sad that the rain's coming down after you finished your stint?
It is fun in the rain at Buckmore, but personally it's a bit of a headache to drive fast. I think I'd struggle a bit more in the wet than the dry, but yeah, it would have been fun to drive in the wet, but yeah, no, we're doing well at the moment, so really happy.
You had a really cracking stint. You were climbing up the order, you got to the top of the rookie class. Are you still effectively leading?
I believe so. We're out at the moment just trying to put in as many good laps as we can, just be consistent. We're not fighting too much. And yeah, we're just kind of looking for the long run, long-term pace rather than short-term game.
So what's the plan now? With the rain coming down, obviously it's very tricky. How hard do you want to push? How safe do you want to play it?
Well, we're not going to push too hard. We obviously want to be the fastest we can reasonably, but we're being quite... we're thinking a lot about the tyre wear, especially the fronts. And so we're going to not be, ragging it out of the tyres every lap, just kind of being a bit more, as I say, conservative, but not to the detriment of pace.
Fair enough. And have you guys done the Buckmore 24 before?
Never. It's the first time. So I, along with my dad, we organised a team with some people that we met at the BIKC regionals last year and who are members down the local track. And so this is actually our first race. We've been preparing for this since, I'll say, September or October. And yeah, there's been a lot of work put into it. So just, really proud of the team, and I want to thank my dad as well, because without him, we wouldn't have been able to do it. So.
Well, you mentioned the BIKC. For those who don't know, that's the British Indoor Karting Championship. So are you guys normally indoor karters, or do you do a bit of outdoor karting as well?
Personally, I do a bit more outdoor karting now, and I know a couple of others on the team do. But majoritively, yeah, I think we're an indoor karting sort of, based team, if you will. But yeah, we're looking at entering just some other races as well throughout the year. Yeah, we're sort of moving towards outdoor karting. Yeah.
Well, fantastic stuff so far in the race. We're going to throw back on over to Chaz, who'll let us know how the race is developing.
Sideways. It's raining at the moment. It is raining a lot, and it is definitely coming down a lot heavier now. We're going to see a lot more karts going sideways. Look at the opposite lock there from the number 26 machine. Fantastic display of kart control. That's BN Racing themselves, and floating their way down the hill. But this is the most difficult bit now here, Yusuf, because it's not absolutely throwing it down. It's that transition period of it going from a dry circuit to a really greasy circuit, isn't it, where the drivers have to adapt every single corner they go to.
And weirdly, greasy circuits have less grip than a full wet circuit. It's a little bit like when you drive on the road. If it snows, it's not too bad, but once that snow starts to kind of almost become slush, it is really awful as, well, the karts are sideways going through the hairpins. And I tell you what, Nameless are absolutely nailing the track conditions. They're gaining by nearly 2 seconds a lap on the karts behind them.
Yeah, absolutely flying. And this is, we've spoken to a few teams so far that have mentioned they've got drivers that are specialists in these sorts of conditions that can really adapt to how greasy it is out there. And there was just a moment there, sorry, I giggled a little bit, because the Accelerate Kent Brewery racing team, their driver was sort of putting his hand up, and you could see him sort of warbling away to himself, just going, what are these guys doing? Like, he was just waving his hand about all over the place, and it looked like he was having a real moment to himself there, just about whatever contact had happened in front. We just saw the Senior Frogs entry. You'd think the Frogs would do well in the wet weather, but we'll have to wait and see, won't we?
Well, they are, because Matt Plum is one of the quickest drivers out on circuit, a 1:01.1. We saw this last year for Senior Frogs when Matt Plum was out on circuit in the wet conditions. Absolutely rapid, and he's doing that again at the moment. Senior Frogs coming down in P20, but they are quickly closing in onto the Slidemen.
Yeah, they will be shifting up the order very, very quickly. You can see again just little increments of oversteer here and there, a little bit of correction one way, then the other. You can see even through there, look, turning left on the exit, but managing the momentum enough that the kart slides but still carries its speed. You're still closing up to the back of the kart in front. You would, I mean, naturally, you'd always think if it's not pointing in the direction that it's travelling, surely you're not going at as high a speed as you can be. But here in these conditions, if you do float them sideways like that, look, he's sideways around there, but he's still right on the back bumper of kart 25, which is the rookie class leader, Ditchfinders. Oh, a bump there. I felt that one in the back of my neck.
I've given a little term for it. I like to call it gliding.
Gliding?
Yeah, because it's not a slide, but it's just glide.
Floating.
Yeah, you float in, and it's somewhere between sliding and, well, not sliding.
The funny bit of turn one, though, is that is just pure understeer at turn one.
Yeah.
Every other corner on the circuit, you know, you'll see that initial turn in, and then the back end will start to float around and, like you say, glide around the corner. Turn one, a lot of the time, they come towards our camera and then you just see full lock to the right and nothing happens for a good 2 seconds. And then suddenly the kart spits off in a different direction. Yeah. It's a really lovely camera angle.
So I think as the rain comes down and it starts to get trickier, some drivers might start to realise one of the hacks, you could call it, around this Buckmore Park circuit, which is utilising those little patches of new tarmac. One driver who I think might be able to do that is the Zesty Drink Racing driver of Adam Nather, who has just jumped in to take over. And
I'm just going on a bit of a wander.
Oh,
Can you still hear me at this
I can
point, yeah?
still hear you.
I'm going to go outside. I'm not sure how loud this is going to be, but the guys are cheering for Matt. It seems like Matt's getting quite a reception at the minute. Does he? You're all a bit excited that he's doing all right, are you?
Yeah. Well, he's not doing all right. He's doing better than most of the track.
That's one way of putting it. Well, is this what you expected from him, or is he doing even better than expected?
Absolutely nothing less, brother. This is the boys. It's the soggy frog.
Yeah,
the soggy frog.
This is what he does, to be fair.
The soggy frog. I'm sorry if anyone in there can actually not hear me at all. I can't hear Yusuf at this point, but it's absolutely freezing out here. It's absolutely. I thought it'd be all right because it's boiling hot in there. It is absolutely freezing. But this is the turning point of the race, is it?
Potentially. Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it.
Yeah. Well, the sun will be out in a minute. Don't worry about it. But it's all good. Right, I'm going to come back in because I don't like it out here. It's cold. It's wet. I'm supposed to be northern and really hard, but I'm not.
Well, Matt Plum, I think, is taking to the conditions like, well, a frog to water. In kart number 29 for Senior Frogs, lapping now in the mid-103s, and last time round the quickest driver was, well, actually Team ARD, with a 103.1, so the quickest drivers in those mid to low 103s, and then most of the field lapping in the 104s, breaking into the 105s.
Yeah, this is the thing now. We're actually, much like in other forms of racing, aside from karting, we're going to be talking about lap times that are over a minute for once, which is more, oh, the custard creams, I forgot about these.
Yeah.
Sorry. That was
all right.
Literally just let the intrusive thoughts win then for a moment.
Why is it that every time this man, Thomas Layton, comes in, Zesty Drink Racing then appear on Race Control?
Because because what he's doing is, it's guilty conscience. He turns up and then they get a penalty. That's just how it works. I'm glad I've not got a team in this. To be fair, the whole... we're going to see the opposite with you, aren't we? As soon as you go out on track, that graphic's never going to disappear, is it? It's just...
it shouldn't. I'm searching for the spotlight.
If you're pushing hard enough, the track limits should be moved. It's not the track's fault you're off it. Anyway, I said that and expected him to say something. He's got a bobbin in his gob. We've got Nameless now with a decent lead, 11.4 seconds. But look at that out there, how wide they're all running and all the different lines around turns 1 and 2. It's so easy to do what we just saw there in, I mean, turn 2. It's just It's like a lake at the minute. Oh, there was a humongous amount of understeer from the number 8 then. I thought they were going to clip the 23. That's a scary, scary place to be, though. And that's the thing, you're almost, well, I don't know, would you be braking into there? I suppose sometimes you would tap the brakes. It's really easy to lock up the rear in these things, and they will really rotate in the wet.
It's one of those, oh, that was synchronised.
Synchronised sliding.
Yeah,
synchronised
that definitely
gliding.
wasn't a glide. I don't think that one was a glide.
No? Well,
that was a drift.
That wasn't track limits either, to be honest with you. I'm not trying to...
Speaking of track limits...
Let me just ring Clinton. Hang on.
Damn motorsports.
That was not track limits at all. Like I say, nearly ended up on the A2. Unbelievable.
So
I hope he knows how to navigate them roundabouts, because it catches me out every time I come down here.
Can you imagine going into a roundabout and just randomly seeing a Buckmore Park car going around?
I've got so many things I could say in that. All of them would get me in trouble.
Okay. So we'll move on. I was going to talk about braking into the hairpin.
Oh, good.
I think in the wet conditions, the really good drivers are the ones that can just stamp on the brakes and then slowly ease off the brakes once that rear end comes out. You do want to be a little bit sideways, because that's when you know the car is right on the limit, right? If you brake a little bit less, the car will just brake in a straight line. Yeah. That's not good enough. No. If you get it just that little bit sideways, you know you're at the absolute limit, and then you control it, right? You're just fluctuating that brake pedal, so it's just hovering at that right amount, and then you get the car turned in. If you're just letting the car coast into a corner, you're not pushing enough, as that is a spinner coming through. That's one of the unnamed corners, I think, because it's before Cafe and after Ghana. I think Mr. McGinley might know what corner that's called. That's not the centre chicane, is it? Where's the chicane?
Hey, if you ask a question you don't like the answer, that's not on him.
No, but how is that a chicane?
It's not a chicane.
Thank you.
It's not a chicane at all.
I thought...
It's a left-hander that just happens to be between two right-handers.
If you turn right afterwards, it becomes the chicane.
Exactly, yeah. That's the thing. I tell you what, the way that some of them are going to be driving in the wet, it'll look like a chicane by the end of this.
Not wrong.
No disrespect to the drivers. We love you all.
Now, the gap at the front is coming down. Accelerate Kent Brewery, they're brewing up a storm because they are closing in to Nameless. They took a second out of them. I'm really proud of that one.
He did a thing.
So 8.5 seconds between our top two. It was close.
Do
close
that
to
again.
a voice crack.
Do that again. You can hear them all on the balcony from the camera, actually.
Yes.
You can hear them all still shouting out.
Oh, no, it's Quadrant.
That's probably why, because Quadrant aren't facing the right way. Not good. Not good. But Arav just recovering there. They're still 12, 13 laps down now.
It is actually called the centre chicane. I guess it's... I mean, I guess that's why we don't disagree with Mr. McGinley.
Just flipped the table over.
Yeah.
That's not a chicane. I'm sorry. Where's Phil? We need Phil. We need to have a word with Phil.
I always thought Sime Sweets was the whole chicane, but Sime Sweet is just the right. Then it goes into Pullman's.
Kieran lives here, to be fair. He knows this place better than I do.
So I think that's Peter Knight going up the inside of the number 12. Peter Knight is with the number 5, which is that Motorsport, the one that ran out of fuel.
I recognise those overall. Oh, look at that down the hill. That's fantastic. Sorry, that was just pure excitement. Fell out of me then. That was brilliant. I recognise those overalls. Are they DHR overalls or the similar to DHR?
I think
no, DHRs are a bit lighter blue, aren't they?
Team Tate Motorsport. No affiliation with Andrew Tate as well. I'll just add, in case...
Good for them. Good for them.
In case people on the street are wondering, because I remember my first BPEC round, I saw Team Tate Motorsport, and I wondered, no way. And it wasn't, so...
I'm going to retreat.
Yeah.
I'm going to reserve my comments on that, man.
So, I know that they race, or Peter Knight anyway, races BUKC. Bit of BPEC as well now. I've seen him out a couple of rounds this year. Very quick driver as well. I don't know if he's won a Buckmore 24 before, but he is rapid.
Absolutely. And this is the thing, you know, having the knowledge of the drivers is why we've got Yusuf here. He knows a lot of these drivers from a lot of the different corners of karting, and he knows exactly how they'll behave in certain ways. Look at the different lines they're taking there. That was a very tasty cutback.
So I did loads of moves, right, coming through the S's, and I gave it a nickname. I called it the back slap. Which is like a switchback, but a back slap.
What, because you just drive into the back of them?
Yeah, why not? I walked into that one, didn't I?
It's one strategy. It's what I usually do on fours.
Oi!
Oh, hello.
That's 23.
Number 23. Is it? Oh, no, it's not.
No.
MPMC.
You wanted it to be one of the leaders, didn't you?
No, I tell you exactly who I want it to be, and I really want it to be the no disrespect to them. I want it to be the 1322 Racing Northeast group, just so I can finally use that pun that I told you all about this morning.
I'll have to wait for it. I think I've already forgotten it.
There's Calamari, who we spoke to earlier on. I can pretend I know who he is because he's got his name written on his jacket.
Yeah.
It's great, that, isn't it?
Look at that fancy headset.
It'd be good if he wore it properly, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
But even still, this is
what they
the
say.
thing,
All
though.
the kit, no idea.
That's literally my career. But this is the thing, though. The teams take it so seriously. They've got radios. They speak to each other while it's going on. Obviously, one of the key things of motorsport is it's so hard to communicate with a driver while they're out there on circuit. You can hold a funny board up all you want about when you want them to come in the pit. There's not much more that you can communicate. And even when you can send them the message from the pit wall, the driver can't send the message back.
Oh, no. EKS All-Stars, naughty, naughty.
Radio system they were using was called.
Oh, fantastic. I just got half of what our director said to us there about the name.
We were
of their
busy
radio.
laughing.
Interrace. It's called Interrace.
Interrace, apparently. Just in case. I think other providers are available.
If any other teams, yeah. I've got an
They
old
supply
headset.
us.
They supply us Alpha Live.
There we
That's
go,
why
yeah.
James told us. Yeah, so there's no other providers available at all in the world. Everyone's discontinued and out of stock. So
Oh, I've got
buy
another one.
Interrace.
We've just had a team that have slid their way into a black flag. Number 7, the Slidemen. Another black flag in the wet conditions.
I shouldn't laugh at them like that. I was more laughing at the pun,
Yeah.
just to clarify.
To be honest, I think if we continue... Oh, that's Super GT.
He's
going to be quick.
Bloke on the right didn't look very happy at all.
No.
Bloke on the right.
Why do I have to stand here in the rain?
That was one of those, why am I here?
Yeah.
We know why we're here. You're here for a good motor race, sunshine. And you will enjoy it, telling you.
Did we get a donation on the stream?
We did. We actually did.
Hell yeah.
Watching live from
What's
South Africa.
Zaha?
I don't know.
think
I'm not
that's
going to try and
African
pretend
currency.
I know what currency that is. I'm not going to make a joke about it. Probably equated to about 5p. But thank
He
you very
says
much.
as he makes the joke about it.
We are very grateful here at Alpha Live. Don't listen to me. Thank you very much.
So they
Really
shouldn't listen
appreciate
to
it.
the part where you said we're very grateful.
Well, listen to that bit, obviously.
Yeah, okay.
Love from South Africa, not live from South Africa, actually.
Ah,
I've been
okay.
provided. Hang on. I'm not sure if James wants to get the
Is
shot
that
of this.
tape to put over your mouth? Oh, can we get the commentator camera up? Or there we go. Chris, up. Why do I keep saying
For
Chris?
God's
It's the
sake!
McCarthy thing that keeps coming up. Mr. Draycott is taped up.
And not in a
That's
way
going to
I like.
hurt, pulling the duct tape over it.
No
from
hairs
his mouth.
came out. Oh, I'm so happy.
No hairs. No Chazes were hurt in the making of this
That's
video.
a horrendous picture that's just been
That's
taken.
amazing.
Oh my god, it's not. It's not. There's Steve, ready to go. And to be fair,
what flag is it? Is that Philippines?
Yes, it is. It is indeed. He's going to be an absolute demon in the wet right now, is Steve. We all know it. There's, you know, I could blow as much smoke up his backside as he needs to, but there's no point. We all know he's going to be fast. We all know he's going to be absolutely wrapped in these conditions. And that's the thing. These teams have got these drivers in reserve ready for this. We've spoken to a few teams today that have all said that they know when the rain's going to be coming, their driver is going to be the one to put out on the circuit at that time. And apparently... Oh, wait, no. I think people were saying that it's actually 58 pence is what it translates to. Well, I'm not quite sure.
They
I'm not
actually
sure.
checked.
Was that what I said? I can't remember the number that I provided.
And
but still,
we got questions, why were you taped up? It's because Chaz sometimes says things that he regrets.
if you listen,
Yeah.
you
Acts
might
as a
know.
filter.
You might, yeah, it's a very good filter, yeah. Very, very.
Oh no, they've overshot the fuel barrels. I'd make them go around again, to be honest.
Yeah, send him round. Ring Phil.
Arav.
No, ring Clinton.
See, this is the issue, right? Arav does all of this F1 game, F1 sim racing, right? But you never have to stop at the pit box. You just go into the pit lane and then it does it yourself.
Yeah, you see, it's not good practice, is it?
No.
Not good practice. I'm not sure if that was Steve swearing or not. I'm going to apologise
I think he
anyway.
said loads of static.
Oh, okay.
I don't think he was
I
talking
think
about the motion
my
of the
mind
car.
was going on there. We've had another.
Oh no, he's got lost
donation.
on the way to the car. He has to run away. Where's he going? Steve.
Steve, it's not hard.
Oh,
mate.
what? I don't know what's going on right now. Oh, they're changing the GoPro.
Oh no, what this is Buckmore Park's new valet service that they're providing for the parts that you can now get for only $149.99 per race.
What was it that the team manager from Quadrant was saying about?
Quadrant, right, Jonathan Ross.
Quadrant.
Chill out.
What were they saying about if they were really serious, they wouldn't record it? Something like that. If they were genuine.
If they cared about the whole thing and not just themselves, then of course they wouldn't be recording.
Oh, we got another donation. That's more than £1.
Yeah.
You know what?
99 pence more than a pound.
I think number 10 is quickly becoming EKS all penalties. They.
Oh no, it's well.
That's horrendous.
I mean, you can only blame yourselves. I want to be a fly on the wall for your team debrief later.
Oh, you're more than welcome to come in.
I'll be there.
Yeah. We can get the camera in as well.
Yes.
When Archie Bullard comes into the pit, so Luke
to-
Battersby is going to give him a stern talking
We
to.
need to get Laura with the camera. I'll have the microphone. We'll be there.
Wait, I think I'm taking over for Archie Bullard.
It's only going to go downhill from there, then, isn't it?
Moments to talk about the new livery.
Fantastic stuff. Fantastic. Having a quick look here at the karts themselves, though you've seen them all circulating by now, but looking up close at the beautiful new livery on these Buckmore karts that was just revealed the other day on the Sodi RT10s. It's a very clean and cool, beautiful design. Certainly looks the part.
Had a new donation come in.
Done away with the yellow flashes of previous. And we've had another donation from the same person. Thank you very much, saying only spend the big bucks if the Frogs win. Well, you've already sent us the money now, so that's it. But thank you very much. We really do appreciate the support in the stream. I know that at points of this you may think, is this guy taking it seriously? I can guarantee I am. But we're here for a good time, and a long time, actually, funnily enough.
That was £4.15.
I'm being interrupted by my own producer. Imagine that. He's told me it's
Sorry.
£4.15. Was it £4.15?
Sorry, so say what?
He's still trying to talk over me. Goodness me.
Sorry, what?
What I'm going to do is ignore my producer and bring in Kieran McGinley. Hello, mate.
Hello. That was a terrible idea, but here I am.
How are you, bringing you in?
Yeah,
Why?
terrible idea.
You know this place better than all of us, to be fair.
Well, that's true, yeah. But
Yusuf doesn't know where the track limits are.
Well, that's true. Well, we'll find out in about an hour when he's out on track, won't we?
This is the fun bit, actually, because having a commentator that's in the race, we get to sit up here and slate him, and he can't listen.
Oh, yeah, and
good.
And then we don't have to actually prove ourselves out on track. That's win-win. Win-win.
I already tell everybody that I'm awful, absolutely awful. Apparently the guys have heard the producer on the stream, which is quite interesting. There you go, James. You laugh at me for talking over me, but the comments are saying they can hear you. Yeah.
Ooh.
Not so big now.
He's in trouble.
There's a mixed. I'm going to tell everybody in the audience. There is a mixed sort of emotion on James's face. He's finding it a bit funny, but he's also terrified. But the comments are genuinely saying that they can hear you, James.
Oh,
See, I
that's
couldn't hear you
funny.
that time.
Oh, that is funny.
I'm not sure if you all heard that. Do let us know if you heard James just say hello.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's a motor race going on, Kieran, and
Is
it's a
there?
mighty
Whoa.
good one. It's a dead good one, this.
Oh, do you know
Yeah.
what? It was great because I was watching on. I watched the sort of first hour, and then I did sort of my wandering. And for the top 6 all to get black flagged,
Spicy.
sets the marker down, doesn't it? And
Yeah, it does.
Do you know what? The exact same happened last year. So now our race director, Clinton Bell, can then go into next year's briefing and say, look, it's 2 in a row now. It's got boring. I want none of you or 10 of you now.
Yeah, for crying out loud.
Stop it. Either all do it or none of you. It
And-
just changes the what's it? Lowers the bar.
That's it.
We look at the quadrant kart, then Steve Brown behind the wheel at the minute. He's just getting into a rhythm with his stint. He's got right behind him on circuit there. Kart number 24, second in the rookie class at the moment, the 1322 Racing North East squad. And I love this shot here as they float their way down the hill.
Oh, it's
awesome.
so
And
good.
just see the back end stepping out. Well, I was going to say a little bit. Flipping heck. 1322 Racing North East. We're facing Southwest then. Finally, I got
You
that
got
put
it.
in.
Yes.
Christ. Been
Where's-
waiting so long. 2.5
Where's the
hours
party
for
popper?
that.
We had a
No,
party
don't
popper.
mention party poppers to me. Someone aimed one at my head last night, and I'm still getting flashbacks. But we've got great pace out of that rookie team, to be fair. The Racing North East squad. He's overtaken Steve after I bigged him up to the heavens earlier on. And now they are making tracks in chasing down the Ditch Finders team. 18.3 seconds, about 21 seconds actually between them and the class leaders. There's a little bit of argy-bargy. Steve says, have one of them. There's a kiss with the number 6 as well, which is the TRX Motorsport Pro squad. But look at how much they're soaring at the wheel here, Kieran. This is such tricky conditions. It's not an absolute downpour, but it's just enough to unsettle those slicks.
Well, this is the thing. It's almost worse, it being a greasy track, because you're having to work out on the fly where the grip is, yes, but more importantly, where the grip isn't. And that's so difficult on these slick tyres around a greasy track. You're just, if you're using the karting lines, you've been taught to use the outside of the track because that's where the rubber isn't. That's where the rubber, the slippery rubber that becomes in the wet, normally very grippy, actually
Adverse
becomes
effect.
exactly that. So you've got to avoid that at all costs. So using the outside of the track will help you out. And of course, there's no wet tyres here. We don't have wet tyres that the drivers can change onto at any point. They run slicks from start to finish. That is that. So they are going to have to cope with these conditions. And the great thing is, wouldn't be the Buckmore 24 Hour without a bit of rain. We're expecting rain for the foreseeable as it stands.
Well, we're British. We expect rain for the foreseeable anyway. I just want to mention as well, there's a lovely comments coming in saying we need you guys taking over from Crofty and Brundle because this is the best commentary I've heard in a race for ages. 2 a.m. in Australia and I don't want to stop watching. I am very, very happy.
I got to say,
thank you very, very
I'm going to
much.
let you and Yusuf take that because you've done the first 3.5 hours. I've just sort of walked in and got that compliment, so I'm not sure how much to take from that. But thank you very much for the comment.
I'm not quite sure how to take Dennis's comment. He's just put the word commentary.
Thanks. Look, short and sweet and to the point.
Yeah, Barry Glynn, he could be saying it's awful, he could be saying it's great. Barry Glynn is saying he wants more James.
More James. Okay.
We love James. James is fantastic. He's being serious for a second, he's done so much setup and so much work throughout yesterday to get all of this together. And the guys at Alpha Live always do a mega job. Away from taking the mick out of each other, we really do have a good time when we do these events.
Oh,
it is top quality stuff in it.
I absolutely
and
love it.
James is apparently saying hello to Barry.
Hello, Barry.
There you go. He's just said, why is that so loud? We've actually had the opposite question. When does the commentary end? Well, right now, I'll see in a bit.
Is the joke over yet, Chaz?
No.
No? Oh, okay. Right.
Commentators will resume shortly.
I'm guessing the joke's over then. I'm guessing we can talk again. Chaz has just given me a very blank stare. But there
it might not have been meant like that.
No, we're commentating all the way through. Not us two in general. We will have a squad of commentators here, but we are all the way through into 3 separate streams. And I'm trying to think. I think the next stream is at 10 p.m. Am I right in that, James? Something like that.
James is nodding.
Nodding, shaking the head, don't know. But there will be a part 2 and a part 3, so make sure you do tune in for those. So, yeah.
And it also means that you don't have to go searching through a 24-hour broadcast to find the one bit where someone mentioned your name. Or where your son was driving on the screen.
Absolutely. Well, Nameless at the top of the standings at the moment, and that's a team that's headed by Jack Goldsmith, who won the Kart Race of Champions lightweights when it was run here, which is a kart rental championship, basically of all the rental championships. They get invitations, and they held it at Buckmore Park in the summer of last year, and Jack Goldsmith went on to win it with an injured wrist. So he went on to do a fine job there. And I did ask him, because it's a new team now, a new team entered for them into the Buckmore 24 Hour, and he was saying that himself and Max O'Shaughnessy wanted to have a clean slate with a name that was a bit more serious. And so they thought the rename, they couldn't think of a name, so they came up with Senseless. Or Nameless, I should say. So so they couldn't think of a name, so they've gone with Nameless. Top of the standings by nearly 8 seconds.
Absolutely, and I remember from, again, I'm going to beat this drum till the cow comes home, but the 2019 running of the event, Goldsmith was the main name that I remembered, because he was absolutely untouchable in that event. It was incredible what he did in the stints there, and it was lovely. We spoke to him at the end of the stream as well when his team won the race, and they absolutely smashed it. It was brilliant. It's great to see that, even 5 years later, there's still some of the same drivers doing this. Look at that for a shot. See, this is why you want to watch it on Alpha Live. Not that you can watch it anywhere else, but this is why you want to watch it here with us at Alpha Live. It's just awesome. I really, really hope you're enjoying it, everybody. It's great to have you all with us. We really do appreciate the support. And we hope you're enjoying the race as well itself. We're here to entertain above all else, but here to inform as well. And there's another penalty, I can tell you. Toby and his band of bandits have got another one on the board. I'm not sure if they're actually just trying to rack them up at this point, to be honest, Kieran.
Well, is that the implication of Toby is a bandit, or Toby's with some bandits and isn't one? What's the sort
it's
of
Toby
implication
and
of that?
the bandits, so I'd assume it's not him associating as a bandit.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've got people in the chat saying frogs. You've not said please, so no.
we've got this 3-wide moment there. That's the EKS All-Stars squad with kart number 9 in there. They're further down. That's Loughborough Legends and Neil. Still unconfirmed whether it is Neil behind the wheel at this
Neil
point.
behind the wheel.
Yeah.
Very good.
There's got to be a song in there somewhere. We'll get Yusuf to sing it later. 12th place at the moment for the Loughborough Legends and Neil. Dab Motorsport just ahead of them at this moment, which is quite intriguing. Dab Motorsport down in 11th position outright, trying to recover from the earlier mishap with the fuel. That's such a devastating race-changing moment, though, isn't it, Kieran? Because instantly, a few hours in, you're on the back foot then, aren't you?
You are, but if those sort of things are going to happen, at least have them at the start of the race, you know, when there's 21 hours to go, when you can actually recover some of that time. There are worse times, and it's when there's an hour to go, and you've got no hope of actually making up that time whatsoever. There's nothing more heartbreaking than that. At least then, though, they've got 21 hours to try and cut through as much as possible. The only problem is with it being 2 laps the gap right now, considering the winning margin last year was 4 laps. That's a heck of a margin to make up.
Yeah, absolutely is. You know, especially considering that with the level of pace that they were all at earlier on, we were seeing them barely take a tenth of a second a lap out of each other, you know, when they were on the charge. So it's a mighty big mountain to climb, that is, and it'll feel like that from the team as well. We just saw a quick view of the Senor Frogs machine just there, kart 29, floating its way. Yeah, this is apparently, according to our producer, to stop the frogs in the chat. For crying out loud, it's all day. the screen is actually, the green in the pixels on that screen has started to burn away at the moment, to be honest with you. They're just coming through as yellow now.
What our producer James doesn't realise is if you tell someone to stop the frog, do you know what will happen?
I'm going to go on YouTube and put frogs in chat.
Are you? Go on then.
Yeah.
Go on then. Join. If you can't beat them, join them. That's the message, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
I'm not going to get involved in the race, though.
I don't know if those headphones are actually from F1 themselves, but if they had sent them for the Buckmore Park 24 hour, that would be very handy indeed.
I was going to say, flipping heck, talk about overkill.
Well, look, better to be prepared, eh? Better to be prepared. There is the, I think there was the Senor Frogs at the number 29 trying to get their way through, and yep, up the inside. But unfortunately, there's not a lot of grip there, and it's 3 wide going through the centre chicane in locked in a battle here with the Fat and Furious and the number 15, and I think that was Bureau 11 NFS who was also involved in that battle. And well, I think
when life gives you lemons, leave them out in the rain to rot.
Yes, I think this might be a...
It's the fact that the tablecloth matches as well. That's brilliant. That's down to you lot, isn't it? That's the Zesty Drink Racing squad, that is.
They're directly behind us. And did you give a cheer then? On those? Yeah, big cheer, big smiles.
Technically, they're behind 16 other karts as well.
Wow.
Oh, I'm sorry, you didn't deserve that.
They didn't
deserve that.
But you didn't anyway, so, you know.
Yeah.
That's harsh, that is. And now it's lemons and frogs.
Oh, for crying out
and
loud.
Oranges.
Right, where? No, that's the that's peaches for the Racing Northeast team. I think there seems to be some weird connection there. Although apparently it's tangerines, because people have gone to the point of trying to copy the emoji, and now the word tangerine is just in chat instead of the emoji. I like that.
There's the Fat and Furious down at Paddock Bend.
You can't say that about him on stream.
No, it's their team name. That's not fair. Oh, you set me up. I didn't like that. I don't like when I'm set. I like doing the setting up.
You've got to do this Zesty Drinks interview, by the way, because you're wearing yellow.
Well, I mean, that does make sense. That does make sense. Or mustard.
Yeah, James is saying it's more mustard. It is.
Well, when I arrived at the track, obviously I just put on a jumper, and apparently I've worn the same jumper.
Obviously.
What do you mean? What do I mean? Obviously, I don't know.
First thing you do when you get to a racing circuit, put on a jumper.
Put on a jumper.
To be fair, in the UK, yeah, it's usually that or a coat.
Yeah. Well, it was warm about 2 weeks ago. I don't really know what happened. Anyway,
2 weeks ago. Sorry, I'm slating you here, Kieran.
Yeah,
you don't deserve it.
You know what? You know what? You can have the mic. I'll do the interview until you've calmed down.
Yeah. I'm going in timeout by the sound of it, everybody. Kieran's here to tell me off.
Yeah. Stern warning. Stern, very stern.
Well, we'll leave Kieran for a sec to go and sort out the interview, and we'll continue to have a fantastic time here at the Buckmore Park 24 hours. Chaz Drake and Kieran McGinley up here in the commentary box, with James Fitzhugh on the directing and producing duties as well.
Always giving James a shout out because of the hard work that these guys do. He's saying hi to Barry apparently once again. Really hope you're all enjoying yourselves, whether you're watching from home, whether you're actually here at the circuit and for some reason watching the live stream as well. And of course, we wish all the teams a fantastic race. They're having a good time of it so far. Nearly 3 hours into this 24-hour race. I'm going to be with you until 7 p.m. this evening, at which point Reeve Taylor is going to take over. Kieran McGinley is going to be with you until about 11 o'clock. And then at midnight, we're going to do a changeover. Yusuf is going to be back on comms. And then I'll be with you again from 2 a.m. to 7 a.m. Oh, I don't know who signed me up for that, but it definitely wasn't me. But that's going to be one hell of a stint after I've had my official 8 hours sleep. But still, the drivers have got the hardest stint out of all this. Let's not forget. I don't want to sound ungrateful by being up here in a warm, cosy commentary box. The drivers and the teams have got to do this race for 24 hours. And it is so challenging, this circuit, as we've said. There's undulation to it, as there often isn't really with karting circuits. They're often very flat, so you don't have to think about the sort of up and down nature of the circuit itself. Just looking up there at the balcony now, where everybody's watching over the race itself. Fantastic view from up there on that balcony. It goes all the way around that building, so you can see from every angle, pretty much. And that is the view from said balcony as well, where the drivers make their way up the hill. You can see so many of them stepping sideways out of that left-hander, obviously known as the centre chicane, as we learned earlier on. There's been an orange or a fruit of sorts just thrown across the commentary box, I can gladly report to you, everybody. I think we're going to head over to Kieran in just a sec, though, who has an interview lined up for us with Zesty Drink Racing.
Yes, I do indeed. I'm here with Jay Leverton from Zesty Drink Racing, who's emerged from about half hour ago. But Jay, how was it out there, and are you sad you're missing out on the rain?
It wasn't too bad. Started off, I think it was P16, something like that. Got a good start, went into first corner. I got left out a bit, but then went along, just got some positions back and got a black flag, sadly. But then came into the black flag, went back out and made up some positions and got back the time that I lost.
Yeah, your team manager is coming here with just some lemons here, Tom Layton, who's got a big smile on his face then. Well, let's talk about you. Total Zero Karting Champion 2022, NKC, UKC Junior Road Tax, and I hear you're driving a GP4 next year.
Yeah, I got picked up by Odd Motorsport with a Young Driver Academy, so I'm learning in the sim at the moment, and next year we'll be out testing in the GB4 and racing in the GB4, which is like a great opportunity, and I've taken that opportunity and just training hard for it.
Yeah, great stuff. And what does an event like today sort of help with that training? Just, you know, we're on slicks in wet weather conditions. I'm expecting you're out there. The rain's sticking around as well.
Yeah, the rain started coming near the end of my stint, and it wasn't too bad. Could bear with it, but yeah, it's great practice for when I'm out in the GB4 car. I'm just good with control. But I'm back out tomorrow, and the rain's going to stick, so I'm going to be racing the rain, sadly.
Yeah, we might expect some rivers very, very shortly. But how's your wet weather driving? How are you expecting to find out there?
It should be all right. I haven't driven the wet for a while because last weekend at NKC it wasn't wet, so going to have to get used to it, but should not be a problem.
Great stuff, Jay. We'll leave you to have a team debrief after your stint, but thanks for joining us, and I'll hand it back to Chaz.
Mid-custard cream and everything. Fantastic stuff. Thank you very much, Kieran. So, the weather is continuing to... Well, the weather itself is staying the same. It's just very windy. The rain isn't torrential, but it's just very persistent. So the track is just getting wetter and wetter. There was a spin actually down there just at turn 2 with one of the karts going a little bit too hot into that second corner. And like I was saying with Yusuf earlier on, you do get onto the brakes into there, so you have to be very careful. And the back end will very quickly overtake the front end in these machines. Very handily down there though, Kieran. There's a section for a bit of a runoff area down at turn 2. So if you do have a spin, you can sort of let it roll out of the way a little bit, can't you?
Is that hairpin 1? It's
I've wrongly called it turn 2. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean there's not a lot of runoff. that camera shot makes it look a little bit bigger than it actually is. If you start to spin there's not a lot of margin for anybody else to actually make their way around. So yeah, it's a little bit sketchy out there if you have the spin. And of course, in these greasy conditions, no one ever spins ever.
No, never.
So yeah, you've got no issue and no worries about that. But yeah, I mean, hairpin 1 is just such a danger zone when it does get greasy. The fact that you have to hit the brakes hard and yeah, you start slipping and sliding. And a sneak peek then, Chaz, into race control. And that is our race director, Clint Bell. And it's a great view up there.
Oh, absolutely. It's a fantastic, fantastic view. It's almost like being up in an air traffic control tower. You can see there the CCTV footage as well. Eyes everywhere on this circuit, and it just means that you can see down the bottom end of the track as well, which is really good to see. You've got this beautiful sort of plateau at the top end of the circuit and my armpit, which is just, but, you know, the flat top end of the circuit up there is absolutely gorgeous, you know, especially in the summer as well. You get all the trees around it. It is a fantastic place to be. It's amazing here at Buckmore, it really is. Every time I come here, it just takes your breath away, because you see karting circuits a lot of the time and you think, it's just a bit flat, it's just a square. But here, it's like a big, proper, full-on motorsport venue, like your full-size circuits, isn't it?
Yeah, and this circuit started off in the 1960s, and it was just the top half of the circuit. So at that point, it was quite flat. You had the two hairpins, and then it sort of looped back around before you now go into what is now Symes Sweep. So just after the S is here, it then loops back around. So that's your sort of original layout. And over the years, especially in the new millennium, expanded now to the circuit we have now. So you go down a hill, and that is when the undulation starts. And through there, it can get quite bumpy. So you really have to sort of hang on for dear life. At least I had to. So I don't know if that's a fair reflection, but in any case, you really do have to attack that with some menace. And yeah, it's just a great fun, such a fun circuit to drive.
Yeah, it definitely is, and you're absolutely right though. There's two halves to the circuit, isn't there?
Yes.
Definitely two halves to it. And we were talking earlier about the changes to certain parts of the surface, you know, where bits of the track have been resurfaced on sometimes on just the apex of the corner. Other times, obviously, the full width of the track has been changed as well. And that's something that Yusuf and I were discussing before, because you have to, as a driver, adapt to not just the texture of that bit of tarmac, because it'll never be exactly the same, but also where the change is as well, and whether it will sort of bounce the car up a little bit just to affect that tiny contact patch. And we were talking earlier as well about the fact that you've got so much weight to put on a corner of the car. That makes such a difference to just one tyre digging into the road. Thinking about going over a bump and how much that's going to affect it can make all the difference.
Yeah, it can, but some of these pro drivers, it's almost like they can see the track ahead of them. Yeah, don't take that out of context. It's almost like they can feel the track ahead of them about how much grip there's going to be before they've even got there. And we see the Senior Frogs now trying to get the way up a couple of positions. Where are they right now? I'm just trying to spot them. They are currently running 13th place. So that was a battle for position, although it was in separate classes. They're currently third in the rookies class right now.
Yeah.
And the number 22 ahead of them isn't for position, I don't believe. Yeah, it's the Sporting Club, who are going to be a lap down on the Senior Frogs.
In 22nd place as well, quite handily.
Oh,
yeah,
lovely.
kart 22, position 22, as you see on the left-hand side of your screen there. But it's still Nameless Motorsport leading the way. They have a pretty healthy 14-second advantage at the moment. It's looking very stable as well, actually. The last lap, they were 0.2 of a second quicker, well, about 1/10.5 quicker, actually, than the Accelerate Kent Brewery racing team. Burrow 11 NFS, since they got into a podium position, Kieran, they've held on to it really well, actually, because they were a bit up and down in the first couple of stints of the race, but that's definitely something that's stabilised as well now.
As we go a little bit side by side there, that's Nameless, so that's our leaders making their way through the top half of the bend there and down towards hairpin 1. Yeah, they have Burrow 11 really kept themselves good and honest. And to be honest with you, at this part of the 24-hour, these are some of the biggest gaps we've seen so far. I mean, we've got the top four all separated by about 45 seconds, and they're, I would say, equidistant. But when we get to Burrow and the only way is Brentwood, there's a 20-second gap, 24-second gap between them. So, yeah, it's looking though. Everyone's sort of spaced out, everyone's getting into their own rhythm, and that's a huge challenge when it comes to endurance racing. You are out there, and some teams will have radios, as that is Super GT up the inside as he looks to press on. You will have some drivers out there, you'll see the little bit of a device on the side of the helmet, which is the radio comm. So some teams do have radio, some don't. And I always think that's so challenging. I've been out in a car, and even in a 6-hour race, when you have no communication, when you look behind and there's someone behind you, you don't know if you're racing them, you don't know if it's worth your while battling them, you don't know whether it's worth your while to actually let them through and follow them through. Without that, you know, that vital bit of communication, it's so tough out there on your own.
Yeah, definitely. And the thing is, as we were saying, there's a black flag there for signs sealed delivered for racing under yellow flags. That means there was a yellow flag basically for an incident, and they've gone too quickly through that sector, and they haven't sort of wound it back enough to compensate for the fact there may have been a little bit of reason to be sort of adhering to caution at that part of the track. What I was going to say is, I don't know, it's gone.
I did speak for a long time.
No, rightly so, mate. Rightly so. You're getting your point across. That's what we're up here to do. But it's hard to know where a driver is in their stint as well. Like you can take a glance behind you as you're going through a corner, and you can see that there's a kart there. But trying to get as much information as you can about what number it is, what class are they in, like are they going quicker than me? Have they been there for a while and just sat behind me? You can barely know anything about who's behind you in karting. The only thing you can know is who's in front and keep your eye on them.
Absolutely.
And it's very difficult in a motorsport mindset to ignore whatever's behind you, isn't it? Because you will want to drive in your mirror, as they say, or drive to your mirror, but you can't. You don't have. Simple as that.
I mean, yeah, it is as simple as that. It's so easy for us to sit up here and say, oh, yeah, it's, don't focus on that battle, let them through. But when you're actually behind one of these carts, when the adrenaline starts to flow through you and you just think, no, I am going to battle. I don't want to be passed. I am going to pass, and that's that. Your team on the radio might be saying to you, no, don't overtake them, you'll lose time, and you're just conveniently not here.
Yeah.
But it is great. And one thing I always say as well, as the food starts to get served as well.
Don't do that.
That's cruel. That is mean. Yeah.
Don't do that.
Chaz and I were just
I'm upset now.
Yeah.
I honestly, I hope my aforementioned friends Jess and Coral are watching, because we were literally having a joke yesterday about the fact that I am obsessed with chicken. Like, literally, if I could just have chicken every day for every meal, I would.
I mean,
if you want to make me happy, buy me chicken.
I am so glad that conversation went the way it did, and you mentioned chicken and nothing else. So I'm very glad that it went that way.
Give it till 2 a.m, love.
Well, we are now into hour number 4, and it's Nameless at the top of the timing sheets. Then 17 seconds ahead of the Accelerate Kent Brewery team. Then it's Burrow at 11 in 3rd place. The only way is Brentwood is in 4th place, with TRX Motorsport Elite in 5th. Then it's the EKS All-Stars in 6th place. 7th place, and leading the rookie class is the number 25 of Ditch Finders. Then it's Team ARD in 8th place. 1322 Racing Northeast, currently 9th overall, 2nd in class. DAB Motorsport currently rounding off the top 10 overall. They're currently running 8th in class. Track limit warning going out to the number 17 of Formula None. And we also have Team Rango with Red Mist in 11th place overall, and the Senior Frogs are rounding off the top 12. They are currently 3rd in the rookie class. And hour 4.
It's mad how that's gone so quickly.
I know.
Honestly, 3 hours down in the 24 hours of Buckmore Park 2024.
I quite like that.
Yeah, that was...
Can we rename it that? The 24...
Ooh. It depends how close it gets later and if they're all sliding. There's a bit of standing water there, actually, on the inside of the corner. You can see that there's certain bits of the track where where there's a traffic jam, I was going to say. There was contact there, and, yeah, frustratingly, said car got turned around behind the timing tower.
Oh, dear.
Which I'm afraid... See, signs sealed and delivered, by the way, are now in the pit lane serving their penalty that they got not too long ago. And there they come back out of the pits, actually, straight into traffic. Carts 22 and 24 together. That's the 1322 North East machine and the Sporting Club together on the circuit. Both at very different parts of the race at the moment. But you never know. With a 24-hour race, they could certainly get back together. That is very much on the painted stuff there for cart number 13. That was a very, very lively moment indeed, that one.
Wasn't it just?
That's the only way is Brentwood. It seems like the only way is on the painted bits of the track. Look at that control through there. That was a lovely shot. The kart just floating, or gliding as Yusuf said, one way then the other. And it's great because in karting you can see the body language of the driver from the outside as well. So you get even more of a key indication as to what they're doing. You get to see, well, I don't know how to explain this without just sounding like I'm being an idiot, but you obviously get to see what the kart's doing. You can see it moving around, but you can see how the driver's reacting to that as well. It's almost like what I always say, that watching motorbike racing is really exciting, because you see the body language of the rider as well, and how much they're having to wrangle the machine without it being a separate onboard camera. You get to see the externals of what's going on and the driver's viewpoint of it and how they are affecting the machine.
I mean,
there's my explanation.
I mean, the fact that there's so much correction going through the first two corners of Conway's and in towards Henry's Bend, there's a little bit of contact there. I don't think Zesty Drink were able to slow that one down quite as efficiently, and it's so tough to do in these conditions. It really does separate those great drivers out then who can find the grip in those tricky conditions. I wouldn't say it's quite a lake yet, but as we discussed, Chaz, it's that moment where it's greasy, and a greasy track for a driver is possibly the worst track can be. If it's dry, great, you know where the grip is. If it's wet, great, you know there's not going to be a lot of grip. But when it's greasy and you're not quite sure, that's the worst for any driver.
Yeah, definitely. The track's still developing at this point, you know, and it's going to be different every single lap because everyone's taking different lines. The circuit's been heated up all over the place in different ways. There's no definitive dry line. There's no definitive wet line. You've just got to take every single corner with a massive amount of caution.
Yeah.
We just had another black flag there, didn't we, for a takeout by the sporting club. So clearly not so sporting.
Well, they've raced under yellows. Oh no, that was Stints sealed and delivered. So I'll retract that statement because that would have made me look a fool. Dab Motorsport, though, currently into the top 10. And if you missed it and you're wondering, why are Dab Motorsport down in 10th place? They ran out of fuel. They had actually come into the pits at the perfect lap to take a fuel stop, but they came into the pits too quickly, and so they were sent back around. And because of that, they basically stopped just after the first corner without any fuel. So they would have timed it absolutely perfectly.
Yeah.
But then involved in that, you have to be pushed back to the pit lane, and you can't cut through the track. You've got to use the full track to be pushed by one of our pit crew here at Buckmore to actually get back to the pits, then put some fuel in the cart. And of course, once you run a cart dry, it does take a little bit to actually start up again as the number 20 goes for a pirouette there. That's signed, sealed and delivered just on the exit of Garda. But it just comes down to just making sure you keep yourself out of trouble.
Yeah, and it seems so easy for us to sit up here and say that in a 24-hour race. Just don't have any accidents. Don't get any penalties. Yeah, just do it. Just for crying out loud, don't get yourself in trouble. But it's so difficult, especially, you know, I don't want the conditions to be the only talking point, but they really will be at this point. They will. Because it's going to be the biggest challenge to the drivers, and especially when you're trying to avoid going outside of track limits, when you're trying to save the car, when you're trying to avoid contact as well. You know, if you have to adapt your line or try and be as versatile as you can to get round other karts and other competitors without contact, you may accidentally make contact here and there.
Yeah.
Whether it's an accident or not, sometimes if you make contact, you make contact and that's it, and you'll get a penalty. Sometimes, you know, you'll be given the benefit of the doubt. You know, it was a racing incident. Oh, they've just understeered wide. But if it comes across as too overzealous and you're just trying to push too hard and not taking into consideration those drivers around you or the conditions themselves, then that's all reason enough for a penalty. And that's what they look at.
Yeah, context definitely does matter. And if it's a case of if you're intentionally trying to get a move up the inside, or if it's a case of you were out of control, I mean, both would warrant a contact warning in any case. But we leave that up to sort of race control and the race director to come up with that one, as I believe there are yellow flags now in towards hairpin 1. Will we see? Yes, there was a kart just on the right-hand side there who had a little bit of a spin. So they will rejoin. I wonder who that was. We might see them have a little bit of a slower lap time next time around. And that's normally the big clue as to who that was. But there is Dab Motorsport, Peter Knight behind the wheel of that one at the moment as they look to try and recover their way through. Another thing as well is the gaps. And if you are new to endurance racing, welcome along. It's great to have you. Yeah. Not a bad first endurance race to whet your appetite on, but also...
Is that a pun?
Maybe. But the fact that, you know, Dab Motorsport being one lap down, take into context that the winning margin last year, Dab Motorsport won by 4 laps. Now, 4 laps...
What?
Yeah, well, 4 laps...
was that much?
Well, 4 laps is 4 kilometres over 24 hours. So that's, you know, when you take the average speed into consideration, that's not a lot at all. Take that into mind. 1 lap down just means they're about running about a kilometre behind, maybe slightly more. Which is not a lot of distance whatsoever. At the moment, that is, we're looking at 1:07s, 1:06s right now. So, again, not a lot of time at all.
Sorry, I'm just winding our producer up. Yeah, it's
the usual then.
Yeah, that's what I'm here for, isn't it? But, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, in some circumstances, it doesn't sound like a massive amount in terms of the distance. But when you consider how long a lap is around here, you know, a lot of the, guess what word I'm going to use, elements of karting and the racing itself is shrunk down from other forms of motorsport, but there's certain bits of it that really aren't. And you know, you have to think about everything relatively, don't you? Whether you're used to watching any form of motorsport. I've mentioned GT and touring cars as if, you know, I watch anything else. But when you come to karting, you have to shrink the relative scale a little bit. But as I said to Yusuf before, it's a beautiful thing that it is such a high-tech form of motorsport still. You can get into the intricacies that we've heard about all race, and that it can be managed so beautifully. You know, it's still really well scrutinized, really well sort of stewarded as well, and it's just awesome. No, I'm not.
A reference, that is, of Buckmore 24 Hours of the Past.
Oh, is
the
it?
You OK sign.
Oh, I should
It's
know
great
that,
to see
I'm
it.
sorry.
No, it's okay. Toby and the Bandits, though. You OK? Obviously, a sign out there just to make sure the driver is actually okay, because that would say to me that Toby and the Bandits are not running with radio comms. They are solely running on that little whiteboard, which when you're going along at sort of 30, 40 miles an hour and you're having to look at the whiteboard, you don't actually understand how difficult that is at certain speed.
Yeah. Oh, I imagine.
So it's probably the You OK. There you go. And it's normally I think some universal code of the head tap means no, I'm not. Something along those lines. I've used the head tap when it's no, I'm not all right. I need to pit, basically.
Oh.
And then you have to wait for the pit board.
Yeah, to say, yeah, all right, then we've seen you.
Yeah, we've seen you.
But that's the thing. I mentioned this before, actually, that it's not always a two-way street with communication like that, is
No.
it? You know, there's only a certain amount of hand signals or gestures or something that you can give the team back from a board that they hold out on the pit wall.
Exactly,
you know?
yeah. I just saw the 17 there, Formula None, do the helmet tap there. So we'll see what on earth that means, because maybe it isn't universal. You'll have pre-agreed gestures.
Yes.
Hopefully not rude ones.
You know me too
I
well
know
by
you
now.
too well.
I was just about to start doing them at our commentator camera. Just in case.
Absolutely. No, but yeah, hopefully not rude gestures.
I mean, you could come up with some pretty funny ones for certain things, couldn't you?
Oh, yeah.
Your mind's reeling now, isn't it?
I wish it wasn't, but it is, yes.
I'm such a bad influence on Paul Kieran. I do apologise, everybody. I really do apologise. Having a fantastic time, though. And that's the main thing. What a brilliant event this is to be a part of again. It's been so long. And
yeah.
I mean, you're a regular here now.
I am.
Doing these.
They tried getting rid of me, but it didn't work.
It's easier said than done, isn't it? I don't know what he's doing. There are all sorts of hand gestures. They are.
Well, yeah.
Number 17. He's just talking away to himself. He's having a bit of a dance.
Maybe.
You know. He's got his tunes on. Why not?
Well, yeah, some drivers, I mean, I know some drivers, not the very top, but some that are just sort of breaking through at the top, will go through an endurance with some music in, because it's a case of trying to concentrate, as that's interesting. That's the word I'm going to use.
I was going to say, that's a great choice of words, Kieran, to be honest, because I don't think I'd have called it interesting based on pure reaction.
That's Team Rango with the red mist, the number 12, who had to run slightly wide there. And, well, if you thought there was no grip on the tarmac there, on the outside there's even less grip.
Yeah.
It's even more slippery.
Well, in that moment, it was Team Rango and the red painted bit of the circuit, never mind the red mist. It's more like a blue fog. But that's naughty.
Don't do
you
it.
don't want to do that in the wet, do you?
Yeah.
3 wide in the middle there with the TRX Motorsport Elite Squad. Just in front of them as well, I believe. Is that the number 26 of BM Racing, or can I not read? It's probably the latter. But still, very, very close. So you could hear the rain coming down on the camera there. And, Biscuit the Cat has just put the exact comment in that I was going to ask here, and he's just hopped off to sort out an interview. But I was going to ask if he could tap his head and rub his tummy at the same time, though. What sort of signal would that be? I can confirm he's sort of doing it. Yeah, he can do it. No, he can do it. Just confirm there. It's not on commentator's cam, but we'll get him to do it in a bit when he comes back again. Still, great battles going on the circuit, and one of the best things about this is that they're not all actually battling each other for position. I spoke earlier about the fact that we have so many teams and drivers that are just fighting for whatever position they can hold on to, because you never know who is going to be chasing you down, who is going to be the driver right behind you. You have to just take a punt and just defend your position, don't you? Anyone could be trying to come through. The 26 has now had a drama but recovered, unfortunately. You can see using that wider outside line through the hairpins just to try and use what is the wet racing line. You want to sort of smooth out the corner as much as possible rather than tightening it up and using the apex like you would on a normally dry track. You want to just sort of extend the line that you take around the edge of the circuit. Just hold your momentum up, basically. And it means that you're not being as sort of sporadic of speeding the car up and slowing it down again in as many times as you can. I believe we are going to hand over to Kieran now, who's got another interview sorted out for us.
I do indeed, and I'm here with one of the spicy boys in the number 19, Johnny Brighton. Johnny, thank you for joining us. Well, let's have a sit rep. It started quite well, but it hasn't gone well since.
No, obviously I screwed it up straight away, didn't I? No, so it was going pretty good. We were in P3, life was good. I was feeling very blessed, and the next thing I know, a back marker came in, killed me going down the hill. I was facing backwards, lost about 7 seconds, but more importantly, fell behind the pack. So I had to spend the next 2 hours catching back up. I think what's crazy is that we managed to somehow finish, I think, a lap before we ran out of fuel, because the cart behind us, who was trying to pit at the same time as me, ran out of fuel, literally on the lap afterwards. So I think we basically cut it as fine as we could. So feeling good. Our current driver's suffering a little bit out there, but it's going to be raining for the rest of the time, I'm assuming. If that's the case, then we just got to let him suffer, unfortunately. But no, yeah, feeling good. Yeah, getting there slowly. You know how it is. So.
Yeah, well, Buckmore, have you ever been to Buckmore before?
Have I been to Buckmore before? I've been given a free hat for coming to Buckmore so much. It's crazy. No, I'm here all the time. So I only live like 40 minutes away, so I'm literally here all the time.
So you know this place has its own climate. You know, what happens on the motorway just up the road doesn't actually happen here.
No, it's like F1. You know how like the F1 cars seem to just clear out any good chance of rain? Same thing here, but the opposite. Yes. It's like as soon as the 24 comes around, just rain hits. It's curtains for all of us. So yeah, no, really, really good. Having a good time. Yeah, I wanted to shout out my wife, my dad, everyone else who's come to support. I really appreciate it. Shout out subscribers as well. Cars with JB, anyone who's subscribed, watching, I appreciate it. And yeah, I mean, up the spicy boys, I guess.
Up the spicy boys. Let's have it. Johnny, thank you for joining us, and good luck for the rest of the race.
Yeah, cheers. Thank you all.
And Chaz, it's back to you.
Thanks very much, Kieran. Thank you very much indeed. Fantastic to hear from our drivers. We will be getting more interviews coming up very, very soon. We're going to keep them consistent through the day. There's been a contact warning there for the ditch finders, who've just had a bit of a moment, unfortunately. But there will be a lot of that now. With the weather how it is, it's so difficult. I said earlier, didn't I? Well, maybe there's just been some contact there by the look of it. A few karts recovering. Kart number 28 involved in that one. That's slick and tired, and well, the circuit's slick, and they will be tired of the contact by now. And this is the point of the race where the real overlaps begin. There's so many karts lapping so many others as well. You can see everybody. Look at the float in there from the Senor Frogs machine, sideways across the line, chasing down the number 4, which is actually our third placed kart, Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing. Now, obviously, there are a few laps down on these guys, but brilliant, brilliant kart control here, Kieran.
Absolutely. As we head into the Senior Frogs HQ, they'll see us in a minute when it all flicks over. This just shows you how far behind they are on the stream, doesn't it? This is what this highlights. But there we go.
Oh, it's so weird hearing yourself while you're still live.
It is. Chris Dixon giving us a wry smile there as he watches on.
But this is the ultimate test of the conditions right now from these drivers. They are absolutely dancing in the rain. It's brilliant. Yeah. But look, they're still having a go at certain curbs on the circuit, because there's places where you can get away with it, can't you?
Yeah, and not that I would try a lot, but yeah, there are curbs you can try and get away with, trying to get over the curbs there. Mainly because some of the curbs are just the paint, so the paint gets a little bit slippery, but not the massive amount that a curb will do, where it's all the steps and that's where the water can gather, and that's the worst possible thing you can imagine there, getting all the water out of those raised curves. But for example, coming in towards hairpin 1 here, you'll see the drivers absolutely miss the curbs because the line is all on the outside. That's where all the grip is. As,
look at that.
Yeah, number 4 there.
I love seeing stuff like that. That's what... Sorry, I didn't mean to cut across, Kieran, but that's what I was meaning earlier on, like the fact that you get to see the body language, you get to see the hand signals. It's more than just watching the machine from the outside. You get to see what the driver is doing behind the wheel as well, even when they're looking around, you know, when they're tapping their helmet as well, and when they're flying off towards the A2, all of it, you know, you get to see every bit of body language. Look, turning right on the way into a left-hander and then turning left on the exit of a right-hander. Brilliant, brilliant stuff.
It's great. It is great. As that was, I think, was signed, sealed and delivered just on the outside of Paddock Bend there. But we're looking really well here, as I think, is that Burrow and Accelerate Kent Brewery, I think you did mention they were starting to close to each other out on track.
Yeah, just not in terms of overall position. I think it's the Senior Frogs team are just following them at the moment. At the end of the day, it's like having a guide around the circuit, because at the end of the day, that kart is third in the race. They know that they have fantastic pace about them. They have done since the very start. So why would you not sit behind just for a bit? You know, because at the end of the day, if you've got a kart right in front of you, you get just that maybe second or so warning of what the grip's like. If there's a certain bit of the circuit that maybe is a bit slippery than it was before, if the standing water's made its way to a different part of the track, you've got that indicator in front of you rather than be the first one on the scene for a while. I was just that was mesmerised by how sideways he was down the hill. That was brilliant.
Oh, I love it. I love it. And this is where you're... I mean, if you were going to take your wet weather specialists anywhere in a team, it's at the Buckmore 24 Hour, because without fail, you can expect some rain. We have had rain every single running of the Buckmore 24 Hour. We even had fog in the very first one in 2019.
Yeah, we
did.
And
I remember that because I was up in race control at the time, and it was interesting. I'll use that word again. But I think it was just enough that the race could still go ahead. But it was touch and go for a while there in that.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, because at that time we didn't have the stream run with commentary all the way through the night. We had a few static cameras that just sort of rotated as they went, and there were certain parts where, you know, you looked at the camera out on the balcony, you couldn't see the bottom end of the circuit because of the floodlights as well. You know, it really illuminated the fog, so you couldn't see through it. There was a thick curtain of it. It was just crazy, but yeah, great running of the event, that, and obviously I'm still delighted to be back here and doing it again. But look at this angle. I love this as they go down the hill. Ooh, bit of contact there between the number 8 and the number 19 machine. That's the Burrow 11 NFS team, and they are currently in second place outright. And that was just on the edge of what was maybe acceptable there between them and the Spicy Boys. It was mighty spicy indeed. But that's the thing, again, you know, there's going to be a bit of pace difference between the teams, isn't there, Kieran? And we've mentioned these sort of specialist drivers that know how to manage the wet weather conditions. This is where you'll see more of a difference than if it was in the dry.
Yes, and it's really finding where the grip isn't so that you don't go there as the Senior Frogs move up and past the number 19 kart. That's the Spicy Boys, as of course I spoke to Johnny Brighton, who the race hasn't gone too well, but the great thing about it is there's still 20.5 hours left to run.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the great thing. You know, it hasn't started well, but that doesn't mean it won't end well. We'll have to keep an eye and see how it all plays out. That was a little bit of contact there from Steve going in towards hairpin 1, and he raises his hand to try and apologise. We'll see if he gets a contact warning for that going in towards hairpin 1.
Yeah, you could see the driver's head in front really rock forward. Oh, I don't think he expected the 15 to go through there. He's trying to find his way down the inside. That's the thing. You have to try and give as much early warning as possible and make sure you have a really good run on somebody so you can at least be alongside in the peripheral vision before you then commit to a move down the inside. But it's never as straightforward as that. So, yeah, he just had to try it, put his nose down the inside a little bit, and it didn't completely work out that time round.
No, and I haven't seen a contact warning going out to the 30, so they must have deemed
that
to be...
was tasty.
Oh,
sorry.
A little bit of a switchback
that
through
was
the centre
tasty,
chicane.
that was. I'm really sorry. I said earlier I'm not going to big him up too much, but that was mighty tasty.
You
that
are
I
currently bigging him up.
I
there
am.
You go.
Regardless of what driver did that was a fantastic manoeuvre.
I love seeing that move, especially in the wet at the centre chicane, just gets me every time.
Especially with a little bit of opposite lock on the exit, just to style it out as well.
Just to add some flourish, just to add a cherry on top.
Absolutely. There is going to be an absolute cherry on top of an interview in a minute. I'm going to tell you that for free.
I've just seen who it is. Yes, it is.
We've got Nameless are just absolutely flying, though. They've kept that gap. They've opened it up even further, if anything. Last time round, they were 0.4 of a second quicker than Burrow 11 NFS. Might want to change that battery, boys. We've had Quadrant second. Well, a lap or so ago, they were second fastest on the circuit. Quadrant are really flying now, you know, up into 29th place. It's an improvement, but still, Steve is just plugging away at these laps, and he's just managing it. You can see the inputs. You know, there's always so much difference in inputs. I'll be speaking to a driver in just a second about this, but it's a whole different ball game, isn't it? Words are a different ball game. Whole different type of ball game, isn't it, Kieran? Just trying to smoothly drive these sorts of machines. Like, look at that. There's 1 minute, there's like a tiny touch of opposite lock, and then it's
full steer to the right. It's knowing when to apply what, isn't it?
Absolutely, and Steve knows all about the Nordschleife with its climates in different regions, and of course Buckmore's not really that much different. You can have it's completely different weather out on the motorway that runs past, and it could be completely dry on the motorway, and it could be just chucking it down here at the circuit. It's just one of those things. That was the EKS All-Stars just raising a hand there. I wonder if that was just to say a thank you, perhaps. We'll have to wait and see, really. I haven't seen anything on the timing screens that would suggest anything untoward. But Nameless currently lead the way by just shy of 23 seconds ahead of Burrow 11 NFS. Then it's the Accelerate Kent Brewery, who are currently running in third. And I believe now we have our interview then, so I'll hand over to Chaz.
We absolutely are. Hello, everybody. Chris Bridle is with me here from the Slide Men, and, well, I mean, it's a very apt name for these weather conditions, isn't it? I suppose we look like polar opposites now. I'm in a warm commentary box and a T-shirt, and you're in a coat and a hat.
I was in a T-shirt about 2 hours ago, but, yeah, it's slippery out there now. I luckily just got out the car as the rain started to come down. But, yeah, it's tricky conditions now, and, yeah, you're in for the long haul now. It's just about being consistent and trying to be, near enough on the pace, but just, yeah, good strong lap times and no spins or accidents or black flags like I decided to do within the first hour for doing my fastest lap under a yellow flag. So complete rookie error from me. But, yeah, that's how I roll.
Well, I was going to say the first sort of hour, maybe even first 2 hours, you sort of establish who you're racing with, don't you, what the conditions are like, and then you start to get into a rhythm. Like you say, it's the long haul, the sort of middle section of the race, because at this point you can't bank on calculating where everyone's going to be at the end, can you? You just have to just plug away and get laps in.
Yeah, exactly. We were starting quite far down. I managed to get up to, I think, top 10 within the first couple of laps and got my elbows out. And then I was sort of with a group and I was like, yeah, we're quite happy here in the top 10. And then, yeah, got my black flag and it sort of put us in no man's land a little bit and we struggled a bit of pace. So, yeah, glad it's wet now because I think, yeah, we'll be a bit stronger now. The weather, obviously, not so much about top speed.
I was just saying before to Kieran as well that it really adds more of a spread in the field's pace, doesn't it? The drivers that are a bit more experienced in these sorts of conditions and managing a vehicle that's a bit more slippery and a bit more lively, they're the ones that really benefit from these conditions.
Yeah, exactly. In the dry, it's quite easy to be near enough on the pace or within a couple of tenths, but I think when you're in the wet, it's then a lot more down to the driver and knowing which part of the track to be on. You were just commentating on Steve there. He's been racing a lot recently, and I raced with Jimmy a couple of years ago in Prague, and then obviously with Steve and Jimmy in this 24-hour. And yeah, Steve's coming on a lot, and you can see just even the way he moves his body, trying to get the body weight over the front of the car or over the back of the car. It does make a massive difference in these conditions, especially on the slick tyres.
And it makes a lot of difference in terms of just inputs in general, doesn't it? Knowing what to apply and when. I said before about you see so many drivers on, I mean, we can see it now going around the first couple of corners, like full lock everywhere until the car bites. You've got to be ready for it to start over rotating, haven't you, and get as much rotation out of it as you can.
Yeah, you do in the dry. Obviously, it's just about being as smooth as possible, especially when we had new tyres on the karts, there's some new tarmac on the circuit. Great facilities here at Buckmore, and obviously they're keeping improving them, which is impressive for one. But yeah, got to be so smooth in the dry, but then as soon as you get to the wet weather, it's about you really have to put the inputs in quite aggressively, but then also being smooth, because you don't want to be braking and turning too much because you'll spin. So there's a lot more technique that goes into the wet weather driving. But even the guys maybe slightly heavier who struggle in the dry are now right in the playing field because they can use that weight to their advantage.
Yeah, I was interviewing some guys before the race about that, and they were saying that there was a more portly gentleman in the team, and they were like, oh, he's the wet weather guy, he's the one. But it applies in the same way it would with like a vehicle, bigger GT cars, for example. It's the sort of cars you've always raced against. The bigger GT cars are the ones that spread the weight better in the wet. So you want something that's sort of more flat and more of a platform than something that's a bit dancey, don't you?
Yeah, whenever I was racing the prototype stuff with Praga, when we were racing up against big GT3 cars in the dry, we usually had the legs on them a little bit. But as soon as it rained, with the big centre of mass they had and ABS and all these helpful things, they were a lot quicker. But it's the same here, and it's a great level of the rain, always has been, especially in these karts. You are on slick tyres, there's no wet tyres. It is literally like driving on ice for the whole lap. So it's good fun, and I prefer it because it's less physical. Which is helpful for me because I'm getting old in my age and retirement's coming, so I'm not quite as up to my fitness as I used to be.
Hang on, are you older than me? I'm 31.
Oh no, I'm only 24.
Oh, right. We'll throw back to Kieran. Thanks very much, Chris. It's a pleasure. Cheers.
Thank you, Chaz. Yes, all good stuff. 24 years of age and looking at retirement. That's Chris Bridle there. Well, I have to say that. But we had a great battle on our hands here as well, because 25 and 24, Ditch Finders and 1322 Racing Northeast are separated by about a tenth of a second. So that's really, really great stuff. And Dab Motorsport also closing in by about 1 to 2 seconds per lap on the EKS All-Stars. So great to see so many close battles. If we can try and find that rookie battle and see what's going on there. There's the 26 kart making its way through. So that's BN Racing. Making its way now through. They are currently 23rd overall, and that's a lot of counting to try and find out which position they are in class. And I can't do that while speaking at the same. I think it's about
10th.
8th on. Is it 10th?
10th.
Okay. My guess was not bad, but not great.
Nearly one off. It's fine. We'll give you the credit.
Nearly one off.
Where's that river come from in the middle of the circuit? I mean, it's got a little bit heavier recently, but there's suddenly a river down the hill.
It's almost Interlagos Turn 3.
Yeah,
kind of
it is. Yeah, absolutely. The Sporting Club getting a track limit warning there. As I said before, you will see a bunch of those because of the fact that it's harder to just stick to the limits itself. Can't believe Chris said he was getting old and he's like 7 years younger than me. I'm disgusted by that. You're even younger than that though, aren't you?
No, I'm older than that.
Oh,
by about 2 years. Yeah.
Oh, come on.
I know.
Makes me feel old.
I know. Sorry. Sorry about that.
It's all right. You can't help it. Either way, great to hear from Chris. He's been a regular here at Buckmore Park for many a year now. He and his brother Ed racing in a lot of different categories together, and they've always been very, very entertaining. So it's good to hear from him. It's great the amount of drivers and teams that have come up and volunteered interviews for us so far. It's been absolutely lovely, and we really do appreciate it. And it again embodies just how this event is, doesn't it, Kieran? With the amount of great people, they just want to add to the atmosphere and the entertainment of the whole thing that we're doing here at Buckmore Park with Alpha Live. It's brilliant.
And the fact that we have drivers up here that are doing well, drivers up here that aren't doing well, it's just a great atmosphere all throughout. And even the drivers that aren't doing so well are still having a chat to us and saying, oh, well, that didn't go well, did it? And then you get the pleasure of reminding there's still 20 and a half hours to go. And either they sort of, a smile goes on, yeah, that's right, there are 20 and a half hours to go. Or a sort of a death stare at you saying, right.
Oh, God, 20 hours.
Didn't need reminding of that.
Yeah, there's definitely different ways of looking at it. You can see a lot of standing water there. Look at the tyre tracks through that water. As Chris rightly pointed out, something we hadn't touched on is the fact that these karts don't go onto wet tyres.
No.
They are on slicks all the way through. And that, again, is another test of the driver's capability of how they can just hold on to the fact that these things are on a slick contact patch at all times, whether there is standing water or not.
That is the Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing machine. That's third currently at the moment. They're trying to find a way past that number 26 of BN Racing. Now, bear in mind, this is not for position. There's a few laps between these karts. I say a few laps. There's, having a look there, 8 laps between these karts. Soon to be 9, but there's no way through right now for Accelerate at this point in time. They have found a way past now through Simon Sweet and Pullman, so they now made it 9 laps between them. But it just shows you here that it is still difficult to overtake, even if you're trying to put a lap on somebody. And if you're coming from, a top-class motorsport such as Formula 1 and you're sort of thinking, where are the blue flags? Well, in endurance racing, first of all, if we had blue flags for trying to warn people that there's a faster car behind you, the port marshals would have really tired arms.
Oh, they would, yeah.
For one, because they would never stop waving the flag. And two, even if there were blue flags, they'd only be advisory. It's only to advise you that there's a faster car coming through. Don't be surprised if you see someone up the inside. But we don't have blue flags here, because otherwise the whole circuit would be drowning in blue flags. It's already drowning in a bit of water. We don't need blue flags on top of it.
No, exactly. It's one of those things where, because they would be so frequent and so constant, it's almost like an unwritten rule that there just isn't any, basically. You couldn't really easily focus them on one car in particular or tell them that, look, you've got somebody coming up behind you. So that is just how it is in this form of racing. The number 10 machine down the inside, the EKS All-Stars, just making a move into the hairpin there. The Senior Frogs just behind them as well. Where are they at this moment in time? Third in class still, 11th overall. They are a fair distance behind the car in front. We'll check what the time is next time they cross the line. It's Team Ard in 10th position in the number 1 car that is up the road from them. Quadrant, Steve Brown's making his way up. 27th position at the moment. He's doing 105.9s, and the karts ahead of him are doing 110s and 114s.
Yeah.
So he's like 5 seconds a lap quicker. I've just looked down
from at the timing, and then looked up at the screen, and there was a bit of a drama there for the number 27, which is Bandito Delito, and he'll be hoping it's footage Delito for that one, I think. Whoa, big float out the hairpin. That distracts you all from the terrible attempt at a joke that was. I can only apologise. As the TRX Elite driver, that you can see even more of that leaning that we mentioned earlier on. The number 8 car has been one actually that has been sort of doing that most proactively, and it's interesting to see that some of them do it and some of them don't.
Yeah, it's all driver preference, isn't it? It's a case of shifting the weight of the car.
Look at that.
So, yeah, exactly.
Wow.
The lean. It really is a lean. It's akin to motorcycle racing at this point, where you try to lead and use
It's
your
like he's
body
trying
weight.
to jump out instead.
Yeah, to lean and use your body weight to help the cart turn in, or to help the traction that the cart has out of the corner. Contact warning going out to Toby and the Bandits in the number 3. I wonder if it was Toby or if it's all the Bandits getting the contact warning, or is it collective? They've all been warned.
We still have only a tenth of a second between Ditch Finders and the Racing Northeast team, the 1322 squad actually in 8th and 9th places, carts 25 and 24. That is for the class lead though. And we were saying earlier on that Ditch Finders were potentially going to be looked at for being obviously the quickest in the class and getting away with it. But as of right now, well, they're being reeled in at the moment. We're going to try and locate them. Here they are, down the start-finish rate, and there is the position change. 1322 Northeast are out in front of them. And can they hold on? That's the thing, because as we've often heard, Kieran, especially in our profession, catching is one thing, passing is quite another. But now they've got the move done, they've also got the extra element of can they hold on and continue that pace now they're the one in front?
Yeah, and they did get a contact warning as well, but one got a contact warning, the other got a track limit warning. In fact, no, both of those warnings went to 1322 Racing Northeast, so they did manage to find their way through. They're now leading that rookie class, but they have right ahead of them Slick and Tired in the number 28, and they are currently running 28th in kart 28.
Very pleasing.
Class. Yeah, very pleasing.
Like that a lot. Whoa, sideways over the curb, but look, opportunistic stuff down the inside from the Ditch Finders, and well, the Gap Finders right now. They've just had a little look down the inside, one way then the other. Tries to go for the apex, but the wet line, you could see understeered wide there on that standing water. Flying over the curb there as well was the race leader, Nameless Motorsport. The kart was very, very sideways all the way through. Great racing from these two at the front of class though, but now look, it's almost like the Ditch Finders have been spurred on, because all of a sudden they've found this pace again and they're sticking with the number 24. The 24 machine did close up quite quickly actually. Took them a few laps to get by, but as we've seen in these conditions, I mean, it's difficult to overtake anyway, but it's a case of can you actually just sort of find that little advantage? There's a cut back down the inside, but because of the tighter line, they don't keep the momentum on the exit, and still it's 1322 Northeast that hold on to that position for now, because it's certainly a hotter battle between those two. Here's another battle further down. This is 14 Zesty Drink Racing down the inside of the 26, which is BN Racing. Oh, a bit of a moment. He sort of holds his hand up as if to say, what are you doing? Great stuff.
Yeah.
Absolutely great stuff.
It's great because you...
What on earth happened there?
Involving the 27 at the very least. That was Bandito Delito going through there. There was a raise of the arm there. I'm assuming everyone is got going again, but yeah, that's not a position. That's one of the fastest parts of the circuit for that to happen to.
Yeah, I think it's just a case of, again, not knowing that they're there.
Yeah.
You know, just not having that peripheral vision as much. You know, not only is it the fact that you can't see behind you, you don't have the mirrors. That was a fantastic little send down the inside. That was by the number 16. That was glorious stuff by Elite Discos Racing. There's another send by the number 3 down the inside there. They got that stopped really well. And there's some fantastic battling going on, considering how treacherous these conditions are. These lot are still absolutely sending it. I love it.
I mean, we saw Spicy Boys there in the number 19. That just happens. That's what happens if you go wide and run wide at Conways onto the red tarmac. There's just absolutely no grip, and you've got no chance of actually getting it back over until you've passed that red tarmac, got actually some sort of traction once you've made your way past. And in that, you lose so much time. And it's so frustrating when that happens, because it's a case of you drop one wheel into it and all of a sudden you don't have grip there, so you try and recover, then 2 wheels, then 3 wheels, then all 4. It's so frustrating, as our producer James is showing us that someone's going around dressed as one of the frogs.
Yeah,
as a
there's
frog.
Giant frog on the circuit somewhere. We'll try and capture them.
Now that will be a soggy froggy, won't it?
That will be a soggy froggy. I do not envy them being dressed in that. We'll try and see if we can capture it on the stream at some point, everybody. I'm sure they'll be walking around and trying to show off the suit, but good lord, it's both awful and fantastic all at the same time.
And it's why we love it.
And yeah, exactly. It's part of the fun here at Buckmore Park. The rain will not dampen the spirit of this event at all. I mean, the rain is a staple of this event, let's face it. It's not a 24-hour race without the rain.
Do you know what? I think, looking back at it now, because obviously we had to postpone the 2021 event.
2020.
Was it 2020?
Yeah, because of COVID.
Yeah, but I thought it was 20... Anyway, the one we postponed, I'm losing track of time.
Apologies.
It all amalgamates into one, these early 2020s, haven't they? I'm sure I'm not the only one. But anyway, in that period, I'm trying to think if it was around this time, actually quite nice weather. So I think it was.
Yeah.
So the one time we couldn't run it, it's the one time it was absolutely lovely weather.
Yeah, it was as well. I remember actually there was, I think I mentioned it a little bit earlier on in the broadcast, but myself and Anthony Jordan, who commentated on the 2019 event, we came back here to film some bits for sort of in the middle of the broadcast, and just the odd little things here and there where we were racing against each other on the circuit, and we made out this whole sort of storyline of like me basically having to cheat to win the race because I was so much slower, fatter than Anthony. And we filmed all of this stuff. It was great, a wonderful, wonderful day down here, and it was very sunny, and that was only in February, I think it was.
Yeah.
And it was glorious. And then on the day, it was fantastic as well. But obviously, COVID came around and ruined everything. But also kickstarted my commentary career.
Yeah.
So, swings and roundabouts.
Swings and roundabouts.
We've just been asked who's going to interview the frog.
I think it's rock, paper, scissors. Unless you want.
Are we doing best of three?
Best of.
Are we going to do this on camera?
I'll get on camera. What about?
Well, we'll do it on that one. I'm not getting up.
All right. Okay, we're here now. Ready?
So we're doing 1, 2, 3. Then.
Oh, I hate this. Is it 1, 2, 3 go, or is it 1, 2 on 3?
So it's then do it.
Right. Okay.
So on 3.
Okay.
Yeah?
Ready? 1, 2,
3.
Okay.
I was going to swear. 1, 2, 3.
2 out of 3 ain't bad, is it? Is it?
All right,
I am the rock,
meatloaf,
paper, scissors master. I should enter a championship, shouldn't I? That's what I should do. So it's me then. I will interview.
You get to interview a frog.
Oh,
wow!
Absolutely.
Amazing.
Get those frogs out.
Welcome to the Buckmore Park 24 Hours, everybody, where the commentators play rock, paper, scissors to interview a frog.
I am undefeated, by the way. I'd like to point that out. So.
It's all in good fun up here in the commentary box. Chaz Draycott and Kieran McGinley here with James Fitzhugh on producing duties as always here at Buckmore. Fantastic event so far. Really interesting race. It's started to level out a little bit here, but as we've said even to the drivers that we've had interviews with, Kieran, this is the bit where it slows down slightly in terms of the action because the drivers are just trying to get into a rhythm. They're just assessing what's going on, and obviously the back of each other's karts by the look of it is there's a big argy-bargy moment there. There's 16 of Elite Discos going into the back of Formula Non. And again, if this was Formula One, they'd get a £800 million fine and a 50 lap penalty for brake checking them or something. Sorry. We've
steady. Calm.
Still got the battle in the lead for the rookie classes.
No. That's the 16 there. Trying to go up the inside. So that was Elite Discos Racing, who clipped then the number 3 of Toby and the Bandits. And of course, that's covered by the yellow flags. That's why you see all the arms raised in the air. But I think Race Control will have a good look at that one.
Little bit clumsy, wasn't it, on the way in there? And this is the thing, you have to consider the peripheral vision or lack of. Oh my God.
Uh-oh.
Oh my God.
Dearie me.
Oh my God.
That's quite something.
Thank you.
I'm good. How are you?
You just pied him off for a handshake.
I'm sorry. I'll give you one. Yeah, you're a very soggy froggy, aren't you? Up the frogs, they say. Right, I better go over there then and have a chat, get set up. Chaz?
Who booked me for this gig?
You love it. You love
it. I absolutely do. This is fantastic. At the end of the day, 24-hour commentary is very different to any other sort of commentary you will ever do in motorsport. Let me tell you that for free, everybody. It is great entertainment, loads of fun, and we're all having a good time here. As I said, the weather is not going to dampen, quite literally, our spirits here for this. And we can tell you that there is going to be a soggy froggy interview in just a sec. Kieran's gone to the extent of moving the table out of the way. It's remarkable. But this is what happens in 24-hour commentary, everyone. This is what happens. So, as you see on circuit just now, number 15 machine getting very lively with some lap traffic as well there. And to be fair, right on cue, Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing have just taken second place in the race away from Burrow 11 NFS. But we're going to give it... I can't believe I'm saying this. We're going to hand over to Kieran McGinley, who is literally going to interview a 7-foot frog.
Yes. There are stranger things that have happened, I promise you that. But I'm here with a soggy froggy. I believe it is Calix under there.
It is indeed. I am here. Hello. I thought I'd come and actually be useful this year as the mascot, because last year it didn't go very well. So hello, everyone. Hello. Up the frogs.
Oh, the frogs. I mean, it's been a pretty decent start. I think we're running third in class in the rookies at the moment, so we're doing pretty well. And now they're mascots here. They must be doing much better now.
Yeah, I was out on the track. I was looking out for that shiny green helmet. Up the frogs from the side. They're doing a fine job. I'm just hoping that they haven't blown their load too early.
Never want to do that. Ever want to do that. But, I mean, it's going well so far. Plenty of the race to go. Where's the ultimate finishing position for the senior frogs?
I mean, if it's top 3, then every year that we've been... If it's not top 3, every year that we've been here has been a complete waste. I think Quadrant are coming for us now. We've put out our best drivers. It's raining heavy. Everything's against us. But we're frogs. We're resilient. And we will hop from lily pad to lily pad to find our way to the finish.
You'll definitely bounce back, of course. But let's talk about the upcoming race then. What have you said to your teammates then heading into this one? The fact that you're not racing, is that a loss to them?
It's a massive loss. Obviously, I bring the morale and the vibes. I'm a content guy. So, yeah, they've missed out on that. But as for times, I think that they have that in the bag. And if I was out there, we would be last. We would be below Quadrant right now.
Well, you heard from Calix himself. I mean, Calix, I've had weirder interviews, I'll be honest with you, but it's been a pleasure. Go back out there and support your team.
Up the frogs!
Back to you, Chaz.
Thank you very much. At the end of the day, if it's nothing else, it's entertaining, isn't it, everybody? This is the embodiment of the spirit of this event. It's all a really, really good laugh. And at the end of the day, it brings all of these fantastic people together. Whether it's still a competitive event or not, everybody's out here to have a good time. And the guys are absolutely embracing it. I've just seen a comment saying that someone's only just joined the stream and they have got no idea what they've just jumped in on. I'm not surprised. To be fair, I mean, I've been sat here this whole time and I still can't quite believe it, to be honest with you. But it's great entertainment. Absolutely great entertainment. You can't argue with that. So, just to recap very quickly, we have Nameless Motorsport at the top, nearly an entire lap ahead of the rest of the field right now. We have the Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing team in second position. The Only Way is Brentwood in third, and then Burrow 11 NFS have dropped to fourth place at the moment. Just trying to see if they previously had a pit stop that I maybe just missed, which is what's dropped them down. Dab Motorsport have now recovered into fifth position after their earlier incident. They ran out of fuel after trying to elongate their stint a little bit too much. And the team with the fastest lap of the race, when it was drier earlier on, actually find themselves down in 13th position outright at the moment. That's Team Rango with Red Mist. But you can see all the drivers, regardless of conditions, still doing their very finest to get good laps on the board. And as we said, this is the sort of the rhythm part of the race now, where they've got to just carry on and just pound away with the laps. There's the number 27 machine facing the wrong way. That's Bandito Delito, with the Williams racing jacket on as well, keeping him dry at the moment. Or trying to, anyway. Not as wet, I think, is the right phrase for it. 7 and 14 definitely do not go, and well, they're trying to make it go. Oh, a bit of contact on the exit there. That was the number 14 floating through. That's Zesty Drink Racing. It was Zesty Move Racing for sure. And that was the slide men that they were just going past sideways. As they go back down the hill, there's definitely a river down the hill there, as you could see, and Bandito Delito very sideways. I was going to pick up on the point that as Bandito Delito tried to get away just earlier from that spin, you could see that even with the power these karts have, they still spin up the rears as they try and get going again. It's amazing that they have that sort of constant torque on that rear axle. Love that shot down from the balcony. It's a fantastic viewing point up there. And you get to see so many of the teams just sliding sideways into shot.
There's a curb on the inside that you really don't want to clip too hard, but also the curb on the outside as well. There is a contact warning for the slide men for the number 7 car. Not sure if that completely relates to what we just saw a second ago, or whether it was a little bit earlier and it's just taken time to get that penalty through. But still, race control doing their job. Clinton Bell up there as the race director. I'm sure he'll be enjoying himself. He usually is Clinton, bless him. I've just realised as well, I've been really ignorant to the fact that Kieran is ready for another interview, everybody. I'm so sorry.
That's no problem at all. I was just waiting patiently, Chaz. But anyway, I'm here with Adam Brough from the 1322 Racing Northeast. Pretty easy for me to say. Currently in the battle for the rookie lead of class. Adam, talk us through it, because this is a track you've told me you've never been to, you've never done a 24-hour race before, and yet here you are, second place in the rookies.
You know what? We've got to give a credit to Smithy, our driver out right now. He's a bit of a monster in the wet, to be honest. So I don't know how it's going to go for the remainder of the race when I get in, for example. But yeah, it's all down to him at the moment. We had a good first stint, and then this is our second stint. He's doing really well. So it's all him so far.
And how are your skills in the wet then?
To be honest, I think the whole team will do relatively better in the wet than they would have done in the dry. We're from the northeast of England, so we get a lot of rain. The track that we normally race on up at Wardenlaw is not much grip, so I feel like we're kind of in our element here at the moment, to be honest.
It's great stuff. And I mean, you're having a great old battle out there with ditch finders. Can you keep that for the next 20 hours or so?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, let's keep it going. It's been incredibly close, and I think Smithy managed to get up behind him, but it's so difficult to find a way past and then stay ahead, because I think the pace is quite similar. So yeah, it will depend on all the rest of all the rest of the drivers in the team, to be honest, whether we can actually keep it. But I didn't expect to be doing this well so early on. So it's nice. It's nice to be up there.
Nice to be up there. Hopefully we can keep a hold of it. But Adam, thank you so much for joining us. Go back with your team. And when can we see you out in the car?
Not until 12:30.
Mark it in your diaries then. 12:30. You'll get to see Adam in the car. Adam, thank you so much for talking to us. I'll hand it back to Chaz.
Thanks very much, Kieran. Smashing stuff. Yes, indeed. Mark it in your diaries for 12:30, so to speak. It's going to be really, really interesting to see how the teams adapt in the dark as well. Obviously, it is floodlit here at Buckmore Park. However, you're still going to be racing at night and in wet weather conditions. So it's going to be very, very tricky when it gets to the later stages, because it's one thing enough, Kieran, it being daylight and being wet conditions. You can see, I suppose in the dark with the lighting, you'll still see the reflections on the circuit, but you won't get as much of an angle of said reflections, will you?
No. Well, I mean, having raced here in the wet, at night, the track just does not dry. It's as simple as that. Even if it stops raining, it will stay damp. And it will just be excruciating how long that water actually sticks around, and it's just a case of please dry. It just never does. It just never does. But no, it's great fun. Speaking to Adam there, Adam Brough of 1322 Northeast, never done a 24-hour, never raced here at his practice at another circuit that doesn't have a lot of grip is coming into its element. I mean, that's pretty good practice at a track you've never been to.
Versatility.
You absolutely.
Great versatility.
Absolutely.
And that's the thing, though, dependent on the circuit, there'll be certain parts of a track. Oh, there's a cart around up there. Is that I couldn't quite see. 28. I was going to guess 28. That's annoying that I didn't go for it. Slick and tired. There's a pun somewhere. But I was going to say, regardless of what circuit you go to, at the end of the day, there could just be one tiny part of a circuit, just the way that a corner moves into another one, or just managing the weight transfer of a vehicle, or where you need to brake and turn at the same time. It just gives you that little bit of training for another part of a different circuit. You can sort of compare the two very easily. And when you have as much access as, karting circuits are very accessible, which is what's so beautiful about it. Buckmore is a really, really accessible circuit if you want to do some laps on it. And they've got all sorts of events on, so you can get the track time a lot more easily in karting, which is just great to see. And that means that the drivers can just test out those, little bit of theory here and there on how one corner moves into the next, or whether they do compare or not, because there can be a bump on one of them and a no bump on another, and that's what affects where the grip is and when. As the number 16 machine, is that the Elite Discos?
It is.
Yeah, floating around all over the circuit, but he's finding where the grip is and then just adapting to it when there isn't any.
Yeah, Elite Discos are dancing here, aren't they? Dancing in the rain. You were so close. I wanted you to get the pun. You were so close.
I'm really disappointed in myself.
You really were so close, but never mind. It is what it is. But at the moment then, with 7 minutes until we reach 20 hours to go, we have Nameless at the top then steadily building that gap at the top. 42.5 seconds is the gap between themselves and Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing. And then it is the only way is Brentwood rounding off the top three. The top three are the only ones now at the moment on the lead lap, but we are expecting them pretty soon. We saw some fractured pit stops as well. The only way is Brentwood is currently the kart out there that has been running the longest. They have currently spent 2 hours and 5 minutes out on track since their last pit stop. So they are approaching their sort of pit window in terms of fuel. And we've already seen from Dab Motorsport that if you run out of fuel, that's a good 2 laps you've lost, depending on where you are on the circuit.
Yeah, definitely, because while you get pushed around the circuit, you don't get pushed around the circuit at race pace.
No.
Do you, Heck?
No.
No.
Not
it's
at all.
like half pace at that. And especially in the wet conditions, you have to be even more careful if they're going to get somebody out there on the track to do that. You know?
And when the inevitable question asked from drivers about how much fuel did these karts take on, it's a lot. There's a bit of a wave through there. I think maybe a bit of a scuffle involving Dab Motorsport there, perhaps, as the 28 waves them through, so that's slick and tired. There was a point I was making earlier, and I've lost my train of thought, which is a horrible train to lose, but it is gone. It's left the station. Maybe it'll come back, who knows.
Oh, dearie me. That happens.
There's
There's a big old spin. Now, they're off over to the
Delito.
left-hand side, and then just couldn't recover from the painted surface of the circuit. Luckily, there's a big gap in the traffic there for them to make their way back on to the circuit, but scary moment down there, that is, because it's one of the highest speed sections of the track to have a spin on that.
I'm trying to see, that might have been Harry Emery looking at the openings, or at least looking at the driver list there. That's a half guess. So I'm just having a look at that team, Bandita Delito, who are a mixture of sim racing, content producers. You've got Dirk Chocolate, which is a great name, by the way, out there, who will be racing out there. Mike Vince as well, that guy Vince. As we've got the number 3 now. I'm trying to work out where that is. Oh, that's at that was on the exit of Henry's Bend there. So maybe a little bit of a moment there. But yeah, I mean, what I love about the Buckmore 24 Hour is it just attracts a lot of a lot of talent, but also a lot of people who want to try it. Spoke to Bruffy, first time ever. And then you've got Senior Frogs. I think this is their 3rd year. It might be their 4th year, actually. I'm trying to think. I think it is their 3rd year, because the first year they were running well and finished very high up in the rookies. And we all remember that one. And it was last year. There was a sort of case of, maybe slightly back down to earth, but they've definitely improved once again, because they're running 3rd in class at the moment.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's such a great spread in pace. And as we've seen, there's people that take it very seriously. They have a real sort of strategy about it all with radios and all sorts. They've got every trick in the book figured out, and it is lovely. But at the same time, there's people who are just here for a crack at it, and we'll just have a bit of fun. Like Chris Bridle was saying earlier, him and the guys have got a couple of friends together. They qualified 20th. They're still having a good time.
Yeah.
They're just having a crack at it, because at the end of the day, they know just how fierce and competitive this is now. The level raises every year as Quadrant get a contact warning on the top of the screen. Just part way around the lap, just having a little bit too much fun with knocking against other karts, but it happens. This is the lead battle, by the way, in the rookie class. That was the 24 of 1322 Northeast going past the Ditch Finders. Karts behind them are not for position. I think that's one of the Spicy Boys entries, is it not? In kart 19.
Yep, that would have been.
It was trying to chase them down. But yeah, good battle nonetheless between these two teams that has been going on for a good half hour now. Probably even more than that. They've been right together, lap after lap. They can't get rid of each other. Whoa, big moment for the number 12. Just got onto the painted part of the circuit on the inside. Had a big splash over the curb and then understeered wide, and now has to take it very gingerly back down the hill. Maybe not too gingerly. Oh, and a kiss with the number 21. That's the Belly Boys Racing Machine. I say not too gingerly. I meant probably not gingerly enough, as they went flying into the back
of the kart in front. I say flying into the back of. It was the tiniest of
It
touches.
was.
But in these conditions, you don't need anything more than that to upset both karts involved.
I mean, that was slow motion in real time, if
It
that makes
was,
sense.
yeah.
It really was. It was a case of, oh no, it's going to happen, it's going to happen. Yeah, I mean, as you were saying, the fact that the 24-hour brings a great camaraderie around the paddock as well, it's just so much fun. Even just talking about it and having a chat to drivers, it's brilliant to hear, how they come into this, what prep have they done, if any,
Yeah.
What's their previous experience. I mean, we've got kart racer champions out there. We've got winners in different series all across the country. And you've also got, drivers that have never driven here before
Yeah.
who have just thought, oh, I'll try it, why not?
Absolutely.
And after, we've had 4 hours worth of racing, the entire field separated by 20 laps, which, in the grand scheme of things, isn't half bad.
No, not at all. Not at all. And, there's a massive amount of effort goes into this event, even if you're just having a bit of fun with it. Team Rango with red mist having a black flag, so they'll be back in the pits once again. They're currently 13th in the race as well. So compared to how they were going in the first stint, they are not having the best time right now.
No.
I saw a comment in the YouTube comments a moment ago asking if the commentators have Jaffa cakes. We do not. We have a selection of bourbons, custard creams. What else is in there?
I don't know.
Shortcake biscuits as well?
Yeah, shortcakes. I mean,
I didn't spot them earlier.
Yeah. Well, I mean, does that mean you want them then, or if you say,
Yeah.
"Oh, I didn't spot them"? Well, these are
It's like,
Yusuf's. To be
it's
fair.
like my son now. He comes up to you and says, I like them. It's like, do you want one?
There you go. Lovely.
Just tell me that you want.
You're just taking Yusuf's biscuits.
James, do you want? Are they Yusuf's? Are these your biscuits, Yusuf?
For all.
I don't know why I'm asking you a question when I'm wearing a headset that I cannot hear you through. All I'm going to tell you is they were your biscuits.
Key term.
To return to my original question about having Jaffa cakes, no we don't, but there is a team with 2 drivers, Oscar and Carl Jaffa, in the field.
Ooh.
So hopefully we can make some sort of joke about that later on. They're in kart 22 in the sporting club. I
like
remember
it.
seeing that and I was really hoping that someone would mention it.
Well, now it has to happen. That's the key
Does.
thing now. That is key.
They better be wearing like an orange lid or something.
Oh, yeah.
Even just an orange
have to.
high vis, like low effort. Come on.
Orange
Oh,
high
wait,
vis.
up
There's
now.
a bit of wheel bagging there, if you can call it wheel bagging.
Have a bit of that.
Yeah, why not?
Then you.
And of course, if you are watching us, we are running all the way through the night.
Sorry, our producer just asked us to mention that, and I just froze.
Yeah, you did. I saw a noticeable silence, so I thought I better step in here.
I'm so sorry, James. Sorry.
Yeah, I saw
Yeah,
a
he
noticeable
saw
silence.
a notable
I have a
silence.
very good talent.
That's how silent it was. You could see it.
Yeah.
You could see it.
You know
that
how
bad.
sometimes you can cut tension with a knife?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I could see the gap, see the silence.
Yeah.
It wasn't good.
Like
so I
wake
just thought-
turbulence.
Yeah, exactly that. That looks like Rango with the red mist into the pits to serve their black flag penalty for a takeout.
There's the Jaffa kart.
There we go.
Number 22 being, I have to say, it, mugged off by Steve Brown in number 30 for Quadrant. He's 26th outright at the moment.
There's no shame in that. There's no shame in that sentence. It's
Absolutely
okay.
not. What we are going to say is, though, yeah, we are streaming through the night. In the past, you may have seen, of course, that we, years ago, didn't have commentary through the night, but we are commentating all the way through the night.
Yes.
I will be going in about half an hour, and then, I don't know who signed me up for it, but I'm going to be back at 2 a.m. until 7 a.m. Was that? Yeah, it was Phil, of course.
It was Phil.
Cheers, Phil. We love you.
It's
To be
got-
fair, he's given me 2 lunch vouchers, which makes up for everything.
Yeah, that's true.
So I'm well, and a jacket, which I'm taking home.
As you
So-
say, swings and roundabouts.
Swings and roundabouts of the highest order. I'll be back at 2 a.m. to 7 a.m. And then you probably won't hear from me again, despite the fact I'm supposed to be back on air from 12 till 2. Kieran will be here with you until 11 o'clock, and then he'll be back at 6 a.m. So he joins me for an hour just to see me slumped over in this chair for a little bit.
It is. I am here till 10. Don't worry about that. You don't have to cope with me a lot longer than you do. But yes, it will be fun for me to jump in the commentary box for an hour to see what on earth the night shift has done to you.
I mean,
I'm looking forward to
to be
it.
fair, I can't get much worse, can I? Let's face it.
Let's speak at 6
Right,
a.m.
Phil. Phil's just agreed, basically. Christ.
Well, let's see at 6 a.m., mate. Yes,
we
11 and a
shall.
half hours. So
I'm enjoying myself, to be honest with you. If it wasn't for the Speedway being on at 7 o'clock, I wouldn't go at 7.
I love this 24-hour. I love it.
It's what it does to us. We haven't started eating breakfast bars and comparing the consistency of them yet, like me and Anthony did in 2019.
Ooh.
We had a producer then, Darren. He absolutely lost his head over that, bless him. It was a very, very strange hour. And that wasn't even through the night. That was at like 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
That was...
I imagine that.
Yeah.
And I can imagine
it
that.
sounded horrendous.
Oh, that's...
Still. That's the 28 having a bit of a drama, which is slick and tired.
Yeah, I wonder if that was just carefully going through the S's there, or whether that was a slight half spin, full spin, as there goes Super GT.
Every time we look at Steve, he's overtaking someone.
He is.
He's absolutely, I mean, his last lap was a 106.7. The car in front, Science sealed and delivered, was a 113. He's 7 seconds a lap quicker. And
Now,
even then, the kart's ahead of that. He is 4 and 3 seconds a lap quicker than each of them. So he's just on a mission at the moment, and he's just gliding that thing around the circuit. And it's great to watch. I mean, look at that.
Yeah.
He's just cut back down the inside of the number 6. That's a TRX Motorsport Pro machine, as if he wasn't there. And now, ooh. Don't undo it all now, Steve.
Yeah.
Come on. I'm bigging you up here, son. I'm trying. I'm really... And then he does that.
Yeah. He's towards paddock.
Unbelievable. It's like, how did that turn into an overtaking manoeuvre? That's what I want to ask.
Because Super GT.
Because Super GT.
And that's...
yeah.
Oh,
a spinner. See.
That's Science sealed and delivered.
There's got to be a pun in there. Come on.
It wasn't quite a smooth operation.
Oh, Kieran, that was brilliant. That was fantastic. Big fan of that. Big fan.
I'm sorry. That just means I've just heartlessly ripped into that team when they're just probably just trying to have a laugh. And it's like, no, this pun's getting made.
Now we're having a laugh at their benefit.
Yeah.
No,
doesn't feel right, but also yeah. Oh well, that's what we're all here for.
Listen, we're dry, we're warm.
Yeah, we can have no complaints.
Yeah, I've got custard creams and now shortcake. Mint. I'm so sorry, everyone. I'm just enjoying myself.
Why
it's
not?
great fun to do this. At the end of the day, you all know that 24-hour commentary is very, very different to if we were doing sprint race commentary.
Yes.
And we are here to entertain at the end of the day. We're here to entertain and inform.
I was just going to say, sorry
I
for
thought you were
interrupting
disagreeing. I was
Yeah,
like, all right, fine, I won't be entertaining. Jesus.
No, don't be entertained. How dare you?
Oh, God.
Well, Ditchfinders and 1322 Racing Northeast have both pitted in recently.
Right.
So that's allowed Senior Frogs to take the lead in the rookie class. However, they are due a pit stop shortly because they've been running out there for 2 hours since their last one.
Right, I'm going to dig myself in a hole here.
Uh-oh.
How long's the race been going on? 4 hours now.
Yep.
I've only just noticed the pit stop counter on the timing screen.
Oh.
I wondered where Yusuf mentioned it before. He was like, oh, yeah, they've all done one pit stop. I was like, right, okay, where, how, quoi? Where did you find that? Yes.
Absolutely.
Indeed.
Absolutely.
I think if one more person asks who's driving for the Frogs at the moment without just scrolling up a bit on YouTube, I swear, they're going to have to just start banning that emoji.
Careful now.
No, I'm not going to upset everyone that much. I need to try and keep the audience on side throughout this, don't I? I'm just about to go away for like 5 hours, so I need to keep them on side for when I'm gone, so they don't not want me back.
Well, you could do it and then just cool off. Let chat cool off. And then when you come back, you can try and be
come back and they'll be like, who's this guy?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
Deary me. Although we do have a... I did bump into in the Bandito Delito, there's Gareth Allen, who's joining us. And if you don't know, the Creator Series, which is on the F1 23 game, is creators who basically race together over a series of races, over a championship. And there's now promotion and relegation from the F1 and F2 now. And Gareth Allen is has been recently promoted as the lead of commentary and organising, producing. He's racing here today. And, well, we'll see how he gets on, because he's on a team of, sim racing influences. And he said well, we'll see, he said. That's what he said to me. We'll see what happens.
There's a lot of that in this,
yeah,
isn't there?
Yeah, there is.
We'll see.
We'll see.
We'll figure. I don't think anyone wants to commit to an answer or a plan.
No.
After my recent comment, Benny Boy has just asked who's driving the commentary team. Go on.
Who is driving the commentary? That's such a good question.
I'd say James is driving the commentary team, actually, to be fair, because he is determining what we look at and what we talk about. He says he's gonna move to second place now because he's catching the leader. I'm not sure if you all heard that as well. But this is Chaz Draycott and Kieran McGinley commentating on the Buckmore Park 24 Hours, featuring James Fitchew. I've been told by him to say that. just so you're all aware. I'll be here for another half an hour, and then there's going to be a slight changeover. And what we'll be doing is introducing Reeve back into the commentary box, and he's going to be with Kieran until... Well, I've got you down until 11 o'clock here, Kieran. Yeah, because 11's there.
Oh.
And then Reeve's here till midnight. Poor sod. He's got a can of Monster in hand, he's fine. Other energy drinks are available. I'm an affiliate for one of them, so I probably shouldn't mention it. Brilliant. Dead good me. So, who have we got on our screens now? The second place driver, Accelerate Brewery Racing, and looked very sort of hunched into the cockpit there, didn't he? Sort of trying to keep the centre of mass down that little bit. Since I've heard that phrase, I'm not going to stop using it, but look at the way they're just gliding it around. It's brilliant to watch. Just having that tiny bit of over-rotation on the exit of the corner, carrying the momentum. But there, look, all of the lock in the world, because you know you're going to get understeer. You may as well pile that lock on and then drive off the circuit. But you're just going to put the lock on and wait for the kart to do something and just be ready to react, haven't you?
Yeah. I mean, there is that case of you put on full lock and just hope the grip comes back eventually. Especially heading our way in towards Conways now. You see full lock on, and eventually the kart will grip. It will take a long time, but it will grip. And then make our way down towards hairpin 1, which is very much a hot spot for locking a brake, especially in these tricky conditions right now. And we are well into hour number 5. Hour number 5. I had to work it out then.
That's the thing. When you've just gone into an hour, you're thinking, hang on a minute, how many are left?
Yeah.
Well, we've got a count of how many are left. I'm not going to knock that light over. But
Please
we
don't.
are now 4 hours in.
It looks expensive, that light, so I wouldn't.
I mean, if I knock it over, it will be expensive.
Yeah.
But still, this weather is not letting off at all, I can tell you that for free. It's still very, very windy out there as well, which isn't going to be helping proceedings. It's starting to get, I mean, it's not dark, is it? But it's starting to just lose the light a tiny bit now. It tends to be about sort of 7 o'clock. It starts to dim a bit, doesn't it? Getting to that sort of twilight period.
That was 3 wide going up the rise then.
I held my breath.
Yeah, well, you might still have to hold your breath here because this is a great battle here between, this is Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing, who are running up in second place, trying to get past number 3, which is Toby and the Bandits. So that's not even a battle for position.
No, that is a battle that is separated by about 7 laps. No, not that much. Sorry, 4 laps. I do apologise. I was looking a bit further down the order. That's my mistake. But yeah, the two of them still battling together on circuit. And again, that's another thing that we have to highlight, is that you never know who it is you're going to be fighting. Oh no, Slick and Tired having another drama in the number 28, just at the bottom of the hill. Thing is, though, that's one of the key deceleration parts of the circuit, isn't it, when you're heading down the hill there? Gravity is not your friend at that part of the circuit.
No, it's very tricky to actually get that car slowed down in a good manner. But you'll see so many different lines are taken in towards Sime Sweeps and Pullmans as you try and get the car all gathered up. As I think there was a little bit of contact there, but Super GT gets his way through. And again, that's not for position, because the next position is the number 20, and I'm just trying to work out now. There is a lap between them. So yeah, Steve's doing a mighty fine job and pretty much matching the pace of the front runners right now. In fact, going quicker than the front runners.
He is. He was a 1/10 of a second quicker than the other. Actually, no, Dab Motorsport are the only ones that are quicker, and they were actually quicker by a second as well over Super GT on that lap. But other than that, he is matching the leaders. Yeah, he's a good few 1/10 of a second quicker than them each time round. And obviously that gap exaggerates even more. That difference exaggerates the further down the field you look. I mean, he was 5 seconds faster than Stints sealed and delivered on that previous circulation. So right on the money at the moment, you could say, is Super GT. And there is the Senior Frogs entry, kart 29. Using quite a lot of that curb now, I've noticed. A few of the teams and drivers are really tucking it in on the exit there. The number 1 with a very stylish slide, that's the Team Ard kart. Don't know what I was going for there. But it's again interesting to see that some parts of the circuit are a little bit more favoured when it comes to curb usage, and other bits are not.
Yeah, and that makes sense out of Garda, because then you're pretty much trying to size up the kart to straight line. So you use straight line the curb, so you can actually build up the speed a little quicker, because you don't want to sort of accelerate and turn, because you're not actually building any speed up. The only time you're going to do that is if the steering wheel is straight. So you try and straight line that curb and just try and build up the speed ready for the centre chicane. As we see a driver change then for the Senior Frogs, and making sure the adjustments. Oh, and the helmet's got to be done up there. Oh, that's going to cost valuable time there, and that's time you can't afford to lose. Oh. There's a little bit of an issue going on. But it is with the helmet strap. He wants to get on with it, but he can't without the helmet done up properly. Now they can get away. But a long, long stop.
That was very strange. Very strange moment. Obviously, clearly frustrated, but at the end of the day, it wasn't something they did beforehand, I guess. That is a very, very odd moment. But still, back out on the circuit and straight into a rhythm. That's the thing.
Absolutely. And one of my favourite things is the over-the-shoulder cameras that you sort of wear. Hopefully, they've got everything all in line, because I've seen so many times drivers have those shoulder cameras or sort of equivalent, and slowly they start to look up and up towards the sky. So hopefully that's going to be usable footage. But I've seen so many times before that 3 or 4 laps into their stint, the camera's just pointing up at the sky. It's great footage of clouds and rain and whatnot, but it is great to see, as that's the driver change, of course, getting the footage, getting the content.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to see it being captured. Oh, there you go. Oh, pardon you. I'm pretty sure that was a swear word. So I'm going to apologise anyway.
Master of the wet weather. There you go.
Yeah.
We'll be out of a job soon, Chaz, with interviewing like that.
Flipping it. Number 29 machine continues back on the circuit. Then second in class at the moment to the Ditch Finders. They are some distance ahead of 1322 Racing Northeast. There's a big collection of karts here, all on the same piece of tarmac. Number 6 side by side with the number 2 machine. That's TRX Elite in kart number 2. It's actually TRX Motorsport Pro as well, their sort of sister team, trying to assist them around the circuit. They've got the Only Way is Brentwood involved in there. I was reading that now literally as it came up. That's really bad, isn't it? Track limit warning for Zesty Drink Racing, getting a little bit too zesty for their own good. The Only Way is Brentwood were in there. There they are, actually, the number 13 machine with the yellow flashes on the lid and on the suit and gloves as well. Sweeping their way around turn 1 into hairpin 1. You can see actually sometimes as well the drivers are not quite soaring at the wheel, but they're just throwing it in a little bit early, just testing whether it's going to rotate straight away or not.
Yeah, and especially if you're just jumping into that car and you haven't gotten used to these conditions yet, it's always worth having a go and seeing, as I've so often said before, where the grip isn't. That's the most important part. It's great to know where the grip is, but more importantly, if you know where the grip isn't, you know the places to not go. But Nameless at the top then. The Kent Accelerate Brewery were really closing into Nameless, and the gap's extended again.
Yeah.
So I wonder, so they're both similar lengths in stint at the moment, 2 hours 7 minutes since they've both been into the pits. As we had yellow flags, we still have yellow flags in towards the first hairpin there, so that's probably someone who's just at that cut through, perhaps.
Yeah.
Just trying to make sure they recover. Yes, it was.
There you go.
There you go.
Nicely picked up. Was that kart number 22?
Ooh, that's a good question. I couldn't quite see from that angle, but here we go. Action stations.
It still upsets me that they sit down like that. That's the number 7 machine leaving the pit lane again. The slide meant
that looked like Liam Carter getting into that cart, and I could only tell from the lid that said Carter. So that's what I'm going to go with. I'd love to take all the glory.
To be fair, I'd love it if it was not his lid at all. And
That's
just
true.
had a random name on it. That would be
put like a
that.
David Coulthard, Michael Schumacher thing.
Yeah. That's a really good callback.
Thank you.
I'm a fan
Thank
of that.
you very much.
Yeah. If
I'm
any
proud
of you
of
in
that
the
too.
chat can tell us where, no, because you lot will just Google it. I think it was. Wasn't it that Schumacher? Well, then again, him and Coulthard have both got massive jaws, haven't they? So that's probably why it worked. But
no comment.
He borrowed Schumacher's helmet for a Grand Prix. Was it 95 at Monaco?
That's the limit of my knowledge on that one.
I think it was a 1995 Monaco Grand Prix.
You've called that chat for Googling it. I'm going to have to do exactly that.
I'm sure it was the white and orange, definitely not cigarette-sponsored McLaren that he was driving. And it was one of Schumacher's sort of chrome-ish lids rather than... No, I think it was a white one, actually. Kieran is Googling it. We'll confirm in a second.
I am. Well, yeah, I mean, I've mentioned it now.
1995 Monaco?
It's
oh, you've got to agree to cookies, Kieran.
No, I don't. Not a chance. But you see that rain there still falling?
Is it?
Yeah.
Nice little segue to the weather there, Kieran.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
absolutely.
wow.
Do you know, Chaz, it's meant to be raining for the rest of the day at least. There you go.
Glad I'm indoors.
1996. Oh, you were close. It was 1996 Monaco.
Oh, yeah, Coulthard didn't drive for McLaren in 95, did he?
Google, you can Google that now.
No,
it
I've
was
done,
1996.
I've done my Googling.
Was it Monaco? It was Monaco.
It was
though?
Monaco, yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool.
Ah, yes.
1996 is... David's got it. It says because his lid was steaming up in warm-up. Oh, I just thought he'd forgot it. That'd be more funny.
Oh.
Because it was steaming up in warm-up. That's quite ironic, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
It warms up and it steams up. That's quite funny.
And Courtauld finished P2.
Because it was it was the Ligier.
The disaster race,
that
wasn't
it always sticks with me that Murray Walker called Olivier Panis Olivier Panis. It really bothered me.
His one and only win.
Yeah, indeed.
Formula One, Olivier Panis.
You know what? I'm going to say this now. Olivier Panis was colossally underrated as a driver.
Oh, yeah, but...
And it's easy for me to say, but if he hadn't have broken his legs, he'd have done all right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's...
I wish you could all see our producer's face.
I've just looked.
He's going to change it to ours now just to get back
Yeah, just to get back on
Every
us.
time he's changed it to me, I've been slumped in this chair like I'm not bothered about what's going on at all.
Meanwhile,
I'm having a fantastic time.
I'm here locked
loving
in,
this. Yeah,
you know.
He is.
Biscuits, biscuits
yeah,
here.
I could show
is
me
not,
biscuits. No,
yeah, you could chew on the
that's
biscuits.
for later. It's the
Steady.
number 13 kart down the inside, making a move. And that is just basically just lapping traffic at this point. But the thing is, while we have such a spread in the pace here, Kieran, between all the drivers because of the wet weather, it's really sort of spread the field a lot. It's more the fact that it's still difficult, not just to overtake, but to lap traffic as well. It's still a very treacherous task in itself, isn't it?
I mean, you still have to overtake, as you said. You know, there are no blue flags. There's no... I mean, for the kart in front, there's no reason why they have to move aside. You do see drivers actually point to the line they're not going to, just to advise drivers behind, oh yeah, go up here because I won't be going there, I'll give you the room. But they don't have to do that, and they're under no obligation to. The trick is that it's the... that
was a brilliant shot.
That's a
through
great
there.
power
Love
slide.
that.
Slick and tired with a power slide.
You fancy learning to fly?
Ooh.
Oh, there was that banner in the background.
Oh, I see. I thought you were
I
mentioning
saw a
about
Cessna
the
172 and I got really excited.
Steady. It's a damp track, but
you can tell I've got 10 minutes of my stint left, can't you?
It's a damp track, but you can certainly tell that it hasn't dampened our spirits. I think you've used that one, but I'll use it again.
Hey, you use that one as much as you want.
And you'll hear it again.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm going to say the word elements loads.
Yes. Why not?
Because it just tends to be my thing. A contact warning for Team Ard. They have had a little bit too much contact for their own good. By the look of it, there is the number 13, actually. We've been looking at the only way is Brentwood for quite a bit now, for a couple of laps as they make their way through traffic. It can't be that heavy, mate. Come on.
But if you've just been driving for two and a bit hours,
that was really unfair.
That was really unfair, wasn't it?
That was very unfair. To be fair, I'd make it look that heavy. I've got no upper body strength whatsoever. Oh! If he said what I thought he said, then I'm not going to apologise because that was really funny. Because he missed the fact that they told him, "Come on, son, get in." Off we go.
Get on with it. Let's go.
We go 2 by 2 into the arc, and off he goes into the sea.
Oh, very good.
That is... I mean, I really don't envy a driver coming out into these conditions, especially if it's your first stint of the race as well.
Yeah.
Because you've not... I mean, well, one way of looking at it is, I guess, that you've not had experience in the drive, so you don't know how good the grip was before.
No.
But at the same time, these are mighty tricky conditions to just lob yourself back onto the circuit into.
Yeah, and the trick with endurance races is from the handoff, that is your sort of 10, 20 seconds reprieve to tell the other driver if there's any hot spots in particular where you might be caught out. So you might say, for example, down into hairpin 1, be careful because you're looking at a very sketchy turn or whatever. Says Sean Durkin. How I know that? Definitely didn't look at his lid. But that handover, you're looking at giving that driver the vital bits of information in 20 seconds. It's not easy to do, but that information can save a couple of spins further down the line.
Yeah, definitely. Even if it's just something like, look, they're 4 wide.
Wow.
Even if there's just something like, there's a lot of standing water on the inside of this corner, or try and not use the curb in this corner because if there's a certain treacherous bit of the track that you're not used to. I mean, this is oh my Christ! Every bit of a track is treacherous if you're 4 wide through it.
Yeah. I'm just
one
waiting.
of them's going to pop out. One of them's just going to come down the stairs.
They
now
all made
off
it
the back
through.
of that shot.
They all made it through.
How on earth did they do that? Oh, there's more contact. That's a big send by the number 3.
And he's going to
That
wash
is a
out.
big old set. He's a wash out. It's funnily enough, it's Toby and the Bandits, and he really is acting like a bandit right now. And he's properly sent it. And to be fair, that kart just coming back on, I think, was slick and tired. And they were looking at that thinking, no thanks. I am fine where I am. I don't want anything to do with that. There's the number 1 machine making its way back out. That's Team Ard.
Yep, so that'll
after
be
their contact warning.
Yep, that'll be Sean Durkin up in there. As there's a little bit of contact from the number 4, Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing, who wanted to move down the inside, being in second place, and is trying to find the grip out there. But there you see, going wide, going through the side sweep and Pullmans, and then has the line.
That was brilliant. He just had disappeared from shots, suddenly reappeared, flying through our camera shot there, and disappearing down the inside of the teams in front. That was excellent stuff. Absolutely excellent.
And 1322 Northeast have just got past Senior Frogs then. That was for position for second place in the rookie class. So they make their way through in towards Calf Curve. And I have a feeling Senior Frogs are not going to let that go lying down.
No, they've definitely croaked that one, haven't they?
Oh my goodness.
That was bottom of the... I've got splinters off the bottom of the barrel.
Well,
I just scraped to try and get that.
If the bar's being set that low, I didn't realise.
That was good, that, Kieran. I feel like I deserved that. And we've had a track limits warning.
Track warning.
I can't walk.
Warning, track.
Yeah, we've just had a warning that Neil's on the track. There's just been a warning. That's just in general. I can't.
Look out, track.
I'm at that point of the stint, I can't read. We know that we're doing well. I'm waiting to see when the timer changes for Nameless to put a lap on everybody. Obviously, we're not doing sub 50-second laps anymore. They're all over a minute, almost a minute 10 in most cases. So there will be a little bit more time needed for them to get that lap ahead of second place on the board. They may be lapping Dab Motorsport very soon, though, because, I mean, the pace is still sensational from Nameless Motorsport, isn't it?
Yeah, as named by Jack Goldsmith and co, about how they wanted to come up with a new name with a clean slate to go with, and they couldn't think of a name, so they went with Nameless. Ooh, contact there.
Yeah.
From the number 7, we saw the slideman sliding into that one.
Hey.
Liam Carter, that is, who's trying to find a way past the number 9 of the Loughborough Legends and Neil. I'm just having a look at the. It's not for position. Is it a chance to get back on the same lap? Yes, it is. There's a chance here for the number 7 slideman of Liam Carter to try and get back onto the same lap as Neil, Loughborough Legends and Neil. I just love. Sorry, that's one of the best team names out there.
It's
Loughborough
just that
Legends
pause.
And Neil.
Yeah, and Neil.
And Neil. And if anything goes wrong, they just blame Neil.
Yeah.
It's a good tactic.
He's like the bloke from work that just wanted to tag along with the rest of the team.
Yeah.
And they just thought, oh, God,
Oh,
Neil.
no.
I'm
Poor
sure Neil's a lovely bloke and he's having a great time. This is not meant in any reflection on actual Neil.
I assume it's Neil Vincent as
it is
post on the entry list. But yeah, if you're listening, Neil, the whole team will blame it on you, and you can blame us for them blaming it on you.
Yeah.
And it's a vicious circle.
It is a very vicious circle. Come up for an interview if you want, Neil.
Yeah.
Come and say hi.
Make yourself a Loughborough legend.
Yeah. We'll promote you. They're still going for it down the inside.
are.
The number 7 machine there. Fantastic stuff from the slide men. They're trying to catch up with Rango with Red Mist. And it's a shame about the Rango team because they were really up there. I mean, you can tell by the fact they had the fastest lap of the race, a 48.848 set on lap 51.
As we watch
now, sorry, I was going to say we're now on lap 274.
Yeah.
And I'm getting a massage. And
You are
dead nice.
Yeah, from James here. Oh, he's gone full in there.
That actually hurt then.
He ghosted me though. I didn't get one.
I think it's because he knows that I'm going to go in a minute. He's
Oh,
going
I
to miss
see.
me.
I see. Oh, oh, bless.
Oh, well, there's only a few minutes left before, as he looks at Reeve intently, before we welcome him back. Oh, James isn't letting me go, apparently. He's going to lock the door. So I'm not able to get out of here. I'll just jump off the balcony, it'll be fine.
Don't take that out of context, anybody.
No, it's not that high. No. I'm enjoying myself. I'm having a great time.
I didn't realise sharing a box with me was that bad, Chaz. But gee, come
It's
on.
the jumper, Kieran.
Yeah,
Come on.
I mean, look.
I'm joking, love. It's what a great stint this has been, though. I've really enjoyed this so far. It's so much fun, this event. And at the end of the day, you know, we're here to embody that, everybody. We're here to have a good time, and hopefully, through reflection of that, hope that you all have a good time as well. We hope that you are all enjoying watching. Thank you to those of you that have stuck with us so far. I know there are some real die-hard fans of this event and certain teams that they will stick with us through the whole event. They'll have it on all the way through. And don't forget, the commentary will be on all the way through as well. As mentioned, I'll be shooting off in just a couple of minutes' time, and we'll bring Reeve on. He will join Kieran for a couple of hours until, well, Kieran's on till 11, and then we have Reeve on till midnight. We've got the number 28, Slick and Tired, once again behind, but safe rejoin. They waited till the track was clear. That's what it's all about, isn't it? You know, it's selfless stuff sometimes when you have a moment, because out of frustration you could just want to stamp on the throttle and get straight back into the race.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's very easy to do that, and it's good to see the patience still there. Still.
Well,
he's just inevitable, isn't he, Steve?
He is. He is inevitable, but there we go. There's a lunge.
Flipping.
That's a lunge and a half.
Inevitable. What was that?
That was the Spicy Boys there.
Whoa! That was beyond spicy. That was the full sriracha. That was brilliant.
Now I'm trying to think if that's Aldas, because, and I think it is Aldas 001 on YouTube, who I was having a chat to before the race, and he was saying every one of his team members have got their lids in for redesign. They've all designed them really nicely. His one's currently in for design, but for this one he's decided to go for a white lid and just go for the red stripes all the way around, Senna-esque kind of.
See, that's the
lid.
thing though. Like, there's so many helmet designs now that are like that.
Yes.
Way too busy with these pointy shapes. Don't get me wrong, they look great.
I mean, you've
love
just
them.
called out. That's not really fun or fair.
No, but there's so many of them that have all these elements to them. It's hard to see an identity from them now. But I was praising Yuki Tsunoda the other day for his helmet designs, because he's got this gorgeous sort of leaf design all over it. And it's absolutely beautiful, and it's unique. And it really looks the part. I know, sure, if a design is simpler, then it's probably harder to stand out. But I'd love to see the return of really simplistic helmet designs like that.
Yeah, I think there is an art to them as well.
Oh, yeah, don't get me wrong. I really appreciate the art that goes into modern-day helmets that are all so busy and, you know, with so much going on.
For example, you see Mika Hakkinen, that sort of blend of...
Favourite F1 driver of all time, so carry on.
Yeah, so, you know, his helmet livery is probably one of the most recognisable ever. You've got Jackie Stewart, who had the tartan stripe across. You know, all of those are so recognisable, and you look at them and you think, oh yeah, that's this driver.
I don't want to end my stint with something really morbid, but I was watching something on Mika Hakkinen a while ago, and did you know that he had a house built in Paris, and when he'd moved there, he had like a massive trophy room, all of his trophies. He'd bought a load of them from McLaren, I believe. Had all of his race suits, helmets, all sorts. The house burnt down and destroyed all of it.
Wow.
He had no mementos from that outside of what was still owned by McLaren.
Yeah.
It's absolutely devastating, that is.
Yeah,
He's
that
my
is.
favourite driver of all time, Mika Hakkinen. So funny, so cool, calm and collected.
What a driver he was.
And the fact that he took on Schumacher and beat him, bless him. What a guy.
And it's the fact that Schumacher said he was the only driver
he ever feared.
Was Hakkinen.
Yeah. But I think it's more the reverse psychology. Mika was never scary.
No.
It's just he was never phased by anything.
And what could have been? I think this is going to be Mika Hakkinen on 95, and I think I'm happy to be corrected on that. That big crash he had at Adelaide, was it Adelaide? Yeah.
95.
Yeah, so, and you just sort of think, did that contribute to the fact that he took that sabbatical? He technically is on a sabbatical, so technically we could see him in a car at any point.
You never know.
He never retired. He just took a sabbatical.
Well, he did, was it the Suzuka 10 Hours recently in a GT3 car, McLaren 720S GT3 in Japan.
Yeah.
And this gorgeous livery, and he raced in that only maybe 2 years ago, I think.
Yeah.
Not too long ago. Anyway, I'm not meaning to sound like I'm clock watching here, but I've just checked the time, and it has just gone bang on 7 o'clock. So, unfortunately, everybody, some of you may think fortunately, I'm going to sign off for now. I will be back with you at 2 a.m. Thank you very much, Kieran. Thank you to Yusuf as well and everyone that's been on the stream so far. Hope you continue to enjoy it, and I will bring on our wonderful co-commentator, Reeve, in just a moment. Cheers, Kieran.
Very much. Thank you, Chaz, and I'll see you bright and early at 6 a.m. when you've gone through the night shift. It'll be interesting to see what state you're in at that point. But just in the... we saw in the pit lane there, that was the number 20. As we see there, is that number 20 again? No, it's the 28. That is Slick and Tired there. But the number 20, signed, sealed and delivered, held in the pit lane there in the fuel bay, because you can only fuel one cart at a time. That's all the team down in the pit lane can do, is fuel one cart at a time. So if you're stuck in a queue, that's tough. You can't be wheeled out. You have to wait your turn. and it's an age to be able to get yourself out there. It just takes forever. It feels like it goes on forever. And yeah, it's just nothing you can do. I'm happy to say, though, that we've had our own change. And Reeve Taylor joins me in the commentary box. Hello, Reeve.
Hello there, Kieran.
Nice to
change
meet you.
of guard.
Yeah. Changing of the guard?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Couple of ground rules. I won't call you love.
Okay, if you don't call me darling.
I won't. I'll just stick to Kieran. I think that'll be.
That sounds good.
Yeah, I think that works.
Well, because Chaz was very, very irritant on that. It's only because Chaz can call me darling. That's why.
Oh, I see.
You see?
Yeah.
So there you go. Recovered it. I'm all right. Well, you join us here, Nameless, leading the way now by 10 seconds. And that is because we've got a load of pit stops heading our way. We've got Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing, who are due a pit stop because they've been out on circuit for about 2 hours 25 minutes. Dab Motorsport also 2 hours 19. So we're getting into that period now where the pit stops start happening again for the top teams as they make their way through. As we see now the number 16, that is Elite Discos Racing, heading their way through the S's. And Reeve, it's a pleasure to talk to you in the box. We've never shared a commentary box, so this will be interesting.
Actually, no, we haven't. And to continue on the F1 chat, it's much like Formula 1 in its current state at the moment. If you ignore the person in P1, there's a fantastic battle brewing, as you say, with those pit stops, because we have Accelerate, we have Dab Motorsport, all ready for a bit of a strategy battle coming up.
You've used my argument against me. You're in my good books. That's good. 27 into the pits then, as we see Bandito Delito into the pits. And I believe that is Gareth Taylor, who is jumping out of the cart, fellow commentator, who has given endurance racing a try. But yeah, pretty good stint. Where are the number 27? They are 29th at the moment. Some way off, but you know, those lap times, 1 minute 17, it is tough out there, especially if you've never driven at Buckmore Park, which Gareth never has, and driven in a long stint, which I think he never has either. So it's fair play to him for giving it a go.
Trial by fire.
Yeah, or trial by water. I can't work out which one it is, but why not both? Why not both?
No, it's interesting to see just how treacherous it is out there, particularly while I was watching along when we were in that kind of greasy, changeable phase. But it is still difficult now. One of the points I've noticed is, in the dry, your two big opportunities for a good bit of pace here are running through Garda or that run out of the second hairpin, running through the S's down towards the back end of the track.
Yep.
You don't have that in the wet, because if you try and push on the exit of the second hairpin through the S's, you are going to find yourself very quickly off the left-hand side of the circuit and into a barrier. So
yeah.
It's tricky out there.
It is so tricky, and it's just become a staple of the Buckmore 24-hour, is that there is always rain. No matter what, it's inevitable. There will be rain at some point, as there was a visor warning going out to Elite Discos, and that's normally because the visor's too high up. So it's a case of they might have just got out there with the visor all the way up, and it's amazing what you can't feel when the adrenaline starts going through you. You would think, oh yeah, all those splashes of water will be going into your eyes, but no. It's just get the blinkers on and you start racing and you completely forget that your visor's up and you've got the air flowing through. You just completely forget. Sometimes you just need that visual warning of, by the way, you do know your visor's up, don't you?
Yes, I've found in the past as well, in the little bit of endurance racing that I have done. I imagine this isn't the case in the Elite Discos car, but if, like myself, you are incredibly unfit,
yes,
you actually do need to run the visor quite high, because you end up panting so much in the car that you will just miss up the visor. And in these kind of humid conditions that we've got here, those visors are going to want to be cracked a little bit at least.
I mean, it's so tricky out there on those slick tyres, and we'll see. We'll see.
I brought my technology curse with me.
Oh no, that's the one thing we didn't need. I brought my commentator curse. You've brought that. It's a recipe for disaster, really, isn't it? Oh dear. Oh dear.
I've been carrying it with me the entire day. I was on the hard shoulder before because my indicator fell out of my car.
How?
I just heard it. Just kind of.
What the stalk or the actual bowl?
No, like the actual unit out the front of the. I was driving down the M56 at like 6 in the morning, and then heard a clonk, and then.
I mean, it's all
That's
things.
not supposed to be there.
Yeah, they're all things to keep you on your toes, aren't they? Really.
Oh, as we see the number 8 there down the inside. That was a very brave move given the conditions, but worked well.
Worked well. It's one of those where it's a good move. It's just not for position, but they won't care. They're drivers. They're racing drivers. If any move happens out on track, doesn't matter if it's for the lead, if it's for making 13 laps on someone instead of 12, they'll rate themselves. It was a good move.
It is fascinating to see just how quickly this race turns on its head after we had that phase of black flags where we've gone from so much of the field being actually quite close for the first half an hour to all of a sudden we have the traditional kind of endurance
Yeah, well, when it comes to sort of dry weather racing, you've got a lot of quick drivers out there. And because they had this rain on the radar that wasn't going to relent at any point, they did put out their best dry weather drivers just to make sure they keep up with the pack. Maybe the plan was to try and break away. It just never did. The top two started to break away and then were reeled in because they decided to squabble over themselves. But then the rain comes in, you add a splash of water to the track, and it just shakes things up very, very nicely. Dab Motorsport are closing in on Nameless. Unfortunately for Dab Motorsport, though, they are still a pit stop behind, so they will be due a pit stop in shortly because Nameless have only just emerged from the pit stop. They're 9 minutes into their stint, so really they're going to be racing the only way is Brentwood at the moment, who are currently 4th at this time. And I'm just trying to work out what the gap between them is. It's about half a lap, maybe slightly more.
Slightly ominous comment there. Someone's been waiting all day to hear my silky voice, apparently.
Ooh, all day? That's commitment, that is.
Yeah.
That's huge commitment. And they're waiting for Reeve at the moment, so that's how you know you've made it.
Ugh.
Someone's waiting for your voice in particular.
Not nice.
Well, it means something to somebody, and we'll leave it there. Nameless still leading the way then. The only way is Brentwood, currently 4th at the moment, as we're seeing two wide action going through, but there's a spinner and a little bit of a contact there. Now that was the number 3, that was Tony and the Bandits, and the 23 involved in that as well, so that was MPMC. And it was a case of, that was MPMC being left not a lot of room going through there, and because of that they lost the grip, spun then into the number 3. So it was a bit of a, I don't know if you call that karma, but it was certainly it's certainly a little bit of, again, it's not payback because it was unintentional.
No, it's the margins are so fine in these sort of conditions. I mean, it's not like you can't see the number 23 car.
No.
The driver in there is luminescent, glow in the dark. It'll be very useful in about an hour or two. When
Yeah, but we've got yellows in the S's at the moment. That goes all the way up to the entry in towards Symes Sweep. And I wonder if that's just a little bit of wall repair, is it perhaps? Oh, there's a bit of a spin. There's 2 cars involved. That was TRX Motorsport in the number 6, and I think that was Fat and Furious in the number 15 there. Now, didn't quite see if they came together or if they, what can be the case, a simultaneous pirouette.
Yes, we're in the 105s, 107. It's still looking like it's still a little bit of rain coming down here.
Yeah, we see that just the S's on the outside. The rain is still falling here at Buckmore Park. And whether it's a driver getting ready or a driver leaving the field, we have a driver getting ready here.
Change for Quadrant there.
And it is for Quadrant. Yes, you're right. And can we work out who that's going to be? Is that? They did bring a secret weapon in Clement Novalak.
Oh.
They did.
French/Swiss racing driver, I believe.
Yeah, he is on the entry list, you know. But you've also got, I think, Max Futrell, James Blair, Ben Daly. Niran, I think, has already been out on circuit. So too has Arav. Ria, I think, started this race. I don't think we've set Matt Amos out on track at the moment. He's done quite a bit as the sort of team principal. I don't think he's been out in the kart just yet. So it's just a case of trying to figure out who it is.
Well, we have helmet details. We've already had helmet chat, so I'll tell you about his helmet in a second.
Okay. You go on with that. Absolutely.
I don't have helmet details.
Oh,
I've only got helmet details for 2 of the Quadrant drivers.
Tell you what, though, Steve, Super GT has put in a great stint there. Setting
fantastic job.
Really quick lap times going up there as they have their fuel stop now. How long did they make it out there? They made 2 hours, 7 minutes. So they're told in the briefing the fuel tanks will last roughly 2 hours. They may last less, they may last more. That's your decision to come out with there. And the driver change happens, and it's going to be a black flag there for the number 3, Toby and the Bandits. For that, I assume it's going to be the instant in through the S's. I didn't see any other. We haven't seen any other. No. It could have been another one, but that's what we've seen. The number 30 now gets back out onto track. Quadrant looking to make up lost ground at the moment. They're currently running 25th overall.
Yeah, fantastic in there from Super GT, Mr. Steve Brown there. Because they were quite a ways off. I'm sure they won't mind me saying that, but Steve's done a stellar job to bring them back into the into the mix a little bit more.
Chat's confirmed that it is Clem. It's Clement Novalak who's out onto the car. I did wonder when they bring out their secret weapon in a former Formula 2 driver, and that's exactly what they've done. So out on circuit he goes, looking to get some laps underneath, and for an F2 driver, this sort of thing, you know, he'll adapt to the track very quickly. He'll know slick tyres on a slightly wet track. Yeah, he'll know there's not a lot of grip out there. Bit of a bump.
A little bit of bump.
Bit of a bump, just a kiss. That's
Just
all.
a bump
And a sorry as well. There you go.
Oh.
So maybe only a contact warning.
Here we have a bit of a group of karts battling it out here into the first corner. Number 8, fantastic working their way through the Borough NFS karts.
So Accelerate, Kent Brewery Racing, still due a pit stop. Who is in the pits right now is Dab Motorsport. So they're into the pits for their, I assume, well, their fuel stop, and I assume they're going to have a driver change as well. You normally start to find towards the top end, they'll do their driver changes at the fuel stop, just to make sure that they lose the least amount of time in the pit stops. But of course, everyone has to sort of put in a fair share in the driving's end. You've got to make sure that you basically share out the driving time as fairly as possible, really. There's Accelerate Kent Brewery up the inside there of the number 8 kart. That is Borough 11 NFS, and I think a lap separates them now. It might even be 2 laps now that separate them, but they make their way through, and it's really drivers finding a rhythm now and making sure they don't make those silly mistakes, especially if you're running at the top of the order.
Indeed.
And just making sure you keep your head down.
As you and Chaz were discussing before, it's so easy sometimes to get caught up in the mix of battle. So those guys in the Accelerate Kent Brewery cars don't want to get too focused on that battle that they're, even though they're on different laps, don't want to get too focused up on fighting for track position, because as we say, they're at the very end of their stint. They must be cutting it fine on fuel now.
Yeah.
And we don't want another leading car having to be pushed around the circuit.
The thing is, though, in the wet, the fuel lasts longer because you're using less time on the throttle. So in theory, you use less fuel. So, yeah.
To be fair, I had a peek outside before, and some of the drifts I've been seeing, I don't think people are letting off the gas that much.
No. But it is that case. We'll see whether they do head into the pit lane or not. Dab Motorsport, I have to say, what a stunning recovery drive it's been so far. They're currently 3rd at the moment, and they've just made a stop as well. So they are doing a fantastic job, considering they had run out of fuel just past the start-finish line when they came in for their stop, for a fuel stop, and were told to go round because they entered the pit lane too hot, too fast.
And then ran out of fuel.
So they timed it perfectly. Unfortunately, the pit entry wasn't perfect, so they had to go back round. But a stunning recovery drive from them so far. And I wonder how much, that in itself, when it comes to 24 hours, sometimes you are bound to have something go wrong. For Dab Motorsport, it's running out of fuel. Some teams would, lose that little bit of an edge. They'll start to sort of let the head drop a little bit. But, I have to commend them because they've kept themselves together. They've realised it's very early in the race. A lot can still happen. They're within 45 seconds of the leaders now. Incredible stuff from Dab Motorsport.
Yeah, brilliant drive. That's the thing. An endurance event is so much less about out-and-out, raw, quality pace, single lap, gunning it. It's so much more about, as you say, stringing together a competent race and making sure that you keep a level head and you look after the kart and the teams behind you and you've planned every stint, every single little aspect of it. If you do that, you're guaranteed a fairly decent result, unless you have a very unfortunate incident, which, like a mechanical, but the fleet here is brand new and is maintained to a very high standard. So I don't know.
And if you are Dab Motorsport as well, you'll be thinking, you know what? We've got our little incident out of the way.
Yep, that's it now.
Nothing more can go wrong for us.
That's how it works.
That is how it works. And if you're going to have a thing where you run out of fuel, you want it at the start, because then you have so much time to make up the lost time that you lost. I've said lost a lot. Reeve, say something other than lost for me.
Well, now I just want to say lost.
Oh, don't
I'm
do
sorry,
that.
I'm slightly distracted by Chaz's return to the comms box with what I presume is chicken base.
Yes.
It smells incredible. It's dinner. And I'm very much distracted by it. That smells amazing.
Very much distracted by food.
Yes.
Those are words I could live by. That is for sure. That is for sure.
I've already eaten my dinner, but here's some biscuits.
You've eaten your dinner. I thought you were just pointing to the fact that you were having biscuits for dinner, and that would have been quite something.
No, that has been I'm not going to mention the series because we've been asked to not mention the BUKC too many times. But there we go. That is how you do it on a. That is how you do it in that series.
Very good.
I think the final round, we have often teams. I don't know if it's going to happen at 24. We get given tributes to alleviate the commentator's curse. And we get given food, usually Jaffa cakes. And last time round, we got beer.
We actually had a cake for the start of the race last year. They were sitting up there. Yeah, I know.
But yeah, so for the final round of that series, I was fueled off Jaffa cakes and beer all day.
Very nice.
It was great.
The beer's an interesting shout.
We've got to drive tomorrow.
Yeah, so have I. So have I. Well, a bit of a spin in the background there. That's the number 20. That's Science Sealed and Delivered, who get themselves back underway. Just a little bit of lost time there. And make their way on their way once again. And I will have a look at my trusty weather app just to see what the situation is right now. I can just have a look and see it is still raining.
Good.
And it will be
Good
raining.
info.
Yeah, we can all see that one, so that's good. But I've got it down that the rain's meant to stop at 10. It's meant to rain until then, though. So we'll have to wait and see how that goes, because what it is, it's a weather front that's coming over from France and passes over the circuit.
It's time for meteorology.
Absolutely. You need this in a 24-hour. You need meteorology. It's passing over from France over Buckmore Park. This is what this weather front we're experiencing right now. Now, I've got it on my trusty weather app that it's meant to end at 10 o'clock. Now, it's been pretty decent at guessing when the rain will start. It did say a time ago rain was starting in 5 minutes, but we had that 20-25 minute period where it was spitting and it wasn't actually raining. So take that with a pinch of salt. Don't add it to your strategy. And I will not be held responsible for any strategies that are butchered because I said the rain might stop at 10.
As we know, Buckmore Park lives exclusively in its own little climate zone.
Exactly that. Exactly that.
No one knows how or why or how it works or what deity was offended at the creation of Buckmore Park, but it has its own little climate zone.
It really does. It really does. So and the fact of the matter is as well, because you've got now what we're seeing in towards Simon Sweep and Pullman's, you're actually heading downhill. And you sort of think the altitude change can't be that much as the circuit
we have
lights.
some lights.
We have the circuit lights on now.
I was very confused, and I looked over my left shoulder, and then we had our indoor lights as well for the interview stage. I was like, wow.
Oh, that's bright.
Yeah.
That's brighter than I thought. I'm being compared to chat to Michael Fish. I will not be saying there will be no great storm, though. That's what I will say. Apparently we had some words that there's going to be rain. I can tell you now there isn't. Cue the rain.
One of the interesting things as well, later on into the night, even if the rain does clear up, as we can see just how much spray there is on the inside of the circuit off the racing line. We're running these karts on slick tyres. They're not going to want to clear off that rain very well. Now, Buckmore is on a bit of a slant, which helps.
Yes.
But it's also going to be quite cold overnight, obviously. So
absolutely.
That rain is going to persist for quite a while.
Yeah, and I've driven on a track like this. In fact, I've driven in one of these hire kart, not the 24-hour, I'm not brave enough for that. But in these treacherous conditions where it's raining, it might stop raining, but once you're into the night time, the track takes a long time to actually dry out. For a dry line to form, you do really need the light on the circuit to help clear the water. And as you say, because we're on slick tyres, the water isn't really being cleared that much.
Lemons.
There are lemons.
Zesty lemons.
That can only be Zesty Drink Racing, who are
my favourite team name.
Who are around. There they are.
I get the meme.
All in high spirits, and Tom, the team leader there, having a coffee and warming up, which is weird to say in April. You know, I expected there to be April showers because next month May flowers, but it's cold. It is not warm out there.
No, it is absolutely freezing.
I'll just have a look and see. Well, it's 10 degrees. Put it this way. It's 10 degrees.
There is no way
out
it's
there.
10 degrees.
Well, this is what I was just about to say. 10 degrees, but apparently it's supposed to feel like 4. And that would explain a lot.
Yes. Yeah, I'm having confirmation. Well, from my weather station that we've got over here. It's invented weather chat.
Look, it's like the Venn diagram where we have 2 weather stations. It's all good, you know? We've got in chat as well about who Michael Fish was. 1986. I didn't. They say prepare for anything in commentary. I wasn't expecting this, but I will go for it.
You've become our historian.
I know, I have, haven't I?
Formula One in 1995. That was actually in 1996, and now
Yeah,
Michael Fish.
his most famous weather got wrong was 1986, where we had the great storm afterwards. And the bit he said on BBC the night before was, we've had a woman call in about a storm that's supposed to happen overnight, but I can tell you now, there isn't. What happened the next day was the great storm of 1986 in England. And Michael Fish, unfortunately, has never been able to let that be lived down, unfortunately. But it's one of the great moments from Michael Fish, and we all love him because normally he got the weather wrong. But how accurate could the weather be in 1986? Like, we struggle with predicting the weather now, let alone... Wow, that is nearly 40 years ago.
Oh, wow.
I thought it was 30. I was fully about to say 30 there. It's 40. Wow. Okay, moving on.
None of us are born then, but that still makes us feel old.
Yeah. How is that 40 years ago? Sorry to anybody who's listening in who's...
yeah, we've already got a few people who are, I think, now having some type of crisis.
I'm pretty sure 86, 87... It was definitely 80s. I know that much.
Milk or cereal first? Well, where's Yusuf when we need him?
Yeah, that's
Mr.
true.
Milky Cereal.
Yeah,
that is literally his commentary name.
That will literally be his domain to answer that one. He's the only one.
Well, we know where Yusuf is.
He's out on track.
He's out there.
Yeah, he is. So
how is Yusuf getting on? Let's bully him. Sorry, let's check on him. We were instructed to bully him by producer James.
Oh, yes, of course. No, we were just saying, James, that Yusuf's out on track now.
Is it?
Yeah, so we were told by you to sort of...
And Chaz.
Yes. And Chaz to just give him an elbow.
And Yusuf himself.
Yeah.
So,
well, let's find him then.
Yeah. Let's find him. Sounds good. All right, then let's find him. He'll be in the number 10 cart.
Yes.
Out there on circuit.
In that mix for the lead battle, of course.
Yes, 2 laps away from the lead battle, but that's what we're looking at, 2 minutes roughly, maybe 2 minutes 20 away, which again in the grand scheme of things isn't that long. If you have someone who has a problem up ahead, a cart that has a problem up ahead, that's a position.
Yeah.
Gained.
Think how much has already happened in this race, and we have 19 hours to go.
We do indeed.
We're just over 1/6 of the way in.
Yeah, it's been really good fun, as it always is. Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing into the pits then from second place, so they will rejoin. We'll see where they emerge in the not too distant future. Dab Motorsport in third place though, and it's the only way is Brentwood rounding off the top 4. I'm getting word in chat that it was 1987. Ah, if that's the case, if I'm 1 year out, I'm devastated because I went in there with such confidence, and yeah, I'll emerge with egg on my face. But that's never different. 21 there is fully steamed up. Can you see anything, 21?
Yeah, that I wouldn't be able to.
Belly Boys Racing there. Yeah, that has fully steamed up, hasn't it? And that's a case of, as you said, the panting. If you don't quite get the breathing under control, and the visor steams up, then you have to open it up, which is a minefield in itself to try and bring up the visor, maybe give it a wipe to clear the steam,
the
then
windscreen
pop it
wiper
down.
technique.
Yeah, exactly. And you just never want it to be that way. There is Yusuf out on track. Yusuf bin Zahel from the commentary box out onto track. There he is. How's he doing out there?
We should have put a radio in his helmet.
We should have done.
Yeah.
You know how they have they had that very short trial in Formula 1,
yes.
the interview of driver of the day. Bring that with Yusuf, and we'll see how he gets on. But there is our fellow commentator, currently driving the kart that's in 6th place, the EKS All-Stars, and a team headed up by Luke Battersby, who is very familiar to the track of Buckmore Park. You could say he knows it like the back of his hand. He's done so many laps around here, progressed through the junior club at this circuit as well, so he very much knows the circuit very, very well indeed. The rain still falling here at Buckmore Park, and we are approaching hour number 6. It's not very far away, Kieran McGinnis here, alongside Reeve Taylor as we're heading towards the top of the hour. And Reeve, now we have Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing, who have emerged just ahead of Dab Motorsport after those pit stops, and they are not separated by a lot, about a second. The number 4 and the number 5 car pretty much sharing that same bit of track.
No, but could have been much worse for them. The margins are so fine when it comes to these pit stops. You think, oh, in the world of Formula 1, the little tenths here and there add up. But no, even in endurance karting, every little detail helps.
Yeah, absolutely.
That run and that often painful jump back into the kart can make or break your race.
I've actually, in an endurance race, fallen out of a kart because I went to get out and my foot got caught on something. And so I tripped over, tried to style it out with a roll. Oh. I don't think anybody noticed, but there we go. There is a bit of a team brief if you've ever had one. Sheltering as well. That is Toby and the Bandits, who Chaz had a chat to earlier on the grid walk. And they are just sheltering is the correct word for that, I would say. Making sure they have the cover, and let's face it, it's not warm out there either. Wrapped up.
Although I do now say, I've spent the past few hours kind of confused why everyone's been saying, oh, it's absolutely lovely and toasty in here in the commentary box. Well, I'm sat here with my coat on, feeling a little bit cold, but now I've sat by the computers and the lights, I can now see what you mean.
Yes, absolutely. It's cold out there. That is for sure. There is Yusuf bin Sahel making his way through the S's now. And how are his lap times going to... We keep saying this. Let's have a look. That's he lapping at the moment. 1 minute 7.7. So he's roughly matching the lap times from Nameless. It's about 2-3 tenths in it at the moment. So very much matching the pace of our leaders at the moment. And looks like there's possibly yellow flags. That would have been why Yusuf raised his hand there. But they seem to have cleared just as quickly as he entered the zone there. But making his way through in towards Garda. And it's a 63-second lead that Nameless has over Accelerate Kent Brewer Racing. And it's always fun with an endurance race because you have all the different strategies going on, the different battles, culminating out on circuit, the different pit stops, what you do at each pit stop, which driver goes out. And it's not until you get to the final stint, so you look at maybe the final 90 minutes, that you start to understand, here's who's in the battle for 5th place, here's in the battle for 15th. And it all starts to become clear. Those strategies now start to culminate into the final stint. And that's still about 18 hours away.
Just having a look as well at the rookie battle, still being led by Ditch Finders. Senior Frogs diving into the pits about 46 minutes ago, currently 4th in the rookies race. Seeing plenty of support for the Senior Frogs, of course, in the YouTube chat. A few people saying that they'll be trying to hang in through the night, which is dedication from the fans as well. I was speaking to I was actually having a very brief, while I was grabbing my dinner, have a very brief chat with Harry while I was grabbing lunch, and he was saying a few of those guys are planning on trying to stay up and do an all-nighter as well, which is very supportive but very brave.
Yes, but I don't think sleep deprivation and then getting behind the wheel of a cart is the greatest idea. No. Nevertheless, it's a 24-hour, so I guess what will be will be. I'm having a look at the last lap time that Accelerate made over Dab Motorsport. Dab Motorsport closed in by about 6 tenths on that last lap there. Oh no, sorry, no, I've read that wrong. They lost 2 seconds on that last lap. I really did read that wrong, but there we go. But Accelerate Kent Brewer Racing really on a charge at the moment. Their last lap time 106.8. It's about a tenth and a half slower than Nameless Motorsport at this moment in time. But again, they're on slightly different strategies at this point. There's about half hour between Nameless and Accelerate Kent Brewer Racing visiting the pit lane. So yeah, it's slightly different strategies, and again, it's going to be a case of waiting and seeing how it all unfolds. There's still plenty of action. There's a bit of contact in the background there. Definitely the 24 involved in that one. So that was 1322 Racing Northeast, who are in a battle right now to try and get themselves up and away at the top of the rookie class. And they were up there. They are 3rd in class at the moment.
Plenty of support as well for the 1322 crew as well in the chat. They've had a fair old journey down here, haven't they?
They have. They really have. They really have. I mean, I was speaking to Bruffy earlier on about, he's never raced here. He's never done a 24-hour. And it's just a case of, well, see how we do. And they're 3rd in the rookie class at the moment.
Good effort.
It's a very good effort. Very, very good effort.
Is that a puddle that one? No.
It is.
Yeah, it was the puddle was changing, the reflection of the light though. I thought it was a bit of barrier almost in the middle of the track. But we're all good.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, we are now into hour number 6. And it's time for a top of the hour update then. It's Nameless Motorsport at the top then. Accelerate Kent Brewer Racing rounding off second place. Dab Motorsport in third, with The Only Way is Brentwood in fourth place. Borough 11 NFS are currently fifth place. EKS All-Stars are sixth place. Then it's TRX Motorsport Elite in seventh place. Ditch Finders are in eighth place, leading the rookie class. Ninth place overall. Second in class are Zesty Drink Racing. Rounding off the top 10 is the number 1 kart team, ARD, who are 8th in class. And then third in the rookie class, 1322 Racing Northeast in the 11th spot. 12th spot is the number 29, the Senior Frogs, who are currently 4th in class. And 13th overall. 5th in class is number 17, Formula None. And that's your sort of top 15, and that's including the top 5 of each class. Heading into hour number 6.
311 laps down for the race leader. What are we expecting? I'm not going to say we'll place a bet, but I'm going to guesstimate 1,580 laps.
Okay. I would say...
Maybe less. I'm going to say
2022 had, I think, 1,600 laps. 2023, I'm trying to think last year. I think last year had fewer laps.
And I think we're going to have more wet weather running.
Yeah, so I think we're going to have about 1,300.
Okay.
I
might readjust my estimate then. I'll say 1,450.
1,450. That's not a bad guess, to be fair. I mean, we're looking at the lap times now. We're looking at 63 seconds per lap. So
I wasn't expecting to bring maths into it.
Yeah, I know.
That's highbrow and intellectual.
Yeah, it stops there though, because they've got to work out how many minutes are in 24 hours, and that's just not happening. Not happening at all. Someone in chat will get it before me. It's 60 times 24, which is maths.
If only
there was a calculator.
These small devices had been invented that can do mathematics.
Is it about 1440?
I think. Yeah, you're on the nose.
Okay.
1440.
All right. There you go. See, maths wasn't so bad, everybody. It's okay. We got there in the end.
Why did we need to work that out? I can't remember.
I'll never bring up maths again. Don't worry. Well, we know it was 1440, so if we're taking, let's say it's a minute a lap, it's just over. So you're looking at maybe 1,300, 1,350. Considering we had dry running at the start and they were all sort of sub 50 seconds.
Yeah.
So you take that into account for the first, I want to say 45, 50 minutes. Yeah, we got in chat there. 1,300 laps, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty solid guesses, I think. 1,300. I think chat is right. It's a good.
Well, they're all saying that because they're clearly fans of the northeastern team.
Someone said in chat, at least 2 minutes in 24 hours. You are correct. Correct. You're technically correct, which is the best kind of correct. Oh, dearie me. Hour number 6. Here we are. Oh. We are approaching, end of this hour, we'll be a third...
What, we're about to see Yusuf living up to his name.
Yes.
As Andrew Mather put it. Club 100's most penalised driver, I think, was it last time?
Oh, you've been waiting. You've been itching to get that stat in. You've really been itching to get that stat in. Oh, dearie me. Reeves just got the biggest, cheesiest grin on his face now that he's dropped that fact.
Had to.
Oh, dear.
I'm only smiling because I can't drive either. I mean, there's a reason why I now talk about it and I don't really take part in it anymore.
Same here.
Apart from next month when I will be at the other 24-hour big karting event that happens in this country.
Oh, dearie me. Well, the rain continues to fall here at Buckmore Park, but don't let that dampen the spirits out here. The clouds also make it pretty dark out there, so the circuit lights are illuminated, and that means then, normally in the briefings for the race director, it is communicated that as soon as the track lights come on, there are no more tinted visors until those lights come back off. So you'll see clear visors all the way through. So from here on in, you should see all the eyes of the drivers as they look for the apexes, or in any case, trying to look for a whiteboard telling them when to pit in. Either way, they'll be looking to see if they can find that. As there is the number 30 quadrant car, that's Clement Novalak, who is racing out there and just trying to find some grip. Going through in towards Gala then. That's Toby and the Bandits who managed to find a position. I say a position, it wasn't a position. It wasn't a position for position. No, that's not good England, Kieran. Try again. You know what?
Warning there for the quadrant team.
Yeah,
just quickly moving on.
Yeah, let's just move on.
I'm just letting your brain reboot.
Yeah. Give me the Control-Alt-Delete.
Yep.
System update, and I'll be back with you soon.
I've been asked to say 32, and I don't know why.
Well, why?
I feel like I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, no, that's going to go against you. A track limit warning
because they can hear the bit of Northern.
Track limit warning going out to the number 3 there. I think that is supposed to be not Kent Brewery Racing. It's supposed to be Toby and the Bandits, but it came up as Undefined, which was quite funny. Unless they've changed their team name to Undefined.
That's a good strategy, actually.
It's a good strategy.
We've discussed how every 3 hours the penalties get reset, but is there any adjustment in the regulations for changing your name, or you then allow another set of...
Well, what we're doing as well, Reeve, is we're approaching the 6th hour, the end of the 6th hour, which at the end of this, when we hit 18 hours to go, that is when the race director will confirm the classes. So if anybody needs to move down from the pro class, they'll be moved down to rookie. Similarly, if anybody is too quick for rookie, they'll be moved up to the pro. So it's a kind of way to try and balance out the trophy hunters, basically, the glory hunters, who think, if I enter in the rookie class and I beat everybody, I'm going to get a lovely little trophy no matter where I finish. No, it doesn't work like that, because at that 6-hour mark, the classes get adjusted if they see fit. So if, for example, if they see a pro kart that maybe entered as a pro kart, not quite matching the pro pace, they'll be moved down to rookie to at least give them a chance, something to fight for in the closing stages. Similarly, if a rookie's going too quickly, not having an easy trophy, not like that.
Yeah, something to spur you on later on, perhaps. But on the other hand, don't team captains don't go thinking you can sandbag. The stewards and the race director will be wary of that. They will be looking out for that.
Also, you can't sandbag when you've got names like Clement Novalak. It's
just
not possible to sandbag. It's not possible. So, so don't go for that strategy, because it might fall flat on its face. The spray being kicked up from the slick tyres doesn't actually really move the water very much.
No, which is good for us, which means we can see far more clearly than if we had tyres that would much more effectively move the water out of the way. But if you're a driver out there, it can be a little bit sketchy sometimes because you really do have to chuck the cart in.
Sorry to cut across you. That was Aldas in the 19 in the Spicy Boys. Sorry, that's not Aldas. That's in the 19 anyway. Trying to dive and move up the inside, going in towards hairpin 2, and I think it gained a couple of positions there. So in the end, it worked, but it looked adventurous.
Yeah,
that's the word I'm going to use.
Particularly brave, because there's no real flat part of Buckmore.
No.
So all the braking zones, especially in these conditions, are a little bit unpredictable in a kart with.
Oh, black flag for our rookie leaders, the ditch finders. Now, we haven't been given a reason why but that is a black flag. They will have to come into the pits. So this is a chance then for Zesty Drink Racing to take over the lead, depending on what that black flag is for. We have seen a black flag for safety issues. So if there's a helmet undone, for example, that needs to be brought in, do up the helmet, and let you go. If it's for racing under yellows, if it's for a takeout, it's a significant time penalty. So we'll have to keep an eye and see when they're released back out onto track, the ditch finders. But that's huge in the battle for rookies.
Yeah, the likes of the Zesty Drink or the 1322 or Senior Frogs will be quite pleased with that news, I am sure.
Yes. If they remember which number, yeah, there we go. So now they have got the message, ditch finders. And we saw that because their driver looked straight at the digi-flag. So we know they've got that message.
It is a very unfortunate message to be receiving at this stage.
It is.
In the race.
But they have been told, the drivers in the briefing, that a black flag doesn't necessarily mean
you've been completely naughty.
You've been penalised. It can mean for a safety issue we have to bring you in, and that's the only way we can bring you in. Because if we start adding too many flags, especially in an endurance race where you're just so focused on getting past people, you start to see at the traditional, that's easy for me to say, traditional black and orange meatball flag for a mechanical, you're going to be starting to think, right, hang on, what was that again? If it's just black flag means pit in, we know where we stand.
Yeah. Zesty Drink are actually only a lap behind. So in the grand scheme of things, if that even, so in the grand scheme of things, that fight is still very much on.
Yeah, it is indeed. And there is ditch finders trying to find their way into the pits with an arm raised. So that is what they've been told in the briefing to do, to warn other drivers they are peeling off into the pits. And let's see, for ditch finders, what that's going to be, whether it's going to be a talking to, whether it's an adjustment or anything of the sort. It looks like it's going to be a chat. So a nod of the head, and it is going to be a wait, so it is a penalty. Black flag penalty for ditch finders. So it's just a case of now race director will signal when the kart can be released back out onto the track. It's an age. It seems like an age when you're waiting there for that penalty to be elapsed, but it has now, and ditch finders can now rejoin onto the circuit.
Seeing a couple more track limit warnings starting to pile in as well. One of the side effects really of trying to push as much as possible in conditions like these. A kart just isn't going to respond in the way that you would want, and sometimes that means taking four wheels out of the white lines.
Yeah, I believe it's half a kart. I could be wrong on that one, but half a kart you're allowed. Beyond that is when you start to be in a little bit of trouble.
I mean, usually if you're going off in these conditions, you're going off fairly substantially.
Yes. Yeah, it normally seems to be the case. This is just look up the inside there from Elite Discos Racing. Wanted to try to find the move there on Team ARD. No way through that time around, though. Have I said yet that I just absolutely love the Buckmore 24-hour? It's just, it rains every year, adds to that challenge. And the drivers maybe think, you know, when they're looking at the forecast a week ahead, they maybe think, hopefully it'll be dry. No, not at all. Absolutely not. It's Buckmore 24-hour. It rains.
Oh, yeah.
Get used to it.
Nice move there by the Elite Discos up the inside on Team ARD. But yeah, as you say, it's a great event. The atmosphere around it, you notice as soon as you arrive. I mean, I was 10 minutes late getting into the commentary box because I was slightly distracted by a cobra going around the track making a fantastic noise.
I was distracted by that same cobra.
Yeah.
So
it's a full event here. It's brilliant fun.
Oh, it's so much fun. And we have the pleasure of commentating over the event. And hopefully you're all enjoying wherever you're watching in the world. And hopefully you're here cheering on your favourite drivers or team. And we know a lot of you are here for the Senior Frogs, but a lot of you are here for Quadrant. And I know there's plenty of people watching as well, all supporting different teams up and down the grid, which is always great to see. Give your support to the teams because, especially when we head towards the night shift, that is when they'll need them the most, because some teams will be a little bit downtrodden when it comes to the night stint. When it starts to sink in, perhaps this strategy is not working, or we need a miracle here. That's when they need the support the most.
Yeah, once that initial excitement and adrenaline sort of worn off, the entire group starts to realise this is a huge task we have ahead of us. This is, it's a major challenge, and that is why, even if one of the things I like about endurance racing is, even if you don't come away with the best result, just getting to the finish and just being there with your team, it is a brilliant feeling.
Yeah, it is. It is, and as you say, especially if it's been a race of hardship, basically, and a race of attrition, and you've just thought, I just want this race to be over. Suddenly, when it ticks down to sort of 6 hours to go, when in an endurance race, and you start to think, actually, yeah, we're so close to the end. We can't give up now. No chance. And it's always great to see, because then you get that second wind, and you say, yes, we can make it. We will make it. We're going to make it to the checkered flag.
And then you spend the 24 hours after the race in pain and very tired, and then you spend the day after that thinking, I didn't want that to end.
Yes.
That was brilliant.
Exactly that. Speaking as I've ever done a 24-hour, which I haven't.
Haven't you?
No, never. I just thought, leave it to the experts who are out there right now. They know what they're doing, I don't. I've done endurance races before, just never a 24-hour. Longest I've done is 10. So
That's still a fair old challenge.
It is, but yeah, I've never done a 24-hour. Question from you in the chat, Reeve. Have you raced a Buckmore?
Years and years back.
Years and years back. Yeah. How far are we talking?
Well, only 2021, but back
That's
in my
still
university
years.
days.
You are technically right with years and years back, because it was 3 years ago then.
And I say, it was. I'm not going to mention the championship. It was in a rookie event, shall we say?
Oh, good evening to Andrew Mather, who joins us from France. He's gutted he couldn't be here, but he's asked, who needs cursing? We haven't actually done a lot of cursing, Andrew, as far as it goes. So yeah, we are more than willing to let you take the blame for some commentators' curses if you want to take them on board.
Well,
even if you're not commentating.
There's no ineligible drivers for Andrew to be annoyed at.
No.
No. So I'm sorry in that instance, Andrew. But we've also seen Andrew send a picture of his racing escapades today in France, and
Yes.
it makes this look like a lovely dry summer's day in the
really
park.
did.
That picture.
It really did.
It was just water.
It was. There was no track. It was water. That is the best way you could have put it, Reeve. Really, really good. It looks as wet as it was here in France. I disagree with you, Andrew. Considering what you showed us, I would thoroughly disagree. But yeah, it's meant to keep on raining, Andrew, until we think 10 o'clock.
I can't see a go-kart in that picture.
No, the picture you did send us, Andrew, there is no go-kart there. It is just a splash of water. It's like someone dropped something into a pool of water. So yeah, Andrew was here last year. Said always watching on. He said he would tune in this evening. Basically just check up on us, see if we're all behaving, which I think so far we're doing okay.
Yeah,
James says no, we're not.
Look, we're behaving. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
we're
okay,
behaving.
we're behaving, but Chaz isn't.
Let's see in about.
I thought Chaz was still here, so that's probably why James said that. Our producer James.
I think I might have to stay up and stay around for that early morning stint, the early hours, because that could be a laugh.
Well, this is the thing. I get to join Chaz at 6 a.m. and bear in mind he's just going to have to have gone through 5 hours of the night shift.
Yeah,
it'll be interesting. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he is in the morning.
He's got a lot of hours ahead of him, to be fair.
He does. He does. Great fun.
So it's now Nameless, the only kart on the lead lap, that being lap 326. Their last lap actually fairly competitive, a 106.5. So they are still showing very strong pace 49 minutes into their stint.
Yeah.
And that's a kind of, maybe not relentless, but just consistency that you require at this stage in a 24-hour race. That will pay dividends later on. We do have a yellow sector out on track.
And it's number 18 there, who's just spinning
back
underway, TRX Motorsport Academy. Yeah, you were talking about our leaders there, Nameless Motorsport. It's a stacked lineup. You've got Jack Goldsmith, Fraser Brunton, Rory O'Regan, Trent Moroney, Bo Sullivan. That is a huge lineup for an event like this. And, well, I would say, I'll bring up the message because I asked Jack about the team name. I said, Nameless, you're going to have to walk me through that one. What's all that about? And Jack, in his typical fashion, said himself and Max O'Shaughnessy wanted to have a clean slate, the name that's a bit more serious. Okay, bear that in mind, Reeve. A bit more serious, but couldn't think of a name. So we thought of Nameless instead. Black flag for number 30 of Quadrant.
A bad day gets worse for the Quadrant squad, unfortunately. It was a logical plan when you think about it. Put maybe the less experienced drivers at the very start because they know the rain's coming. That shows good planning, good foresight. It just hasn't worked out for them, unfortunately. I think they lost a little bit too much time in that first stint, and now we're just adding insult to injury, really, isn't it, at this stage?
It's a kick in the gut whilst you're already down, isn't it? It's just a little bit not nice, but there we go. Goldsmith winning around Buckmore Park. Never happened before. No, you're right, never happened before.
I think we've got a repeat there.
Yes, I think that's just to show the flag again.
Although we don't have it on the timing system twice.
Yes, that's true. I think it's a case of Quadrant maybe had the black flag shown, but the gap between that looks like that Quadrant maybe never saw it because it probably came up on the... Yeah, by the time they saw it, they were kind of already past it, which can happen. So it's just a case of showing that on the digi-flag again. It's all linked up to the timing. So once the timing goes, once it senses a cut across the line, it then takes that number off the board. You used to have to do that manually. I did that manually when I was working here.
Oh,
a couple
wow.
of times, yeah. It gets hectic in something like this.
Yeah, I can imagine so.
Having to change all the numbers, you have to make sure you keep up. And then inevitably you do miss one, and driver's like, but I only got 2 contact warnings.
Andrew raises a very good point.
Oh, yes.
His commentator's curse has arrived for the Quadrant squad.
There we go.
But also
Andrew doing what he does best.
Oh, yes.
Good to have you with us, Andrew. Hope
Yeah.
you're enjoying France. Hopefully it does dry up for you out there.
Seeing, yeah, a very interesting opportunity being raised in the chat. I think a quick opportunity to have a brief tyre discussion, perhaps coming up. A commenter who is apparently a classic Ford is watching the stream, which is impressive.
Yes, a whole one.
A Ford prefect asked, "You have to worry about time management in car endurance racing. Do you have to in karts?" Well, we had this chat with Phil, the MD of the track. On these new Dunlop tyres, they expect about 20 hours, I believe I'm correct in saying, in full dry conditions. So that means after that 20 hours, the tyre's going to start, they're quite I believe they're a relatively soft compound, going to want to start giving up. Now, we are in wet conditions, which obviously keeps the tyres cooler, less speed involved.
Yes.
It's going to look after them a little bit better, but we do still have, as you've handily provided for us, a maintenance period for the cars as Quadrant serve that black flag. And that maintenance period is going to be in the early hours of the morning, ranging from 1 in the morning to about 3:30 in the morning. I think they're going to be trying, by the looks of things, been doing around 2 karts around a similar time. They're not concrete times, they're just kind of as and when they need to pull the cart in, as and when they can. And that is a chance for the cars to have everything checked over, have a bit of an inspection, check the chains, check the tyres, check that sort of thing. So these carts will be good to carry on for the entire duration of the race, especially with these wet weather conditions. It's going to be more limited to what the drivers can do in these conditions, really, than what the carts are capable of.
Yeah, and just to expand on what you're saying in that service stop, everyone has to have the service stop. It's a mandatory one, but also it is the same amount of time. Everybody stops the same amount of time for that maintenance stop. No matter if it takes 2-3 minutes to complete everything, you will be held for 8. I think it's 8 minutes. I might have to check up on that one. It's 10-minute intervals, but obviously we have to then let that cart out and then bring the next one in. They are rough timings though, so it won't be fully accurate towards the end there. Oh, that's a good shot.
That's a cool shot.
That is a good shot. Make sure you get the good video. Make sure it's not on slow-mo. That takes up a lot of memory. That's all I know. That's all I know about video. And also, that video killed the radio sign. That's all I know about it. Black flag for Formula 1, number 17. Where are they in the standings right now? They're 5th in the rookies. They're currently running 14th overall. So that will be a chance for Elite Discos Racing and Spicy Boys in 16 and 19 respectively to maybe bring up a position.
Yeah, still all to play for in that rookie battle. Well, then again, still all to play for in the pros as well. Still over 3/4 of the race to go. It is Nameless leading the race so far. Their last lap, 106.3. They are comparatively flying along compared to the rest of the field. They are in the, I'm going to say it, element.
Oh no, that's the Chaz line.
We're continuing on. That'll be the only Chaz line I continue on. I would like to clarify. I'll just carry on that one. I won't.
Whoa, that was a slide then. I think that was from TRX Motorsport Elite. It was, and the problem with sliding like that is it does, pardon the pun, wash you out to the outside. But he managed to recover that one, so that was all well and good. And that's also a very good lineup there.
Yusuf.
Oh dear, Yusuf, what have you done? What have you done? Yusuf, behave yourself. You're supposed to be representing the commentators. Actually, do you know what?
He's actually represented the commentators quite well in that.
There he is.
There he is.
There's Yusuf. Watch the contact, Yusuf. Watch the contact.
Hashtag blame Yusuf, everyone.
Yeah, blame Yusuf. Blame Yusuf. It's good. Good stuff. No, how is he actually getting on out there? Let's have a look.
He's doing well.
Yeah, he's matching Nameless at the moment in lap times. So doing a fine job out there is Yusuf bin Sahel.
Not on that lap time because there was a bit of contact involved, but
and
other
a little
than
bit of
that,
traffic, yes.
Yeah.
I'll give you that. But nonetheless, doing a good job out there.
Yeah, as we've mentioned, you might think a 24-hour race, especially in the wet, maybe not the most opportunities for overtaking, but there's plenty of lapping to be done, and especially in most karting series where we don't have blue flags.
No.
There's an art to it. There's an art to lapping a kart in front of you.
Yes. Just a further question about the service stops. They're due to start at 1 a.m. So we've got a long way off the service stops for now. But it's the fact that every kart goes through a service stop. So that's oil, that's check out the chain, tyres get replaced as well. I think the front tyres get replaced. So just to make sure everyone is on as much as a level playing field as possible. Is it?
Number 17 there. That is the kart of Formula None. That black flag they've just served, of course, and they, I don't think, fully agree with it. Possibly that.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
Or they're doing the YMCA.
Yeah. Oh, here's a good question. Is it a commentator's curse if it's placed on a commentator himself? That is a very good question.
I've already had an indicator fall out on the way down. I don't want anything else to happen to the car, please.
Yeah, but is it a commentator curse if we curse
Oh, you mean, yes, of course.
Yusuf
yes.
out there?
I thought it was meant in general. I think he will just curse himself.
I think it's a double one, isn't it? It doesn't cancel out. That is just a double helping. But he won't. And that's the setup for the curse. Andrew saying, what is Yusuf doing out there?
Collecting penalties.
Yes.
Oh, and
warnings.
racing.
Warnings at the moment. We can't say penalties yet. As soon as he gets one, though, straight in there. Straight in there. You got your team a penalty, Yusuf. How could you?
Should we just not let him back in? Should we
No,
just let him pour at the door?
Yeah. The fact that we can take the higher ground by not going out there, I'm fine with
Yes. I haven't crashed into anyone else
Yeah.
on track today.
Yeah. Fully just go for it. I love it. Absolutely love it. We have just over 18 and a half hours left of the race. Nameless leading Accelerate Kent Brewery by a lap at the moment. No, I don't have to.
I only had half of that then.
Yeah. Nice. I'm just saying how much time there is left, James. I don't see what the problem was. I'm happy.
Luckily, I've got more of these.
I'm loving it.
Yeah, this is great fun.
I'm loving it.
Hope you're enjoying watching along.
Yes.
Either at home or at the track.
Yeah.
For some reason.
Hopefully you haven't muted us yet. If you haven't muted us yet, that's very good. We're happy with that. We'll take that success. What if Yusuf actually gets himself into a bit of contact trouble?
I promise I won't find it funny or laugh on stream. That's an empty promise.
I
will laugh on stream.
I wouldn't promise that at all.
That's an arty shot.
That is a very good shot. I quite like that.
That's an album cover.
I think that's Jack Goldsmith. It looked like Jack Goldsmith, but I could be wrong. No, perhaps it wasn't. It was the light. I don't think Jack Goldsmith is out there on circuit, so I hope it was a good guess. This is where I'm going to be absolutely roasted in the chat, saying, "Oh, I can't believe you thought it was this guy." Yeah, neither can I. How foolish of me.
Sometimes I just don't risk it.
Yeah.
It's safer sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Someone asking, Jack in chat asking, are we going to get any dry conditions or is it going to be soggy the whole way? I reckon we're going to be greasy towards the end of the... Well, then again, we're finishing at 2 in the afternoon tomorrow.
Yeah.
So let's not call it just yet. The weather, as we say, at Buckmore is unpredictable. We're certainly going to be very wet throughout the night. That is pretty much a guaranteed. Yes.
Yes, looking at the trusty weather app at the moment, does say the rain's supposed to stop at 10:10 now. But we'll have a bit of a break.
Up again.
But picks up again about 11:20.
So I think we're going to be at least greasy until late morning, mid-afternoon would be your next opportunity to maybe get some faster running again.
Just having a look at... I'll just have a quick sneak peek at tomorrow's weather. And it is rain and drizzle in the morning, so it looks like we're not getting away from these wet weather conditions, no matter how hard we try. But potentially it's going to be quite windy tomorrow as well. Wind speeds of looking at about an average of 16 miles per hour. So it could get pretty windy out there, which might help blow some of the water off the circuit. That'll be interesting if it does. Be interesting if it does.
Let's have a quick check-in, shall we, with the Senior Frogs team. See how they are getting on. Well, they're running very nicely in the rookies. Number 29 kart is third in the rookies at the moment, just over an hour into the stint. Everyone in the rookies at the top end, at least, seems to be in a fairly similar strategy. Who is that there in the Senior Frogs? I think it's the yellow and black lid, is that?
It's Will and E.
It's Will and E. It's Will and E in the kart. There we are, ladies and gentlemen.
And of course, we're loving the questions coming in, by the way, to a couple of commentators who just about know what's going on.
eminent professionalism here.
Absolutely, absolutely. Does the fact that it's wet directly hamper the top speed? Absolutely, it does. You can't put the power down as early as you can in the dry. You have to take the corners much slower than you would normally do in the dry. The fact that these drivers are running slick tyres in wet weather conditions means there's so little grip out there. What little grip there is, you have to take full advantage of, and that really does sacrifice the speeds. Normally in the dry, we saw laps this morning in qualifying going into the 48s. In fact, we saw early in the race 48.8 that was set by Team Rango with red mist. We are currently now lapping our leaders are lapping in the mid 106s. So it's costing us, what, 27 seconds per lap racing in the wet right now? So yeah, it really does hamper that speed.
Yeah, that nameless kart as well, the only kart in the 106s. Oh no, correct me, I'm wrong, MPMC as well, also in the 106s, so well done to the number 23 crew there.
Andrew in the chat saying, is the weather unpredictable or is it predictably bad? Is it still the same rain from last year? Yeah, probably. I mean, it's the rain that's come over from France here, Andrew, from where you are right now. So we have you to thank for this, Andrew.
Yes, that is actually the same rain, isn't it? Probably.
It is.
Oh, another artsy shot. I'm liking this. It's like a David Attenborough documentary, but if you're not an environmentalist, because there's four-stroke Honda engines in the background.
Keep up the artsy shots. I love them. Absolutely love them.
Yeah,
they'll get more and more difficult to do as we head into the night.
Yeah.
But my goodness,
that image had a lot of bokeh. I'm going to use technical terms that I think are vaguely correct.
Don't use my catchphrase.
Bokeh is your Oh, I'm going to use technical terms that are vaguely correct. Is that
yeah, that's the one. No, never heard that word you said before. So
I think it's to do with photography.
I am going to leave
Google.
that with you.
We already learned what a no-nad was.
Yes.
By the way, oh, yeah.
Oh, he's on it.
I did some... I feel like Dictionary Corner on Countdown. There's another word as well, which also means a group of 9, and it's so unpronounceable, it's incredible.
Okay, well, we'll call you Reevy Dent from now on then.
Reevy Dent. It's an need. Be
careful with your pronunciations here.
That's how it's spelled.
Yeah, I'm not pronouncing that.
There we are.
No chance. Thank you, Reevy Dent.
There we are. That was a crucial plot line in this 24-hour race that we started early on that I thought needed resolving.
Absolutely. It's what you all came to see. None of you thought anything, you all thought this was going to happen. So that will be yellow flags going through Slime Sweep at the moment because we have a little bit of, well, I would say, yeah, it's track work because someone has displaced those plastic blocks that are supposed to keep everybody away from the apex and riding the curb too much.
So Andrew Mather in the YouTube chat has just said, no, blame the French air traffic controllers, and then said, that's a DDM-approved statement. Now, if I had 50p for every time I've heard Andrew Mather utter the words, no, blame French air traffic controllers, I'd have like £1.50, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened at least 3 times.
Yeah, exactly. Hard charging through.
Hashtag blame Yusuf, hashtag Andrew Mather doesn't like air traffic controllers.
That's it. We're learning important lessons tonight. Accelerate Kentbury Racing. That looks like it's Mark Puxty behind the wheel now in the blue suit, white lid. He is the heavyweight champion in the kart racer champions. That's the best artsy shot we've seen so far, I think. Lovely, lovely. Keep up the good work. Is there
that was so artsy it broke another camera.
Is that the competition, James? Last year we had how many dogs can we find out on circuit. This year it's like which one of our camera ops can get the most artsy shot. Is that what we're doing here? Okay.
Laura's doing a cracking job as ever.
Laura doing amazing. Thank you, Laura. Keep up the artsy shots. Black flag though for number 15, Fat and Furious.
They certainly will be furious now.
Yeah. I mean, it depends what the black flag is for. But also, we've got on our timing screens, it might appear on the screen very shortly, it's a black flag for number 8. That's Borough 11 NFS. So they're currently running 5th at the moment. There is the confirmation of the black flag on your screens. So they have also been summoned to the pit lane, running in 5th place overall. And they're not far away from their pit window either. They're an hour and 52 into their stint, so that won't be good news for them at all. There is Will and E then in the Senor Frogs kart. And as you mentioned before, they're running 4th in class at the moment, and they are. They are a lap down. They're not quite a lap down. I would say they're about 40 to 50 seconds down right now on 1322 Racing Northeast.
We'll say I think we're seeing very good consistency from the rookies at the moment.
Yeah.
It's the pros who seem to be picking up the black flag seemingly at the top end of the field.
Don't say it.
Fighting tooth and nail by the looks of things.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But it's always great to see. Always great to see. And thank you as well for everyone watching along. I hope you're being entertained. It's what we're here to do, isn't it, Reeve? Bring you through this Buckmore 24 hours and see who comes out on top. Waving through the reflection, that's just your bonus points there. Fantastic. That's brilliant.
This stream is going to end up at the Cannes Film Festival, I think, next year.
Oh, yeah. Submit it. It will win.
Black and white.
So that was I might horribly mispronounce the same, so I do apologise in advance, but that was Drev Suji in the Spicy Boys, who is looking to maybe take over. I think it is Aldas out in the cart at the moment, out there in the Spicy Boys, because I was speaking to him before the race. All of his team redesigned their lids, got new liveries for their lids, painted them and whatnot. His is still in the shop, so he's decided to go for a white lid, put some red tape along it, bring out sort of a Senna-esque look about it, and it works. He says from a distance it looks great. Don't look at it up close. He said that.
This is what happens after camera people film cars around the track for 6 hours. Yes, I'm hoping we don't lose Laura at some point during that action, because she'll be on the M26, just kind of found a sparrow or something like that.
Found a sparrow, M26. Ooh, it's a lengthy way away.
Is it?
I don't know.
It seems to be quite close. It was the last motorway I seemed to be on. I don't know if I went a weird way here.
Well, that's weird, because normally
I'm from the north, you see. We haven't really invented the motorway.
Oh, I see. Not even the M1.
Well, we can use the M1.
The first M ever.
Well, for me, today it was M53, M56, M6, M5, M42, M25.
M6 is a motorway, so you've heard of one before. Like, that's so clearly a motorway.
Oh, yeah.
It's so much of a motorway to put the M6 toll in.
What a great invention.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Less said about the better, right, Reeve?
Great for traffic light. Still seeing lots of Team 1322 hype. They'll probably have used the M6. We're into motorway chat now. Everyone, what's your favourite motorway?
Oh, no. Favourite motorway? Oh, no.
Yeah, it's still too early to be talking about the texture of breakfast bars or whatever.
But now you've asked the question, you will get answers now.
Oh, yeah.
So
I'm hoping it.
Oh, dearie me. I realise M6 was the first motorway.
Yes, thank you, Jack, in the chat. The North do bridges, not motorways.
Well,
we're still very Victorian.
If they're not motorways, who put the M in front? That's all I want to know. That is all I want to know. And if you're just tuning in and you're listening to us talk about motorways,
this is a 24-hour kart race.
It is. It is, and we're having fun, and we hope you're having fun too.
We are actually getting plenty of motorway recommendations.
We are.
Great.
We are. Well, initially I thought we were going to get UK, but we're actually getting from down under some suggestions as well, so that's pretty good. We'll see now.
A little bit. I haven't quite got the fuel in the car to make it there.
Side-by-side action here. This is the Zesty Drink team, who Tom said specifically to me, just as he left here, he did visit us in the commentary box. He said, please don't commentator curse us. I said no promises. But we're watching them on now as they make their way down towards paddock, as that is the 24, so that's 1322 Racing Northeast. So they've got the 13 with them, the only way is Brentwood, and they are locked in that battle right now, as we see maybe a little bit of conversation to be had on the outskirts in the pit lane. Now the driver you see there in the Red Bull outfit there is a man, you might know him, a streamer, Dirk Chocolate, which is undoubtedly one of the best streamer names I've ever come across.
Oh, yes.
But Dickens and Goma will be shortly taking that cart over. Is normally known as Dirk Chocolate, but very nice guy. Founder of the Creator Series, the F123 game, and he'll be hoping that he can put those Creator Series woes behind him as he'll take to the track like a duck to water. I even resented myself. I even resented myself for saying that. like a Dirk to water. It was right there, Reeve. It was right there.
That is better because it's a good pun and I approve, but it's worse because you said it out loud.
I know. I know. I'm angry. I'm proud of myself. Oh, dear. Chat will think we're all falling apart. No, we're only just getting started.
Chat are still very much focused on motorways. It's fine.
That's
Say
true.
whatever we want.
That's true. It'll all be lost in motorway chat. I don't know how Dirk's going to feel that I've used that name as a pun. But I hope he likes it.
Because it's like a frog to water. There was that one as well.
Yeah, we've used frog to water.
Oh, have you?
Yeah. I think that's a couple of times now. But feel free to use it, because you haven't used it yet.
No, we've got to come up with. We've got plenty of time to come up with some new and exciting puns that everyone is going to love.
I've actually got a note down when I said that because I want to show Dirk later. Not just so he can groan at it, because he'll have missed it.
Oh, will Dirk chocolate melt under the pressure?
Ooh, very good.
That's a good one.
Very good.
Magpie.
Oh dear. We saw in the number 4 kart there, Mark Puxty, and he is the kart race of champions heavyweight champion. I got the fantastic opportunity to commentate on that fantastic 3-4 kart battle towards the end of that one. And yeah, for someone who's been through a lot in recent years, went through to hospital a couple of times, in and out of hospital for a year, in fact, was out of racing for a year and has come back stronger than ever. He really has been putting in some fantastic performances. Yeah, Mark is just a very nice guy off the track as well. Always plenty of time for Mark, as he's out there in the number 3. Now, the number 3 is currently in 12th place right now. And we're watching them head their way through, Toby and the Bandits, as they made their way, tipping their way through in towards Garda. So, I tell you what, there is a cut we haven't seen in a while, and it is Nameless. Now,
yes.
There's normally the trick is, if you don't normally see the leader for a long period of time, that's normally a good sign, for the leader, because there's been nothing of note. But right, James had a go at me for saying, here's how much time there is left. Now we're showing you how much time there is left twice.
Oh, excellent job on matching up the stream time.
James is going to just keep this camera here now. This is the stream.
So what's our job now? Is it to just occasionally say what time is left?
I reckon this is going to change to 34. We'll never know it switched away. We'll never know if it switched to 34. Unbelievable scenes. Oh, I can't believe it. What a time. What I was saying, though, we haven't seen Nameless in a while. And running out there in the number 11. And, yeah, normally it's a good thing. It's a good sign for the leader if we haven't seen them for a while. So where are they roughly out on circuit? I think they should be heading towards the end of the first sector shortly. So
they have just headed through the S's.
Okay, so they're somewhere in that pack, and I'm not seeing them. Is that them at the top in the number 11?
Yeah, I think that is.
It's 1, 11 and 17 is the one that always catches me out. Let's have a look as they make their way through in towards...
They're heading through Garda as we speak.
That's 13. And that's 17. So that was 17. So I wasn't losing my mind there. I'll say I slightly lost my mind, but not all of it. So it's all good. It's all fine and dandy.
Contact warning coming in for Toby and the Bandits there, living up to their name potentially. Seeing everyone kind of hovering around the 107s now. What have you just seen?
I've seen in the chat, less carts, more time updates. Your wish is my command.
Well, if you look in the top left of the screen, and maybe
that's
zoom.
We need confirmation. That's what we need, isn't it? That is what we need.
It's getting more and more like Countdown by the second. Is that I'm Reevy dead.
Wow.
We're just going to be looking at the clock.
Reevy dead. What does that make me then? Yeah, try and come up with a pun with my name. Good luck.
I can't remember who presents Countdown anymore.
Do you know what? Neither can I. At least right now, anyway.
Not Richard White.
Oh dear. There it is!
Wait!
Time update, there we go. Right, okay, Reeve, do you reckon it will hit 40? Oh,
yay!
Thank goodness. We can all move on.
I was going to possibly give a slightly more useful time update, if that's permitted.
No, that was a perfect amount of time updates.
What I was going to say is everyone at the moment, not only in the top end, but a few cars in the midfield and low midfield as well are running in the mid to low, maybe even high occasionally, 107s. Nameless have just got them proving me wrong with a 106. But what we're starting to see is as more and more cars get kind of halfway into their stint, they're getting into that rhythm now, and they're all getting fairly close in terms of time.
So now, I think, and I'll be happy to correct it wrong, I think that's Bo Sullivan in the kart. I recognise just underneath that sort of wetsuit, it's the black and red outfit that I think he has. I think that's Bo. I'm not 100% though. But yeah, saw in the chat there, big shout out to the marshals. Absolutely.
Yes.
Wholeheartedly agree with that. They truly are. And to use that word, they are battling the elements out there. And it's one of those where they're not moving. And the flags, just in case, the lights go out. And they are briefed, just in case the lights do go out, that they are to stop racing and pull to one side. Because, of course, no lights, you can't see where you're going. And the flags are there as a backup, really, to the lighting system that we see on the posts, that you'll see out on all 8 posts that are our replacement flags. If they fail, then we use the flags instead. So we don't use them both, we just use one or t'other. There is Nameless, though, at the top of the order.
Might still be Nameless, but no longer sightless, which is nice.
Yes.
Get to see them.
Yeah. I like the irony behind the name Nameless.
Kachel McRiley.
That's terrible. You win. That's awful. I love it. Kachel McRiley.
I hope no one in the chat has access to Photoshop.
Why? Why must you bait? I don't understand. Why would you dangle the carrot like that? You'd have to find a picture of me first.
I mean, the one that's just posted on his LinkedIn and Facebook for all of you interested. Got my face in it.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Chaz is in there.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Well, we're just coming up with our countdown names because it appears to have kind of dissolved into countdown.
We've got Reevy Dent.
I'm researching things. There's a clock on the screen.
Yep.
So
it is.
That might be copyrighted. I don't know if you can do that.
Yeah.
Okay. We're getting things in our ear that the rest of the stream isn't, which is good.
Yes. Oh, dearie me. Thank you all, as always, thank you all for tuning in.
Putting up with us.
Yes.
With our professional commentary that we will continue now.
I was just about to say thank you for putting up with us, but no, it's a mega job from the production team here, and hopefully you do enjoy the action there, as I hope you're not as down and out as some unused seat inserts. There's the number 25, though, who's facing the wrong way. That's Ditchfinders, who were the class leaders, have had, I don't know, they were facing the wrong way on the exit of Garda then. So whether they had a helping hand or whether that was just on their own, unfortunately, we never saw. What we do know is they had to recover from facing the wrong way. And that's our class leaders in the rookies. So that
cost them 10 seconds by the look of things. So I believe they're still out in the lead of the rookies for the moment.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out on sort of telemetry.
But it's a closer margin.
Yeah, it'll be a much closer margin now, for sure.
That rookie fight, as we've said a couple of times in the past hour now, is persisting on, even at this phase in the race, when usually you've got a bit of a diminuendo almost in the action. It's still...
That's great stuff. There's the 14 machine. That's Zesty Drink Racing making their way through out of Henry's Bend.
Great reference, by the way. I love that.
It's a great reference. Fantastic reference. They're second in the rookies right now. They are currently 24 seconds behind our rookie class leaders in Ditchfinders. But of course, you said 10 seconds. It's absolutely 10 seconds there. I wonder what goes through.
It was just all
all
my
up
brain,
there.
really. It was nothing to do with the screen to the left of me that explicitly stated the gap closed by 10 seconds.
I was going to say, Drew Suji has been standing there for a while now, because he hasn't actually gone out in the kart yet. And I specifically remember seeing him about 10 minutes ago in the pit lane, but he hasn't actually jumped in yet. Dab Motorsport. I mean, we mentioned, if you are just tuning in for us, and welcome along, good to have you with us. Dab Motorsport, last year's winners overall, currently 4th place, they ran out of fuel just before their first stop.
Painful sight. Well,
it was.
Technically not before their first stop. Technically during their first stop, I guess you'd say. They made they timed it beautifully. went in just as the kart was pretty much on fumes, went into the pit lane too hotly. She would say, go back out. That wasn't safe. It's not a controlled pit stop. Go back around and try it again.
Yeah.
And on that attempt going back around to come back in, the kart ran out of petrol. So had to bring out the push cart, and it was a painful sight to behold. Really, the leaders of the race being ferried along.
It cost them 2 laps. So the fact is, how are their lap times looking against our race leaders? So they're Dab Motorsport in the 1 minute 8 flats, and Nameless have just posted 106.7. So right now, Dab Motorsport consistent in the 108s, but unfortunately they are not as quick as the karts ahead, but quicker than the karts behind. And what that does is create a slight bit of race of your own territory.
I haven't been on camera. I thought we wouldn't have to make the people endure that sight, but here we are. Hello.
Hello. This is us.
I'm still wearing my coat because I still think it's quite cold in here, even though everyone else is absolutely boiling, apparently.
And I'm wearing a jumper because apparently that's who I am as a character. But there we go.
Yes, the mustard jumper is a must. He's powering me through.
A mustard. Oh, it's terrible. Terrible. We're here for the foreseeable. You have me till 11, and Reeve, you're here till
midnight.
Midnight. Ooh.
Yeah. There's an hour of just me later on, which is.
We call that the witching hour.
Yeah, I apologise in advance, everyone.
Oh, it's all good. Thank you ever so much for joining along as well. Hopefully you're having a great time back at home, wherever you're watching the race. We are just closing into the hour 7 mark, and there is the.
I'm liking that.
Oh, I love it. Love it. That's the way of communication for Toby and the Bandits. They don't have a radio system. They are just communicating through whiteboards, which is, that is how you get a message across. Who needs radio with clear and concise communication? Put a whiteboard, put a number on it, and give it a 2 to 3 word message. It's all you need.
Usually in my 24-hour racing experience, that whiteboard ends up not really having a PG message on it at least halfway through the night. So
that's when the
note to the stream director, maybe don't do that at some point.
Oh. Get the bourbons open. We deserve them. Well, yes, that's a good idea.
But we can't feed you them.
Yeah.
I mean, we could give it a go. We could see if
that's a very bad idea. Yeah. Very bad. I'm gonna dispel that idea from your head. We'd love to, but they're actually Yusuf's, and I'm not sure how he is.
Not. You know, Yusuf claimed them. I bought them.
What?
They are mine. That big yours? Bag I bought from the boot of my car is
oh, they're well, all right. Free for all then. Reeve, have your bourbons.
Yeah. I don't want them now.
All right.
I'm very full. I had a lovely burger from the cafe downstairs.
I can't believe I offered you your own biscuits and you declined. That's just.
We do have 2 other packets of my own biscuits open in front of me. I'm here like Augustus Gloop.
What have these bourbons ever done to you, right? For you to reject them like that? That's unbelievable.
There were also 4 packets of biscuits in that originally. However, one of the packets didn't survive the journey down.
That's completely irrelevant, and you know it. Stop changing the subject.
It's the cafe at Buckmore Park. I should shout them out. Fabulous. The food was brilliant, and they are working late this evening. And it shows that everyone is putting in a good effort for 24-hour.
Well, I mean, it is great food here. I haven't had anything yet, so I'm running. It's okay. I'm okay.
Well, you have the bourbons then.
No, I'm not having the bourbons. But I would like to. I would like to add that to the record. But they stare at me. We're inside now. We're inside having a roam around in the cafe. And as you mentioned, great food there. As we'll see, this is where most of the hub happens, the hubbub, anyway. And lots of food, lots of belongings, and good, happy, smiling faces on the most part. That is what you want to see, isn't it? Someone's even got the track map up as well.
Oh, wow.
That's it. That's how you know they're taking this seriously.
I think pointing at the cafe as in like you are here.
I think so, yeah. We are here, and we want to be over there. No, that's absolutely right. No, it's great. When the track map comes out, you know that is some serious debrief there. Go on, give us ways. There you go. There you go. But there we go. Eat, drink, kart, repeat.
Sounds good.
That is how we live. That is how we live. What does the cafe offer? Well, Reeve is in a very good stead to offer their menu. What did you have anyway?
I had a cheeseburger.
Ooh,
Yes.
cheeseburger.
I had a cheeseburger.
That's a good choice.
Yeah.
That is karting food. Oh, James had shepherd's pie. What, from the calf? Brilliant. Love that. I think Laura's here now. Oh, there's a spinner going in towards the SSZ.
Oh.
Just about managed to recover that one. I think that was that kart 14?
I'm not quite sure, but that was quite an opportune place,
That was
actually, of all
20.
places to spin out. That was timed quite well. Didn't have to wait too long to rejoin safely there.
The spin was signed, sealed and delivered. Laura's found us now. I'm scared. Oh, no.
Oh, this is the least artsy shot that Laura's done in a while.
This is a poor effort, Laura.
Yeah,
I've got to be honest with you. No art here, unfortunately.
I haven't had my makeup done or anything.
No. It's as raw as it gets. But
oh no, they can see the biscuit stash.
Oh no, you can see. No, we've been exposed now. This is going to get weird now. This is going to get very weird. But you can see James over there.
So
Give us a wave, James, our producer over there. There you go. You get us a little bit of behind the scenes here. As we see, look, there is fruit. Look, production were very good. They've got the fruit over there. We've got the biscuits, so you can tell the health is there.
Yeah, lead a healthy diet. I'm going to have a biscuit now.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, I can't eat on camera.
No,
Never mind.
Well, not really.
Yeah.
No, we'd advise not.
No,
but there you
yeah.
go. But behind the scenes here in the commentary box,
Riveting stuff.
Riveting, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So a sneak peek of us. And the least artsy shot. Sorry, Laura, that was the least artsy shot, I'm afraid.
We went from the heights of the cafe to the lows of us.
Oh yeah. Got to get better shots. Has to improve.
Oh, someone's pointed out it was great on here. How did fruit sneak into the commentary box? That's not.
I just said it. I just said there's fruit in the production. Did you know? It's like you don't even listen to me, Reeve.
So I was distracted by the biscuit.
Well, it is what it is. But I did point out there was fruit there. See, production know that fruit gets you through. Right, so we've just been told the driver in Nameless is Fraser Brunton.
That
So I
explains
was
the
right.
pace.
Yeah, I was right. Was I right? That doesn't normally happen. I don't know how to feel. There you go. I'll take that as a victory. Anyway, yes, we've had it confirmed. It is Fraser Brunton in Nameless leading the way. And, well, my goodness, is Fraser quick. My goodness. He's very quick in the dry. And when it comes to wet weather, in recent years, I think he's improved a lot now, but in recent years, he has struggled with the wet. And it's very weird because there's nothing on Fraser, and that's why. That's why he does struggle, because normally with some drivers who've got a little bit more weight about them, some of the taller drivers will carry a little bit more weight. That happens to help with the traction in the wet.
Yeah, you can lean over and
exactly
press, add a little bit of downforce to the wheel that is under the most.
And that's where Fraser's at a disadvantage there, because he can't effectively shift the weight like other drivers can. And it does get a little bit treacherous, but he's doing a great job out there, leading the way, keeping that gap up. He lost 0.4 of a second to the only way is Brentwood on that last lap, but he did have a little bit of lappery to deal with there. But it's all getting very crowded. That's just outside our commentary box.
That
there.
is indeed.
So that's on our little gantry there. You can see there is cover, and there's a lot of people using the radios at the top there, because that's the best part. That's the best place you can get the signal that covers pretty much all of the circuit.
Yes, I'm sure teams in the run-up to this event have spent hours and hours trialling out fancy radio systems. You can get all sorts these days. You can have ones that run via Discord and.
Yeah, no, it's great. I mean, I love the fact that I think it was. Someone's going to have to remind me of the race director's name for the Le Mans 24 Hours, but it was when we had to do the Le Mans virtual, and we had race control using Discord as the sort of base, the sort of radio base for race control between teams and between drivers. And actually, Le Mans loved it so much that they made it their preferred method of communication. That's from brilliant. There on in, even in Motorsport Le Mans. And I love that. I absolutely love that. So all communication has to be done through Discord. Isn't that great?
Yeah, you just have a soundboard. I mean,
yeah.
if you disagree with the steward,
you just put a soundboard.
Saccharin.
Well, now you just have the steward's room, and you just have the soundboard on the metal pipe clanging. There you go. As you enter.
Can't hear you.
Oh, we have fun here. We have now passed through 6 hours worth of racing. We are at the top of an hour, James. I have to point out.
That's flown by.
It has, hasn't it? It really has. Nameless then are at the top of the standings then. The Only Way is Brentwood is in second place with Accelerate Kent Brew Racing rounding off the top 3. Dab Motorsport in 4th place. It's Borough 11 NFS in 5th place. EKS All-Stars in 6th place with TRX Motorsport Elite in 7th. Then 8th place and leader of our rookies class is Ditch Finders in the 25. 9th place and second in class is the number 14 of Zesty Drink Racing. 10th place and 8th in class in the pros is Team ARD. Then we have 11th place in 3rd place in the rookies is 1322 Racing Northeast. 12th place in Kart 29 and 4th place in Senior Frogs. They're in 12th place, and then 13th place is the number 3 kart of Toby and the Bandits, and that's your sort of top end of the order as we head into another hour. It's hour number 7, and there's Yusuf bin Suhail getting a move done there. That there is the Quadrant breakout room, and someone's having a good time there with the headband and everything. Love to see it. Give us a wave. There you go. There you go. Love to see it.
I'm seeing a distinct lack of biscuits, though.
Yeah. Maybe you should give them some biscuits on your way through.
Yeah, we'll have to donate.
Spirits are higher than still in Quadrant, which is always good to see, because they've had a tough old time.
They have indeed.
Tough old time. They're currently 25th.
Their plan didn't quite work out.
No. Well, Arif did say to Yusuf in sort of the pre-race build-up, it's a last to question mark challenge. So far, they've got to 25th. But you know what? How long have we got left in this race? Plenty of time to gain up some lost ground. We'll see how they get on in that. But when it comes to sort of 6 hours to go, 5 hours to go, the clock starts ticking down in single digits. You start to realise where you're racing for position. You start to realise, okay, this is our spot. We're racing for this.
And speaking of what people are racing for, I should just mention, sorry to interrupt.
No, please do.
6 hours are in. It's time to start reassessing.
Ah, yes.
Which teams are classified as rookies and which teams are classified as pros.
Yes. Yes, and we'll see if there are any changes. We'll have to keep an eye out for them. Now, 1 to 13, when they started this race, are all pros. That's how they start. So this is when it starts to get a little bit interesting, if teams actually change over to rookie class. But we'll have to wait and see. We'll see if there are any changes. There might be no changes, really.
Oh.
Absolutely zero, but I'm not in control of that decision.
I think, just for a laugh, I think we should bump the Senior Frogs up into pros. I think they've been doing far too well.
Yeah, just the Senior Frogs.
Yeah, they've had a brilliant run.
They have, and they've had their fair share of drama, especially last year where they had the NASA panel, I think, on the car actually came up, so they had to come into the pits and actually get a replacement there. So a very unscheduled stop to repair. And yeah, they lost a lot of time. They still managed to do a great job and kept the spirits high. That was the main thing. Calyx, I think, was actually keeping them spirits high at that point as well. Yeah, it's great to have them along. They're always doing a great job, to be fair.
We are being screamed at in the chat, so please answer the pivotal question of what our favourite supermarket is. They're assuming Tesco because they've seen the Tesco biscuits.
I would prefer not to answer that question.
Oh, is that a very personal question?
Well, I mean, it's not personal. It's just a case of, they're all pretty expensive now, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. They're all depressing places.
So that is why none of them are my favourite.
I like Tesco for the cheap fuel, but I'm going to go particularly middle class here.
Uh-oh, don't do it.
And this kind of blends.
Don't say it.
This kind of blends into our motorway.
You're from the north. Don't say it.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to be burnt at the stake. But this kind of blends into our motorway and service station chat we were having before. M&S purely for you go into a service station, you get the ham and mozzarella wrap. Oh my god,
terrible,
life-changing. The camera actually gave up. It was
so
disgusting.
It didn't like that. I didn't like it. It was just not. You said that, and the whole world stood still. My goodness, you have some power, even. You decided to waste it on M&S service stations. My goodness.
But the ham and mozzarella wrap, it's worth it.
Oh, I don't know. All the love for Lidl. That's all I'll say.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. I'm glad the pivotal questions are being answered here. We need the pivotal questions, and they need to be answered. That's it. We have had a change for position. TRX Motorsport Elite are now past Borough 11 NFS, and that is because the number 8 is in the pits. I'm glad I spotted that before I went before I all went, oh my goodness, I can't believe we missed it. No, they pitted in. There is Senor Frogs, and that's Willany, who's about to jump out of the car. A fuel stop to be done, and they're all in matching kit. And is that a bit of a limp there from Willany? Or is that just a case of just making sure he gets out of there? I have to take a close look and see who's about to jump into the Senor Frogs, because they've all coordinated their colours this year. They're all in white suits, that fluoro green lid. The only problem is now you can't tell between them.
No, I think we're just going
there.
to have to kind of whittle it down as to who we've had racing for them already.
Yes.
But I think this might be the last driver to not raced. Maybe it might be 2 more.
I think it might be 2 more, because we've had Matt out there. I don't think we've seen Chris out there. That didn't look like Chris, to be fair. Could have been, I don't think. Have we seen Josh out there? It's when you're 6 hours into a race and you'll start to think, who have we seen out there? I'm sure chat will correct us in no time at all who we have seen. What have we got out there? We have got, just having a look at some close battles out on track. And I think our closest battle right now is the battle for the lead of the rookie class. It's 9 seconds between them, but that is our closest battle out on track.
Yeah,
and that looks like the rain has actually got heavier.
Very much so. It has got heavy. You can see there as they go towards the inside of the track. The car's pretty much fully aquaplaning there, so it just skids over on those slick tyres. A little wiggle of the steering wheel to gain some control back. But yeah, that battle for the rookie lead, of course, they were brought closer a few laps ago with that incident for the ditch finders. They nearly found a ditch, which was very, very appropriate.
On brand,
but
you could say.
Zesty Drink Racing on the past couple of laps look like they are struggling for pace a little bit potentially, so that gap seems to have built up ever so slightly.
Yeah. Chat's made a good point, actually. It probably is going to be Chip in these wet weather conditions. He's shown previously that he can be very good in the wet, so it makes sense if it's Chip that goes out there in these very treacherous conditions. And the lap times have actually started to increase. I mean, we're still in the mid-107s for Nameless, but we're in sort of 108s, 109s. Yeah, so the rain is getting heavier out on circuit, and it's frustrating for the drivers sometimes, but that's sadly what happens. We've seen a question in the chat there. What happens if there were to be a red flag? If there's a red flag, time doesn't get stopped. We carry on. So it's just a case of if that does happen, the timer continues. So we'll keep an eye on that, of course, but we don't want red flags. We don't want red flags, not a chance.
I mean, it's easy to say it's just a bit of water while we're here in a warm, dry commentary box. But
yeah,
it's just a bit of water. Come on,
just a bit of water.
Oh, it'll be
as
fine.
you say, you know, we've got the least demanding job. We've got, we're up here in the warm, making everyone jealous. We have no right to say, Reeve. We'll make ourselves enemies of the drivers soon. They won't want to talk to us anymore.
It wasn't the choice in supermarkets in the end. It was the.
Yeah, that was what tipped over the edge.
Yeah. Well, there was a question asked about what's your favourite Greg's. I'm not even going to answer that because I'm going to offend everyone when with my answer. So.
I just love this shot because you see some drivers take it nice and easy through there, and others just want to mash the throttle pedal, get the back end out, and just have a smile on their face as they do it. And I live for that. There's taking the right line, and there's going sideways with a massive smile on your face.
Oh, yeah.
One of them is clearly slower, and it's clearly taking the right line.
I think the commentators have to sit in a shower with the fan on, hopefully not together. It's Chat who calls Kieran love.
Yeah.
I'll leave that to Chat.
Yeah. For good or for bad, anyway. Yeah. No, it's maybe off camera, eh? Give us some dignity, at least.
Dignity.
I know. We lost it 4 hours ago. I understand. Oh dear.
Someone asking what the favourite biscuit in the commentary box is. Well, you've missed biscuit chat now. We're well past biscuit chat.
Yeah. We've had motorways, we've had biscuits, we've had clock watch.
What cars you drive, unreliable ones,
Yeah.
moving on.
Yeah. No, it's all good. This is what I love about an endurance race. It's just a case of we get to a point where everybody's in their own groove and we just get to entertain. That is if
Or
you are
attempt
entertained.
to.
Yeah, I was going to say attempt to is probably the more accurate word there to have there. But once again, if you are watching along, watching the stream, supporting your favourite team and drivers, it's great to have you along with us. And maybe this is your first ever time watching an endurance race, in which case we hope we've kept you up to date. Because that's the main thing. There's nothing worse than coming into a race and you're just completely overwhelmed with what on earth is going on. So hopefully you're up to speed, and hopefully you can pretty much get to grips with our racing action here at the Buckmore Park 24-hour race, our 5th running of the event. First started in 2019 as a full live stream event, and we've had very much many good drivers pass through in these 24 hours over the past 6 years. It's been great fun, great to be a part of, and I'm so happy to say that I've been here for most of them, which is just, it's been great to just over the years, for every single time it's rained, every single time.
I don't think I've ever been to the Buckmore circuit outside of 24 without it raining.
It's just not possible.
I've also been at the Buckmore circuit on beautiful sunny days,
Yes.
23 degrees, but it still rains.
Yes. Oh, someone saying taking this commentary team over Sky. I'm sorry to break it to you. I think Sky have one-upped us on this because Crofty is pretty good. Let's face it, he is pretty good.
I mean, I like to say our stream direction rivals Sky. They've been doing a cracking job.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The camera crew out there actually on it, and they're also having to face the elements. They haven't got a mention from us yet. The Marshal's got one. I think our camera crews have to get a mention on there as well because they're battling the elements. It's been raining since for nearly 2 hours now, and it hasn't relented. And especially the camera operator there. You can see the orange hive. There's just no protection from the weather there. This is absolutely
a lamp.
none. Right, okay, a lamp. Great. I'm sure whoever's down there is so happy about that.
I think the same person who's asked what cars we drive has now asked what colour cars we drive. I think someone's trying to steal our cars.
Yeah. Well, no more questions. This exhibit is closed.
Yeah. To be fair, I will say red and silver. That doesn't really narrow it down.
No.
I think we're safe.
No, well, unless either of us have a red or silver car.
I do have a red and silver.
Oh, I see. I thought you answered red and silver for both of us.
But there's a few silver cars about, so I think we're good.
Not enough stopwatch cameras. No, we've passed Clockwatch. We already saw the timer go to 18:33:40. We don't need to see it again.
I think the only time we're going to see Clockwatch again is if we literally collapse.
Yeah. Or you ask.
I don't think.
Or you ask Chaz very nicely when he comes back. Even then, he'll be like, "What on earth is Clockwatch?"
No, the people here trying to steal my car, trust me, you don't want to steal my car.
Banter.
It's not worth it.
Banter. Don't say anything more than that.
The indicator fell out on the way. There's no point.
Well, yeah.
It's held together with duct tape.
What's your favourite parking spot? Asking for a friend. Stop with the car questions. This exhibit is closed. I don't know.
We just started getting asked about our cars, and now it's kind of devolved into our cars are being nicked.
Yeah. It is what it is, you know. We had a good time. I liked my car. How many teams?
Train tickets are cheap, at least.
How many teams have reliability problems? Well, because this is a brand new fleet of cars, so we should say 0. But if there are reliability problems, it's a case of there are spare carts. And hopefully the problem gets sorted very, very quickly. But there is a service stop, and every team has a service stop, a mandatory one they have to visit. They get called in when it is their time to have that service stop, in which case they get the oil checked over and changed, they get the chain lubed up, and they also get the front tyres changed. I believe it's the front tyres changed, because they take a lot of abuse around this track.
Yes.
So that happens to every single team. So they all get that, and that starts from 1 a.m. So that is all teams get that. So that is, of course, keeping on top of reliability, because the tyres won't last. These tyres won't last the full race. They will have to be changed, at least the front tyres will.
the chat is not usable at this point.
Well, yeah.
Apart from someone raising the very good point of, yeah,
Look,
the
chat,
chicken nuggets in the car are worth more
Stop
than the
trying to
car
dox
itself.
us, chat. It's not going to happen. I mean, I phrased that as a challenge and I instantly regretted it, but it is what it is, you know? It is what it is. Yes, the service stops, I believe, I think they were 2 to 3 a.m. last year, but there are more teams this year, so we have to, I think, start it earlier to finish it around about the same time. So I think it's a case of they start at 1 a.m. due to start, that's when the first carts will be called in, and then we continue 2 by 2 until all the service stops are completed. And with the service stops, there was someone skidding off there. Was that looked like the number 9 to me.
For a second, I thought that was the pit entry. I thought that was a very, very spicy entry into the pits.
Yeah.
They'd probably get sent around again for that, but it wasn't the pit
That's
entry.
the only driver pit lane. And in fact, for the first 24 hour, there were 2 pit lanes. And that was one of them. The top pit lane that we see now was where the driver changes happen only. And then this pit lane that we saw the yellow markings in was the fuel pit lane. So if you wanted to fuel up, that's where you went. But of course, if you wanted a fuel change and a driver change, you had to take the fuel and then drive up to the top pit lane to then change a driver. So from that point onwards, it's all from one pit lane. And it makes it easier on the drivers because then you don't have to worry about, oh no, we have to change a driver, then we have to drive up there to change the fuel, or change the fuel, fuel up. It'd be impressive if you change the fuel. But, well, it's great to see anyway. As I was just trying to listen in there because that was our race director summoning someone to race control, and I'm just trying to figure out who it possibly was. It could be nothing, but it could be something, and that's all we need to know.
Just want to point out in terms of record for pit stops here, Bandito Delito with 12 pit stops.
Yeah, well, that's taken into account of penalties. I think they're doing half-hour driver changes. That'll be why, because they have got. Let me have a look.
Oh yes, they've got a decent number of drivers.
They've got 6 drivers, and I think they're all doing half-hour stints at a time. Because I don't think any of them have done endurance racing in motorsport before, so they're all sort of taking it steady for this one. Half-hour stints, nice and easy.
We have someone suggesting a 10-second penalty for Ocon. That seems appropriate.
It was
inevitable, instead of Ocon,
really.
Yusuf.
Yeah, it was inevitable, really, that a 10-second penalty was coming for Ocon.
Yep.
It was inevitable, really. Why did he do it? Oh, dear. I don't know if that's a real promise that Bruffy is buying everyone pizza if he wins. I don't think that's a real promise. I think you've made that up. Well, they're currently running 4th in the 1322 Northeast team in class. Now, does that win the class or win the whole thing? I would assume it's going to be winning the class. But there we go. Nameless leading by a lap at the moment. It's about a lap and a third they're leading by, just looking at the telemetry. But a lap and a third over 6 hours, 20 minutes of racing is... it's a case of that gap's been building lap after lap by maybe a couple of tenths each time. It's not a case of, oh my goodness, they've built out this lead out of nowhere. This has been carefully worked out by Nameless. And it's mad that 5 hours ago we had the top 6 all black flagged for racing under yellows. That's mad. That happened.
Looking back on the incident, I think I assume it was a pace thing, obviously, because they were still battling. But
we heard... you go on. You
what drew the attention of the stewards was they all made contact as well. So that was... And that's the type of thing that stewards don't look too kindly upon, because it is...
Yeah.
It's not to say that you're flaunting the regulations, but it's suggesting that you haven't quite fully grasped the reason behind the regulations and why the yellow flag is there.
If you're exactly that. If you're making contact under the yellow, you've missed the point of the yellow. So that will be the case. A couple of track limits and driver warnings. I meant to say contact warnings, but I got that wrong. So there we go. But a couple of warnings being handed out. And what's interesting is there is Yusuf. There he goes in the number 10. What we were going to say as well is I believe it's every 3 hours any warnings are wiped clean. So you start a clean slate every 3 hours. That makes sure that you're not punished for a track limit warning. You got an hour 2 in hour 23. Kind of makes sense.
Yeah,
and at
very
that
different
point,
phase of the race.
Yeah, exactly that. And at that point, you're looking at a different driver, looking at different conditions, and yeah, that's a case of that.
Thank you to someone in chat pointing out that something that at least I missed. Banditos later had a kart issue and were in the pits for a good number of minutes, which certainly didn't help their cause.
It's a shame as well.
Yeah, you can see they've dropped off by a few laps there.
Yeah, I think they're 5 laps down now on Bellboys Racing. Well, if you are joining us, and if you're still here,
Thank you.
I have to ask how, considering you've got myself, Kieran McGinley, and Reeve Taylor alongside, taking you through the next couple of hours. I'll be with you until 11 o'clock, and if you're not from the UK, that's about another 2 hours and 10 minutes. So, is that right? Yeah, 2 hours and 10 minutes.
That is correct.
Yeah, and you're here until midnight.
I
the
am
witching
indeed.
hour. And you're on your own as well. Don't go commentator cursing anyone on without anybody else.
We've done well on the commentator's curse so far this evening.
Why have you done that?
Well, no, we said it before and it was fine. The only time it
No.
ever went wrong was when Andrew jumped into the comments.
That's true.
That was
I'll
when it
give
went
you that.
wrong. So
I
I
will
think
give
we're
you that.
okay. But yes, thank you very much for watching along. If you are, it's a commitment to yourselves as much as it is a commitment for these guys out on the track. It's nice to have the support.
How is Super GT doing? He was doing very well when he was out in the car. He's changed the car over now. I say he's changed the car over. He's changed driver. Clement Novalak was out in the kart who took over from him. But Super GT's times were matching the leader, if not, on occasion, quicker than our race leader. So he was doing a fantastic job out there. It's just unfortunate that the kart has been so far down the order. They're currently running 25th overall. So good to keep an eye on them at that point.
And just having word, any moment now we should be starting to see the class changes coming through, which does mean we've got some changes in the field there.
Yeah, that does indicate we do. And I wonder if it's going to be the likes of TRX Motorsport Pro, probably going down to rookie. Loughborough Legends and maybe Team Rango possibly down to rookie. I would maybe not.
Their pace is good. They've had a little bit of misfortune. They've had a couple of
That's
black
true,
flags.
they have. Do you know what though? I'm going to leave that to race control. That's their decision.
Definitely.
That's their decision. I'm not going to speculate. That's the last thing I want to do is speculate. Any information on the weather? It's raining. Wet. It is wet, and it's well. Okay. Shall I look at my trusty weather app again? Is that what we'll do? Let's have a look at my trusty weather app, if it does decide to load. Bear with me. Interrupt me, Reeve, if something happens. Right, so we've got rain.
Still wet.
It's still wet. Thank you for the update. We have rain for quite some time. We're looking into this weather app, this unspecified weather app. Lets you look 4 hours of a weather forecast. Those 4 hours, it's all rain. That's what we're looking at the moment. So, and it's supposed to get heavier around 11 o'clock.
Yeah, we're going to see a fair amount of rainfall actually.
Yeah.
Throughout the early hours of the morning. It's not going to let up, according to my weather app, until midday.
Yeah.
So effectively, rain till the end of the race
Yeah,
from now.
it's going to be
a
a
little
wet
bit of
race.
breakage here or there.
Yeah, it's going to be a wet race for the foreseeable, possibly up to the end. And yes, slick tyres only. No one gets a change onto wet tyres. These drivers have to tough it out in these conditions on slicks, and that's pretty difficult. Pretty difficult indeed. Great shot though we're having around here. There's Garda, which is the camera doesn't quite do justice how steep that corner is, especially the crest over the top, and you go into the centre chicane. The fact that you can't actually see the apex into the centre chicane actually does point out how steep that is.
One of my favourite. It's time for the word again. One of my favourite elements of
add it to the
Buckmore.
counter.
Yes. One of my favourite elements of Buckmore is you arrive at the track and you're driving down towards the track and you look and you think, that's a small little track there, because it's on such a steep gradient and it's so twisty and complex. It's a brilliant track, but it's hidden away but it's hidden away by all these hills. It is brilliant. You can't see most of the track from any angle unless you go onto a building or something.
It's great. I enjoy our trips here, that's for sure. Stop asking us where to put a twig in the kart engine. No, we're not going to tell you that. My answer is don't. Just don't put it anywhere. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. There's a contact warning going out to TRX Motorsport Pro. And what I will say, Reeve, is we're not very far away from some pit stops and some fuel stops happening for the front runners.
Yeah, the front runners once again ready for a new stint. That 2-hour mark, as you say, that's when the fuel loads start to become a little bit marginal. We saw a team run to 2.5. It was the Accelerate Kent Brewery team we saw run to 2.5 hours, which was about as much as you want.
That was all in the rain, though, in fairness.
Very true, yes.
So you're using less throttle.
I forgot that before, and I forgot it again.
You're using less throttle, so in theory you're using less fuel. And also you're lifting off into these corners. Marshals deserve a hot shock immediately. Yeah, they do. They do. I mean, it's not warm out there. Not at all. I don't envy them one bit. They are doing a great job at making sure this all runs smoothly out on track.
I'm scared of the day that they fully switch over to waterproof monitors, laptops, audio equipment and microphones.
Yes, and that's
we have to brave the conditions as well.
When's the next clock cam? Not for the foreseeable.
No clock cams.
No clock cams.
No more countdown.
Ask Chaz when he's back.
Oh, I could see the stream director using his radio.
Oh dear. Okay, there might be one on the horizon. Stay tuned.
Just going to pull the batteries out of the radio.
Yeah. Pull the batteries out of that
No
camera.
more stream direction if we're just going to look at the clock.
That's it. I'm seeing
static cam for the rest of the
I'm seeing our stream directors looking at the Ethernet cable with some intent.
Civil war is breaking out in the media room, so it appears. And I think we need some type of large frog to reappear. It was all. That's when it all started going wrong, really, wasn't it? A big frog appeared.
No, what do you mean going wrong? No. How dare you? How dare you? Justice for clock cam. All right, we hear you. Okay. Steady. Oh dear. Yes, the marshals all do shifts, so they all have. I think how it works is they have their assigned posts, and then they'll get half-hour breaks. But I think they can only run 8 to 10 hours. I think. Don't quote me on that though. But yes, they do work in shifts, and they also have breaks, so it gives them a chance to actually get out of the rain for a little bit. 24-hour boat race, yeah.
It's basically what we've got here.
Well, I mean, in fairness, it was only 23 hours we'll have a wet track. Its first hour was completely bone dry running.
True.
And even then, the rain didn't want to rain. It sort of it was hesitant, like, should I rain? Should I not? Maybe, maybe not.
Yeah, it was spitting, but it wasn't. There was not enough moisture on the track to really affect the karts that much. I mean, there was a phase where the track was starting to become greasy, but until we had proper rain, there wasn't too much of an effect.
Justice for producer. Yeah, I agree. The producer has to put up with us. That's not a good punishment, you know?
Maybe clock cam is our punishment.
No, it's our reward. It's our reward. It's like a reward. Any interesting battles out on track? Let's have a look at our timing screens. Who's close together? Battle for second place. Only way is Brentwood and Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing. They're only separated by 4.5 seconds out on track at the moment. What else have we got out there? We have got, I think, that's single-digit gaps. Then we have, it's sort of intra-class battles at the moment. It's a pro versus a pro versus a rookie at the moment. So our closest battle out on track is the battle for second place overall.
We've got the slide man as well, 8 seconds down on Racing North East. I should put that out. That's the slide men, not to be confused with the side men, the cart behind them, who are senior frogs, of course.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, don't forget as well, we are expecting some class changes soon. So we'll keep you up to date as to which ones will be changed over to Pro, which ones might be changed to Rookie. And as soon as we know, we'll let you know. But that is a decision that's solely taken up with race control. And yeah, that is all I can say on the matter. We will keep you posted as and when we find out. Could really use a blue shell right now. Oh, we're bringing Mario Kart into this. I wondered when Mario Kart would emerge.
Yeah,
6.5 hours. We managed to mansion without Mario Kart.
Well, we've had the frog as well, so that's kind of like. Would you say that's kind of like Yoshi? Is Yoshi a frog?
No, Yoshi's a dinosaur.
Little dinosaur.
Yeah, he's a little dinosaur.
It's the closest thing to a frog, isn't it? You see my point?
No.
He looks a bit like a frog.
No. I'm going to quote you on that. Like
Yoshi looks a bit like a frog.
Yeah, he's the character that most looks like a frog.
There we are.
No.
Well, what? There's no frog character in Mario Kart, is there?
I don't think so.
So he's the character that most looks like a frog.
Well, yeah. No. No. I disagree. Blue shells, yeah, well, yeah. There's still, I must remind you, and I'll say this a lot, it's a long way to go. Yeah, you see...
I've offended people.
You have just set off chat. Yoshi's not a frog.
Okay, but he looks a lot. He doesn't look a lot like him. He
the
looks
voice of
out of all of the Nintendo characters, which
like,
we probably should stop talking about because
Nintendo. Less about the better.
The green dinosaur, small green dinosaur character looks the most like a frog.
Yes. Well, no.
Out of all of the other ones, I agree. No. I agree that character is a dinosaur.
I just don't understand the point. You're like
Civil War continues.
Yeah. You started this. You own it. You started this.
Baby Luigi is not a frog.
It might as well be. Imagine your first game being a Mario Kart game. The first game you were introduced to. Someone went a little bit wide there. That was haywire. Was that? That was. Slick and tired. Out there. That looked like an interesting rejoin. That's why I brought it up. Unlike the stream for that. Now look what you've done, Reeve. Now look
People
what you've
are agreeing with me as well.
No.
Yes, they are.
Slippy from Star Fox. Who is a frog? I'll give you that.
Is there a Mario Kart character with a mustard jumper? Wario.
Yes. Wario. Well, he has...
that's an overall, isn't it?
Well, he has the yellow underneath, doesn't he? And then it's a purple overall. I'll give him that. I'll give him Wario. Although the fact that I'm called Wario is not great.
That's like saying that out of all the commentators, Kira's jumpers look most like a jar of mustard. It does.
Yeah. I can't disagree with that. I cannot disagree with that. And it annoys me that I can't.
I think we should stop talking about Nintendo now.
Uh-oh. Oh, that ominous phrase. Well, top half of the circuit looks pretty packed out at the moment, as that they all make their way through. And I have to say, I would assume... by the way, I did mention the class changes. If you've just joined us now and have no idea what I'm talking about, the class changes happen 6 hours in, and this is when race control decide if the class that the team actually entered in is the correct class for them, the most appropriate class. What that does is it stops people entering a rookie class to get an easy trophy. That's what we're trying to sort of stop. So that will come into effect at the 6 hour mark, because that's enough time to assess the team, see what the pace is like all throughout, and that will give race control a chance to get there. I think then you've just refreshed the page.
Yes, because thank you to someone very helpful in the chat pointing out I needed to refresh the page to see it. Ditch finders have been moved up into Pro.
Aha.
Which I think is well deserved.
Yeah, and that's our only change, isn't it? As far as I can see.
Looks to be the case. I think we're going to have to do another refresh later on because it hasn't quite copied over properly.
Yeah, so that's why, you've spotted there, chat. There's a bracket and a dot next to ditch finders, and that's because there is a Pro in front of that, but because the name's too long to fit on the graphic, it sort of shortens that part and keeps ditch finders. So they are a Pro team. So they are now running 8th in class, that's why the 25 was called up by race control earlier on. I thought I heard 25. I didn't want to speculate. That's why they would have been brought up, was race control saying to them, you're now in the Pro class.
Very well deserved indeed. In the 108s at the moment, we're fairly convincingly leading that rookie battle. Of course, had that little spin earlier on that brought things a little bit closer, but seemed to bring control back into the stint and seemed to be back in a rhythm. So they've been, I think, rightfully rewarded with an attempt at the pro running.
Yeah, I would say as well. Yeah, I would say as well that, it's maybe deserved, but maybe for ditch finders, they were sort of leading their class. Now all of a sudden they're 5 laps down on their class leader. Just like that. Why not change the name of the class and not the actual class? That is a very good question.
I imagine it's a technical
I would
reason
think it's sort of
behind
like once they're locked in, we can't change them. So it's a case of we have to manual.
That is
Our
correct. We're
producer,
getting over here. Yes.
our producer's just said that promotion for ditch finders has put Senior Frogs up to 3rd in class. Very well spotted, producer. Thank you very much.
Who's racing for Frogs at the moment? Now, we had this discussion earlier on.
We believe it's Chip.
We think it's Chip. They're all
believe it's
wearing
Chip
the
there.
same. They're all wearing the same outfit. They're all vaguely similar heights.
Yes.
They've all got the same helmet.
They're all vaguely similar heights, but you'll know when Chris Dixon jumps in the cart. That's all I'll say. Look, if Messi's good, then that's what we'll say. Yeah, I would say Chip is in because he's proven over the years that he's had very good pace in the wet. That's probably why he's out there right now. How is he doing for pace in Senior Frogs? 109.1 at the moment. How does that compare to everyone else? He's been a bit being caught there by the Spicy Boys by about 3/10 on that last lap. I realise as well that the Chris Dixon comment could be used against me. I'm fine with that. No problems. No problems at all. Well, it's fair to say, night has fallen. And, I mean, I've looked at the clock. It's 6 minutes past 9 here. Where did that go?
Late.
Where did that go? If you're just tuning in, welcome. It's great to have you along. Welcome to a very soggy Buckmore Park for the Buckmore Park 24 hours. We have got Nameless Motorsport at the top of the standings. The only way is Brentwood is in 2nd place. Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing rounding off the top 3. Does the total weight of the cart matter? Yes, it does, to an extent. We have a minimum weight limit of 70 kilograms.
For the driver, that is.
For the driver, yes. So you have to be over 70 kilos, and whether that means you have to carry some sort of lead ballast in the cart with you, either that's taping it to your feet or sort of wearing a sort of a lined jacket, if you like, over the top of your overalls, just to make sure you meet the minimum weight limit. You can be called randomly at any point by race control to be weighed, and if you're found to be under 70 kilos, even if it's by 1 gram, that's a 10-lap penalty.
That is, and the second time you do it, race exclusion.
Yep. So, very much stay above.
Because the weight does matter, and it can be a fairly decent advantage.
And what is clear as well is you have to make sure you're well over. If you put, you want to make sure you're a couple of kilos over, because believe it or not, you do sweat in this race.
Yes.
And if you sweat, you lose weight. You do lose weight, and it might not seem much. It might be a couple of 100 grams, but
it's all water weight.
It is. And if you lose that couple of 100 grams and you didn't have that to lose, then yeah, you get the penalty. And they are draconian, and for good reason. I've looked over my shoulder and I've seen a very familiar face walking towards me. I shall introduce him very, very soon. But I'll have a sit down. It's Gareth Allen, who is commentator for the Creator Series. Hello, Gareth. Can you hear? Is everything all right?
Yes, yeah, I can hear you fine. Yeah.
It's good stuff. Thank you for joining us, Gareth. Of course, you are racing as well. Yeah. So, first of all, was this your first time with Bandito Delito?
Yeah, it's the first time meeting a lot of these people, even though, virtually I work alongside a number of them with the Creator Series, so it's been a fantastic opportunity to, network and, meet friends. I've been talking to these people for 2 years online and never been able to see them. So.
I noticed the fact that you neglected the karting part, and it was more the meeting people. So is that somehow what's going on out there?
I mean, we none of us really kart, really. So that's why we're further down the order. But we do have some people who are quite quick in our team. Notably Emil, who is very unhappy with the car and blaming it on the car. But I mean, I come in and I just come out and think this is really fantastic. I'm really enjoying
Move
it.
up around here, Gareth. Yeah, let's get you on the camera. Here we go. Here we go. Look at us. Look at the trio. Look at us. Oh, lovely, lovely. We'll give ourselves a move up. There we are. Picture in picture. How good is that?
Wow.
So, I mean, Gareth, talk us through if people don't know you.
Yep.
Let's have a chat. You are a commentator.
Yes,
You've
I am.
been with the
Yep.
Creator Series. You've been recently promoted to head of production.
It's some kind of nonsense title. It's director of broadcast is something. Dirk Chocolate, who is one of the owners of Creator Series, gave me on a whim in a Discord call. And then I've recently become part of the management team. So overseeing the running of the Creator Series, not just the broadcast area, but also the wider issues, and really bringing the broadcast into the management and really the forefront of our plans.
Yeah, great stuff. And obviously, it was sort of a concoction made up by Dirk as well, wasn't it? Really, to bring a bunch of creators together, and also in the last two or three seasons, you brought in promotion and relegation as well from F1 and F2 to keep it really spicy.
Yeah, is that a good thing or a bad thing? I'm not too sure, because the Creator Series is all about creating content. And if you make it too much of a competition, it can get very sweaty. And, Creator Series has had a lot of sweat over the last few seasons, so that's certainly it. But yeah, Dirk Chocolate, certainly one of the people involved with getting that, kicked off, but also people like Hayden Gullis, George Morgan, have all really come together, Raz and Shire as well, really come together to bring, the best of the F1 community into it. And not just that, we've also expanded into EA Sports WRC recently as well, which has really been a big boon for us, because we've been able to get creators like Captain Sparkles from the Minecraft world involved, and it's really just given us a different edge and a different flavour and a different kind of style of broadcasting as well, because you see a lot of crashes in WRC.
Oh, yeah, you said it, not me. I mean, I'll let Reeve take over for a minute, because I know you've got some questions about the race, I'm sure. Bandito Delito? We've seen spins. What's the strategy as well for today as well? I just want to ask, because there's been, what's it now? 13 stops.
Yeah. Give everyone. We're not seasoned karters, right? So the conditions. This is the first time I've ever driven on an outdoor circuit. So the wet weather conditions aren't ideal for me. Many of us are in the same situations. We've never been to Buckmore before. So really, it's just giving everyone a go. We're not aiming for any kind of position. I mean, we're stone dead last now. We weren't before we tried to get our car fixed, but they said no, it's not broken. It's just here about being and enjoying it, and there has been conversations. Right, we need to optimize pits and optimize fuel stops and all this stuff. But frankly, we're too rubbish to actually get the benefits of optimizing that. So
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. Have you got any questions for good old Gareth Allen?
So yeah, what's that challenge been like? That jump into the wet racing is. I mean, it's a trial, as I said before, trial by fire really for the squad.
I mean, cognitively, it's just something else. You're understeering wide, and your first thought was, I need to ease off the throttle here and just bring myself back into it. Actually, you need to slam on the throttle, get that rotation in, and do something completely different to what you're expecting. So it's been a real challenge. I mean, I really enjoyed it. Someone who's a complete novice to racing, really. I've done a few kart nights here or there. Gave someone a chop for a win once, and I probably should have got disqualified that night. That was 12, 13 years ago, before I was a dad and I had time to race. So, it's been a real challenge just trying to survive the conditions, and out there at the moment it's terrible. Someone came in and said, "Oh, Gareth, you're not slower than Dirk, by the way." And I looked around and thought, look how worse it is now. Like, it is so much heavier. Like, in fairness to Dirk, like, he's in much worse conditions. So, it's just really interesting being able to, feel a track in those different conditions, not just dry and, predictable.
Did you get a chance of dry running at any point today?
Yes.
Okay,
during the second practice, I got a chance for dry running. And actually, it's so much more physical when you're doing that. I mean, there's a lot of concentration, of course, in the rain, but when you're going at those speeds, you can just tell how full whack they are up through the cafe curve and all of that. It's just, it's something else. And after 10 minutes of that, I thought, I don't know how I'm going to do our 30-minute stints. So when it started raining, I'm actually very relieved. When I'm out of the car, it's a bit like, oh, it's a bit cold out. So you have to go sit in the gantry with everyone else, and it's a bit like 80 people are sitting in one very small confined space. The smell
warm,
can't get across.
Yeah, nice and warm.
Yeah, it always very warm. Yes, yeah.
You're finding here it's nice and warm in here at the very least.
Yes. Oh, it's lovely in here,
Yeah, it
and
is.
not many people crammed into the room, so. You know, the smell is not too bad either. So.
Well, you heard it here first. Oh, we're off camera now.
Classy response from Gareth Allen. Well, Gareth, I'm sure you'll
That's the best
join us for a
compliment.
couple of minutes, of course, on the commentary.
Yes.
But give you a stab at it as well. We've got some karts out here. We've had Nameless at the top. That's the team that's headed up by Jack Goldsmith, who came into this race with a new team name, a new clean slate for endurance racing, and they couldn't decide on a name. So they went with Nameless.
Well,
I thought you might like that.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good name. It's a solid name. Hopefully, it will lead to something that makes them not nameless.
We've had a little bit of an update as well, because TRX Motorsport Pro, who were in the Pro class, are now a rookie. And, as you've just pointed out there, Reeve?
Zesty Drink Racing have clearly been having lots of zesty beverages and are now pro.
Okay. So what that does now is put Senior Frogs up to P2 in class. So 1322 Racing Northeast, that has Luffy, and I spoke to Luffy before. He's in the same boat as you. He's never raced here before, never done a 24-hour before.
Yeah.
You guys are mad.
Yeah, well, it's to be honest, I only ended up joining this because I was in a late-night Discord call, and they were like, there's an ape space going, and I thought, yeah, that sounds fun. Put my name down for it, and 4 months later, I don't regret it, no.
That's good.
But if I knew then what I was getting myself in for, maybe a bit more forethought and planning.
Yeah.
But I think, it's naivety that has signed us up into this situation rather than anything else.
And it'll be naivety that gets you hooked.
Yeah.
I find that
Yeah.
as well. I find that as well.
24 is one of those daunting things, but sometimes you have just got to chuck yourself in head first, and you'll come out of it thinking that was epic.
Yeah.
That was good fun.
I think the experience, it's just experience being around so many people, being able to just chat. You just chat to anyone who's walking along. I mean, I've been walking around with a big rookie kind of thing on my back. So a blue bib. I can't remember if it's rookie or novice. That's what it says. It says novice on the back. So everyone has been able to recognise me from a mile off. But yeah, it's been a really fantastic feel around here. So the experience is going to live for a long time.
Yeah, great stuff. You've had some love in the chat as well whilst you've been on as well. So you've got some you've brought some fans with you as well.
Yes, I did inform my whole fan base of 2 that I was going to be going on.
And there's 2 there. There you go.
One of them is probably my wife.
Yeah,
So.
good turnout. Good turnout. Oh dear. Well, since you're here, Gareth, I'll let you go through the standings and see what's what. What we are expecting soon is some pit stops to start happening, because we're reaching that 2.5 hour stint time over on that far right.
Yeah.
So that tells us roughly how long they've been out on circuit without being in the pits.
This is very nice.
It is.
Look at this. And
it's a very good
the bar, is that them, how far they are out?
That's pretty much, yeah. It's an estimated
This
sort
is
of
very
position.
high tech.
Yes.
Very, very high tech. The tooling is great.
Alpha Life Timing and Alpha Life Productions
Yeah.
look after us rather well.
Unfortunately, they put me and Reeve behind it, so yeah. So, be that as it may, you know.
And then you invited me in for a bit of commentary. So,
Well, you know. We thought, it's an improvement. Sorry, it was Bruffy. I correct myself. Chat's correcting me. I thought I said Bruffy, but maybe not. I mean, we've got some camera work here down at Garda, and
like a lake out there.
Yeah. The lap times have got slower even still, because Nameless have set a 108.2.
I mean, there's been a puddle on that corner through that run down there. I think it's Senna there. And that has been really tricky all day, and now that looks like a bit like a ford.
Yeah,
really.
it's a river.
It's really must be really, really difficult. You've been having to dodge the puddle all day, but now there's no chance. You've just got to choose the least wading depth to get through there.
Someone in chat says Gareth is in heaven. You are.
I am in heaven. Yeah, it's a lovely live broadcast. That is my heaven.
There you go.
That's what I spend all my hobby time doing. So absolutely is my idea of heaven. But yeah, I mean, Nameless Motorsport, it's a 2.5 hour stint. This is all news to us, because we're aiming we do a refuel every hour and a half.
Well, we're not condoning this, because these are pro teams. Yeah. They definitely know what they're doing. But the theory is that you can run longer because you're in the wet. Yeah, using less fuel. Yeah. So if you run out of fuel, you cannot blame us. That's all I'll say on that matter.
Yeah, I think there's only one driver in our team that could do in a 2.5 hour stint, and that's Emil. The rest of us will be, out of action for the rest of the time if we decided to do that. it makes
dear.
the sleep scheduling actually quite difficult because we're in all the time.
Yes.
So we're all having conversations about who's going to go to sleep here, who's going to go to sleep there, because it's a really important part. And I think we're going to all feel this one tomorrow, certainly.
Absolutely. That's what it's all about. It's what it's all about. A live broadcast in a dry room is a comment from the chat. There you go. There you go. Oh, brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff. What I will also say is, let's have a look. We have passed over 400 laps worth of racing. Leaders have done 408, and I say that. Leaders have now just got a track limit warning.
So 407 of them were clean.
Yeah.
Well, I think probably a few fewer than that.
Maybe. But, I mean, as a driver, though, I have to say, the start of the race, we saw fantastic 6-car battle for the Pro League. Now, I don't know if you were watching the Pro League battle, considering you're focused on the rookies and focus on just making sure you see the checkered flag.
Focused on making sure our driver knows when to pit.
Yes, that's also important. But all 6 of them getting black flags for racing under yellows was...
and I mean, that was tasty, wasn't it?
Yeah,
and
it was.
For us who started a bit near the back, when we suddenly found ourselves ahead of some of the faster cars, we were delighted. We thought that our driver who started first was absolutely cooking.
Yes.
And then, someone explained, there was a bit of shenanigans at the start. But I think you get that quite often here at Buckmore, don't you?
Yeah. We had it last year as well, believe it or not. Top 5 or top 6 getting all black flags because they were racing under yellows. So it's happened 2 years in a row now.
I mean, those guys are pushing themselves so hard, aren't they? And I think it's obviously maybe the race control just saying, look, we're going to make an example of this straight away.
Absolutely.
Cut that out straight away and not have that kind of...
sends the message, doesn't it? Right off the bat.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what on your timing time? I know maybe the audience will hate me talking about this, but I'm very interested to know. Is the blue, that's the pro teams? And then now we're in brackets. We've got
There's a couple.
Grinders. And they were called. We heard on the tannoy, you're coming to the booth recently. That's maybe what that is.
That'll probably be it. Yeah.
We're at that 6-hour limit, so those won't change anymore.
No.
Yeah.
Shouldn't do. Nope. That should be it.
And just on our screen, at least, they might not just for your reference, they might not get the blue logo, but if they've got pro in brackets, they are pro.
Yeah.
If they've got rookie in brackets, they are rookies.
We've had a donation. Thank you very much, William Curtis. Will the AFA timing chart be updated? Yes. All you need to do is refresh. Yes, refresh your browser, William, and it should all update.
Yes, the colours won't change, but the names will, and that is reflective of what their new class is.
Absolutely. And with the class changes that have occurred now, we do get to see what's that, top 8, top 9, all the top 11 now into the pro class. So that means 1322 Racing Northeast are leading the way in the rookie class. Second place then is Senor Frogs in that class, and then that's Spicy Boys now up into the top 3. No changes for the slide men. That's clear to see. If you've got Chris Bryder on your team, you're a pro. That's the end of it.
They've had a quietly good race, haven't the Spicy Boys? They just seem to have been...
Yeah.
Almost a little bit of a no man's land, just kind of pushing and putting laps in. And
yeah, I mean, they have. You're right. It's been under the radar, but sometimes that's all you need. You don't want to bring attention to yourself at that point. You just want to make sure, keep out of trouble, keep to yourself, and make sure you just, keep on keeping on.
I think for now, what our aim is to try and get ourselves off the route of the table there with Belly Boys Racing. Fantastically named Belly Boys Racing. If we can get back in front of them, that would be a miracle. Because we did take five laps down?
Yeah, 5 laps is not insurmountable in 17 hours. Certainly not.
Yeah, and if we wish a bit of bad luck on them mechanically, that would be
we would never
perfect.
do that in the comms box.
No. But maybe I'd say they're doing really well. Just try and jinx things. But Bandito Delito, maybe could just, end up deleting some of the other timings.
Oh, jeez. That sounds like a threat.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you now, Bandito Delito 8/10 quicker than Belly Boys Racing on the last lap.
Yes.
So
that's fantastic. I think it must be Carbon Shadow who's out there at the moment. Maybe if we hit that time so far, who is Army Esports driver. He's been actually really, really quick. So. Really impressive. Someone who plays a lot of iRacing at home and, in that virtual sense. But again, not much on the, the physical driving. I mean, I haven't driven a kart since before COVID was a thing. So, You know, that's
Long time ago.
that ages it well, doesn't it?
It does. It really does. Question in the chat. We haven't opened the bourbons.
No, yeah, that's a kind of a big reveal after all that biscuit chat we had.
Yeah.
The
And
bourbons
also-
haven't been opened.
and
I haven't
also-
even eaten the biscuit.
Yeah. And also, chat. Yes, that is the Gareth Allen.
That is the Gareth Allen. Now, my wife was telling me that one of you called me Gareth Taylor as I got out of the car.
Ooh.
Oh,
That
who would
might have been me.
That
because
might
he's Taylor.
Oh, right,
He's
okay.
Reece Taylor,
There
so it
we
could have
are.
been me.
There we are. She
I'm
was
happy to be-
furious about it. But I have seen a clip where you called me Gareth Allen.
No, there
You know.
What we can do
But
is-
that is the Gareth Taylor.
Yeah, the Gareth Taylor. Absolutely. That's what I'll call you from now on. Just to get on the, like.
Well, I'm not Reeve Taylor anymore. I'm
Yeah.
Reevey Dent.
That's true. Yeah, you've missed a lot of chapters here.
Right,
You've missed
okay.
a lot of chapters.
I'm catching up. Now, the question about here is where's the malted milks? That's
The malted milks got lost on the drive down.
They got lost.
Yeah.
Excuses.
Yeah,
Really?
they went missing.
Excuses.
It was a 5.5 hour drive and they went missing.
Were they chocolate covered ones?
No, just regular.
Just a regular,
Yeah.
standard, vanilla malted milk.
Yeah. Good for dunking in a cup of tea that I didn't have. But, yeah.
Question from chat: Are you, Gareth, still obsessed with the Renault Espace?
Who isn't obsessed with the Renault Espace? What a brilliant car! Okay, I'm going to be quiet now.
I do like the Renault Espace. Yes,
Okay, there we go.
It is a car. I was
Just leave it there. It is a car.
It is
the car.
Factually, we can't argue about that. It's in the same class as a McLaren. I was asked what my dream car would be, and me being having a young family. The ideas of having an E-Type and those kind of things, which are just going to break down, have kind of gone by the wayside.
So
And
you think
now-
a Renault will be... Sorry to all Renaults.
I am one.
Including
one
of my very
twice
close
over.
friends.
I have a Renault Scenic and a Renault Clio, and although the Renault Scenic is a bit shanky, it does the job, and it's over 20 years old. When I picked it up, it was caked in mould, but
Nice.
clean that out, and it reliably does the job of shaking whenever it gets on the motorway. So,
Oh, nice, yeah.
But
My
the
Alpha
Renault
does that.
Espace is, I would happily own a Renault Espace.
You can get them with a V6 as well.
Have you ever seen the F1 Renault Espace?
Oh.
They put a 1993 Williams F1 engine.
Yeah, V10 Renault Espace.
Into an Espace.
James, the stream director, is baffled. YouTube.
It sounds
He's got it.
amazing.
He's on it.
It looks amazing. And it is amazing. Yes, that's the car we'd all love to own.
Gareth Allen, you Renault merchant is what's in the chat there.
What was that in the chat, sorry?
Gareth Allen, you Renault merchant.
Yeah, well, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not affiliated with them at all. But, if I was to get a new Renault, it'd actually be a Dacia Jogger. So
There it is. He's getting the video up for you.
Yes. It's
Also, yes,
it is
rate it.
amazing.
Good choice of
yes, absolutely fantastic. So, I mean...
It gets nervous on motorways. We've come full circle. Yes. There it is. We're being shown a video now of the Renault Espace F1. I mean...
I think that's being driven by Alan Prost, that one.
Yeah.
Or
It was
certainly-
still quite slow around the Nürburgring because no matter what you do at the end of the day,
It is a
still
Renault Espace. Yeah.
It's better than when Top Gear stuck a Honda wing on the back of a Renault Aventine?
Oh, what a car.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
So, it's fast. And we all want more.
A very good friend of mine is fanatic about Renaults, and I'm sure he's very pleased at the moment that he has a little Clio 182 that is on its 5th engine. So,
Really? Right, okay. A 5th engine. I mean, that's not saying great things about a Renault that needs 5 engines.
Yes.
But I've had 2 Renaults in my lifetime, and neither of them have broken down for very long.
How are we at Renault? Let's move on from Renault discussion.
I'm happy with that. Look, what I'll say is I've had bad experiences with Renaults, so I will say no more than that. Apart from down a single carriageway, my very first car was a Renault Clio, and I liked that Renault Clio. It had a rust problem. That's fine.
Most cars do at the end of the day.
Yeah. But it was this where the bonnet latch had rusted. I didn't know. And so when I did an oil top-up, I then put the bonnet down, I went to drive away, went onto a 60-mile-an-hour road, and the bonnet came up, and it smashed the windscreen.
And I could tell I was a student at the time because when that happened and I couldn't see a thing, the first thing I thought was, this is going to be expensive.
Was it?
Yeah, it was pricey.
Yeah.
For a student, it was pricey. Yeah. It meant a week of no beer that week.
Yeah. That's a heavy toll to take on a
That's
student.
so heavy.
Yeah.
It's so heavy. Oh dear! Look at the water there.
That was a nice little slide from number 7 car, actually.
The fact it's
the slide man.
Tires.
That was the slide man.
All the lights are dimming in here. Ooh, it's all getting all atmospheric in here now.
Moody.
Oh, James, our producer.
Is this just who I think it is? It's my friend with the Renault Clear with 5 engines who's messaging me now, probably to shout at me.
Love it. Love it. I mean,
he's good. 6th, thank you very much. Sorry, it's on its 6th engine.
Oh, there we go. Thank goodness it's very reliable. Well, we are now into our number. I'm going to work this out now. Is that 8? Or is it 7?
7.
Is it hour 7? Okay. Hour 7.
8. No, 8. Yeah, 8.
I shouldn't have doubted myself.
Yeah.
Hour number 8 here at the Buckmore Park, 24 hours. We are at the top of the hour. Gareth, we normally do a standings rundown of sort of the top 15, if you like.
Yep.
Give us the top pros and then the top 3 in the rookies, if you can, please.
Okay, if I can just squint over there from this side of the disc, but Nameless Motorsport are currently in first in the pro class. The only way is Brentwood having another great outing at Buckmore. They are in second. XLRB Kent Brewery. Accelerate. Is it okay?
Is it that far?
Accelerate.
Do you need to move closer?
Yeah. Maybe I should get an eye test. It's XLRB, it says, doesn't it?
Surely. Accelerate.
Oh, there's an 8. Yeah, it's definitely an 8.
He's got it.
Yes. Accelerate.
Clock watch.
Oh.
42, 41.
Will we see 35?
This is a good shot of something that's available in the top left-hand corner of your screen.
Oh, it's such a good shot, though, wasn't it? Sorry, Gareth.
Yes,
we interrupted you.
Third in the pro class is the Kent Brewery Racing Team. That's what I'm going to call them instead. Dab Motorsport are in 4th and enjoying their radio, clarity. 5th is the EKS All-Stars. And 6th is the TRX Motorsport Elite Team. 7th in the pro class is Buru 11 NFS.
That is Ditch Finders. They've been promoted to pro now. Yeah, you see, we catch you out, you see.
This is so tricky, isn't it? Zesty Drink Racing, they've also been promoted. They're in 9th position. And 10th position in pro is Team ARD. They've been knocked down 2 by those promotions from the rookie class. And the top 3 rookies now are 1322 Racing Northeast, Senior Frogs, and the Spicy Boys.
Thank you very much, Gareth Allen. Very much.
Butchering the top of the hour.
Hey, look, top of the hour is all that matters in this one, just to get a nice idea of who's where. Look at that river.
There is.
The River Buckmore. Oh, someone's stuck. That's down at Paddock. I can just about make out.
Good spot.
It's number 7, I think. Is that number 7? Not one of our team.
Now I wonder, is there I can't see if there's a massive puddle on the inside going down there. If there is, have they gone through the puddle and the cart's cut out? Because if there's one thing a petrol engine hates more, it's water, especially a big amount of it. Here comes a recovery to start the engine. We'll see if that is the case. Yeah, that is. So the cart actually cut out. So a recovery to just restart the engine. Did it in one pull, which means that the engine was nice and warm, and it had only been cut off recently and back on their way again.
That is a really good indication of just how sodden it is out there. It is really wet, and I'm hoping it gets a little bit better before 11 o'clock, but I think it's just going to stay the same, isn't it, for the next 17 years at this rate.
17
years? Yeah, pretty much.
So it's a good estimate.
As Andrew points out, the rain cloud that persists over Buckmore just kind of hovers around. And
absolutely. It only really appears at the Buckmore 24 hour, as we've already discussed.
A few people in chat asking about the Senior Frogs team. They're currently P2 in their class, running along very nicely indeed, about 17 seconds down on P1, so we could be seeing a battle brewing there in a minute, because Senior Frogs on that last lap, 110.2, as the track does get slower. Racing Northeast, 112.6. I suspect a battle. And speaking of the Senior Frogs, I think we might be hearing something from a certain member in a moment's time. We shall see. Anyway, we are here with you throughout the evening. It'll be Kieran alongside until 11 p.m. Myself until midnight, when we'll have Yusuf, once he's dried out, back in the comms box, and it looks like he's going to be on his lonesome for a couple of hours, so I might stay for a little bit extra if you can bear with me.
What?
And then Chaz will be joining in back at 2 as well, as he starts his late night run, and we get to see the fun begins.
An extra hour? How dare you? Well, to be fair, you are on your own.
No, I'm saying I'm going to help Yusuf out, because Yusuf's by himself for 2 hours.
Oh, bless him.
So I feel a bit bad.
Yeah, but he's just been out in a car. He'll be fine.
Yeah, it'll be funny. He'll be sat next to me, just still dripping.
I forgot the fact that it would be funny. Yes, okay.
Yes,
fair enough.
exactly.
I forgot that part.
I might put extra layers on. Just to
Oh,
I'm really
dear.
sweating in here, mate. It's absolutely boiling.
Oh, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Oh, dearie me. It's great. That's a good question. Will the red flag be shown if the weather gets too extreme? Now, I can say this because I worked at Buckmore for years. We don't normally red flag for extreme weather. We race on. Is the answer?
Even
to that
snow?
one. No, snow is very extreme. But no, it should be okay. I mean, if there were, for example, floods around the circuit, then race control would seriously consider it. But whilst everything, standing water's fine. But yeah, it will be at the race control discretion. I haven't seen them, red flag a race due to weather for quite some time, so we should be okay. I remember actually back in the someone's up into the wall at hairpin 1 there.
Yes, that is my worst corner by far, because the trail braking you have to do on the way there, and we fear that our car isn't great at turning right. It's just so easy to run wide there anyway. So he's sticking his hands up to say
he's trying to get some attention.
Don't
get out of your car.
Save me.
Don't get out of your car.
And it actually took a while for the yellow flag to be turned on there, but he's going to get that cart recovery vehicle to be able to pick him up soon. But it's just so easy to send it really quite hard into that corner, and then you're fighting it all the way. And I've spun numerous times there. I think I spun there in my last stint.
Oh, why did you out yourself like that?
Well, it's fine.
We didn't even see it, Gareth. You could have got away with that.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. But you've outed yourself now, so now there we go.
I think now that the rain has got so heavy, one of the other interesting aspects of this is this track does have quite a few kind of dips and bumps and undulations in it that are now going to be completely hidden by the layer of water,
yes.
basically. So those already difficult and quite blind braking zones have just become that little bit more difficult to negotiate.
The only way is Brentwood in the pits now, so they've managed 2 3/4 hours
That's
out on
impressive.
track. That is impressive. I think that just shows you how sodden the track really is, that they've managed to eke what is a 2-hour fuel tank and get an extra 45 minutes out of it. Whew. Goodness me. Well, that kart recovery has been completed, so they are back underway. Now, was that Elite Discos Racing? I think it was, because they've just said a 1:48 first sector. So it was Elite Discos Racing that were there. Oh, look at that lovely merch. Ooh. Look at that lovely Buckmore Park 2024 24-hour merch available.
Go buy
on
merch,
stores.
people.
Absolutely. I believe that's buckmore.co.uk. Go get yourself some merch.
I found some merch. Chaz's sunglasses.
Oh, that is some very good merch. I think that's more called a souvenir.
Yeah, finders keepers. They don't fit very well and you've still got a headset on.
Well, that normally is the way, unfortunately.
I may go and buy some of that merch just for another layer out there, to be honest.
Why not?
Why not? If there's any hoodies as well, they'll go much obliged, really, with how nippy it's getting out there.
Oh, dear. So pit stops should be happening shortly. Nameless have been out there for 2 hours 40 minutes, so they're due in very shortly. Depending on how long they can eke the fuel out, that's for sure. I see Reeve is just doing some refreshing on our timing screens. Note still 3 drivers, 3 teams, I should say, of class changes. Ditch Finders are now in the Pro class. Zesty Drink Racing are now in the Pros.
I like that. Pro Zesty Drink.
Pro Zesty.
No, it's not
just
Pro
Zesty.
Yeah.
It's not just Zesty. It's Pro Zesty.
It's a zesty, refreshing drink.
And then we have TX Motorsport Pro, who are now in the rookie class in the number 6. So those are your 3 class changes. We believe there are no more to happen. If there are any more, then of course we will let you know. Nameless in the pits.
Does it have to be an equal amount that get promoted and demoted?
Nope.
Oh, right, okay.
It's mainly a race direction.
Yeah.
There's the word for it. Discretion.
Right. Okay.
So if the race control have realised actually your lap times are quite good, maybe too good for rookie, then they'll bump you up. Similarly, if you've entered into the pro and you're setting maybe decent times for rookie class, they'll move you down just so you get something to race. Otherwise, if you're in the pro class and you're, a second lap slower than the pros, but a second lap faster than the rookies, then you're sort of in a bit of a no man's land. You've got nothing to race for.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we've, I think, had a net gain of 2 places there. We're still stone dead last. But in the rookie class, we have gained 2 places by 2 places being removed from the board.
That is very true. I like
and you've got to take those moments.
You have to. These are victories, if nothing else.
I've got a little story about one of the quadrant members, actually. Tim McMurdoch.
Oh, yes.
Who is, of course, Ben Daly, and is racing here. I'm not quite sure when his stints are. I think he's got one maybe later on the night. But he's actually done double duty in the Creator Series today. So he's gone to Adam Sanderson, the face of Devon Butler's home, adjusted his pedals to make them better for him, and he's gone and raced in the Creator Series tonight because he's in a championship battle for that. And now he's driven back to the circuit to come and race the rest of this 24 hour.
Now that is dedication.
Impressive stuff. I think it is impressive dedication, but is it too much dedication?
I don't know. It's about motorsport, isn't it?
I could even find out where he finished in the Creator Series if you also were that way inclined.
Spoilers?
Oh, that's true. That's true. He finished between 1 and 20.
There's Yusuf giving us a wave. He looks absolutely drenched. He's just walked past our commentary box window. Yeah, no, must not laugh. No, he's done very well.
He has.
Hasn't he? He's done very.
He's
very wet.
He got a not inordinate amount of warnings and had some good pace.
To be fair, he actually he had one contact, one track limit. That's pretty good for a 2-hour stint.
As much as we joke, he is very talented in go-karts.
I mean, he was
very experienced.
He's in a sort of championship hunt in Club 100 this season in one of the classes there, running in set. I think he has a chance to wrap up runners-up spot. I think it's next weekend, he was telling me. So, I mean, over the year and a half he's been getting back into racing, he's just improved so much. It's a stratospheric rise. And the fact that he can then talk about it afterwards, it just means he's a commentator of many talent, a commentator that can actually race. It's unheard of. It's illegal.
Makes you quite jealous, doesn't it? Really?
It does make you quite jealous. But it's illegal. That's why it should be illegal. It's like Piers Pryor. He's a great driver and a great presenter. That's not fair. You're one or the other.
Yeah.
Come on,
Pick
Piers.
a lane,
stick
to
a lane,
and
Piers.
don't try the other one. And if you do a hatchet job of it.
Yeah, well, I barely do a good job at the commentary part, let alone the driving.
Make that part of your style. That's
I
it.
will.
You've got to embrace it.
embrace it.
I certainly do.
Yeah. Oh dear. We have a lot of fun up here in the commentary, if you couldn't tell. And hopefully you are enjoying it as much as we are. That is a river. I mentioned to Reeve earlier, Gareth, some of these circuits, some of these shots we see where there's a river running down, it's giving Interlagos Turn 3 vibes, isn't it?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, that one in particular there, it's... it is a deluge out there, and that is exactly what it is like. That is a really, really good analogy for it. And I mean, just that puddle is really, really bad there, coming down that left-hander. That has extended to most of it, and really it's just washing those cars out. And the amount of wake off the cars there on that river coming back across the circuit really is just incredible. And the left-hander there, through the middle part, I don't know the corner names very well.
Is this the S's right in front of us?
Yes. That was difficult with just a little bit of rain down there, but I dread to think how much you've got to lift and just hope you've sailed through correctly.
Oh, there was a bit of contact, a bit of argy-bargy going on there, involving 18 and 28. That was TRX Motorsport Academy and Slick and Tired. Speaking of Slick and Tired, you've got to get your rest somehow. You've got to do it somehow. It's important. You've got to keep... That's actually outside our commentary box. Yes, I saw that camera. Yeah, okay.
There's better places to sort a nap out there, I think, really.
Well, yes, there are better places, but you've got to make sure you're not caught on camera. I learned this lesson last year. I was caught on camera sleeping next door.
Right, noted.
Yeah.
Noted. Do not sleep. Oh, wow.
Look at that. I think what doesn't help as well is that the track is almost sort of bowl-shaped.
Yes.
So the
So
water,
the water
as well as
starts to
running
gather.
down, it gathers on the inside of the X-Hour, the chicane running into the first corner.
Yeah.
And of course, the kart naturally wants to push wide into that anyway because it's already wet. You just get pushed wide into a puddle.
Yes.
It's really not helpful. These are horrific conditions to be driving a go-kart in. I'm amazed, given how much wetter the track has got, we've actually only lost about 3 or 4 seconds in terms of pace compared to, say, about half an hour ago, 45 minutes ago. I'm impressed by that.
Oh, it's great stuff. Great stuff indeed. And Nameless still at the top of the standings, leading by a lap, just sort of working out where they are. Yeah, it's a lap, but they're sort of right next to each other out on track. And Accelerate Kentbury Racing closed in by 0.6 of a lap on that last lap alone. So making the inroads to try and recover some lost ground. They should be making their way across the start-finish line shortly as they'll start a brand new lap. Yep, there they go. The only difference is that Nameless have just been into the pit and Accelerate have been out on track for 2 hours and 21 minutes. So in short, Accelerate are due a pit stop.
Yeah, Dab Motorsport as well, 2 hours and 32 minutes. They've been
Yeah.
out for a while. Got an interesting question coming in the chat. Simon asks, how waterproof are these outfits? And that is a good question, because obviously, as well as the race overalls, which like to absorb water, they do have their wetsuits on. Now, the wetsuits are good for kind of avoiding water, but they can also be wetsuits in the sense that sometimes they can trap water and keep you wet, if you will. So it's not going to be... They're not going to be bone dry, shall we say, out there. It's not going to be entirely pleasant, regardless.
No, not at all. But every little helps. Isn't that what they say?
I quickly changed out of my karting outfit just after my stint, and I felt like I was actually not too wet after my stint, but then I took it off, touched it, and it was still quite wet, and that is in conditions that were significantly improved on this.
Yeah, it is looking absolutely horrific out there. Our leaders still doing a nice job, though. They are on the pace for about as quick as you can go in these conditions. 109.4 the last lap. Kent Brewery Racing closing that gap ever so slightly towards the end of their stint as well, so they're still in a good rhythm. Nameless have just swapped driver, of course, about 7 minutes ago.
I mean, with Brewery Racing closing this gap down, do we expect them to get under the lap that they're currently behind anytime soon? They're similar places on track, aren't they? So
they're similar, but with the pace deltas, we have a kart off there. That's a very ominous shot, isn't it? That's an unfortunate-looking position to be in. I imagine with the delta they've got, they probably won't close in quick enough within this stint. They've got to pit within the next latest 10 minutes, so I suspect they'll drop back again.
is it worth them going for the so it was 2 hours and 45 minutes? That the only way is Brentwood went.
Yeah.
Are they going to try and beat it? Is there honours for that? For eking it out? For hypermiling?
There might be honours in the sense that we might mention it on the commentary and say well done, but the inverse of that is the shame of running out of fuel is so much worse. That is so much worse. It's
as
worth
long as
coming
you
in
don't
the
run
lap
out of fuel
earlier.
just after the pits.
Like Damo did earlier on.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I think that was a good early warning for everyone. And as we were saying before, that was their one bit of bad luck for the race, and hopefully they should be fine for the rest of the race now. Yeah, someone in the chat saying looks like we need a shipping forecast, not a weather forecast. That is good. Maybe we should change our strategy. We've been giving weather forecasts. Yep. Not that I really understand weather forecasts. I understand shipping forecasts even less. So that might be a bad idea.
That is just a bunch of numbers to me.
We've got people in chat asking how many cups of coffee are we taking for this race. I haven't actually gone for the coffee. I've gone for the caffeinated energy beverage, shall we say. Many brands are available. What's your strat for keeping alive?
I don't do coffee, no. So yeah, caffeinated pop, fizzy pop for me.
Okay, and it looks like we're ready for an interview with Kieran.
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, can you hear me now? Good. That's it. Pro user error. Anyway, here's Super GT. Well, you were matching the pace at the front for quite some time, getting your way through the pack. I mean, what happened at this very start?
Yeah, we had Ria, Niran, Arav go out at the start, and they're not the most experienced, but we've got a bit of a mix in our team, so it was we want to involve everyone in quadrant, so we've got a nice balanced team. But as soon as the rain came down, we thought, okay, we'll go out. I'll go out there now, and it was pretty fun out there, to be honest. Once it starts raining and you get the kart nicely rotated, it feels pretty good.
Now, we'll have to ask the question: Buckmore Park or Nordschleife?
Obviously Buckmore Park. This is where it's really at, of course. This is the real deal. So always happy to be here.
I mean, it's a serious question though. How does it sort of compare? You've got the GT4s, you've got, now karts on slick tyres. I mean, how much of that from the Nordschleife can you bring to today?
To be honest, you know what? It probably looks like it's completely different, but it's all about like traffic management and decision making. Trying to lose as little time as possible. So there is a lot of overlap and parallel. Obviously, the way that you're driving the car is completely different, but it's just all about concentrating and making decisions, making the right decisions for many laps on end.
Yeah, and sort of going into, well, we're now past the sort of quarter of the way mark. There's a heck of a long way to go. Where do you sort of envisage quadrant finishing today or tomorrow?
Hard to say, but yeah, I mean, we are quite a long way down. I think we're like 17 laps off the lead at the moment. So a long way to go to catch up to the podium in rookies. That would be the aim, I suppose, if we can manage that. And we're here to try to beat Senior Frogs, the big YouTuber battle between the two teams. So we're out mainly to beat them. If we finish 29th and then 30th, then we'll take it.
So what's the plan for the Stints then? Who's sort of in the cart the next couple of rounds?
Yeah, so at the moment, James Harvey Blair is out there for us. Clement Novalak just did a good stint. Max Fuchel will be out after. And then I think Ben Daly. I'm going to do 2 stints during the night, which is quite painful. But that's just a 24-hour race, isn't it? You've got to race in the rain, the night, the cold, and see how it goes, yeah.
At Buckmore Park, we always have wet weather. Who would you say in quadrant is your wet weather specialist?
Well, I don't want to say myself. But you know what? I was watching Clement just now. Like once he strung together a lap, it was good. I think Max will be out there setting some really quick laps. Max is good. So it's just weird out there, I must say. The tarmac, the mixed tarmac is really strange. The grip and obviously new karts, lots of rain. It's quite an unusual. I've never driven this track like this before, so it takes a while to get used to it when you're out there, but yeah, it's good fun. I think Max will have a good stint. Ben Daly's pretty solid as well, so we've got a couple of good drivers to come.
Great stuff. We look forward to it. Thank you very much, Steve, for joining us, and good luck with the rest of your race. Hopefully we'll see you again.
All right, thank you very much, guys. Cheers.
Yes, thank you very much, Steve, for that one there. Interesting point, actually, about the tarmac, something I hadn't really considered, as well as the new fleet of karts. We've also got the update to the paint. That's all been redone, and yes, I believe some patches of tarmac have been readjusted as well. So that is fresh tarmac, which can be a little bit tricky to drive over in these conditions because it's not rubbered in the same way that some other parts are. It can make it quite unpredictable.
Yeah, in this wet weather, you are looking for that older tarmac to allow your car to grip in and rotate. That fresh tarmac, really, you just feel the lack of grip as you drive over it. It's floaty, it's unpredictable, and you just feel not as quick in the kart when you're trying to power out the corner or go through it on those fresher parts of the circuit.
Got a couple of contact warnings coming in there. That is for TRX Motorsport in the Pro class, last lap 109.5, so I imagine a little bit of traffic management potentially coming into play here.
Yeah, all but one car has gone out there and done 400 laps now as well. So that one car that hasn't reached out is ours. But we're only 5 laps behind. Give it a good 10 minutes and we'll hit that moment. Yeah, it's a mighty long race, and I'm sure we'll have many more than just 400.
Yes, Steve's still hopeful then for the quadrant squad. The podium in the rookie still not out of the question. Still plenty of racing to go.
Still plenty to do as well. Yeah, that was a good chat with Steve. I loved the comparisons he drawn from the GT4s and sort of how it compares to here tonight. And, you know, traffic management, you have to make your way through. Obviously, there are no blue flags tonight, but again, it comes under that endurance rule and that sort of word of mouth, you know, the unwritten rule. If you see a blue flag, it's just an advisory. It's just to tell you there's someone behind you that's quicker. But it's up to the driver behind you, the quicker driver, to find the way past safely. And that's exactly the same here. It's up to the driver passing to make sure they pass safely.
Yeah, and it's really important for those people who are maybe a bit slower as well to be predictable and, you know, show the best way for them to be overtook as well. But the one good thing about karting, of course, is you can just use a quick hand signal to say which way you want them to go around you.
That's it. No, you're spot on there. That river flowing down the rise as we see it there. It's just the fact that you can see the river flow.
Yeah,
is,
it's a proper water feature.
It
now.
is.
It needs a mark on a map.
That's what it is, isn't
That's
it?
going to end up on Google Maps now, like some of the F1 circuits.
That's true. Yeah, won't be long. I give it 10 minutes before someone's put that on Google Maps.
Give me a second.
No, that doesn't count if you do it. Oh, dear. Oh, goodness me. Well, we are approaching 10 o'clock. Gareth, I mean, are we expecting to see you out on the track?
11 o'clock.
11 o'clock?
You know, I have had an alarm message from my team saying, "Where are you?"
You better
Are they not
go find
listening?
them. Yeah, I was going to say, if they tune into the stream, they'll know where you are.
So that is probably a cue for me to scarper.
Well,
it has been an absolute pleasure to be part of the broadcast and to be up here in a nice warm chai room with biscuits on offer.
You'll be so sad to
Yeah,
leave.
you
haven't taken any biscuits.
I'll take one on the way out. Yeah, and savour it for the rest of the day.
There's some pretty unlucky. Oh, the Bourbons are. Who opened the Bourbons?
Oh, the Bourbon's open.
The Bourbons are open.
I might have opened them and then not actually had any.
Oh. Well, that's a very underwhelming conclusion.
Crisis
to the
is
Bourbon
developed
story.
in the commentary box.
Yeah, it's a very underwhelming finish to the Bourbon story. Anyway, sorry, Gareth, it's been a pleasure to have you.
Yeah,
and
thank you very
good
much.
luck for the rest of your race. And try and stay as dry as possible. It's easier said than done.
Yeah, I've come up for a goal for our team because we're already leading this one. Most pit stops
Yes.
is going to be
Yes.
our award. I think we're
Excellent.
going to increase
You're
our
doing well.
pits every 5 minutes soon. Get that into triple figures.
I hear there's 25 points for the fastest pit stop. So
Really?
yeah, if no, but
Well, I'll take 25 imaginary points for anything.
that's it.
So
25 pride points. There you go. That's how we roll. Gareth, it's been a pleasure, mate.
Yep.
And good luck for the rest of your race.
Thank you very much.
That's Gareth Allen there. Pleasure to have him on. Go check out the Creator Series as well. He does a lot of work, a lot of hard work and effort's gone into that. So, yeah, do give it a check out if you get the chance. But, of course, we've got a race in our hands right now, so don't go anywhere. It's the Buckmore Park 24 hours, and it's a pleasure to have you. Hopefully it's a pleasure to have us. But it's definitely a pleasure to have you. Nameless still on the top of the standings then. It's Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing in second place. And then the only way is Brentford rounding off the top three. Top three in the rookies is 1322 Racing Northeast, Senior Frogs and Spicy Boys all in the top three. And all the top two in the rookies are on the same lap. Senior Frogs are 4.2 seconds
That is
behind.
close.
1322 Racing Northeast. They're closing by half a second per lap at this rate.
We're going to have a battle in a couple of laps, ladies and gentlemen.
Ooh, a battle. A battle. You love to see it.
Let's hope there's no spinning.
Oh, well, you've ruined it now.
Yeah.
You've jinxed it. I can't believe you've done this.
Hello to the race media who say it's a bit wet out. Yes,
Oh, is it? Okay.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that insight.
And the
then
race
Frog.
getting involved with the frogs as well.
Yeah.
You love to see it. Oh, dear. So, anybody... Oh, Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing. They're in number 4.
Still haven't pitted.
Still haven't pitted. They've been out there for 2.5 hours. That's still Mark Puxley, I believe, out in the cart. So he will, I'm sure, be bringing that cart in within the next 10 minutes, because now that other teams have seen that they can make a cart last 2 3/4 hours in this condition, that makes the world of difference to strategies. The fact of the matter is as well, it's having to adjust your strategy on the fly, because you would have gone into this in the best case scenario, dry running throughout. You would have thought maybe 2 hours 10, maybe we can eke a little bit more out into that one as your stint. So you would have divided it up there as much as possible. And then it rains, and then you start to realise the top runners are starting to manage to get 2 3/4 hours, so an extra half hour pretty much out of the carts
And that
on
will
the
all
fuel.
add up.
And that does all add up, yeah. That could add up to one fewer stop across, one fewer stop across.
Which is effectively a lap.
Yeah. Yeah, and if you can save that over the course of the race, yeah, that gap really starts to build up very, very nicely indeed. Question, why is the live stream split into 3 parts? That is because I believe YouTube doesn't let you have properly have 8 hours over there, which is why we split it up. But,
yeah, I believe that is the case. And hello to the person in chat there saying the rain is getting on their nerves. I can imagine it is. Imagine how it is for the drivers.
Yes, yes.
It's probably getting on their nerves a bit as well. It's probably getting on their clothes and on everywhere. It's just,
yes.
I did see Yusuf did pop into the comms box briefly. He didn't look too bedraggled actually.
No.
He looked okay.
No, he didn't. I think it's the 8-hour playback is the issue.
Ah.
So it only saves up to 8 hours previous.
Yeah, you don't want to miss.
It is 12, but just to give us the buffer. Yeah, so it is 12, but just to give us the buffer we need. It's split into 3 8-hour segments. Thank you to James for confirming there. He's just getting the next segment ready, really, because we're approaching that time. That's unbelievable. But yeah, stay with us now, and we will tell you when we go over. So don't worry about that for now. I'm just needlessly scaring you all. It's all fun. It's all funny. It's funny to me anyway. Nameless still at the top then. Let's see. How was that? We mentioned the battle before then. Yes, Senor Frogs, since then, have managed to pass 1322 Racing Northeast, which means they lead the rookie class.
That's a bit of content for them, isn't it?
That is. That is indeed.
Yeah, the YouTuber battles there.
Okay, so we are going to end the first segment, and we'll transition over to the segment. Oh, we are already doing it. Oh, okay, sorry.
We're very professional.
Yeah, I'm misunderstanding the signals getting thrown at me. It's my fault, don't worry. No, that's fine. So James will give you the pointers. That's no problem. I'm just confusing you all. It's what I do best.
Just keep watching. Just stay watching.
Yeah. Just keep doing what you're doing at home. You'll be fine. That's all I'll say. I mean, it's been a fair reflection then. It's been really good so far. We've had a bit of everything. You know, Chaz's walk on the grid. I quite enjoyed that actually earlier on today. If you missed it, do go back. It was Martin Brundle would have been very proud of that grid walk, I will say.
Was he quite running into people at great speed? Was he?
I don't know. I have no idea. But it is what it is. It's good though. Good to see. We're all having fun. Hope you're having fun too. And we have Nameless at the top.